No matter how beautiful the butterfly, it ultimately cannot fly across the vast sea. Within the towering edifice, the atmosphere in the top-floor conference hall was one of solemnity. Outside the hall, a cadre of impeccably dressed elites and remarkably poised, yet formidable career women wore expressions of pallor. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the professional realm for years, they sensed an impending tempest. With a thunderous crash, the closed conference door burst open. A burly middle-aged man was flung from the room, landing heavily on the floor, blood streaming from his nose. A tapestry of crimson. All onlookers outside the conference room stood in stunned silence. Was this not the general manager of their company? The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed, deliberate and unhurried, as their owner approached the fallen man. With a petite, oval face, exquisitely defined features, and skin as white as jade, she regarded him with a cold, unwavering gaze. Her tall stature loomed over the prostrate figure of the middle-aged man, her expression devoid of emotion. "What is it, General Manager Zuo Wei? Do you have nothing to say? Or perhaps there's simply nothing to be said?" Her voice, though calm, resonated with undeniable authority. Zuo Wei, ensnared by the penetrating depths of her dark eyes, felt a wave of terror wash over him. Finally, unable to withstand the dread, he shouted in desperation, "Zuo Wei, I am your elder by blood. How can you treat me this way? What gives you the right to revoke my position?" "Oh, the Zuo family? Elders?" A faint, yet remarkably sinister smile graced her lips. A stiletto heel slowly lifted from the ground, coming down heavily upon the chest of the middle-aged man. "You think you can leverage the family against me? Do you believe I care?" Zuo Yun's face drained of color, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Corruption? What evidence do you have to accuse me of corruption? By the way, this must be your son. Oh, I almost forgot. I should refer to him as your illegitimate child. His account holds a staggering $10 billion. It seems you are quite the devoted father. However, after placing you in the position of general manager at the China branch for 3 years, you have only managed to embezzle $10 billion. I can only conclude that you are woefully incompetent." She took a photograph from a bodyguard and placed it before Zuo Yun. In that moment, Zuo Yun broke down, collapsing to his knees. "Please, do not harm him. He is my only son. I admit that I embezzled those funds. He was completely unaware. He is, after all, your brother. Please spare him. Your corruption is of little concern to me. 3 years ago, I placed you in this position merely to balance the family's power. I do not care how much you have stolen. What matters is that you should never defy my orders. I have a great disdain for disobedient pawns. As for your son, I have already dealt with him. You know that the Zuo family has never permitted those with tainted blood to exist in this world. I, too, am helpless in this matter." With that, Zuo Wei turned on her heel, her silhouette vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, the sound of her stiletto heels echoing in the silence. The room fell into a profound stillness. This woman was none other than the legendary heiress of the Zuo family. Zuo Wei, a sleek black sports car, like a dazzling shadow, traversed the undulating mountains before finally coming to a gentle halt. Before an expansive, opulent villa, the vast courtyard was adorned with blossoming plum trees, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Petals danced in the breeze, and the scene was alive with guests mingling, their laughter and toasts echoing in the atmosphere. Not far away, within the confines of a black sports car, Zuo Wei sat in quiet contemplation, listening to the varying melodies emanating from the speaker's closet. Her exquisite visage was shrouded in closed eyelids. Her complexion gradually paling, she lacked the courage to behold the truth that, in the end, her beloved Xiao Cheng had become someone else's. Closet, and she found herself drifting further away from him. That fateful evening, she declared to Xiao Cheng, I owe myself one final wish, and I implore you to fulfill it. I wish for you to marry another woman. There is no room for negotiation. This is my sole request of you." Thus, today he would another. The plum blossoms fluttering in the air mirrored the turmoil within him. Ultimately, he came to despise himself, believing this to be for the best. In their hearts, hatred was easier to bear than love eventually. Even that hatred would fade into oblivion. And, her vision blurred, memories of her stern father, her mother who steadfastly refused to meet her gaze, and the boy from years past who shook the plum blossoms for her flooded her me. Indeed, along with his earnest promise, Zuo Wei, I will shake the plum blossoms for you every year, all right? Yet, there was no longer a future for them. I'm sorry, Xiao Cheng. Only by marrying someone else can you sever all ties between us, and only then can you truly live. What I desire is solely you, to survive. So be it, Zuo Wei. In accordance with your wishes, I shall marry another. Will that satisfy you? Will that bring you joy? As the ceremony concluded, the harmonious music resonated. On the street, a fleet of Maybachs came to a gradual halt. A strikingly handsome, yet sinister middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle, his steps somewhat unsteady. Approaching the sleek black sports car, his hand trembled as it gripped the door handle. Once the door swung open, a pungent aroma of blood assailed the senses, vivid crimson staining the seats and floorboards. Zuo Ting, the formidable patriarch of the Zuo family, cradled the lifeless corpse, weeping inconsolably. 12 years prior, he had forcibly taken his wife, promising her the world, yet ultimately failed to retain her, helplessly watching as she squandered her life away. Now, 12 years later, he could not bear the thought of his only daughter falling for a man incapable of safeguarding her, driving her to such desperate measures. Had he erred once more? Zuo Wei once imparted to him, "Father, love cannot be seized. True lovers seek not possession. What they desire is simply each other's happiness." Gazing at the wound on Zuo Wei's abdomen, Zuo Ting's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "Investigate who attacked her. Whoever it may be, they shall face death, no exceptions. If they hold even the slightest connection, they shall all perish. Not one shall remain." The profound hatred emanating from him sent chills down the spines of all his bodyguards. Zuo Ting gently caressed the youthful and beautiful visage of Zuo Wei, his tone tender. In this lifetime, I, Zuo Ting, have cared for but two women, your mother and you. I wish to bestow all my power upon you both, yet now, you are no longer here. What purpose do these remnants serve? Those who have caused you harm shall meet their demise. In the past, your mother, consumed by hatred, refused to see you even once after giving birth. Though you remained silent, I know your heart aches otherwise. You would not have wept as you played her favorite piece, Starlight, throughout the night of her passing. Now, I shall take you to meet her, so our family may be united forever, shall we? With that, he cast a glance towards the courtyard not far away. Since he is the one you hold dear, I shall spare his life, bringing you a measure of joy. Is it not? Zuo Ting murmured as he embraced Zuo Wei, walking along while whispering to himself. Within the courtyard, the bride and groom were serving drinks to their guests. Xiao Cheng welcomed all, indulging in cup after cup, his vision blurred with intoxication as he gazed at the blooming plum blossoms. Why did they seem to bloom with an even greater sorrow? It felt as though his heart had perished. Chapter 2. He is Zuo Wei. The resplendent Baiyun Peak, adorned with its eternal beauty, boasts a summit cloaked in an expanse of ice and snow. A delicate, ethereal mist envelopes the peak, intertwining with verdant hints that lie hidden within, creating an otherworldly ambience. The purity of the ice and snow captivates the senses to an extraordinary degree. However, at the base of the peak, at the entrance of the forest, a steady stream of individuals traverse this path, warriors clad in martial attire, mercenaries adorned in armor, and splendidly dressed challengers of the academy. Before their ascent, they exchange grave admonitions. For Baiyun Peak is fraught with peril. In Baiyun Town, there stands an inn that has operated for centuries, welcoming countless adventurers who venture to hone their skills upon Baiyun Peak. It is said that a visit to Baiyun Peak is incomplete without a stop at this inn. The establishment serves a local delicacy, kame fruit, transformed into a rich and flavorful kame wine. Curiously, the kame fruit, when consumed raw, possesses an exceedingly bitter and peculiar taste. So much so that even the domesticated fowl of the locals refuse to partake. Yet, the inn's founder discovered a unique method to craft this wine, leading to the establishment's rise as the preeminent tavern in Baiyun Town. As usual, the inn bustles with life, filled with the mingled aromas of mercenaries, sweat, strong spirits, and the enticing scent of roasted meats. Inside, they shed their sweat-drenched garments, baring their arms, and engage in raucous laughter and conversation. Although some wear expressions of sorrow, their joviality often stems from having braved the treacherous peak, returning with fortunes, while the somber faces may well belong to those mourning fallen comrades. At the forefront of the bar, A child with raven hair and dark eyes sat perched upon a tall stool, with a series of deft movements. He expertly concocted a cocktail in the blink of an eye, his expression inscrutable. His eyes, glossy and deep as the night sky, contrasted sharply with the rough, waxen skin of the mercenaries surrounding him. The child's mixology was a spectacle of grace, his nimble gestures fluid and his demeanor subtly aloof. In an instant, he prepared a cocktail for a mercenary who gazed in awe, a luminous blue elixir, its surface shimmering like the cosmos. The child's voice, crisp and youthful, rang out like a coin clinking, yet it bore a trace of indifference. The mercenary, momentarily stupefied, glanced from the expressionless boy to the glass before him, the azure liquid swirling with an enchanting elegance, tinged with a hint of melancholy. In a fluster, the mercenary withdrew a gold coin from his pocket, disregarding the fact that it represented 10 days' worth of rations. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Zuo Wei. Is there something you need?" "Handsome?" A beguiling voice echoed, though the speaker remained unseen. A delicate, alabaster hand parted the curtain, revealing a captivating visage, eyebrows arched playfully. Cascading waves of fiery red hair tumbled languidly down her back, accentuating her slender waist and long, shapely legs. Her upper body exuded a captivating allure. The atmosphere thickened as all present held their breath, for it was rumored that the tavern's owner had transformed into a woman 3 years prior, a woman of stunning beauty. Indeed, the whispers were true. Such temptation was far more fitting to serve as the tavern's emblem than any vintage wine could ever aspire to be. The young mercenary's face flushed a deep crimson, his cowardice evident as he stammered, "It's nothing. I merely wish to inquire about his name." Following this, he retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and placed it on the bar before hastily fleeing. Shortly thereafter, the tavern erupted with shouts for another bottle of Kame wine. Zuo Wei, composed, pocketed the gold coin and remarked nonchalantly to the tavern owner, "Dina, by my calculations, each time you appear, the tavern's revenue increases by half. And some of that requires no cost at all, such as this very coin. Goodness, do I wield such influence? It seems I am indeed in my prime." With an irresistible charm, Dina feigned modesty, covering her face with her left hand. "Allow me to remind you, dear aunt, that just half a month ago, you celebrated your 35th birthday, while I am merely 8 years old. The title of sister is perhaps more appropriate when directed at my mother." Zuo Wei cast a sidelong glance at her. "You little rascal, could you not be a tad sweeter? You always manage to deflate my spirits. Just look, if I age prematurely, it will undoubtedly be your fault." Dina gritted her teeth, unable to resist pinching Zuo Wei's cheek. "Ah, your skin feels delightful. Truly, how can a child have such perfect skin?" With a dismissive motion, Zuo Wei brushed her hand away. "I must take my leave now. I still need to purchase medicine for my mother. I shall return tomorrow." "Wait, here," Dina called, catching Zuo Wei as she turned to leave, producing a small cloth pouch. "This is your salary for the month." Zuo Wei glanced at the bag, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction as he remarked, "My salary is not that high. You have given me double. Take it if you must. It is not for you, but for your mother. Do you really think you are worthy of such privilege?" "Humph. Let's go?" Dina replied impatiently. Zuo Wei stared at her intently for a long while before saying, "I will remember this. Thank you." He then turned and ran away. Watching Zuo Wei disappear from her sight, Dina sighed. She genuinely cherished this child. A year ago, on a snowy midnight, as she opened the door to commence her business, she beheld a delicately beautiful child, shivering in the cold, standing before her in scant attire. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "I want to work in your shop. Do not inquire why. Just believe that I can bring more income to your establishment, whether you choose to trust me or not." His self-assured tone and spirited demeanor provided her with warmth amid that frigid winter. Indeed, Zuo Wei possessed the confidence to back it up. The bar's uniquely styled decor, the intriguing cocktails, and profitable pricing adjustments rendered the tavern increasingly popular day by day. Although the rough patrons perceived Zuo Wei as an extraordinarily beautiful boy with a somewhat aloof temperament, she could discern at a glance that he was, in fact, a girl. No boy could possess such exquisite features. Yet, she refrained from disclosing this to others, recognizing that boys were often more suited to earn a living in taverns. Moreover, there lingered a subtle fragrance about her. Such a stunning young lady, possessing an exquisite demeanor that even the daughters of affluent families cannot rival. Yet, alas, this child is pitiable. Furthermore, there is Zuo Wei's mother, an ordinary-looking woman, yet with an extraordinary presence. Zuo Wei hurried to the town's apothecary, purchasing medicinal ingredients, leaving her pouch with a mere 5 gold coins from an initial sum of 25. It is an undeniable truth that in any realm, the medical profession remains exceedingly lucrative. As night deepened, the timid chatter of the forest's birds echoed softly. These skittish creatures are perhaps the most rudimentary species in this perilous world, timid, yet becoming active under the veil of night. In the somewhat dilapidated courtyard of the Zuo family, Zuo Wei knelt upon the ground, awaiting the fish simmering in the pot, alongside a herbal brew gradually releasing its medicinal aroma. Gazing at the flickering flames of the stove, Zuo Wei allowed her thoughts to settle. The once formidable Zuo Wei, who commanded the winds on earth, had, in a moment of severe injury, chosen not to seek healing but instead opted to witness her beloved wed, gradually succumbing to her fate. It has been a year since Zuo Wei arrived in this world. Chapter 3. The Taiyuan world. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a meager room, a sight she had never encountered even in period dramas. Then, she beheld that woman, her mother, or rather, she should be addressed as mother. At first glance, Zuo Wei recognized her, for the love emanating from her eyes was a rare treasure she had yearned for during her 21 years of life, yet had never attained. "How have you been, Wei Wei?" the woman inquired with concern. "Your health is poor. How could you venture into such perilous terrain?" She gently lifted Zuo Wei, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The profound worry emanating from the woman evoked a poignant urge to weep within Zuo Wei. So this is the essence of maternal love. Leaning into the woman's embrace, Zuo Wei was enveloped by a faint, delightful fragrance, indeed, reminiscent of mint. In the days that followed, Zuo Wei gradually came to accept this woman, aspiring to honor the memory of the departed Zuo Wei and cherish her as her own mother. In turn, she discovered that her own mother was composed, graceful, and gentle, bearing a striking resemblance to the maternal figure from her previous life. Yet, that mother had never cast a glance in her direction. Zuo Jinxian, the town's esteemed literature teacher, was entrusted with the cultural enlightenment of the local children. While brute strength reigns supreme in this world, the cultivation of culture also significantly contributes to the intellectual development of the youth. Thus, the erudite Zuo Jinxian became the sole literary educator in the town. This realm, known as the Taiyuan world, venerates martial prowess, with the majority of individuals laying their foundational skills in childhood, striving diligently to become formidable warriors in the future. Zuo Wei had perused the tomes within Zuo Jinxuan's abode, discovering that this world was indeed boundless and vast. The entire realm comprised 5 continents. To the east lay the eastern Hao continent, to the west the western Ting continent, to the south the southern Xian continent, to the north the northern Ming continent, and at the center, the central Tian continent. These continents varied in size, yet legends spoke of the central Tian continent being tenfold larger than the aggregate of the others. The 5 continents were separated by an expanse of magnificent oceans, amidst which numerous diminutive islands and secret realms could be found. Each continent was home to countless empires, which were further divided into numerous provinces, and within those provinces, cities were delineated. Baiyun Town was merely a modest nation within the eastern Hao continent, specifically in the Ally Empire, located in the Kalei province. And it was but the smallest of towns. However, Baiyun Peak, under the jurisdiction of Shinkong City, enjoyed a modicum of renown due to the plethora of magical beasts inhabiting it, thereby attracting throngs of adventurers. It appeared that the area of Shinkong City was even larger than that of Earth. This world was not spherical, rather, it was a flat expanse, a stark contrast to Earth. Having witnessed the combat prowess of those mercenaries, which surpassed even the most elite mercenaries on Earth, Zuo Wei recalled how one could easily shatter a tree with a mere palm strike. The terror he experienced at that moment lingered long after, especially as Dina had remarked on his rare expression of fear. Those mercenaries, however, were merely the lowest tier of this world, akin to his current self. It seemed that the mercenary who had effortlessly broken the tree was a warrior, not even a knight. The ever-determined Zuo Wei harbored a desire akin to that of the children around her. She yearned to strengthen her physique and aspire to become a martial artist. However, Zuo Jinxian opposed this notion, compelling her to relinquish her ambitions, for she did not wish to see her mother distressed. Taking in the scent of the medicinal brew, she deemed it acceptable, skillfully grasping a cloth to extinguish the flame beneath the pot and pour the concoction into a bowl, which she then carried into the room. Zuo Jinxian reclined quietly on the bed, her countenance, though still fair, or traces of weariness, her hands engaged in the delicate task of knitting. Observing her increasingly frail mother, Zuo Wei felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. It seemed that every time she attained the cherished affection she longed for, they would slip away in the blink of an eye. Xiao Cheng was one, and now her mother was another. "Mother, it is time for your medicine," Zuo Wei murmured softly as she placed the bowl before Zuo Jinxian, setting aside her knitting. Zuo Jinxian scrutinized her daughter's youthful visage, and a twinge of pain gripped her heart. "Wei Wei, have you been working at the tavern again today? I have told you that I still have savings from these past years. There is no need for you to toil for money. Moreover, my health has always been as it is. There is no necessity for me to consume medicine daily. It is nothing, mother. Working there is merely a way to strengthen myself. The medicine is ready. Are you perhaps avoiding it out of fear of bitterness? If so, I shall buy some sweets from Aunt Ma next time." Zuo Wei teased lightly. "You impudent child, how dare you jest at my expense?" Zuo Jinxian could not help but gently tap Zuo Wei's forehead. Since that day she fainted and awoke, the child had changed significantly, often displaying a newfound maturity. Though she could still be quite mischievous at times. Yet, a hint of mischief was preferable, for it at least suggested a semblance of joy. Having taken her medication, Zuo Jinxian halted Zuo Wei, who was about to serve the meal, and picked up the half-knitted garment in her hands. She examined it and remarked, "Why does this feel off? Wei Wei, have you grown taller recently?" Zuo Wei, with an expression of exasperation, replied, "Mother, you've knitted it incorrectly. The sleeves should be at the neckline." "Ah, that explains it. Why does it feel so wrong?" sighed Zuo Jinxian. "Alas, knitting trousers is far simpler. Clothes are too troublesome." Zuo Wei could only silently nod in agreement, as memories of a certain pair of trousers flashed in her mind. It seemed that the left leg was not of equal length to the right. The gentle and graceful Mrs. Zuo Jinxian possessed a fatal flaw: her skills in needlework. She once had a record of knitting trouser legs into elongated socks, you know, the kind where one end is open and the other is closed. Of course, Zuo Wei generously understood this shortcoming, for she too struggled with needlework. Under the dim light, the pair shared a simple dinner, consisting of a dish and a fish, perfectly balanced in nutrition. For Zuo Wei, who was accustomed to a life of opulence on earth, the culinary offerings of this small town were utterly dismal. Take the tavern's meat dishes, for instance. The roasted meats were either excessively greasy or utterly bland. The stir-fried dishes were merely basic preparations of the raw ingredients, lacking any seasoning. If it weren't for the freshness and palatability of the organic ingredients, Zuo Wei would truly consider her existence in this world a calamity. Though on Earth, Zuo Wei was a pampered young lady who had never lifted a finger. Her palate had been refined by countless delicacies. Thanks to the omniscient Baidu and her extraordinary memory, she had memorized numerous menus. In her former life, she had contemplated cooking for Xiao Cheng, yet alas, the opportunity never arose. However, as she observed Zuo Jinxian, who was relishing a bowl of fish soup with an expression of pure bliss, she found solace in the moment. This was sufficient. This was true happiness. After their meal, Zuo Jinxian retreated to her room to complete her unfinished garments. Pausing for a moment, she called out to Zuo Wei, who was balancing her bowl and chopsticks on her way out. "Wei Wei, do not forget the Chronicles of the Continent." 3 times. Zuo Wei stumbled slightly, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh dear, I thought I could evade that." Chapter 4. Did you crawl out of a latrine? As dawn broke, Zuo Wei donned her attire, still in a boyish guise. Regardless of Zuo Jinxian's admonitions or her own reflections, she found this appearance more fitting. Moreover, this body naturally inclined towards androgyny, though it retained a certain beauty, akin to that of a youthful lad. Upon stepping outside, Zuo Wei beheld a line of children and youths at the square, each carrying sandbags and sprinting with fervor. Regardless of gender, their faces glistened with perspiration, yet none uttered a word of complaint. This alone reaffirmed to Zuo Wei that she was no longer on Earth. Above her, the sun hung in the sky alongside a crescent moon. During the day, the sun radiated brilliant light while the crescent remained dim, only to reverse their roles at night. On the road, a group of adventurers has already gathered, while others engage in the trade of various goods, including weapons and the pelts of exotic beasts. Inside the tavern, a cluster of mercenaries is conversing animatedly. Upon noticing a young boy entering, they pause momentarily, yet a few familiar faces greet him warmly, exclaiming, "Zuo Wei, you've arrived. Bring me a glass of do not intoxicate." Facing life and death, this is precisely the flavor we crave. Zuo Wei nods in acknowledgement, and though he senses their jovial spirit, he merely offers a faint smile. opting for silence as he strides directly to the bar to prepare his own drink. However, newcomers to Baiyun Town exchange curious glances, one pulling aside a nearby mercenary to whisper, "Hey, my friend, who is this young boy? He appears so noble and yet possesses the skill to mix drinks with such maturity." The mercenary replies, "Ah, you're unaware, are you? This young lad is remarkably astute. It is said that he works as an assistant in this tavern, responsible for its design and mixology. Remarkably, he also manages the finances, earning a monthly wage that surpasses what we mercenaries earn through our perilous endeavors. All those cocktails, the tavern's design, and its decor, he oversees everything single-handedly. Such prowess. Those who hear this are taken aback. In this world, while children tend to mature intellectually at an early age, a mind as sharp as his is exceptionally rare. Even among the most prominent families. Heh, if this child possesses a talent for cultivation, he is sure to achieve great things in the future. Perhaps one day she may become a warrior, who can tell? However, it appears that Zuo Wei has not engaged in any form of training, as we have yet to witness her partake in any physical exercise. Perhaps her constitution is not robust, leading her to forego the path of cultivation. Alas, what a shame. Zuo Wei vaguely overheard their conversation. It would be a lie to claim she was indifferent. She had contemplated the idea of becoming a cultivator, for that would enable her to amass greater wealth and provide for her mother's medical treatment. Yet, Zuo Jinxian disapproved, and thus she would refrain from pursuing that course. At that moment, Dina gracefully emerged from the inner hall, inevitably stirring excitement among all present. This woman, with every smile and frown, exudes charm. Noticing Zuo Wei's disregard for her, Dina tapped the table and exclaimed, "You little rascal, why are you ignoring me? You are so strikingly beautiful that I fear if I gaze upon you, I shall lose the courage to admire my own reflection." Zuo Wei replied with utmost sincerity, "Ha! You little imp, it's rare to hear you speak so candidly. Come now, dear sister would never shun you," Dina said, unable to resist the playful demeanor of Zuo Wei. She seized Zuo Wei by the shoulders and pulled her into an embrace, for that expression had been utterly adorable. Meanwhile, an onlooker sipping a blue cocktail witnessed this scene and inadvertently stained his drink with crimson. Indeed, such a spectacular moment was enough to invigorate anyone. Nearby, a young attendant responsible for cleaning wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting the fact that he would once again be burdened with the task of tidying up. At that moment, a group of over 10 men, their faces contorted with malice, strode into the tavern. They were robust in stature, with remnants of dried blood still staining their bodies. The leader of the group slammed his hand heavily upon the bar, bellowing, "Today, the Gale Mercenary Corps has reserved this place. Everyone else must leave." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Dina, causing her to feel a chill. She calmly replied, "I am the proprietor of this tavern. If you wish to partake in drinks, you are most welcome. However, if you seek trouble, I will not entertain you." "Haha, you, a mere woman, are the owner of this tavern? What can you possibly do? My dear, follow me, and you shall never want for food and drink again. You need not waste your time in this dilapidated establishment." The burly man retorted with a mocking laugh. This was dire. The Gale Mercenary Corps was a notorious force in our region. A legendary band of brigands comprised entirely of martial artists and warriors, with their leader being a formidable general. The tavern seemed doomed, as they were not known to operate in this area, yet here they were at Baiyun Peak. Some mercenaries within the tavern began to sense the gravity of the situation, recognizing the identity of the newcomers and engaging in hushed discussions. Unlike these scattered mercenaries and adventurers, those hailing from a mercenary corps were not to be trifled with. "Sir, did you spring forth from a rock?" A clear, youthful voice interjected, momentarily stunning the leader and everyone present. After a brief pause, the man realized the child was addressing him. Looking into the dark, bright eyes of the child, he instinctively responded, "Certainly not." "Oh, then did you crawl out of a latrine? If no woman bore you, then you must have emerged from a cesspool." Laughter erupted within the tavern, an uncontrollable wave of mirth. Zuo Wei's words were venomous indeed. The burly man's face turned a shade of fury, veins bulging as he bellowed, "You little rascal. Are you seeking death?" He unsheathed his sword, ready to strike at Zuo Wei. At that moment, a crimson specter erupted from Dina's hand, darting forth with lightning speed to collide with the man's face. In an instant, flames engulfed him, and he was reduced to ashes before anyone could comprehend the spectacle. The remaining men, gripped by terror, began to flee, exclaiming, "Heavens, there exists a noble elemental mage in this humble place." Within mere seconds, over a dozen men were transformed into mere remnants of ash. Dina nonchalantly blew on her delicate, pale hands and remarked coolly, "It is not that I desire to take lives, but you are simply too despicable." Chapter 5. Little brother, let me tell you, you are a genius. Silence fell over the tavern. What had they just witnessed? They had initially thought the stunning proprietress was merely captivating, yet she had conjured a fireball in her hand. Good heavens, she was an elemental mage. Unlike the martial powers accessible to all, elemental practitioners were a rarity, emerging only once in tens of thousands. In Starry Sky City, with its population exceeding 1 billion, there were scarcely 100,000 elemental practitioners. Such mages would not be found in a place as modest as this. They were either absorbed into the prominent families within Starry Sky City, admitted to elite academies, or recruited by mysterious sections. Who would have imagined that those mercenaries, who typically spoke ill of Dina, would now lower their heads, wishing to vanish from sight? Good heavens, let us hope Dina does not notice them. Dina surveyed the entire venue, a charming smile gracing her lips. Ladies and gentlemen, I have embarrassed myself today, and I apologize for any fright caused. As a gesture of goodwill, all expenses incurred by you today are waived. The mercenaries were taken aback, astonished by such a fortunate turn of events. Soon, the atmosphere in the tavern grew lively once more. Zuo Wei gave Dina a discreet thumbs up, effectively diverting their attention. You weren't scared just now, were you? You little rascal? Those men were martial artists, capable of crushing you with a mere finger. Dina teased, genuinely surprised by Zuo Wei's audacity in the face of danger. The audacity of the child to provoke those formidable figures was indeed unexpected. Yet, seeing the pallor on the faces of the hulking men brought her a sense of delight. Those contemptible rascals were indeed deserving of disdain. I can feel it, Qingqing remarked, observing Dina intently. Dina, puzzled, inquired, feel what? I sense a surge of energy emanating from you. You are far superior to them, and there is not a trace of fear in your eyes. Rather, they are filled with disdain for them. In your eyes, they are insignificant. Most importantly, they are quite deserving of a beating. Dina was taken aback, exclaiming, You can perceive the energy in my hands? Even before I manifested the fireball? Zuo Wei found her reaction curious and nodded. Goodness, you're a freak, Dina exclaimed playfully, drawing the attention of everyone present. Oh, never mind. Please enjoy your food and drinks. Dina swiftly lifted Zuo Wei, exclaiming as she dragged her towards the inner hall. She pulled Zuo Wei into her room, forcefully seating her on the bed, then leaned down, fixing her gaze intently upon Zuo Wei. The scrutiny made Zuo Wei feel an unsettling chill. Could it be that this woman perceived herself as alluring and was harboring inappropriate thoughts? In her own world, she had encountered many such deviants with a predilection for young ones. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Hey, what else with that expression? I assure you, I want to devour you. However, little brother, you do appear quite delectable. Perhaps irked by Zuo Wei's averted gaze, Dina felt compelled to tease her further. Oh, teasing Zuo Wei once a day brings joy, fostering both physical and mental well-being, not to mention enhancing beauty. Observing the glimmering excitement in Dina's eyes, Zuo Wei regained her composure. This woman, whenever she donned such an expression, seemed intent on tormenting her. It was indeed a peculiar mindset. Enough of this. If we continue, I might faint from frustration. Let me ask you, can you sense the energy fluctuations surrounding me? Really? Dina's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Zuo Wei, noticing her formal tone, straightened her expression and replied, Yes, is that strange? Strange? How could it not be? I consider myself a prodigy among elemental practitioners. In the past, that lecherous old man deceitfully lured me into the mountains, claiming I was a once-in-a-century fire cultivator. He insisted that neglecting my potential would be a disservice to my parents, to the common folk of the Ally dynasty, and to the divine gifts bestowed upon me. Thus began Dina's tirade of grievances, her words flying forth like spittle. Wiping the saliva splattered on her face, Zuo Wei's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, urging her to get to the point. In summary, at that time, I could only sense the flow of energy in others' bodies upon reaching the Yuan general level. I certainly could not perceive the energy of those ranked lower than me, nor could I sense those of the same rank or higher. The ability to sense energy signifies a person's affinity with the elements. The higher the sensing ability, the stronger the capacity to harmonize with the elements, and naturally, the faster the cultivation speed. With a solemn expression, Dina placed both hands firmly on Zuo Wei's shoulders. Little brother, I must tell you, you are a genius, a prodigious genius, Dina declared earnestly. Zuo Wei, gazing at Dina's serious demeanor, could not help but chuckle. You sound like a charlatan now. Don't laugh, I am being serious. Elemental cultivators are exceedingly rare, and your ability to sense the energy flowing through me without any prior cultivation is remarkable. I am a mid-tier elemental cultivator, and yet you can still sense it. I am at a loss for words to describe you. It's extraordinary. If that lecherous old man were here, he would undoubtedly have abducted you and taken you to the mountains. Dina retorted with a hint of exasperation. To be frank, it would be disingenuous to say Zuo Wei was unhappy, who would willingly accept being deemed a failure. However, what happened? Dina noticed that Zuo Wei's expression had grown dim, and she couldn't help but inquire, for it was rare to see Zuo Wei so devoid of spirit. My mother forbids me from cultivating. I once mentioned to her my desire to strengthen my body and become a warrior, but she disapproved, Zuo Wei replied softly. That's rather peculiar. Perhaps she has her reasons. Nonetheless, it is truly a pity. Your mother is neither a martial cultivator nor an elemental practitioner. How could she possibly discern whether you are cultivating in secret? Elemental practitioners cannot train their bodies every day, so how would she ever find out if you were to practice discreetly? Pausing for a moment, Dina's tone turned serious. Zuo Wei, in this world, a woman devoid of powerful protection is indeed a tragic figure. Just look at my situation today. Had I not been an elemental practitioner, I would not be here now, but rather taken away to suffer indignities at their hands. Zuo Wei stared in astonishment at Dina, realizing that she recognized her as a girl. Dina smirked slightly and remarked, only those brutish types fail to see it. Generally, anyone observant enough would notice. You are still a child. While your features may appear somewhat androgynous, the scent you carry is unmistakable. Personal fragrance is often imperceptible to oneself, yet those around you can easily detect it. At present, you are fine, but as you mature, it won't just be me. Those brutish types will see it at a glance. I trust you are aware of your appearance, are you not? Even now, there are mercenaries who often steal glances at you. This world is rife with those of sordid intentions. Zuo Wei had to admit that recently he had grown complacent, accepting the status quo. Indeed, this world lacks moral integrity and legal protection. It is dominated solely by power. Only the formidable can seize control of their own lives and safeguard those they wish to protect. On this earth, in order to avoid being devoured by the wolves and tigers, he relentlessly pursued authority. How did he become so timid now? Yes, he must grow stronger. With such strength, he could seek out cherished herbs and find esteemed physicians to heal his mother. Teach me, Dina. I aspire to become an elemental practitioner. Chapter 6. Enlightenment, Elementalists Teach Me. Dina. I aspire to become an elemental practitioner. Zuo Wei declared with unwavering determination. All right. I never imagined I would have a day as a mentor. Dina replied with a hint of amusement. But you must not forget to show me the respect I deserve. You must call me master, my dear disciple. Dina, in her usual whimsical manner, was met with Zuo Wei's cold glare, which immediately quelled her fanciful thoughts. She quickly composed herself and continued, to become an elemental practitioner. One must first awaken their elemental affinity. The stronger the affinity, or the greater the harmony with the elements, the more blessings one will receive from the heavens with each advancement. Wait, what are these blessings from the heavens? Zuo Wei interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Oh right. I forgot you might not understand these concepts. Very well, let me enlighten you today. In this world, there exists a myriad of cultivators. The most commonplace among them being the martial cultivators, referred to as warriors. Almost anyone can engage in martial cultivation, which is categorized into 8 ranks: martial disciple, martial knight, martial general, martial sect master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, and martial supreme, each further divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, with the upper tier being the most exalted. Additionally, there are the specialized elemental masters, who can only be those endowed with elemental affinity. It is said that among every 100,000 individuals, only one ordinary elemental cultivator emerges. Those with exceptionally high elemental affinity and formidable elemental attributes are deemed geniuses. Their ranks include elemental disciple, elemental knight, elemental general, elemental sect master, elemental sovereign, elemental king, elemental emperor, and elemental supreme. Other categories of cultivators are similarly ranked: disciple, knight, general, sect master, sovereign, king, emperor, and supreme. Legends speak of another type of cultivator known as the sword master. The sword is regarded as the foremost of all weapons, and each individual possessing sword mastery talent is considered a prodigy. Among all cultivators, sword masters are renowned for their unparalleled offensive capabilities, shrouded in mystery. It is rumored that some powerful sword masters can soar through the skies on their swords, or even merge their being with their blades. Such abilities are typically reserved for those who have reached the emperor rank in other professions. Moreover, there are various other types of cultivators, such as beast tamers, who may possess lesser innate abilities yet differ from ordinary cultivators in that they can forge contracts with multiple mystical beasts, unlike the single contract typically allowed. The higher their cultivation, the more contracts they can establish, and the mightier the beasts they can summon. There are countless other peculiar cultivators, including musicians, array masters, alchemists, and artifact masters, each with their distinctive characteristics. However, not everyone is confined to a single profession. Some individuals are both elemental practitioners and alchemists. Yet, those who pursue multiple vocations find it exceedingly challenging to attain mastery, while those who do succeed are invariably the elite among the powerful. Zuo Wei was truly astounded, realizing the vastness of the world filled with practitioners. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired of Dina, "Does this imply that there are not many formidable individuals in this world? With so many practitioners, are there any royal or imperial experts in our region? Now that I understand, what must I do next? How does one become an apprentice?" Zuo Wei questioned, slightly perplexed. After all, she had not grown up in this world, and such concepts seemed to exist solely within the fantastical novels of Earth. Having spent a year in this realm, she had not paid much attention to these matters. Zhuo Jinxian sensed that something was amiss with Zuo Wei today. Although her daughter concealed it well, a mother's intuition is often keen, and she could detect an unusual aura surrounding Zuo Wei, an impression of guilt, perhaps. "Wei Wei, what troubles you? Has something occurred?" Zhuo Jinxian gently caressed Zuo Wei's head, her concern palpable. "And nothing, mother. I shall go wash the dishes," Zuo Wei responded, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her as she observed her mother's worried expression. She felt compelled to keep her thoughts to herself. It was truly something that could not be shared. "Very well, but remember, if anything is troubling you, you must confide in me, understood?" Zhuo Jinxian did not press further. She recognized that Zuo Wei was a child of firm conviction, and if she chose not to speak, there must be valid reasons for her reticence. The following day, Zuo Wei rose an hour earlier than usual, neglecting the children exercising along the way, and instead sprinted with fervor. Upon arriving breathlessly at a tavern, she discovered that its doors remained closed. Realizing she had indeed arrived too early, a wry smile crossed her lips. She had not anticipated such excitement in her day. Standing there, she took a moment to steady her heartbeat and maintain her composure, recognizing that excessive emotional turbulence is often a precursor to irrationality. After a brief wait, a tavern attendant appeared to unlock the door. As it swung open, he found Zuo Wei standing before him, her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes mirrored a tranquil, profound night sky. With a nod, she entered, bypassing the bar and proceeding directly to the inner hall. The attendant mused that only Zuo Wei could so boldly enter a place like this. Any other individual would have had to squeeze through sideways, with naught but a lifeless form remaining. Upon reaching Dina's chamber, Zuo Wei found the woman in a deep slumber, her usual grace and charm now replaced by an unceremonious sprawl. Having grown accustomed to Dina's less polished private demeanor, Zuo Wei remained unfazed. However, she noted the faint dark circles under Dina's eyes, and a warm current flowed through her heart. "Dina, you are the fourth person I hold dear in this life and the next," she mused, alongside her mother from a past life, her current mother, and Xiao Cheng. These were the ones she cherished. Dina awoke naturally, stretching languidly, and upon opening her eyes, she spotted Zuo Wei leaning against the bedside, engrossed in a thick tome. A glance revealed the title, Chronicles of the Continent. "What flavor is this? Do you have such filthy books in your own room?" Zuo Wei also noticed that Dina had already awakened, regarding him with an expression of utmost disdain. Raising an eyebrow, she coolly remarked, "Do not look at me like that. Auntie, you have sleep in your eyes." Dina's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang from the bed and darted into the washroom. Within moments, a piercing scream emanated from the washroom. "Zuo Wei, you little trickster, just wait for me." Chapter 7. You are not a genius, but a pervert. An hour later, Dina led Zuo Wei into a dimly lit room. Zuo Wei gazed in curiosity as Dina retrieved a small crystal, no larger than a marble, from a cloth bag. She placed the crystal into a transparent vessel, which immediately emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire room. Observing Zuo Wei's composed demeanor, Dina expressed her surprise, saying, "Aren't you curious? This is an energy lamp ignited by a crystal core. It's not your ordinary animal oil lamp. Zuo Wei smirked inwardly, thinking, what is so extraordinary about this? Have you seen the sound-activated or light-activated lamps on Earth? Humph. Dina arranged an array of peculiar plants and other oddities on the table, placing them sequentially into a large bucket filled to 8/10 with water. Zuo Wei recognized only two of the plants, Dylan flowers and Merlin grass, both of which were quite expensive. He had overheard mercenaries discussing them in the tavern, with a single plant costing nearly 100 gold coins. As the herbs were added, the water began to react, bubbling energetically. Dina then produced a small transparent vial containing a swirling green liquid. Dina addressed Zuo Wei, stating that this was an awakening potion, which, in theory, could facilitate your awakening. However, I have added some additional herbs to enhance the success rate, as awakenings can indeed fail. The prominent families rely on vast resources to ensure that an elementalist successfully awakens. Are you an alchemist? Otherwise, how could you possess such knowledge? Zuo Wei raised an eyebrow, unaccustomed to this professional side of Dina. Well, this is what that old man told me. I awakened in this very manner. Becoming an alchemist is not an easy feat. It requires extensive knowledge of herbs and a natural talent as a fire elementalist. Among unconventional professions, alchemists are indeed the most sought after. Dina's cheeks flushed slightly. She harbored ambitions of becoming an alchemist herself, as it was the fastest way to amass wealth. She opened the cap of the bottle in her hand, revealing a vibrant green liquid. The previously boiling water became tranquil, gradually thickening until, within a minute, the entire barrel transformed into a viscous, pale green substance that flowed slowly. Now, remove your clothes and immerse yourself in this barrel. Dina cast an insidious glance over Zuo Wei's entire being. Zuo Wei remained silent, maintaining a calm gaze upon Dina. Do not look at me like that. Awakenings can be perilous. What if something goes awry while I am away? You genuinely believe I harbor ill intentions towards you. Underdeveloped little sister. You would do well to scrutinize yourself more than me. Dina insisted with righteous fervor, though internally, she felt a twinge of curiosity, indeed, a strong desire, to witness Zuo Wei's flustered expression. Indeed, Dina did not disappoint. Zuo Wei's complexion fluctuated between shades of red, blue, and white. To speak frankly, throughout her past and present existence, Zuo Wei had never bared herself before others, especially not in front of someone as audacious as Dina. Though still a child, the psychological barrier was exceedingly formidable. Reluctantly, Zuo Wei shed her garments, mentally reiterating to herself that this was not Dina, merely a stone. Before her lay a delicate form, with skin as smooth and white as jade, short, lustrous hair, and eyes sparkling like the night sky, framed by exquisite features and a cool demeanor. Why did Dina feel as though she might bleed from her nose? After all, she was merely a child. Could it be that she truly harbored such desires? Initially, Zuo Wei felt uncomfortable, but once she stepped into the tub, submerging herself in the liquid, a chilling essence seeped into her every pore, flowing into her very being. Suddenly, a piercing pain radiated from her bones. Observing the drastic change in Zuo Wei's countenance, Dina recognized the onset of the drug's effects as Zuo Wei let out a cry of anguish. Zuo Wei endured the torment, closing her eyes and biting her lip to stave off unconsciousness, resolute in her determination to acclimate to pain, to avoid future weakness. After a considerable duration, the green liquid in the medicinal tub gradually cleared, losing its previous viscosity. At that moment, dark substances began to ooze from Zuo Wei's body. Dina stood momentarily stunned, her expression peculiar. Could it be that merely awakening could lead to such a purging? It seems Zuo Wei's constitution was indeed exceptional, demonstrating a remarkable ability to absorb medicinal properties. After a while, the black substance ceased to seep from Zuo Wei's body, and the pain diminished. Just as Dina believed it was over, she sensed a tumult in the air as elements surged towards Zuo Wei. Suddenly, Zuo Wei appeared to be engulfed in flames, a blood-red glow radiating across her entire form. Standing at the edge of the barrel, Dina felt an overwhelming sense of dread and an intense heat, prompting her to step back in trepidation. Goodness, what kind of fire attribute is this? It is terrifying. Fearing an unforeseen accident with Zuo Wei, Dina resolved to remain in the room. Just as she thought she could endure no longer, the temperature plummeted drastically, a chilling aura enveloping the space. Objects around her swiftly crystallized into ice while frost enveloped Zuo Wei, emanating waves of cold. At this moment, Dina could no longer bear it. Ice is a formidable counter to fire. As a fire elementalist, she found herself in a perilous predicament. With a swift leap, she exited the room and immediately began to absorb the fire elements in the air, converting them into fire energy to dispel the chilling sensation that enveloped her. She had feared she would freeze to death, as the cold was so severe that she could not even absorb fire elements. After 2 hours, Dina regained her composure and, finding the room no longer exuding cold, she re-entered. Everything appeared as it had before, as if the prior events had never transpired. Only Zuo Wei, completely naked, lay unconscious in the barrel. Gradually, Zuo Wei awoke, realizing she was in Dina's room, feeling refreshed and invigorated, as though every cell in her body was alive. She keenly sensed that her body had undergone some transformation. What transpired? I could only recall the seepage of that dark substance from my body, and then nothingness. You're awake. Dina appeared at the doorway, having watched as Zuo Wei lay in a state of unconsciousness for a full 3 hours. She had been worried that something unfortunate might have occurred. The previous encounter with the conflation of ice and fire had genuinely startled her. It was unheard of for two opposing elemental properties to coexist. Even if such a phenomenon were possible, the inherent conflict could potentially prove fatal. Fortunately, Zuo Wei was still alive. Otherwise, Dina would have been consumed by guilt. Did I succeed? I cannot recall the events that followed. Zuo Wei queried, stroking her chin as she gazed at Dina. It should be deemed a success, I suppose. Now, concentrate your mind and attempt to sense the elements in the air. Dina was uncertain, as Zuo Wei defied conventional logic. Closing her eyes, Zuo Wei followed Dina's instructions, focusing her thoughts. Indeed, after a short while, she perceived a realm of darkness, where tiny red and blue crystals danced before her. She could even sense their respective warmth and chill. Dina observed as Zuo Wei entered a meditative state, intent on leaving to organize her belongings, believing that sensing elements was not an immediate endeavor. Just as she was about to depart, she detected a disturbance in the elemental currents. Suddenly, a deep red fireball, roughly the size of an egg, materialized in Zuo Wei's hand, radiating brilliance that nearly caused Dina to bite her teeth in astonishment. By the time the fireball dissipated, revealing an ice-blue orb, she had regained her composure, having prepared herself mentally for what was to come. Zuo Wei opened his eyes, observing the ice sphere in his hand, the size of an egg. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in wielding such power. In Chapter 8, The Stalker, the counterattack, for the subsequent month, Zuo Wei continued his routine at the tavern. The adventurers and mercenaries, bustling in and out, remained oblivious to the fact that the young bartender before them was an elemental mage, one whom they both admired and feared, albeit still an apprentice. Zuo Wei never absorbed elements at home, as if Zuo Xian had not noticed any anomalies. Thus, his initial anxiety had gradually eased. Each day, he devoted 5 hours to training in Dina's room, while spending the remainder of his time serving as a bartender. During his leisure moments, he often immersed himself in thick tomes at the bar. Some mercenaries expressed curiosity about the nature of these books, but upon glancing at the titles, their interest waned. The Chronicles of the Continent, an overview of continental flora, a brief introduction to beasts of the continent, and so forth, did not seem pertinent to their lives. They merely sought to survive in this region, and they were already familiar with the beasts that roamed there. To think that one could perish at the hands of a formidable elemental mage. How could they dare to offend such a being? Setting aside the immense power of the elemental mage, it was well known that they seldom stood alone. They were invariably supported by vast forces and tutored by powerful mentors, making advancement exceedingly difficult without such backing. Yet here he was, having crossed paths with a powerful elemental mage. However, considering the circumstances, how could he preserve his dignity? Countless other mercenary groups would surely revel in their misfortune. In the Starry Sky City, they were barely recognized even by third-rate powers. The more he pondered, the more resentment brewed within him. With a thunderous clap of his palm, Zakark shattered the wooden table into countless splinters. The 100 mercenaries standing below him trembled, too fearful to dare furrow their leader's brow. Captain, we cannot afford to offend that elemental mage, nor should we take our frustration out on that child, can we? At the very least, let us vent our grievances, for I believe that elemental mage would not turn against us for the sake of a mere laboring child, suggested the vice captain, Okays, who often devised strategies for the group's advancement. Indeed, we must not act against the elemental mage, yet we cannot let that child go unpunished, especially since he has ridiculed our brothers so harshly. Another vice captain, Link, stepped forward eagerly, offering his services. Yes, Captain, I have heard that the boy possesses a striking appearance. It would surely bring you some amusement as well. I discreetly visited the tavern and can attest to his allure. Look, I have even brought a portrait," exclaimed a mercenary known for his sycophantic behavior towards the higher-ups, as he eagerly produced an illustration from his cloak and presented it to Zachark. Upon receiving the portrait, Zachark's eyes sparkled. The boy was indeed captivating. It seemed this was an opportune moment to unleash his pent-up fury. How dare they offend the Stormwind mercenary group? They would pay a heavy price for their insolence. In the town of Bayun, beneath Bayun Peak, there exists a tavern. The situation has become dire, as one is coughing up blood. The remedies purchased from the local apothecary seem utterly ineffective, and yet there are no legendary alchemists nearby who could potentially save one's mother. Suddenly, amidst these troubled thoughts, Zuo Wei becomes acutely aware of an unsettling presence. It feels as though several pairs of eyes are fixated upon her. Am I being followed? Feigning indifference, Zuo Wei approaches a nearby vendor to inspect the wares. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches sight of 3 furtive mercenaries. A sardonic smile creeps across her lips. How naive they must be to think her easily intimidated. It seems they belong to the Wild Wind Mercenary Corps, a faction she had previously crossed. The vendors here are mostly acquainted with Zuo Wei, greeting her warmly, to which she responds with a composed demeanor as they engage in conversation and trade. After making her purchases, Zuo Wei saunters down a quiet, deserted path. Indeed, the moment the 3 figures observe her entering this secluded route, their faces light up with glee, and they abandon any pretense of concealment. However, as they hastily pursue her into the narrow passage, they are met with a shocking sight. Zuo Wei has vanished. Suddenly, from behind the cover of the trees, a fireball, no larger than a hand, springs forth, striking one of the mercenaries in an instant. He lets out a wail as flames engulf him, reducing him to ashes. The other 2 mercenaries' expressions shift dramatically. What have they gotten themselves into? Another elementalist? They had observed earlier that the elementalist remained at the inn. Could it be that this very individual has followed them? A burst of melodious laughter resonated as a small boy emerged from beneath a tree. It was Zuo Wei, holding a basket filled with vegetables and meat in his right hand, while a palm-sized fireball floated effortlessly in his left. The dazzling crimson glow appeared to them as if it were a summons from the depths of hell. In just a month, Zuo Wei had attained the 7th level of apprenticeship. Do not doubt this. Thus, when Dina beheld him, her expression mirrored that of one gazing upon a monster. A 7th level apprentice elementalist, capable of confronting mercenaries of the 3rd rank, was indeed formidable. Elementalists have always been known to challenge opponents beyond their rank. Pray tell, has the Gale Mercenary Corps sent you? Do not utter falsehoods, for children despise deceitful adults. For every lie you speak, I shall incinerate a hand. A faint smile graced Zuo Wei's face, his tone lively and innocent, akin to that of a naive child. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that instilled greater terror in the 2 mercenaries. An 8-year-old apprentice elementalist at level 7 was not unheard of in the Starry Sky City. Families of prominence would spare no effort in awakening the elemental talents of their offspring, providing them with the finest resources. However, those young scions often lacked worldly experience. While this seemingly innocent 8-year-old had already taken a life with a smile, and yet, he gently admonished them against lying. The 2 mercenaries, pale with fear, disregarded the fact that they were merely facing an 8-year-old child. With a thud, they knelt before him, obediently responding to Zuo Wei's inquiries. Upon hearing their answers, Zuo Wei raised an eyebrow and inquired with a hint of amusement, "It seems you are quite well behaved. Very well. I shall spare your hands and allow you to depart swiftly." With a swift motion, a fireball was hurled towards one mercenary, while another, his face contorted in rage, shouted accusations of deceit as he unsheathed his weapon. Yet, what awaited him was yet another fireball. As the 2 were reduced to ashes, Zuo Wei smirked and remarked, "I never claimed that you would be spared if you did not lie." Observing the encroaching twilight, Zuo Wei turned his gaze towards the direction of the Starry Sky City. Sensing that formidable foes would soon come his way, warriors, generals. Chapter 9. A decade of anticipation. The blooming lotus Zuijin Xian gently ruffled Zuo Wei's hair, her arms encircling him tenderly. "I am not as fragile as you think," she said softly. "It's just that I feel as though I haven't ventured out in ages. Nor have I gazed upon this tree for quite some time." Embracing Zuijin Xian, Zuo Wei looked at the tree in the courtyard, still vibrant and full of life, and asked, "Is this the tree you mentioned, Mother? Is it particularly special?" Indeed, she chuckled. This tree was planted by me 9 years ago. It has been 9 years. Yet it still has not bloomed. Releasing Zuo Wei, Zuo Jinxian delicately caressed the trunk with her slender fingers, speaking gently. For some reason, Zuo Wei felt a profound sadness emanating from her, a sorrow that felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of his own past, filled with longing for someone lost. Zuo Wei grasped Zuo Jinxian's hand tightly, his face lighting up with a radiant smile as he exclaimed, "Mother, let us not dwell on this tree anymore. Please, go inside. I shall prepare your favorite dish, the clear-braised pork, and you can judge whether my culinary skills have improved." "Very well," Zuo Jinxian replied with a beaming smile, allowing herself to be led inside by Zuo Wei. As Zuo Wei stepped out of the door, Zuo Jinshuan's countenance was overshadowed by profound sorrow, crystalline tears gradually cascading down her cheeks. During their meal, Zuo Jinxian incessantly recounted the amusing anecdotes from Zuo Wei's childhood, eliciting from Zuo Wei a desire to bury her face in her hands and weep. Goodness, was the original owner of this body truly so comical? Even walking could lead one to tumble into a latrine. Zuo Jinxian playfully pinched Zuo Wei's cheek, chuckling, "Though you were not as clever as you are now, your clumsiness was utterly endearing." Zuo Wei felt a sense of helplessness. She had recently noticed that Zuo Jinxian had taken to teasing her more and more, much like Dina did. Wei, how about we go out to play tomorrow? It seems that in all your years, I have never taken you anywhere for fun." Zuo Jinxian suddenly hesitated, her voice laced with uncertainty. Zuo Wei was taken aback. "Play?" But she quickly smiled. "Sure. Where shall we go? I'll let you know tomorrow. You mustn't sleep in late." Zuo Jinxian insisted. Zuo Wei rolled her eyes. "Sleep in late?" She rose earlier than the two bulbs in the sky. "Thank you very much." A veil of white drifted across the sky, gradually unveiling the azure sea, which revealed its fresh and radiant visage. The waves gently caressed the rocks, while blue wren birds, with their elongated tails and graceful forms, flitted about, favoring the coastal areas with their exquisite appearance. Leaning against Zuo Wei, Zuo Jinxian gazed at the breathtaking seascape, the shimmering surface reflecting the cerulean sky, as the gentle sea breeze stirred the tranquil waters, creating ripples. A serene smile graced her face. Indeed, this place was remarkably beautiful. Zuo Wei guided Zuo Jinxian to a large rock where they settled down, leaning against each other and quietly admiring the ocean view. As Zuo Wei gradually immersed himself in the tranquility surrounding him, a faint whisper from Zuo Jinxian reached his ears. Wei, if one day I were to die, please do not be saddened, all right?" At that moment, Zuo Wei felt as though a needle had pierced his heart, causing a sharp pang of pain. Grasping Zuo Jinxian's hand tightly, he gazed at the distant horizon and softly replied, "Mother, if you were to die, I would hate you. So, please do not leave me." A single tear fell upon Zuo Wei's hand. Initially warm, it gradually turned cold, chilling to the bone. That night, the memory of the evening's events haunted Zuo Wei, causing a heart-wrenching ache as if it were fracturing. He rose from his bed and approached Zuo Jinxian's door, only to find it ajar. Peering into the room, he discovered it was empty. Hastily exiting the courtyard, he spotted a solitary figure seated beneath a tree. The silhouette appeared ethereal, as if it might vanish at any moment. Unable to contain himself, Zuo Wei called out, "Mother." As the figure turned, he caught his breath in astonishment. Was it truly her? With flowing dark hair, delicate eyebrows, a refined nose, and skin as pure as jade, her eyes were deep and clear, radiating an air of noble elegance. Wei, come here. Do you not recognize me?" The familiar voice beckoned him closer. Zuo Jinxian gently rested her head upon Zuo Wei's shoulder, a soft smile gracing her pale and weary face. "My daughter has grown, now able to lend me her shoulder for support." Leaning against the trunk of the tree, she gazed at the cold crescent moon above. Zuo Wei faintly heard Zuo Jinxian speak softly. Wei, this tree is called the lotus of dual blossoms. Legend has it that the lotus will bloom with flowers. And when it does, if a man and a woman meet beneath its branches, they will fall in love. Should they, unfortunately, part ways, as long as one of them remains beneath the lotus tree, they shall reunite when the flowers bloom again. 10 years ago, I fell in love with a man beneath this very tree. He professed his love for me, but eventually, he departed to marry another woman. While I carried you within me, I brought you here to this tree. Wei, I have found joy in these years. Yet I am sorry that I cannot provide you with a complete home, leaving you to face the world alone. Please do not be sad. Live happily, will you? I long to see it once more. The lotus flowers bloom, and the imperial clouds are cold. Have you come to take me away? Her voice weakened. Tears fell drop by drop onto Zuo Wei's hands and her heart. Suddenly, Zuo Wei beheld purple petals cascading around her, each emanating a soft violet glow. Looking up, she saw the vibrant blossoms nestled among the green leaves, fresh and elegant, each flower radiating a gentle light and a subtle fragrance, perpetually blooming and withering. Zuo Wei knelt before Zuo Jinxian, her tears mingling with the falling petals of the lotus, cascading to the ground. She was alone once more. Chapter 10. Relics. In the morning, the tavern was still bustling with activity, yet the tavern keeper's wife sat listlessly at the bar, a handkerchief clutched in her hand as she impatiently gazed towards the entrance. The comings and goings of patrons seemed to deter anyone from speaking to her. For even the forces from the starry sky city were aware of the enchanting fire elementalist residing in the minuscule realm of Baiyun Peak, although her exact level remained unknown. No one wished to provoke an elementalist recklessly. With a slight furrow in her brow, Dina found it peculiar. Usually, at this hour, Zuo Wei would have arrived by now. Could he be caught up in some urgent matter? That seemed unlikely, as he was typically quite composed. What could have transpired? With this thought, Dina promptly stood and made her way to Zuo Wei's residence. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, Dina was taken aback by the sight before her. Beneath a tree, the ground was strewn with purple petals, and a woman of exquisite beauty leaned against the trunk, her countenance pale yet serene. Kneeling before her was a small child, Zuo Wei. Who was this woman? Could it be Zuo Jinxian? Upon closer inspection of her attire, Dina confirmed it was indeed Zuo Jinxian. Though the scene appeared tranquil, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped the atmosphere. Zuo Jinxian was no longer alive. Dina grasped the truth in an instant. Slowly approaching Zuo Wei, she crouched beside him, only to find that his once brilliant eyes, reminiscent of a starry sky, were now filled with an eerie stillness. His tender lips were marred by a deep wound, blood having long since congealed. Zuo Wei, please do not be this way, Dina implored, but Zuo Wei remained oblivious, lost in his stupor. Dina, filled with both heartache and frustration, realized that this situation could not persist, lest the child become irreparably damaged. With a swift motion, she delivered a stinging slap to Zuo Wei, sending him sprawling to the ground. What is this? That lifeless, apathetic expression directed at your mother. Do you wish for her to find no peace? Are you aware of the depth of her love for you? While you toil under my roof, it is she who prepares your meals at noon. In your childhood, when your health was frail and any exertion would lead to illness, it was she who tirelessly brewed medicine for you and cared for you. That is why she wished for you to steer clear of becoming a warrior. She could not bear to see you suffer. Wei, do not forget the chronicles of the continent. 3 times, mind you. Do not be disheartened. Live joyfully, will you? Slowly, Zuo Wei approached Zuo Jinxian, struggling to lift her onto his back. Dina watched silently, aware that Zuo Wei wished to undertake this task alone. After some time, he laid Zuo Jinxian to rest beneath the intertwined lotus trees, ensuring that she would forever witness the blooming of the lotus flowers, never to miss it again. 3 days later, the patrons of the tavern were surprised to see Zuo Wei return, though he no longer mixed drinks. Instead, he sought out Dina each time he visited. You have now reached apprentice level 9. Upon breaking through to level 10, you shall become a formal elemental practitioner. My, how remarkable it is to achieve level 9 in just over 30 days, and without any assistance from potions. Zuo Wei, I must reiterate, you are quite the anomaly, Dina exclaimed. Zuo Wei raised an eyebrow and replied, I have heard it said that advancing as an elemental practitioner requires substantial financial and material resources. Is that truly the case? Due to the exorbitant cost of the Elemental Master S scrolls, even the most affordable yellow-grade lower-tier scroll commands no less than 1,000 gold coins, which is more than double the price of those for martial masters. Moreover, the difficulty of advancement for elemental masters surpasses that of martial masters, a necessary sacrifice. As every profession possesses its own merits and drawbacks, Dina sighed, expressing her intention to cultivate on Baiyun Peak in order to earn money while honing her skills. Zuo Wei gazed toward the direction of Baiyun Peak and remarked casually, you must exercise caution. Although the area is inhabited by only lower-tier beasts, these creatures are significantly more formidable than lower-tier martial masters. Additionally, there are beasts of the warrior tier within Baiyun Peak, and I believe there is even a lower-tier beast residing there. I encountered one 3 years ago at the summit. Do not venture to the peak, Dina warned, recognizing that her efforts to dissuade him were futile. The path of cultivation is a trial every practitioner must endure. Zuo Wei nodded and departed. Dina observed Zuo Wei's youthful and slender figure, sensing a change in him over the past few days. It was difficult to articulate, but he exuded an aura that was not one of menace, but rather the commanding presence of an ascendant. In short, he appeared less like a child. He meticulously gathered his clothing and bedding. "Ah, what is this?" Zuo Wei exclaimed as he retrieved a wooden box from the drawer. The box measured 30 centimeters in width and 40 centimeters in length, emanating a faint fragrance and adorned with exquisite carvings. Beneath it lay a sealed letter. Pressing the letter tightly to his chest, Zuo Wei was enveloped by a profound sorrow. "You, too, are a foolish woman." He let a drop of blood fall onto the box, which gradually absorbed the liquid. With a soft click, the mechanism beneath it unlocked. Zuo Wei opened the box and discovered a ring, a scroll, and a letter within. He picked up the ring, which was elegantly simple, slender, and silvery, adorned with a delicate pattern. As he dripped a drop of blood onto it, he sensed the existence of a spatial realm within the ring. It appeared that his mother's family possessed significant prowess. In this world, spatial rings were exceedingly rare, typically worn only by those of royal caliber. Moreover, the space within this ring seemed rather expansive, perhaps the size of a football field. He placed the letter into the space, intending to examine it later once he had leveled up. Next, he took hold of the scroll and unfurled it. A soft glow emanated from the scroll, releasing countless characters that surged into Zuo Wei's mind. The soul-extinguishing sword manual? A sword cultivator? Zuo Wei smirked. He was not a sword cultivator. However, the bloodline legacy and secret techniques of his mother's family were not to be disregarded. Following this, Zuo Wei retrieved some of his clothing while leaving everything else untouched. Reluctant to disrupt the current state of this home, each item had been arranged by his mother during her lifetime. Upon exiting the courtyard, he noticed 6 individuals approaching him from a distance. The aura of malice surrounding them was unmistakable. He recognized them as members of the Gale Mercenary Corps. Clearly, their intentions were far from benign. Among the 6, one individual with fair skin and a somewhat refined appearance bore a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Leading the 5 others, he stood outside the courtyard, and upon seeing Zuo Wei, he charged forward with an aggressive demeanor. "There is no need to enter. Let us resolve whatever this is outside. We wouldn't want to tarnish this place," Zuo Wei declared. The group was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this young child dared to speak in such a manner under these circumstances. However, the vice captain of the Gale Mercenary Corps, Okays, harbored a sense of vigilance. The 3 individuals previously dispatched to apprehend the boy had mysteriously vanished. Had it not been for the confirmation that the elemental master had not left the tavern during that time, they would not have dared return. In retrospect, the disappearance of those 3 was undoubtedly linked to the child. Okays coldly inquired, "What have you done to those 3? "They're dead," came the reply. "It seems I was in the mood for murder, and then you arrived." Before he could finish his words, a fireball hurtled towards Okays in the blink of an eye. As a martial artist of considerable skill, Okays narrowly evaded the fiery projectile, though one of his companions was not so fortunate. With a fierce shout, Okays unleashed his martial prowess, leaping forward to confront Zuo Wei, brandishing his longsword. A flash of sword light sliced through the air but missed its target as Zuo Wei deftly dodged the assault, leaping outside the courtyard. He swiftly conjured several fireballs, dispatching the oncoming soldiers with ease. Okays, now consumed by rage, realized that this child was an elemental master. There was no room for hesitation. He had to eliminate the threat before the boy grew in power or his allies arrived, which would spell disaster. With a thunderous roar, he summoned his martial energy, accelerating towards Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei, being shorter in stature and having undergone a refining process during his awakening, possessed remarkable agility. He sensed Okays' movements and quickly shrank his body, dodging the horizontal slash aimed at him. In a swift motion, he hurled an ice sphere, but Okays' sword cleaved it in half with a flash of light. However, in the next instant, Okays discovered that his longsword had been encased in ice. With a resounding clang, the cold was unbearable for Is, who cast aside his longsword. A fireball hurtled towards him, and with no time to evade, he could only shield himself with his hands. In mere seconds, he was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Zuo Wei, exhausted and nearly depleted of mental energy, sank to the ground. If was held on for a moment longer, she would be unable to conjure even a single fireball. After resting for a few minutes and feeling a semblance of strength return, she gradually rose to her feet. Under the sunlight, the long sword, now encased in ice, shimmered with a faint blue glow. Zuo Wei approached, melting the ice with her fire elemental force. The sword's silver blade, sleek in design, was pleasing to the touch as she lightly tapped the edge, producing a satisfying sound. The 6 adversaries had been utterly incinerated, yet scattered coins lay upon the ground. A wicked smile crept across Zuo Wei's lips. It seemed she would have to refrain from using fireballs to vanquish foes in the future. It was a pity to have reduced the spoils to nothing, as these minor mercenaries utilized only ordinary fabric bags, ill-equipped to withstand her peculiar flames. Nevertheless, with the sword manual at her disposal, and now armed with a sword, she pondered her potential aptitude for swordsmanship. Chapter 11. Some words should remain unspoken. Zuo Wei stood at a modest height of 135 centimeters. Hanging the long sword at her waist felt awkward, and slinging it across her back was no better. Ultimately, she decided to stow it in her ring, careful to conceal it from prying eyes. She had no desire to become a figure akin to Tang's son. Presently, her total assets amounted to a mere 135 gold coins, a sum that, among the mercenaries on Baiyun Peak, rendered her a minor heiress. However, within the community of elementalists, it is somewhat akin to the plight of African refugees. Estimating the essentials for purchase, I resolved to acquire several outfits, as I was to spend an extended period at Baiyun Peak. It seemed I was experiencing a growth spurt lately, and I feared my current garments would soon prove inadequate. After procuring an array of ingredients and placing them into a large bundle upon my back, I made my way to the foot of Baiyun Peak. A child so young, shouldering such a hefty load, intending to ascend the peak, undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of the vendors and passers-by below. Most recognized this child, the brightest in the town. Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei, Zuo Wei, are you heading to Baiyun Peak? Inquired a somewhat shy young mercenary, rushing towards me with urgency. I scrutinized him closely, rifling through my memories of acquaintances, and realized, could he be the mercenary who, upon being teased by Dina, would toss an extra gold coin? Yes, I nodded. It's perilous up there. What business does an 8-year-old child have going up? The mercenary pressed. I have my reasons. I must be on my way, I replied, unable to elaborate further. How could I explain? Should I divulge that the 10 of them combined would not suffice for a single dish of mine? Revan, why do you care? This insensible little brat thinks he's a genius, full of arrogance. I wager he's lost his mother and has no one to discipline him. Scoffed one of the mercenaries trailing behind Revan. Wendy, how can you speak so recklessly? Is it appropriate to utter such words to a child? Revan retorted, fists clenched in indignation. Originally on the verge of departure, Zuo Wei's gaze gradually extinguished, transforming into a chilling darkness as he fixated intently on Wendy. Under the weight of such a penetrating stare, Wendy felt a shiver run down her spine. Realizing that the individual before her was merely an 8-year-old child, she was consumed by a blend of embarrassment and fury, raising her hand to strike Zuo Wei across the face. Zuo Wei did not evade. Instead, he raised his right hand and firmly grasped her outstretched palm, a subtle smile curving his lips. His handsome, delicate features, with red lips and white teeth, complemented by his translucent skin and elegantly arched brows, emanated an innocence and beauty that struck Raven and his companions. However, in the next moment, they were rendered speechless. A horrified gasp escaped their lips as Zuo Wei's right hand glimmered with a crimson light. Suddenly, Wendy's hand, ensnared in his grasp, ignited, flames rapidly engulfing her entire being. The acrid stench of charred flesh filled the air, and Raven and the others witnessed the horrifying sight of Wendy's bones turning to ash amidst the flames. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions shifting to sheer terror as they gazed at Zuo Wei. Was this truly a child? At that moment, Raven realized how ridiculous his earlier words had been. Certain things should never be uttered. Once spoken, the price must be paid. Zuo Wei retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, tossing it to the ground as he turned to leave. Following closely behind was a middle-aged man clad in a long black robe, who leaned in and spoke in a hushed tone, "My Lord Lance, we are the first faction to arrive here. It appears that with the emergence of Bang Lihan Xian, we must secure this treasure." Yes, I understand my fault, and I shall act immediately. The middle-aged man, not daring to wipe the sweat from his brow, nodded fervently. Lance's slender fingers caressed the handkerchief in his grasp, a fabric of inferior quality, yet he found himself inexplicably reluctant to part with it. Near the entrance of Baiyun Peak, where the throngs of people rendered the area relatively safe, Zuo Wei sought a secluded path. Carefully surveying his surroundings, he discreetly stowed the parcel within his ring. Carrying a package to Baiyun Peak would undoubtedly attract undue attention, particularly since he was merely 8 years old, which would raise even more suspicions. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the underbrush, lunging towards Zuo Wei. In a swift motion, he sidestepped to the left, and the fireball in his hand struck the shadow with a resounding impact. A guttural cry escaped as the shadow collapsed heavily to the ground. A crimson-backed beast, writhing in pain, desperately attempted to rise. However, its back bore a charred wound, and it succumbed to its injuries, falling helplessly. I knew you were hiding there. Your stench of blood so pungent, and yet you dared to approach me. Zuo Wei crouched down, plunging his sword into the beast's skull to extract the demon core. I shall graciously accept this. With that, Zuo Wei's figure gradually faded from sight, leaving behind a pool of blood that soon attracted a multitude of other forest creatures, drawn by the prospect of a meal. As night descended, the soft moonlight bathed the earth, interspersed with the howls of various beasts echoing through the night. Within a cavern atop a steep cliff, Zuo Wei gazed at the 15 demon cores arrayed before him. Estimating their worth, he noted that 10 were of superior grade, 3 of medium grade, and only 2 of the highest quality. Alongside a collection of herbs he had gathered, he speculated that his total haul might amount to around 9,000 gold coins. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he mused, have I finally escaped the shackles of poverty? Indeed, hunting demon beasts proves to be a lucrative endeavor, which explains why adventurers and mercenaries continuously flock to Baiyun Peak. After collecting the demon cores, I find myself on the brink of becoming a yuan master. It is imperative to accumulate wealth, for the avenues of expenditure in the future are boundless. While poverty looms ominously, grasping my longsword, I close my eyes and contemplate the text that resides within my mind, the indestructible sword canon. Only those endowed with a hereditary bloodline may cultivate it, and the greater the concentration of bloodline, the more profound the effects of cultivation. The first chapter focuses on body refinement, expelling impurities from within, thereby enhancing strength and speed, optimizing the functionality of each organ. Upon reading this, I couldn't help but smile. This is precisely what I require. Perhaps it is an ingrained belief from my earthly existence that the body is one's most valuable asset, regardless of the type of cultivator. Possessing a robust physique is paramount. While elemental mages may boast high offensive capabilities, they become vulnerable once an enemy closes in, mere prey to be toyed with. I have heard Dina mention that those who undertake multiple cultivation paths often struggle to achieve greatness, yet those who do succeed are undoubtedly formidable. A confident smile graces my face. In both this life and the last, I refuse to be overshadowed by others. Chapter 12. The 10-meter light beam, pursuit stealing my resolve. I commit the mental formula for the first chapter of body refinement to memory, silently reciting the incantation. Gradually, a crimson mist begins to emanate from my heart, coursing through my body along an intricate path, cleansing me repeatedly. 3 hours later, I gaze at the sticky black substance clinging to my body, feeling exasperated. Do I truly have to wash my clothes again? The body refinement technique consists of 9 levels, with the first level designed to expel this black substance, which is the miasma from the food consumed. Upon entering the body, over time, it significantly diminishes the purity of one's physical being. Zuo Wei rose to her feet. Sensing a remarkable lightness in her form, her senses of hearing and smell, along with the other faculties, heightened to an exquisite sharpness. It became evident that the first layer of the dark infusion was indeed formidable. Her mother's lineage was truly extraordinary. In the days that followed, Zuo Wei engaged in the hunting of demon beasts at the lower peaks, for she dared not venture near the summit, well aware of the presence of a formidable clan-level demon beast above. In the lush, verdant woods, tranquility belied the underlying tension, as all creatures, humans and demon beasts alike, lay in wait. Amidst the dappled shadows, a mid-tiered demon beast, the azure-tailed pigeon, soared through the air, its size akin to that of an eagle. Sensing no imminent threat, it gracefully descended onto the grass, where hidden among the green blades lay its favorite delicacies, tiny insects. Suddenly, from the branches of a nearby grand tree, a blue orb of ice shot forth from the foliage, hurtling towards the azure-tailed pigeon. A swift motion turned the ground beneath into a small patch of frost, yet the pigeon had already evaded to a distance of 5 meters, releasing a sharp cry as 3 feathered arrows shot from its tail and embedded themselves into the leafy canopy above. As the leaves fluttered to the ground, a figure leapt down from the tree, and before it could fully stabilize, it conjured another icy sphere that swiftly launched toward the azure-tailed pigeon. The bird, with its keen instincts, darted into the air, intending to flee. However, the petite figure had already prepared another icy projectile. with a resounding crack. The azure-tailed pigeon was encased in ice, plummeting from the sky. Zuo Wei promptly stored the entire creature within her spatial realm. As for the demon beast, the flesh of the azure-tailed pigeon was rather delectable, frozen for preservation. Certainly, the demon core must be extracted, for it is indeed a treasure of gold. Sensing the subtle movements around her, Zuo Wei traced her fingers over a scar on her right arm, recalling the mercenaries she had encountered previously. A wry smile crept across her face. She was familiar with those mercenaries, often seeing them in taverns indulging in drink. Yet it was they who had bestowed upon her this scar. Zuo Wei had reached the 9th level of her apprenticeship, tantalizingly close to breaking through to the realm of the Yuan. Focusing her mind, she began to channel her spiritual energy to absorb the elements from the air. After a considerable time, Zuo Wei felt her internal energy swell, as if a shackle was on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, a 10-meter-high beam of light descended from above, piercing through the rocky cliff and enveloping Zuo Wei in its radiant embrace. Were other practitioners to witness this, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with emotion. It is known that a beam of light descends upon every practitioner when they level up, but it is rare to hear of an apprentice receiving such a magnificent beam, especially one so tall. The higher the foundational level and potential of the individual, the more substantial the bestowal from the heavens. Other practitioners and mercenaries concealed within the forest were left in awe, marveling at the towering beam of light, heralding a significant advancement. They speculated about the level being ascended. Was it the soldier level? The sect level? Meanwhile, several shadowy figures stealthily maneuvered through the trees, gradually drawing closer to Zuo Wei's location. Enveloped in the luminous beam, Zuo Wei felt an influx of knowledge in her mind, reminiscent of the sensation when the sword cannon had appeared before her. Her spiritual power surged over tenfold, harmonizing more profoundly with the elemental forces of ice and fire in the air. After 10 seconds, the beam dissipated, and Zuo Wei opened her eyes. She had ascended to the heavenly tier. At this moment, Zuo Wei felt as though countless coins had fallen from the heavens. The techniques for cultivating spiritual power are invaluable yet rare. It seems he has saved a considerable sum. The runes of the soul cultivation technique danced ceaselessly in his mind, and Zuo Wei sensed his spiritual power increasing at a remarkable pace. With a buoyant spirit, he intended to find a secluded lake to cleanse himself of the grime. However, he quickly sensed approaching figures nearby. Leaning against the cave entrance, Zuo Wei peered outside to see several silhouettes racing toward him through the forest. Uncertain of whether they were foes or allies, he noted that their speed far surpassed his own, indicating they were formidable opponents. It was too late to escape. He could only hide. Zuo Wei swiftly retreated from the cave entrance, darting into the concealed depths of the forest. Shortly thereafter, the 4 dark figures arrived at the cave, surveying the empty space and exchanging glances. It appears your O'Leary family intends to forcibly recruit those talents once more, but it seems disappointment awaits you, sneered a middle-aged man in black. Humph, do you think you are any better? The Lin family is no different. We remain within Baiyun Peak precisely to recruit talent for our clan. A dismissive retort came from another figure, while the other 2 chose to ignore the bickering and began searching the surroundings. The long-standing rivalry between the O'Leary and Lin families had rendered such disputes commonplace. Fearing they might be outpaced in locating their quarry, Dylan of the O'Leary family and Lin Hao of the Lin family ceased their quarrel and focused on tracking down Zuo Wei. The 4 individuals followed the traces left by Zuo Wei and arrived at a nearby lake, surrounded by trees, yet the signs abruptly ceased. In unison, they cast their gazes toward the lake, pondering whether it served as a hiding place. Despite their suspicions, none dared to venture into the water. Although the recruitment of talent for their family would be rewarded, they were unwilling to take risks in the presence of those with ulterior motives. 2 of them decisively departed, recognizing the futility of lingering, while Dilling and Lin Hao remained behind. Dilling, indifferent to the others, sat down abruptly, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Lin Hao cast a disdainful glance at Dilling, reflecting on how this individual stubbornly clung to his endeavors. Unaware of how many talents he had failed to recruit and had ultimately perished, Lin Hao turned away to leave, just as Dilling opened his eyes, gazing at the tranquil lake surface. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes. Should one refuse to join his family, they must be eliminated to avert future rivalry. The calm surface of the lake was occasionally disturbed by ripples. With a commanding shout, Dilling unleashed the great floating palm, his hand flipping over to press down, summoning a colossal hand that descended upon the lake. With a thunderous crash, the water erupted, sending shimmering droplets into the air. A small, dark figure sprang from the water, swiftly darting into the forest. Upon seeing the silhouette, which unmistakably belonged to a child, a glimmer of surprise ignited in Dilling's eyes. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, pursuing the disappearing figure. Zuo Wei felt an overwhelming surge of blood and energy coursing through her veins. That person was likely at a formidable level, otherwise he could not possess such immense power. The memory of the colossal hand that had struck the lake's surface filled her with trepidation. Fortunately, she had taken refuge in the deeper waters, where the lake had mitigated some of the force. Behind her, a voice called out, "Hey kid, I'm here to recruit you. I mean no harm. If you belong to the O'Leary family, you'll receive preferential treatment." Zuo Wei scoffed at the proposition. Not only did she detest being constrained, but his reckless attack on the lake's surface had already revealed his nefarious character. As footsteps drew closer, a flicker of anxiety ignited within Zuo Wei. She was about to be caught. What should she do? At that moment, she was far from being his match. Resolutely, she produced a speed-enhancing elixir from her grasp, a high-grade yellow-level pill that would triple her speed for 10 minutes. Placing the pill in her mouth within mere seconds, her velocity surged dramatically, transforming her into a fleeting shadow racing towards the mountain peak. This was an elixir gifted by Dina for her registration, and she hadn't anticipated using it so soon. Dylan, initially thrilled at the prospect of catching up to the kid ahead, was taken aback by the sudden acceleration of his target, who was now sprinting towards the summit. Remembering the family leader's orders, that anyone who could not be recruited must be eliminated to avoid future troubles, he steeled his resolve. "Kid, running to the peak, 1T save you. You can't shake me off." Zuo Wei darted through the snow-laden forest, a blur amidst the white expanse. Snowflakes swirled around her, clinging to her hair and garments before melting away, leaving an icy chill in their wake. His complexion was exceedingly pale, and Zuo Wei gasped for breath, each exhalation transforming into a misty vapor. He was nearing the summit, yet the pursuer behind him relentlessly closed in. As the effects of the potion began to wane and the figure drew nearer, Zuo Wei felt a wave of despair wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward, recalling Dina's words about a formidable beast awaiting at the peak. He had no choice but to take this risk. He could not surrender, for even a glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Dylan finally noticed that the boy ahead had slowed his pace, indicating that the potion's efficacy had indeed faded. How tiresome it was to have chased for so long. Should the boy refuse to join the family, he would surely meet his end. At the summit, Dylan regarded the small child before him with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. How could such a young boy possess a 10-meter light beam? Had he already reached the rank of a soldier? That was utterly terrifying. He could not be more than 10 years old. Dylan dismissed the notion that Zuo Wei might be a mere novice. That was too fantastical. His expression softened gradually, replaced by a facade of congeniality as he spoke with a feigned gentleness. "Little brother, why not come with your uncle? You are a prodigy, and my home is filled with skilled masters who would gladly take you as their disciple." Zuo Wei shivered inwardly, questioning whether this man had traversed from another world, for his tone was unsettlingly familiar. Coldly, he retorted, "What if I refuse?" "Refuse? Ah, you lack the privilege to refuse. Do you truly believe you have any choice? Decline, and you shall perish." Dylan's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice chilling. At that moment, a piercing bird call echoed through the air. On the pristine white ground, a shadow was cast, startling Zuo Wei and the other person, who gazed upwards. A colossal bird was soaring through the sky, approximately 8 meters in length, with its wings spanning over 10 meters. Its ice-blue feathers were adorned with glistening frost, as if they were affixed to it, or perhaps generated continuously from the feathers themselves. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the monstrous creature descended upon the ground, emanating an overwhelming chill and an imposing presence. Its sharp claws dug into the icy surface, leaving deep grooves in the frost-laden ground. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that each feather was composed of crystalline ice, and its enormous ice-blue eyes fixated intently on Zuo Wei and his companion, seemingly filled with disdain. The formidable beast, known as the Blue Snow Ice Hawk, had thus appeared before Zuo Wei. Chapter 13. The Icy Tempest. The beast's fury at this moment. Dylan could no longer concern himself with Zuo Wei. He swiftly fled downwards. If he did not escape, his life would surely be forfeit, facing such a formidable avian beast. The ice-blue eyes of the Blue Snow Ice Hawk turned towards Dilling's retreating figure, and with a piercing cry from its sharp beak, it stomped its massive talons on the ground. Instantly, the ice and snow coalesced into a long ice vine, ensnaring Dilling in the blink of an eye. The frost spread, and a lifelike ice sculpture materialized before Zuo Wei's eyes. Witnessing Dilling being instantaneously encased in ice, Zuo Wei felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was a master of the sect level, and to perish in such a manner, would he be next? At this moment, the bird's gaze shifted towards Zuo Wei. She instinctively took a step back, watching the blue snow-cold ice falcon with caution. Just as she braced herself for the inevitable, the falcon merely fixated on her, its eyes seemingly reflecting a sense of curiosity. Curiosity? Zuo Wei scoffed internally. Had it never encountered a child before? While she pondered how the creature would decide her fate, she suddenly felt a drastic drop in temperature around her, as if the very breath she exhaled was on the verge of freezing. She instinctively looked up to the sky, which was becoming increasingly laden with snow and ice, cascading down in a dense flurry, even forming swirling vortices of icy blue. These vortices began to converge, coalescing into a colossal blizzard. A sense of impending danger surged within Zuo Wei, not from the blue snow-cold ice falcon, but from the vast ice vortex that continued to expand, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, as if the air itself was freezing. Unable to endure the biting cold, she summoned her fire elemental energy to dispel the chill enveloping her. As the flames coursed through her body, she found herself considerably improved. Realizing that her fire elemental force could withstand this penetrating frost, the blue snow-cold ice falcon cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Zuo Wei, making her feel uneasy. What was this gaze? Had it resolved how to deal with her? With a swift motion, the falcon took flight, darting towards the swirling ice vortex. In a flash of brilliance, it plunged into the heart of the maelstrom. Zuo Wei, disregarding its intentions, resolved to prioritize her own escape. For that burgeoning ice vortex would inevitably encase the entire Baiyun Peak in an icy tomb. With one last lingering glance at the swirling ice, she thought she caught a glimpse of a figure within. In the cold embrace of the icy blue winter, I offer my heartfelt gratitude for saving my life, granting me a reprieve. With a resolute turn, I sprinted down the mountain. At this moment, the atmosphere atop Baiyun Peak was palpable with tension. Countless adventurers and mercenaries sensed the shift in weather, murmuring in disbelief at the sudden chill. Yet, what astonished them most was the frenzied emergence of demonic beasts, charging forth with reckless abandon. The encounter between humans and these beasts was unforgiving, igniting a fervent bloodbath, and the very essence of Baiyun Peak seemed to resonate with chaos. The summit lay blanketed in snow and ice, while the forests below were drenched in crimson. A multitude of humans perished, while the fortunate few who managed to escape bore grievous wounds. Outside the mountain, the world remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, Zuo Wei hastily descended from the peak. At the base of Baiyun Peak, in Baiyun Town, a bustling and overflowed with patrons. The lively atmosphere was tinged with a sense of unease as conversations shifted to the peculiar happenings atop Baiyun Peak. Many had not returned from the mountain. Whispers of what transpired echoed among the crowd. The peak now resembled a maelstrom, enticing yet forbidding, leaving none daring to venture forth. In a shadowy corner, a strikingly handsome man raised a chalice of exquisite wine to his lips, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Has it begun already? It seems to have commenced much earlier than anticipated. Icely Hampa, are you also eager to engage? With a gaze laden with significance, Dina toyed with her cocktail glass, sensing that Baiyun Peak was destined for notoriety this time. Amidst the forest, Zuo Wei raced toward the base of the mountain, the surrounding scenery breathtaking. Yet she found no time to appreciate it. The haunting howls of demonic beasts echoed from ahead. As she drew closer, the sounds of battle became unmistakable. A group of over 10 mercenaries stood back to back, encircled by more than 20 fire cloud wolves, creatures the size of lions, classified as mid-tier beasts of the soldier rank. Their robust frames boasted particularly thick limbs and sharp claws. One of the fire cloud wolves lunged forward, its claws striking the ground as it seized the closest mercenary, dragging him out of their defensive formation. The remaining mercenaries could only watch in horror as several fire cloud wolves descended upon their comrade, devouring him with ruthless efficiency. Paralyzed by fear, they dared not move. Any shift would shatter their defenses, leading them all to become prey. With a sorrowful countenance, Raven lamented, "This cannot continue. They are cunning, picking us off one by one. Sooner or later, we shall all perish. Let us act together, at the very least. We can shield one person as they make an escape." A middle-aged man with a beard spoke gravely, "Lily, you are the only girl among us. We shall protect you as you flee. No, I do not want that. If you all perish, what meaning is there in my survival? Cried a delicate girl, her features striking, yet her spirit fragile. You must survive. I implore you, Lily. Brothers, consider me selfish. This debt is mine to bear. The middle-aged man replied, his voice tinged with anguish. Brother, your sentiment is misguided. Lily is not only your sister. A young man interjected. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Let us clash with these beasts. Charge. With a rallying cry, the 10 or so men surged forward, forming a protective barrier around the girl named Lily. The 20 fire cloud wolves responded with chilling howls, charging at the group while unleashing fiery projectiles from their maws. Zuo Wei stood behind a 5-meter-tall tree, observing the imminent clash ahead. He smiled faintly, noting the commendable spirit of this team, displaying both valor and humanity. With a graceful leap, an ice sphere materialized in his hand, perfectly countering the fire-type beast. The fire cloud wolf. Raven and his companions were struggling against the relentless barrage of fireballs while remaining vigilant against the sudden assaults of the fire cloud wolves, suffering injuries along the way. At that moment, Zuo Wei witnessed a fire cloud wolf instantly freeze into an icy block. A black-haired, black-eyed child stood before them, his short hair slightly billowing, his gaze as mesmerizing as the starry sky. Unbeknownst to them, 8 frozen sculptures of fire cloud wolves now adorned the ground. Perhaps realizing that Zuo Wei posed the greatest threat, the remaining 10 or so fire cloud wolves gradually encircled him. Unfazed by the ferocious glint in the eyes of the wolves, Zuo Wei simultaneously launched 2 ice spheres, swiftly freezing 2 more. He sidestepped, leaped, and crouched to evade the oncoming fireballs and the charging wolves, unleashing fireballs in a seamless sequence. Raven and his companions watched, wide-eyed and astounded, overwhelmed by what they were witnessing. What extraordinary combat talent was this? It was as if Zuo Wei could foresee the next move of the fire cloud wolves. At merely 8 years of age, he left the seasoned mercenaries feeling utterly inadequate. Lily, on the other hand, was starry-eyed, exclaiming internally how unfortunate it was that he was so young. Otherwise, the potential would be immense. After a while, Zuo Wei scanned the ground, where over 20 shimmering ice sculptures stood, feeling a pang of regret for the lost opportunity to harvest the beast cores. Just as Raven and the others were about to greet Zuo Wei, they suddenly heard the approaching howls of more beasts growing ever closer. Several individuals' expressions changed abruptly, leaving them no time to speak as they hurried forward. The ground began to tremble, and the beasts stirred violently. Everything was just beginning. Chapter 14. The seeds of intrigue begin with fate in a tavern. The aroma of wine wafted through the air, drawing a multitude of patrons. Dina, departing from her usual sultry demeanor, donned a loose-fitting elementalist robe, emerging from the inner hall amidst the astonished gazes of others. It had been 10 days since the anomalies at Baiyun Peak began, yet Zuo Wei had not yet emerged. She needed to find him. At this moment, Baiyun Peak exuded an eerie atmosphere that instilled a sense of danger within her. A small child, weary and ragged, leaned heavily against the door, as if devoid of strength, a faint trace of blood staining his clothes. Zuo lowered her head, breathing heavily. These past 10 days felt like an eternity, as several of them barely managed to survive. The beasts, seemingly possessed, had surged forth in a frenzied swarm, a chaotic array of creatures unleashed. Had it not been for Zuo Wei's acute senses, they would have surely perished at Baiyun Peak. The middle-aged man, injured while attempting to save his sister, had been taken to the clinic by Raven and his companions. His fate remained uncertain. Zuo Wei, you're injured? Dina exclaimed, swiftly moving to his side to support him. Upon contact, her hand was met with a damp, sticky sensation. A glance revealed the crimson stain of blood. Zuo Wei collapsed into Dina's ample bosom, her startled cry echoing in his ears. His last conscious thought was a bewildered observation of her breasts seeming even fuller. Without hesitation, Dina lifted Zuo Wei and made her way into the inner hall. Please wait a moment. It appears she has exhausted her mental strength and sustained severe injuries. I possess a healing elixir that can aid her recovery. With swift steps, Lance approached Dina, presenting a jade-hued, orb-like pill the size of a marble. Dina gazed at Lance with uncertainty. The pill in his hand emanated a subtle, refreshing fragrance. Goodness, a wealthy young master, possessing a superior-grade elixir. You must provide me with a reason for this. Dina thought to herself, inwardly chiding. Handsome, surely you cannot be infatuated with Zuo Wei at first sight. Please trust me. My intentions towards her are pure. I merely feel a certain affinity with her, Lance declared, his earnest gaze fixed upon Dina. Huh, our Zuo Wei is truly beloved by all. Then I shall graciously accept it. Thank you, handsome, Dina said playfully, accepting the elixir from Lance's hand before turning and carrying Zuo Yun into the inner chamber. She gently placed Zuo Wei upon the bed, scrutinizing the elixir closely. Though her knowledge of such potions was limited, she recalled the old man mentioning that a fresh scent and transparent hue typically indicated minimal side effects. To exercise caution, Dina scraped a tiny portion off with a small knife, mixed it with a bit of water, and swallowed it. Indeed, what a spendthrift. Afterward, she placed the elixir into Zuo Wei's mouth and assisted her with some water. Dina meticulously cleaned Zuo Wei's body and dressed her in fresh garments. Once her tasks were complete, she pinched Zuo Wei's delicate cheek, muttering, "You little rascal, I am not even married yet. And already I find myself playing the role of a caregiver. Yet here you are, already entangled with a handsome fellow. Who knows how many hearts you shall ensnare in the future? Ah, does that handsome fellow not realize that all affairs begin with fate?" The elixir proved remarkably effective, and 4 hours later, Zuo Wei awakened. However, the very first words that escaped her lips left Dina utterly exasperated. Am I still at Baiyun Peak? Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a millennia-old monstrous beast. Die? Zuo Wei chuckled softly, watching as Dina stormed out in a huff. Their relationship mirrored that of inseparable friends on Earth, devoid of any age disparity, an intimate camaraderie filled with playful rivalry, where they constantly sought to outdo one another with verbal jabs, yet held a deep-seated regard for each other. After a while, Dina returned with a meal, her demeanor remarkably gentle as she coaxed, "Come on, eat up. I made this for you." Zuo Wei took a bite of rice and a morsel of vegetables, only for Dina to mischievously announce, "I regret to inform you that I added a little seasoning to your meal. My saliva." Zuo Wei calmly responded, "No wonder today's meal feels a bit mushy. Your cooking is usually too dry to be palatable." Dina felt an overwhelming urge to throw Zuo Wei down on the floor and give her a good thrashing. This girl was truly insufferable. Once they finished their meal, Zuo Wei sprang out of bed, brimming with vitality, prompting Dina to muse whether that meal was indeed more effective than the elixir. The following day, Zuo Wei sat at the bar, with Dina beside her. Since they could not return to Baiyun Peak and could not continuously cultivate their mental prowess, it would suffice to gather some intelligence in the tavern. After Zuo Wei recounted the events at Baiyun Peak to Dina the previous night, Dina promptly penned a letter, dispatching a spirit bird to deliver it. It was said to inform that disheveled, wandering, and beggar-like old man. "Zuo Wei, look. That gentleman is the one who delivered the elixir to you. Why not express your gratitude?" Dina remarked earnestly to Zuo Wei, who was engrossed in mixing drinks. Zuo Wei calmly disregarded the excitement that flickered in the woman's eyes and replied nonchalantly, "I shall do so shortly." Though she was uncertain about Dina's whimsical behavior, it was clear that her thoughts were hardly benign. Zuo Wei lifted a glass of the meticulously prepared cocktail and sauntered over to where Lance sat in the corner. Upon noticing her approach, Lance's face broke into an exceedingly gentle smile. He gazed deeply into Zuo Wei's eyes and said warmly, "You are too polite. I merely acted on my own desires. There is no need for you to feel burdened. May we be friends?" Zuo Wei silently regarded Lance's ocean-like beautiful eyes, which held a sincerity that resonated with her. She replied softly, "We are already friends," before turning on her heel and departing. Lance watched her retreating figure with a hint of surprise, then chuckled softly to himself, "Already friends? Yet you haven't even inquired about my name. Such a cunning little girl." Dina, perched at the bar, watched the interaction between Zuo Wei and Lance with great curiosity. With her keen hearing, she could easily discern their conversation and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lance, thinking him a rather unfortunate handsome fellow. "Humph, what is there to be disappointed about?" she scoffed. "By the way, where can one procure monster cores, herbs, and scrolls? The situation in Baiyun Town is becoming increasingly perilous. Something significant is bound to transpire at Baiyun Peak. Having advanced to a martial artist, I need to acquire skill scrolls." Zuo Wei nodded, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips, as the thought of an old acquaintance in Starry Sky City crossed her mind. It seemed she ought to pay a visit. Chapter 15. Starry Sky City. The following day, Zuo Wei set off early for Starry Sky City. Naturally, walking was not an option, for the distance from Baiyun Town spanned thousands of miles. Instead, Zuo Wei soared through the skies. Beneath the resplendent clouds, a magnificent bird glided through the air. Perched upon the back of the flame's spirit dyke sparrow, Zuo Wei gazed down at the minuscule structures below, feeling as though he were surveying the world from on high. The flame spirit Dyke Sparrow was Dina's contracted beast, typically residing within Dina's contracted space. Zuo Wei had been taken aback when Dina summoned it the previous day. What a marvel, a top-tier flying beast, which Dina affectionately named Linger. Its wings, a vivid crimson akin to blood, were complemented by 3 elongated feathers on its tail, while its ruby-like eyes were adorned with golden patterns. Though it was slightly smaller than the blue snow-eyes falcons Zuo Wei had previously encountered, its beauty was undeniably striking. After a considerable time in flight, a grand city gate emerged in Zuo Wei's line of sight, confirming that he had arrived at Starry Sky City. He gently patted Linger's head, prompting the bird to emit a melodious call before gracefully descending to the ground not far from the city. After depositing Zuo Wei, Linger swiftly ascended back into the sky. Zuo Wei was unable to store it away or bring it into the city, as Dina had instructed Linger to return for him in the evening. As Zuo Wei watched the creature's silhouette vanish from view, he turned and made his way towards Starry Sky City. Meanwhile, the sentinels stationed at the city gate, who vigilantly guarded the entrance day and night, found their routine exceedingly monotonous. Their lives revolved around observing the myriad individuals arriving at Starry Sky City, powerful cultivators, esteemed elementalists, alchemists, and more. However, today was particularly dull, with no noteworthy visitors gracing their post for quite some time. "What is that? A child?" a peculiar guard exclaimed, drawing the attention of other guards and some individuals entering the city. Not far away, a diminutive figure gradually came into focus before them. The short, glossy black hair fluttered gently, the black pupils sparkled like the night sky, radiating a lively brilliance. With delicate features, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth, the child's attire was simple yet exuded an air of cold elegance that suggested nobility. "Hello, I wish to enter the city," Zuo Wei addressed the guard. Such a melodious and enchanting voice, combined with the child's exquisite and noble appearance, prompted the usually overbearing guard to lower his tone and respond gently, "Little brother, do tell your brother, have you come alone, or have you lost your way with others?" Zuo Wei gazed at the guard, who appeared to be in his 30s with a scruffy beard, and thought to himself, "Does everyone in this world enjoy pretending to be youthful? I'm here to find someone. You need not worry, brother. How much does it cost to enter the city?" Zuo Wei replied, lightly biting his lip, his bright eyes shimmering with a watery gleam. No, you're so small. There's no need for payment. Please, go on in. But do take care." The guard's heart soared at Zuo Wei's sweet address of brother, and he spoke hurriedly. Such a transformation in demeanor left the other entrants feeling perplexed. Who was the rough, menacing figure from before? As Zuo Wei stepped through the city gates, a smile graced his face. Indeed, a child's innocent charm could easily sway others to their advantage. Once again donning an air of innocence, a young girl inquired about the location of the auction house. It seemed rather distant. Naturally, traversing the vast expanse of Starry City on foot was not a viable option. A carriage was summoned, a mode of transport akin to those on Earth. Yet here, the steeds were the majestic red-feathered horses, towering 5 spans above their earthly counterparts, exuding grace and galloping at remarkable speed. Although somewhat costly, at 20 gold coins per ride, Zuo Wei felt a pang of regret. Standing before the imposing entrance of the auction house, Zuo Wei found himself momentarily entranced by the grandeur of the edifice. It evoked a sensation akin to being transported to ancient Greece, for the structure bore a striking resemblance to the Parthenon on Earth, magnificent and noble. The flow of patrons was incessant, a diverse array of individuals bustling about. While the auction house staff were accustomed to young ones engaging in transactions, it was rare for a child to arrive alone. Therefore, the young attendant's initial confusion quickly dissipated upon closer inspection of Zuo Wei's features, as she warmly inquired about his purpose. "Little brother, what brings you here?" she asked. "I come to sell items," Zuo Wei replied nonchalantly, retrieving a parcel from his possession and placing it upon the table. Upon opening it, the attendant discovered an impressive collection of over 100 demon cores, along with several herbs. After meticulously calculating their worth, she gasped, "Goodness, this totals 20,000 gold coins." While this amount may not be considerable among the clientele, it is quite remarkable for one so young. "Little brother, these goods are valued at 20,000 gold coins. Do you wish to transact via card or gold note?" the attendant asked earnestly. "Card? What card?" Zuo Wei inquired, puzzled. "Is there such a thing as a bank card here?" "Ah, it is a card that allows you to deposit money," she explained. The young girl was in a state of confusion. This requires an explanation. It is common knowledge. Little brother. Oh, how does one obtain a card? She inquired. As long as you undergo the assessment at the Cultivator Association to prove you are indeed a cultivator, you can acquire a card along with a corresponding position certificate. Of course, you could also approach my auction house to obtain a card, but it would cost you 1,000 gold coins, the girl replied. Where is the Cultivator Association? Asked Zuo Wei. Have you not heard? A destitute little brat like you aspires to join the Cultivator Association? Huh, should I enlighten you? To obtain a card, you must at least become a martial artist like me. Are you? Huh, truly delusional. A sinister-looking man emerged from among the crowd. Despite the arrogance of his words, it was evident that he had garnered the approval of those around him, as mockery adorned each face. Only the young girl expressed her concern, saying, Little brother, the Cultivator Association is right nearby. Are you truly intent on going? Zuo Wei glanced at her, nodded, and then turned to leave, never once casting a glance at the sinister man. Huh, Stephen, a child has belittled you. They are ignoring you. Mock those nearby? Stephen's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, Humph, just an insignificant country bumpkin. Sooner or later, he will understand that Starry Sky City is not some backwater place like his. 1 minute later, Zuo Wei stepped into the Practitioner Association. Unlike the auction house, the Practitioner Association, while similarly styled, exuded a more imposing aura. The walls were adorned with intricate bas-reliefs of various professions, seemingly bringing them to life before one's eyes. The receptionist was a young boy, of unremarkable appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence, indicating a sharp mind. His reaction to Zuo Wei's presence was one of mild surprise, as this establishment also conducted level assessments for apprentices. Hello, I would like to test my level, Zuo Wei declared as he approached the boy. Certainly. Which profession would you like to test? The boy inquired. He was somewhat astonished to encounter such a young elemental master today, though it was merely a fleeting surprise. Despite the vast expanse of Starry Sky City housing nearly 10,000 elemental masters, this was a place designated for testing various professions, so unusual occurrences were not entirely unexpected. The boy guided Zuo Wei into a spacious room, which felt rather empty. A massive, smooth wall featured 9 transparent crystal spheres, each progressively larger from left to right. The smallest no bigger than a palm, while the largest resembled a basin. Place your palm on the smallest crystal sphere and channel your elemental energy into it, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Zuo Wei raised an eyebrow, realizing that the boy presumed he was merely testing for apprentice level. Under the astonished gaze of the youth, Zuo Wei approached the second crystal sphere on the left, placing his palm upon its surface to channel his elemental energy. In an instant, the room was illuminated with a mesmerizing blend of red and blue light. The boy stared in a daze at the sphere where half was filled with a chilling, ethereal blue liquid, while the other half flowed with a deep crimson hue, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The surface of the sphere displayed the inscription, Elementalist of Ice and Fire, Low Grade. The boy stammered, Could you please wait a moment? Just a moment. And then stumbled out of the room. Zuo Wei then heard a sharp cry from outside. Master Steward. Master Steward. Chapter 16. Still feeling somewhat bored within the confines of the room, Zuo Wei meticulously examined the smooth surface of the sphere, noting its resemblance to the intelligent devices found on Earth. After a while, he became aware of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw an elderly man clad in an ornate blue robe, his face beaming with joy, followed closely by the young boy. Hello, little brother. I am the steward here. You may call me Feili. Could I trouble you to conduct the test once more? Feili's rosy face displayed a glimmer of anticipation as he spoke in a gentle tone. Zuo Wei, indifferent, complied and performed the test again. Feili, astonished, gazed at the crystal sphere, his mustache quivering with excitement as he murmured, It's true. It's indeed true. A low-grade elemental master. And of both ice and fire. Truly unbelievable. The coexistence of ice and fire. Feili was initially taken aback, but upon seeing Zuo Wei's intelligent eyes gleaming, he stroked his beard and remarked that this was within his capabilities. Our association is not akin to those family powers, and I shall ensure that Lin does not speak recklessly. However, he cautioned, such matters cannot be concealed for long. Eventually, someone will discover the truth. So you must exercise caution. Zuo Wei cast a glance at Lin, who stood nearby with a sincere expression, nodded in acknowledgement, and then bid them farewell. Observing Zuo Wei's diminutive figure retreating, Feili stroked his beard, his eyes filled with admiration, and directed his words to Lin. This child is destined for greatness. A dual affinity for ice and fire is a rarity in the annals of Taiyuan's history, with only a few achieving such mastery, ultimately becoming formidable leaders. Furthermore, his temperament is remarkably composed. Lin, remember that you have seen nothing today. Cultivating a favorable relationship with such a genius is an immense fortune for you. Ah, understood. The girl stared blankly at Zuo Wei, then, slightly flustered, took the card and began to operate it. Stephen, in disbelief, shouted at Zuo Wei, impossible. You must have had that card all along, or you stole it from someone. Zuo Wei chose to ignore such accusations. I wish to purchase scrolls. And please refrain from addressing me as sir. He recognized that the hierarchy in this world was excessively rigid. The card had been deemed an elite card by the Cultivators Association, reserved solely for those of exceptional potential. It was no wonder the girl's demeanor had shifted. If you wish to purchase scrolls, you must proceed to the inner hall. Or you may opt to participate in the auction. Please follow me. I will guide you to the inner hall. The girl gestured graciously. Zuo Wei's gaze, tinged with indifference, fell upon him as he mockingly remarked, just like you? Apologies, but I truly do not wish to be akin to you, at such an advanced age, lacking both strength and intellect. With that, he feigned pulling something from his pocket. Stephen, filled with uncertainty, watched Zuo Wei stride into the inner hall, acutely aware of the mocking glances from the others, as if ridiculing him for being a mere bumpkin. And what are you? A surge of anger coursed through Stephen. He shot a resentful glance at Zuo Wei before turning to exit the auction house. He vowed that he would not let this insolent youth have an easy time. As Zuo Wei entered the inner hall, he discovered a series of transparent cabinets, meticulously organized into various sections: scrolls, potions, elixirs, and more. Following a young girl, he approached the section dedicated to scrolls, noting their rarity. There were but a few dozen in total, a stark contrast to the abundance of other items. Upon closer inspection, he found a considerable quantity of fire element scrolls, exceeding 10 in number, yet there were none pertaining to ice. Turning to the girl, he inquired, "Are there truly no ice element scrolls?" The girl, with an awkward smile, replied, "I sincerely apologize. Ice is an exceedingly rare mutated elemental attribute, and the corresponding techniques are particularly scarce. We currently have none." Zuo Wei felt a sense of helplessness. If even the Starry Sky City lacked such scrolls, what would become of his future ice-based abilities? It seemed that being an elementalist was indeed a rather delicate vocation. His gaze shifted to the price tags beneath the fire element scrolls, and he found himself in a quandary. All were of the yellow grade. The top 3 scrolls were priced as follows: the low-grade fire palm for 3,000 gold coins, the mid-grade flame technique for 8,000 gold coins, and the high-grade flame blade for 19,000 gold coins. With a heavy heart, Zuo Wei lamented her fate as a wealthy heiress turned destitute upon arriving here. The pressure was indeed overwhelming. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely chose to purchase the flame blade, believing that if she was to buy, she should acquire the finest. With the remaining 1,000 gold coins, she could still afford her travel expenses. After deducting 19,000 from her card, Zuo Wei consoled herself with the thought that wealth could be regained after spending it all. She then made her way to the area designated for elixirs, not out of desire, but because she seemingly owed a handsome gentleman a pill, despite his insistence that repayment was unnecessary. At the elixir counter, only a single low-grade mysterious elixir was available, while the rest were of inferior quality. Zuo Wei murmured to herself, realizing that even in the grand scheme of the continent, Starry Sky City was indeed a modest place. The low-grade Qingfeng pill, which restored 20% of one's energy within 60 seconds, was priced at 100,000 gold coins. Upon seeing this, Zuo Wei rolled her eyes at the alchemist, fully aware that this profession promised substantial financial gain. With her purse empty and her steps heavy, she exited the auction house under the watchful gaze of many who regarded her with awe. As she stepped beyond the threshold of the auction house, Zuo Wei noticed a crowd gathered in the square before her. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, her spirits lifted, and a mocking smile graced her lips. It seemed she had encountered her adversaries. Chapter 17. A scheme within a scheme. Zuo Wei beheld several mercenaries brandishing weapons, their bodies radiating martial prowess. Their uniforms bore the unmistakable insignia of the Gale Mercenary Corps. After a while, amidst the ashes still emitting black smoke, Zuo Wei calmly placed his foot on the pale and trembling Stephen, remarking with an indifferent tone, "Give me a reason not to kill you." At that moment, Stephen recalled his identity and, with a fierce expression, declared, "You're finished. I am the vice captain of the Gale Mercenary Corps. If you kill me, our mercenary group will not spare you. Your family, your friends, they will all perish." Zuo Wei's countenance turned cold as he pressed his foot harder against Stephen's chest. A flash of red light ensued, and Stephen let out a heart-wrenching scream as a fiery blaze ignited upon his chest, spreading rapidly. The onlookers in the square gazed at Zuo Wei in terror, wondering if this child was a demon. Zuo Wei summoned a carriage and coolly instructed, "Take me to the Gale Mercenary Corps." Once seated, he retrieved a scroll from his spatial storage and opened it. Before long, he acquired a method to wield the flame blade technique in his mind. Shortly thereafter, Zuo Wei found himself at the corner of a building. Observing the bustling entrance of the Gale Mercenary Corps, he stroked his chin, contemplating the fact that the captain was a low-level martial general, someone he surely could not defeat. Moreover, it was broad daylight, with many witnesses around. Glancing skyward, he estimated that Linger would arrive to pick him up in about 4 hours. Leaving in such a manner left him unsatisfied. He needed a plan to ensure they paid a price for their actions. With keen scrutiny, he assessed the guards of the Gale Mercenary Corps, 4 at the front gate and 2 at the rear, each of them low-level cultivators. It appeared that the Gale Mercenary Corps was not particularly formidable within the confines of Starry Sky City. When Zuo Wei ascended to the rank of Yuan, the heavens bestowed upon her a tome of celestial quality, titled Soul Refinement. At first glance, it seemed inconsequential, however. Zuo Wei soon realized that not only was her mental fortitude rapidly expanding, but her spiritual energy could radiate outward for over 20 meters. This capability had previously allowed her to evade numerous beasts on Baiyun Peak. Each tier of the technique stimulated the awakening of her soul's potential, which Zuo Wei deemed the utmost significance. The soul is the essence. Standing outside the wall, Zuo Wei sensed that there were few individuals nearby. With a swift motion, she leaped into the courtyard, surveying her surroundings. She surmised that this was likely the inner courtyard, a relatively secluded area primarily inhabited by higher-ranked residents. Sensing the approach of footsteps, Zuo Wei deftly concealed herself within an unoccupied chamber. Though fortune was not on her side as the footsteps seemed to be drawing closer to her hiding place. Acting decisively, she ducked beneath the bed. Her small stature as a child allowed for perfect concealment. Lying beneath the bed, Zuo Wei heard the creaking of the door as it swung open, prompting her to hold her breath and focus intently. As her spiritual energy radiated outward, a vivid scene unfolded in her mind. 2 middle-aged men sat at a table, sipping tea. Upon sensing their aura fluctuations, she discerned their morale was of superior quality, indicating they were certainly not the group leader. Zark was exceedingly arrogant. Did he truly believe his status as a low-ranking martial officer granted him superiority? How much better did he think his talent was compared to ours? Humph. If I were to monopolize the resources of the group as he does, I would have already attained a mid-tier ranking. Unable to capture a child to vent his frustrations upon us, he dared not offend the elemental masters for fear of ridicule. And so he took it out on us instead. Did he truly consider us to be his lapdogs? Frustration consumed me. Deputy Commander Link placed the cup heavily upon the table, shattering it with a resonant clang. What options do we have? The 2 of us combined are no match for him, and with AUX mysteriously absent, what can we, as mere deputy commanders, accomplish? Deli remarked coolly. Are we destined to remain under his thumb forever? Sooner or later, he will betray us. Link exclaimed in fury. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Link's eyes as he inquired, "Do you know where he hides his valuables? Isn't it obvious? If I didn't know, why would I even speak? They're concealed in a hidden compartment within his room. He fancies himself clever, yet he is simply a dim-witted brute." "I have already devised a plan," Deli scoffed. Zuo Wei, eavesdropping on their conversation, smiled slyly at the scheme they were concocting. Soon, both men exited the room, and once they had distanced themselves, Zuo Wei emerged from beneath the bed. After a moment, Zuo Wei departed the chamber. From their dialogue, Zuo Wei had gleaned the location of Zulk's residence and stealthily made her way towards it. At a distance of 10 meters, she sensed Zulk still within. However, she remained patient, knowing that someone would soon divert his attention. Indeed, it wasn't long before Link, with an anxious expression, knocked on the door. When it opened, a formidable figure with a somewhat fierce countenance stood before him. After a brief exchange, Zulk locked the door and hurriedly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Deli approached the door, produced the key he had secretly copied, and with a seamless motion, unlocked the door, entered, and closed it behind him. As Deli entered the room, he briskly approached the wall behind the bed, placing his palm against it and caressing its surface. After a moment, a smile graced his face as he channeled his strength into his hand. With a forceful press, a small square section of the wall caved in, prompting a heavy stone slab on the floor to rise. A look of meticulous excitement illuminated Deli's countenance as he forcefully lifted the slab, revealing a dark, yawning opening. Descending the stone steps, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a brilliant light emerged before him. Within a space the size of a room, wall lights illuminated the area, with crystal cores casting a dazzling glow. However, Deli's gaze was solely fixated on the piles of medicinal herbs and monster materials strewn across the floor, alongside dozens of boxes of varying sizes arranged on a table. He rushed to the table, swiftly opening a small box to reveal a perfectly round elixir. A gleam of ecstasy and avarice flashed in his eyes as he beheld the pill. From his pocket, he produced a diminutive cloth bag, a secret no one knew. During his travels, he had fortuitously acquired a spatial bag. In the realm of Starry Sky City, such an item was considered a treasure, for only powerful families and royal-level warriors possessed spatial rings. Though his bag was modest, merely 1 cubic meter in size, it was sufficient to contain these boxes. A smile spread across Deli's face as he thought of Link, that fool, who truly believed I would share these treasures with him. He was merely a pawn to divert Zulk. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden movement behind him caught his attention. Whirling around, he was met with an icy projectile, and before he could evade, he was transformed into a statue of ice. Zuo Wei swept everything away and then approached Deli with a light chuckle, saying, "You have worked hard, uncle. Your plan is quite commendable. I truly admire it." Subsequently, Zuo Wei withdrew the cloth bag from his hand and turned to leave. The spatial pouch, crafted from special materials, had not been frozen. His scheme still had its final phase to unfold. Zulk was now in a frenzied state, on the brink of madness, having lost all his possessions. Naturally, he had also noticed the frozen Deli and could surmise that Deli had come here with the intent to pilfer his belongings, only to be thwarted by an unexpected attack. With a swift motion, he shattered the ice, speculating that this incident must be intricately linked to Link, suspecting a conspiracy between Link and Deli. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, the air crackling with their martial prowess. Zulk maintained the upper hand, delivering blows that caused Link to cough up blood repeatedly. Link's visage contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Zulk, you have forced my hand." He produced a crimson elixir from his bosom and consumed it. In the blink of an eye, the veins on Link's body bulged, and his eyes were suffused with blood. Ignoring the lethal blade descending upon him, he charged forward, embracing Zulk with a glint of madness in his eyes. Boom! Link erupted in a violent explosion, sending Zulk crashing to the ground, breathless and weakened. Surveying the bloody chaos around him, he felt a lingering dread, astonished that Link had concealed a blood-burst pill, willing to perish alongside him. Zuo Wei, hidden in a nearby corner, observed the entire scene unfold, a faint smile gracing her lips. What was initially intended as a mere nuisance for Zulk had unexpectedly turned into a delightful surprise courtesy of Link. How had Zulk managed to locate Link so swiftly? As Zuo Wei was aware of their designated meeting place, she discreetly placed a note indicating the location in Deli's room. As for the differing handwriting, there were numerous samples of writing within Deli's quarters. Zuo Wei merely needed to imitate them. Zulk lay weakly on the ground, struggling to retrieve a pill from his bosom, intent on consuming it. Suddenly, a fiery red blade sliced through the air, severing his entire hand in an instant. Zulk, in agony, clutched his wound, howling in pain. The sound of footsteps approached, the delicate patter of small shoes. Looking up, he beheld an extraordinarily handsome young man standing before him, a pure and innocent smile adorning his face. The boy spoke, "Uncle, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. And farewell." With that, a fireball materialized in the boy's hand, and Zulk felt an excruciating heat envelop him, the vivid red flames consuming him. In his final moments, he was left with one lingering question. Who was this boy? Zuo Wei observed as Zulk was reduced to ashes, her expression unperturbed. However, her gaze faltered upon catching sight of a radiant card lying on the ground. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, for she was, after all, a person of modest means. Chapter 18. The ferocity of beasts. Zuo Wei's might at the bustling city gate. Throngs of people passed through, including contract beasts. Damn it, can't you keep that horned porcupine restrained? With such a hefty creature blocking the path, How are others supposed to pass? The captain of the guard cursed vehemently, exasperated by these merchants who constantly brought along such unruly beasts. Suddenly, the captain of the guards cast his gaze towards the city gate, momentarily taken aback. He then turned to the merchant and spoke with utmost gentleness. It's not that I wish to scold you. It's simply that this situation makes our task quite challenging. Does it not? You must also consider our position. This plump pig is rather adorable, but it would be even more charming if it did not obstruct the path of others. The other guards rolled their eyes in unison, for they too had noticed the strikingly handsome young man. Brother, I am about to leave the city. Zuo Wei addressed the captain of the guards. Alas, young lad, have you not found your family? Are you venturing out alone? It is perilous. How about this? Tell me who you are searching for, and I shall assist you in your quest, if that pleases you, the captain replied gently. No, thank you. Someone will come for me shortly, Zuo Wei said, meeting the captain's sincere gaze with a faint smile. The captain, feeling helpless, could only watch as Zuo Wei's diminutive figure grew increasingly distant, until it faded into a mere speck in his line of sight. Zuo Wei cast a casual glance at Dina, remarking, "What occupies your mind aside from handsome men?" Dina pinched Zuo Wei's cheek and laughed. Well, obviously, it's beautiful men. Zuo Wei paid her no heed and strode directly into the house. This woman often behaved in such a manner, experiencing intermittent whims more frequently than a monthly cycle. Hey, don't leave. I've made noodles for you. Refusing them would be your loss. As Zuo Wei walked along the path, the lights from various homes had extinguished, leaving only the solitary moonlight to accompany him. A fitting companion for one who was well-fed and content. Upon returning home, Zuo Wei knelt before the twin lotus tree in the courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zuo Wei mentally rehearsed the soul cultivation technique, which comprised 9 tiers. The first tier, foundation of the soul, allowed Zuo Wei's mental prowess to increase tenfold, endowing the soul with the ability to probe. Once Zuo Wei ascended to the rank of Yuan Shi, he would attain the second tier. Meanwhile, Zuo Wei's physical form was gradually transformed by following the transcendence formula from the first chapter of the Sword Canon. To him, this dual approach was efficient and harmonious. As dawn broke, Zuo Wei entered the tavern, discovering many patrons already clad in thick garments. In contrast, his attire seemed rather meager. It's so cold that I hardly wish to venture outside. However, there is truly nowhere else to go. The White Cloud Peak is likely covered in ice and snow by now. We all plan to depart from here, grumbled a mercenary, taking a swig of Kame wine, which warmed his body considerably. Is it really so easy to leave? We've been here for so many years, it's hard to part with it, alas. To these seasoned mercenaries, White Cloud Town represented a home, a source of livelihood. They had buried their loved ones and friends here, which forged a deep connection to the place. And are we not in the same boat? Dina remarked softly, observing the mercenaries. Zuo Wei looked at Dina, somewhat taken aback. What is with that expression? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Dina rolled her eyes. It's nothing. It's just rare to see your sentimental side. Usually, you are merely alluring. I heard that women entering menopause can experience significant mood changes, Zuo Wei teased, a smile gracing his face. As the two individuals habitually began to bicker, a sudden light laughter interrupted them. It was Lance, who had approached them. I sincerely apologize, dear sirs. I was simply captivated by the delightful exchange you were having. Lance remarked with a gentlemanly bow, his azure eyes, as clear as the ocean, fixed upon Zuo Wei. Dina inwardly scoffed. Excuse me, handsome, as if I were invisible. Zuo Wei, preoccupied with concocting a cocktail, glanced at Lance, suddenly recalling that he had yet to inspect the spoils from the previous day's endeavors. He wondered if any of the elixirs contained something of value to present to Lance. At that moment, the entrance of Baiyun Peak trembled, and the howls of various demonic beasts grew alarmingly closer, as if something ominous were about to descend. This is bad. The demonic beasts from Baiyun Peak are charging out. They've reached the entrance of our town. A bloodied young mercenary burst into the tavern, shouting in terror. The patrons inside were taken aback, and Zuo Wei, with a swift push against the bar, leaped gracefully out and dashed towards the door. Seeing this, the others hastily emptied their drinks, grabbed the weapons from the tables, and followed suit. In an instant, the tavern was deserted. Where did the servers go? They rushed out with kitchen knives. Before them, a horde of demonic beasts relentlessly attacked the crowd, savagely biting at anyone in sight. The once brown earth was now stained with vibrant crimson blood, littered with severed limbs and stark white bones. Zuo Wei, filled with fury, leapt into action, hurling a fireball at a spike-toothed wolf as he sprinted forward, conjuring fireballs to launch at the menacing beasts. The elite-grade demon beast, the thunder leopard, severed the throat of a mercenary, indulging in the warm flow of blood. Its bloodthirsty gaze, however, was fixated on Zuo Wei ahead. A flash of crimson light flickered in its eyes, and in the next moment, it released its grip, propelled itself off the ground, and lunged towards Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei deftly kicked aside a rodent beast, conjured a fireball, and gracefully evaded the thunder leopard's assault. The beast let out an enraged roar, its mouth agape as it rapidly formed a luminous orb of energy, shooting it towards Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei hurled his fireball, which collided with the orb in a resounding explosion. In a swift motion, he conjured another orb of light. With a glint in his eye, he extended both hands, unleashing 2 fireballs. I possess 2 hands, while it seems you have but 1 mouth, he mused. One fireball erupted in a cacophony, while the other surged toward the thunder leopard, which transformed into an afterimage, narrowly evading the attack. Meanwhile, Zuo Wei's left hand glimmered with a blood-red radiance, summoning a half-meter-long blade of searing flame that sliced through the air, swiftly striking at the thunder leopard. With a swift motion, it cleaved open the creature's abdomen, leaving a long, gaping wound that ignited with flames, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air, inciting nearby demon beasts to howl in excitement as they charged towards Zuo Wei. The thunder leopard struggled to rise, prompting Zuo Wei to seize a long sword from the ground. Sprinting with remarkable speed, in a flash, the blade gleamed, and the head separated from the body, blood gushing forth. A mercenary, who often called upon Zuo Wei to mix drinks at the tavern, witnessed this scene. His eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens! I swear, I have tasted the concoctions of this fearsome youth. Not just one, but several. As the mercenaries and adventurers valiantly battled against the monstrous beasts, fleeting thoughts raced through their minds. A child, merely 8 years old, facing a thunder leopard, a formidable beast of the top-tier rank, fierce and deadly, now fallen. Zuo Wei stood resolutely. In Lance's hand, a basketball-sized orb of light emanated a blinding radiance, deterring the surrounding beasts from daring to approach him, for they recognized the imminent danger posed by the figure before them. A flash of brilliance ignited in Lance's eyes. He inverted his palm, directing the orb downwards, and softly uttered the incantation for the Aurora technique. In an instant, the orb split into 10 elongated beams of light, racing forth with unparalleled speed. One mercenary, straining to wield his weapon against the beasts, found himself in peril as a claw approached his head. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped his vision, and then the beast vanished, seemingly consumed by the dazzling brilliance. At that moment, Zuo Wei was besieged by a throng of beasts, their species irrelevant to her in the heat of battle. All that mattered was evasion, swinging her sword, conjuring fireballs, ice spheres, and the blade of refined flames. Kill. The resounding crash of collapsing buildings echoed as a colossal paw shattered the wall, debris swirling through the air like dust. The ground quaked beneath her feet as a 5-meter-tall bear-like beast charged towards Zuo Wei without restraint. The creatures that had once encircled her fled in terror. Zuo Wei, in a desperate leap, sought to escape. How could she not? The ferocity of this beast surpassed that of the once mighty Dylan, a pinnacle beast. A fearsome roar erupted. A thunderous howl sent shivers down the spines of the mercenaries, and they beheld Zuo Wei, akin to a startled bird, swiftly darting between the houses. Behind her, a colossal demon bear lunged forward, its massive paw sweeping through a building with devastating force as it pursued her. In the horrified gaze of the mercenaries, the bear raised its paw and struck the ground with tremendous force, sending dust swirling into the air. As Zuo Wei, in her frantic flight, glanced ahead, she was met with the alarming sight of a towering earth wall, standing 5 meters high, rapidly advancing towards her from both the left and right. A chill swept through her. She was indeed unfortunate, as this relentless bear refused to relent. With 3 earthen walls closing in and the murderous aura of the bear looming behind her, all deemed it a dire predicament. Lance, in particular, was aghast, recognizing the ferocious bear as a pinnacle-level beast, capable of annihilating a fire cloud wolf with a single swipe. Yet, Zuo Wei pivoted, veering toward the left front at a 45-degree angle, as the 2 walls threatened to seal her fate. A glimmer of determination ignited in her eyes, and with a shift in her center of gravity, she propelled herself forward with all her might, charging toward a flicker of hope. The earthen walls shattered into a cloud of dust, revealing a diminutive figure standing amidst the remnants. The ferocious bear's eyes brimmed with a bloodthirsty desire, its entire being enveloped in a golden glow. With a sweeping motion of its paw, a ball of earthy yellow light hurtled towards Zuo Wei. Before she could react, a blue figure interposed itself before her. The yellow sphere struck a luminous shield with tremendous force, causing a brilliant explosion of light. Lucy involuntarily staggered backward. Blood spilling from his mouth, he realized that his inferior grade was insufficient to withstand such an assault. "I will hold it off. You must flee," he urged Zuo Wei, then charged at the monstrous bear. Zuo Wei was momentarily stunned, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes as she softly declared, "I, Zuo Wei, will never abandon a friend to flee alone." With that, a box appeared in her hand, which she opened to retrieve a pill, swallowing it before discarding the box. Soon, another box materialized, and in no time, over 20 boxes lay at her feet. As Bluesy struggled against the bear, he felt the elements within him nearing depletion and his mental energy severely taxed. The disparity between inferior and superior grades was staggering, especially when contending with the formidable ferocity of the rampaging bear. A bitter smile graced Bluesy's handsome face. He would have never imagined he would sacrifice his precious life for a child he barely knew. Yet, inexplicably, Zuo Wei was truly different from others. Though she was still so young, he wondered if he was on the brink of death. With a heavy thud, Bluesy collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his chest. Through his hazy vision, he discerned the charging bear and a child emerging from the shadows. Zuo Wei? At that moment, Zuo Wei felt an overwhelming heat. After consuming over 10 pills of unknown rank and type, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within her, as if something were on the verge of breaking free. Her pupils were suffused with a crimson glow. What she craved now was an outlet for her pent-up force. Gazing at the ferociously imposing violent bear before her, a glint of madness flickered in Zuo Wei's eyes. "If you refuse to let me live, then I shall ensure your demise." With a flash of blood-red brilliance erupting from her grasp, she swung her hand towards the raging bear, summoning a 2-meter-wide crimson blade enveloped in flames, which surged forth. The bear, lacking in speed, bore the brunt of the attack. A wretched howl escaped its lips as a long gash appeared across its chest, igniting in a blaze. Yet, astonishingly, not a drop of blood was shed. Seeing this, Zuo Wei seethed inwardly. This creature possessed both thick skin and flesh. An idea sparked in her mind, illuminating her gaze. Simultaneously conjuring a fireball and an ice sphere in her hands, she recalled her physics teacher's words on Earth, the interplay of heat and cold. The fusion of fire and ice could yield miraculous chemical reactions. Resolute, she pressed her hands inward with all her might. At the moment the fireball and ice sphere collided, Zuo Wei sensed a trace of purple manifesting in her vision. In that instant, a violet orb of light formed in her hands, radiating a dazzling purple aura, pulsating with an intense and volatile energy. She felt herself teetering on the brink of losing control, and with a decisive motion, she hurled the violet orb towards the violent bear. Sensing the imminent threat, the formidable beast conjured a massive wall of energy before it. Bam! With a blink, the earthen wall cracked, and a tremendous explosion resonated, creating a vast pit with a diameter of 5 meters in the ground. The ferocious bear lay within, its fate uncertain, as blood flowed incessantly from its body, gradually transforming the pit's bottom into a pool of crimson. Left stunned, Zuo Wei collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The other mercenaries, anxious to check on Zuo Wei, found themselves hindered by the surrounding beasts, unable to break free. Lan struggled to rise, and, upon noticing a pile of boxes on the ground, realized that Zuo Wei must have ingested the sweat excess pill. Every practitioner was aware that pills should not be taken recklessly, for an internal energy surge could prove fatal, especially for someone of her mere novice rank. Just then, the ferocious bear in the pit appeared to stir, slowly rising from the depths, its flesh and blood in disarray. At that moment, it had lost the strength to roar. Yet it remained more than capable of slaughtering the diminutive figure that had severely wounded it. Suddenly, atop a building, a woman appeared with a swish. Clad in a red cheongsam adorned with golden embroidery, the frigid wind swirling around her, the garment split to reveal her snow-white thighs. Witnessing the harrowing scene of battle on the ground, with Zuo Wei lying motionless, Dina's eyes ignited with flames of fury. Her crimson lips seemed to utter incantations, and then, amidst the chaos, a 5-meter-long flame whip materialized in the air. The flickering fire crackled as the whip lashed down upon the demon bear that sought to slay Zuo Wei. With a single strike, a gaping wound, half a meter deep, appeared on the bear's body, revealing glimpses of its stark white bones. Dina harbored an intense hatred for this beast, commanding the fiery whip to strike it repeatedly, inflicting a relentless barrage of blows. Within 10 seconds, the ground bore witness to the lifeless form of a colossal demon bear, its bones stark against the charred remnants of flesh, which had been reduced to ash and smoke. The mercenaries shivered, questioning if this was truly a woman. Her ferocity surpassed even that of the wildest bear. The mercenaries perceived the figure atop the roof as a crimson flash, and in the blink of an eye, Dina appeared beside Zuo Wei. She cradled Zuo Wei in her arms, checking for breath and assessing her condition, her expression darkening. The girl was still alive, but the duration of her survival remained uncertain. With a decisive gesture, Dina summoned a contract array on the ground, where a radiant six-pointed star began to materialize, slowly revealing a bird-like demon beast. A Meteor beast of the Zone class, the Flame Spirit T Quebec Spirit, go forth and eliminate these creatures. Leave not a single one alive. I do not wish for any more demon beasts to roam near Baiyun Town, Dina declared with an icy resolve. Dina lifted Zuo Wei and cast a glance at the pallid and fallen lands on the ground, a flicker of gratitude surfacing in her eyes. If Lands had intended to flee, he would not be here now. His presence signified his dedication to Zuo Wei. She possessed enough discernment to recognize this. Adjusting Zuo Wei to her back, she secured him with one hand while grasping Lands with the other. With a few agile movements, Dina vanished from the sight of all. At this moment, the beasts surrounding them were on the brink of demise. Once back in the tavern, Dina hurried to her room, releasing Lands at her door. Then, she carried Zuo Wei inside, unconcerned by the blood and dust that marred him. With great care, she laid Zuo Wei upon the bed, her heart heavy with guilt as she gazed at his unconscious form. She reproached herself for being too careless, having believed Zuo Wei could handle the beasts. Seated at the door, Lands appeared weakened, with a flicker of light in his hand. A box materialized, a privilege of the young heir of the foremost family in the Klai province, who possessed a spatial pouch. After consuming a mid-grade qi blood pill, his internal injuries began to improve slightly. Contemplating for a moment, 3 more boxes appeared in his grasp: qi blood pills, heart-nourishing pills, and spirit-focusing pills. These were the most precious elixirs he had on him. Although uncertain of their effects on Zuo Wei, they were certainly better than nothing. When Dina emerged from her room, she noticed Lan still seated at the door, his complexion appearing somewhat better, likely due to the pills he had consumed. Ah, these wealthy science. Indeed, it is a moment of profound happiness. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you kindly administer these 3 pills to Zuo Wei? Although I am uncertain of their efficacy, it is certainly better than having none at all, Lan Si stated earnestly. No need for that, Dina gently replied. This little girl has encountered problems from consuming too many pills. She must rely on herself now. These pills would be of no use. And given the nature of your relationship, it would not be appropriate for her to accept such precious elixirs. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your efforts in saving her. And I believe she is as well. Previously, Dina had merely found it amusing to facilitate interactions between Lan Si and Zuo Wei. Yet she understood that Zuo Wei was not one to easily fall in love, despite her tender age of merely 8 years. Beneath the peak, a humble stood, where Zuo Wei lay in a state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of life and death. At the summit of Baiyun Peak, a colossal icy blue vortex spun incessantly, with countless snowflakes cascading from the heavens, all spiraling into the whirlpool. Above the vortex, a gigantic figure suddenly opened its eyes, which flickered with blue flames, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. At the center of the vortex, countless shards of ice coalesced, their volume not enlarging but instead solidifying gradually, the icy blue growing ever deeper, crystalline and translucent, as if imbued with life itself. Chapter 20. The Frost of Baiyun, Convergence of the Stars at last. The ice core, which had been solidifying, seemed to reach a critical threshold, emitting a sound as crisp as a bell's chime. Then, the previously voracious vortex, which had only been absorbing the snow and ice, began to release countless tiny ice crystals, freezing everything in their path. From the summit, within less than a day, the entire Baiyun Peak transformed into a colossal iceberg, exuding an excruciating chill, as if proclaiming that Baiyun would henceforth be encased in ice. In the province of Kila, in the city of Lionheart, the magnificent lion-headed edifice of the royal grade demon beast, the the flame-winged lion, stood proudly in a vast plaza. Behind the plaza lay an expansive estate, adorned with splendid houses arranged in harmonious disarray. In the central hall of the tallest building, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the space. Our family boasts merely 2 monarch-level experts, while the other 4 prominent families, the Yu, Nya, Hao, and Wang, each possess a single monarch-level expert. Should they seize the opportunity, it would bode ill for us. The third elder, Lan's son, spoke with a grim demeanor. Lance has already arrived there and has dispatched his men. Ultimately, the contest will be decided solely among the top experts. The others merely strive to uphold our family's esteemed reputation. Second brother, you shall lead the team this time. An elderly man, lazily reclined in an ornate chair, made the pronouncement. Elder brother, please refrain from calling me second brother. The second elder, who had been stroking his beard, trembled in exasperation. Laughter bubbled beneath the surface among the gathered crowd, recognizing the second elder's plight. Indeed, master, responded an individual kneeling on the ground, gradually fading into the background. Across the province of Kila, families and sects mobilized their forces. This was a contest for treasures, a clash of various powers, where the victor would ascend as sovereign. Beneath the white cloud peak, the area has fallen into desolation. Following the onslaught of the monstrous beasts, a multitude of lives were lost. Now, the few fortunate survivors, townsfolk and mercenaries alike, have vacated the premises. Though reluctant to leave, the biting cold has rendered their departure imperative. The frigid air makes even breathing a laborious task, and several have succumbed to its harshness. Inside the tavern, the once vibrant atmosphere has dissipated into solitude, with merely 2 souls remaining. In the backyard, Dina cradles Zuo Wei as she leaps onto Ling Er's back, casting a lingering glance at the tavern, her refuge for the past 3 years. Though barren and backward, it has offered a sense of peace. As Dina caresses Zuo Wei's face, she reflects on the child's existence. Had she not made that fateful decision, her own child would be of similar age. Would they possess the same beauty as Zuo Wei? Dina clutches Zuo Wei tightly, cherishing this gift from the heavens, happiness she once relinquished. Lance had departed from White Cloud Town several days prior. Though he was reluctant, he understood that at this moment, he is merely the young clan leader of the Lance family, still not powerful enough. Throughout the Klai province, nearly all factions are aware of the impending emergence of the Ice-Li Han Puya at White Cloud Peak. This legendary entity is said to possess the ability to transform an ordinarily talented elemental master, altering their elemental affinity to the rare and mutated ice attribute. Furthermore, it can cultivate a monarch-level powerhouse within a mere 5 years. What does it mean to be a monarch-level expert? In the entire Klai province, there are no more than 15 such individuals, including martial artists and other cultivators. In terms of combat prowess, the swordsman reigns supreme. However, in the vast realm of Taiyuan, swordsmen are exceedingly rare, predominantly found in the legendary central continent. Every elementalist embodies the pinnacle of offensive power. The likelihood of a sovereign-level elementalist surpassing a sovereign-level martial artist is an astounding 99%. And when it comes to ice elementals, the disparity is even greater. Consequently, nearly all factions are converging towards Baiyun Peak. Is Baiyun Peak encased in ice? Then they shall proceed to the nearby Starry City. Thus, Starry City has become the focal point of the Klai province. At the entrance of Starry City, the guards stand tall and gallant, radiating vitality and determination. Their eyes gleaming with intensity, their postures exuding a striking elegance. They appear quite dashing. Yet, within, the guards grapple with their fatigue. Standing for an entire day feels more exhausting than an entire month of toil. Alas, orders from above have been issued. These past few days have seen the arrival of numerous significant figures. Sovereign-level individuals abound, and occasionally, even those of the clan level. The presence of city lords, clan leaders, and an array of other formidable nobles is overwhelming. Offend one, and your family shall face dire consequences. Suddenly, all eyes at the city gate are drawn toward the distant sky, where they behold a fiery, flame-like flying beast gradually enlarging before them. A collective intake of breath ensues. They have encountered flying beasts before, as some of those prominent figures arrived riding their contracted beasts. However, they have never witnessed a flying beast of the clan level. Is it contracted or not? If it is not, they are certain to meet their doom. Before long, the majestic beast descends nearby, and from its back leaps a woman of breathtaking beauty, captivating the guards like none they have ever seen, especially as she cradles a child in her arms. Of course, she is also the mightiest among them. Little brother? The captain of the guards can't help but exclaim. A sudden change washes over the faces of all present. Who is he referring to? Dina cast a curious glance at the captain of the guards. Little brother? Surely you cannot be referring to Zuo Wei. My heavens, has this girl even managed to seduce an elder? She paused, then added, my apologies, my lord. I did recognize this young man from a prior encounter, and thus I inadvertently caused offense. I am truly sorry. At that moment, the captain of the guards broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had made a grave error. Dina's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, her red lips parting ever so slightly. I see. It appears you share a certain connection with my brother. Her voice, clear as crystal, emerged with an enchanting lilt. All the men present found themselves instinctively swallowing hard. Chapter 21. Zuo Wei, must you be so low-key? Will it lead to your demise? In the heart of Starry Sky City stood the grandest inn, Yuanlai residence, sprawling across a vast expanse. It boasted 10 magnificent floors, adorned with pavilions and water pavilions aplenty. Dina tossed a pouch of gold coins onto the counter and proclaimed, I require the finest, most luxurious room available. Regrettably, miss, our most exquisite suite is currently occupied. The innkeeper replied apologetically, clearly aware that this woman was not to be trifled with. It seemed the entire inn was filled with formidable characters. Very well, then. Provide me with a room of decent quality. Two voices echoed simultaneously, and soon after, Dina beheld a striking blonde gentleman descending the staircase, flanked by a swarm of bodyguards. Indeed, he exuded an air of aristocracy. Ah, Lancelot, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you once more. It seems fate has woven our paths together. Dina, with a teasing tone, remarked, well, dear sister, those who are destined to meet shall inevitably converge. Lancelot, accompanied by a gentle smile, responded, indeed. If one were to overlook the single strand of red adorning his ear, he maintains a rather composed demeanor. In the past, Dina had expressed her unfamiliarity with Zuo Wei, remarking that she was too young, but Lancelot resolved to understand her better, patiently awaiting her maturation. Of course, the primary objective was to win the favor of her family. The expression of the attendant behind Lancelot was peculiar. Could it be that their master, typically so aloof, exhibited such tenderness? Lancelot gazed with concern at Zuo Wei nestled in Dina's arms and inquired, how is she faring? Is she still the same? Ah, is that not our young master Lancelot? I had heard you shun the company of women. What is this? Have you developed an appreciation for lovely maidens? A strikingly handsome man clad in a golden robe entered the inn, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Dina, his gaze lingering with an unmistakable desire. I must take my leave. Otherwise, I might forgo my meal. Dina cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer, her tone indifferent as she turned to depart. Having been influenced by Zuo Wei, Dina's manner of speaking had adopted a similar nuance, implying, you have completely soured my appetite. Lancelot chuckled softly, recognizing her subtle jest. As for the man behind him, he appeared utterly perplexed. However, that did not deter his irritation at Dina's lack of appreciation. After all, which woman was beyond his reach? Lancelot, disinterested in the man's grievances, ascended the stairs without a backward glance. The eldest son of the Hao family has always been perceived as a fool, and today is no exception. In this current environment, how dare he remain so arrogant? A mere low-tier fire elementalist at the sect level, accompanied by a mid-tier flying beast. Can he truly contend with your family's low-tier martial artist? Innkeeper, reserve the finest room for me, at once. The young master of the Hao family declared fiercely, his handsome face etched with cold malice. Humph, Lance, your family may be the foremost clan, and you might be the most gifted talent among the 5 great families. But I shall ensure you meet your demise in this insignificant place. Apologies, young sir, but the inn is fully booked. Might I suggest an alternative room? The innkeeper was utterly bereft of words, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Fully booked? Then have someone vacate a room. I shall pay tenfold. Are you lacking in sense? Those who can afford luxury accommodations are hardly in need of your meager funds. A youth, who had been quietly sipping water in the corner, chuckled, his smile radiating like the sun. The young master of the Hao family, incensed, glared at the boy and bellowed, someone, remove this scoundrel's tongue, break his limbs. Throw him out. Those present were taken aback. Such cruelty was unfathomable. To treat human life as mere fodder was one thing, But to inflict such torment was a greater cruelty than death itself. The attendants behind him, all martial artists of the soldier rank, instinctively reached for their weapons. Suddenly, a deep voice interjected, "Wait, young Master Hao. We are here on a mission. Let us not stir up further trouble, lest the other elders hold us accountable." Kalian is a notable expert from the Hao family, a proficient high-ranking elemental mage. Regrettably, ever since he was assigned to protect this young master, he has been relegated to the role of a mere caretaker, responsible for his meals and personal needs. Kalian's expression turned grave as he observed the table where the laughing youth sat. Those individuals were not to be underestimated. As Kalian's words fell, most attendees wore peculiar expressions, akin to that of constipation. Hao Jian, such a wretched character? Huh, truly a despicable person. The laughing youth, with his wine-red short hair flowing freely, donned a long robe of red and white, his features strikingly handsome, yet his eyes betrayed a cunning glint. His boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the hall, and the three companions seated with him shared a similarly strange demeanor. Hao Jian's face flushed crimson with rage, just as he was about to reprimand the youth. He recalled Kalian's warning. He shot a menacing glance at the boy before glaring at Kalian, barking, "What are we waiting for? Let us leave." Damn Kalian. Repeatedly sabotaging his affairs and constantly using his father as leverage against him. Today, he had the audacity to call him by that name, bringing him shame. Once he ascends to the position of family head, Kalian will be the first to face his wrath. Zuo, why bother? The young master of the Hao family is hardly a person of grace. You have openly offended him, remarked a black-haired man at the table. His demeanor nonchalant as he elegantly lifted his cup for a delicate sip, assessing the flavor, fragrant yet lacking depth, a clear sign of a small place devoid of rich heritage. Offend? Only the weak fear offending others. Does the Hao family intimidate us? Well, are you sect cower? Or is it you, Lei Chenxi? Are you and your Dark Knight sect afraid? With such an air, the Hao family is doomed to decline. Beside Zuo stood a young man, his sharp brows framing a face that exuded both strength and charm, adorned with a subtle smile. Lei Chenxi exchanged a glance with him, her eyes shimmering with confidence as she boldly declared, "I simply detest trouble, especially the trivial kind." Rising from her seat, she turned to ascend the stairs, prompting the nearby table of patrons to promptly follow in her wake. Zuo, observing Lei Chenxi's retreating figure, turned to the young man and remarked with a smile, "Brother Yichun, in the future, this person shall be your rival." Yichun responded calmly, "Zuo, I have stated before that the future of the Moon sect must rest in your capable hands, not mine. She is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. A confrontation between you two is inevitable." Zuo curled her lips slightly, muttering under her breath, "Forget it. Engaging in schemes with someone who wears a fade of smiles is hardly worth the effort. I'd rather explore the world." Yichun gazed at Zuo with a hint of helplessness. The son of the Moon sect's leader, gifted and of fine character, yet lacking ambition for power. Perhaps that is why he leads such a joyous existence. At the highest level of the inn, on the 10th floor, in a solitary room, Lei Chenxi studied a letter with a grave expression. The formidable presence of the four great families of the Clay Province, coupled with the esteemed Blue family and its young master, made the situation exceedingly complex. The Moon sect and other hidden forces further complicated the power dynamics. It appeared that the contest for the Isli Hanpu would be intensely fierce. In terms of influence, the Blue family reigned supreme, while the Moon sect and the Dark Knight sect stood nearly equal in strength, positioned as the second tier. Yet, a flicker of confidence danced at the corners of Lei Chenxi's mouth. Sometimes, cunning strategy proves more potent than sheer might, and no one can thwart his path to ascendancy. In an adjacent chamber, a vast bathing pool beckoned, its smooth walls reflecting the crystalline waters of the hot spring. Petals floated serenely atop the surface, while Dina, with her shoulders partially exposed and crimson-tipped hair drifting gracefully in the water, sighed contentedly, reveling in the exquisite pleasure of a long-overdue soak. "Once that little rascal Zuo Wei awakens, she must join me," she thought with a mischievous grin. The mere recollection of Zuo Wei's expressive face brought a chuckle to Dina. But soon her laughter subsided. "If you emerge unscathed this time, I shall refrain from rapping your head when your tongue runs wild next time." Behind a screen beside the bath, on a grand bed, lay a petite figure, her youthful visage enveloped in tranquility. This serene tableau was abruptly disrupted as a violet aura began to radiate from her form. Suddenly, above the inn, clouds parted dramatically, as if the heavens themselves were tearing asunder, allowing a colossal beam of light to descend directly through the inn's roof, enveloping the sleeping figure in its luminous embrace. Within the bustling streets of Starry Sky City, countless onlookers were rendered speechless by the sight of this immense light beam. Soon after, vibrant flashes erupted from various corners, all converging towards Yuanliju. The city, filled with formidable beings, trembled at the spectacle. Dina, initially startled from her tranquil soak, pondered in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Joy surged within her as she realized Zuo Wei was unharmed. However, the encroaching powerful auras outside soon penetrated her awareness. And feeling her own vulnerability in her nakedness, she fumed, shouting, "Zuo Wei, keep it low-key, or we might meet our demise." Chapter 22. Young lady. What are your thoughts on my nephew? Dina's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white as she wrapped herself in a long white towel. Standing at a height of 175 centimeters, she found herself confronted by the two elderly men before her, who seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The second elder of the Lan family, Lan Ao, cleared his throat and remarked, "In the pursuit of cultivation, one feels as light as a swallow. Therefore, I decided to practice my skills on the rooftop. However, the quality of this inn's roof leaves much to be desired." As Lan Ao gazed at the stunning woman, whose eyes glinted with fierce intensity, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, though internally he was consumed by excitement. Fortunately, his speed had spared him from a more embarrassing situation. "TCH, Lan, you truly are shameless. It was you who recklessly broke through the roof. My apologies, dear lady." He continued, "I intended to knock, but upon witnessing the roof's destruction caused by this shameless individual, I feared he might commit an act of violence within, and thus I had no choice but to leap through the opening." The third elder of the Yu family, Yu Hong, spoke earnestly, gesturing towards the gaping hole above. The expressions of the three men shifted as they realized that this woman, in her 30s, was also a master of her craft. Furthermore, judging by the fiery serpent at her side, her elemental control was far superior to theirs. They quickly leaped through the hole, recognizing the threat she posed. Yet it seemed the child within the beam of light was merely 7 or 8 years old. Such an extraordinary talent could not be overlooked. After exiting through the hole, they proceeded to break through the window of the 9th floor, disregarding the bewildered sight of the naked man and woman within the room, and made their way directly towards Zuo Wei and his companion's quarters, as it proved to be a more efficient route. Dina gritted her teeth, hastily dressing herself. "The audacity of some to take advantage of me is infuriating. You three, especially that old man in the blue attire who broke through the roof, should brace yourselves." At this moment, enveloped by a luminous column, Zuo Wei finds herself confronted with a pivotal choice. In her mind, a vast and boundless white expanse unfolds, accompanied by a resonant voice that declares, "Zuo Wei, at the tender age of 8, you have attained the low-tier soldier rank, officially recognized by the heavens. Your mental prowess is exceptionally superior, achieving a standard of 50 times, while your physical aptitude is outstanding, reaching a standard of 20 times. With the unique ice and fire duality, you have commenced the breach of the first layer of the ice-fire barrier's seal. The heavens grant you the right to select a reward from these 3 items." Before Zuo Wei materialized 3 offerings: a low-tier earth-grade elixir, the spirit-enhancing pill, capable of elevating one's soldier rank to that of a general; a low-tier earth-grade weapon, the spirit sword, which enhances attack power by a staggering 100%; and lastly, a scroll, shrouded in mystery. Bewildered, Zuo Wei ponders the implications of this unknown item. After some contemplation, she ultimately makes her choice. The luminous column gradually diminishes, merging within her being, as radiant energy courses through her entire form, exuding a cerulean substance. Moments later, Zuo Wei opens her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating her gaze, accompanied by a smile that graces her face. Having narrowly evaded death, she finds herself fortuitously blessed, absorbing an immense amount of elixir energy, propelling her to the low-tier soldier rank and earning the heavens' acknowledgement. Yet, she wonders why she was not recognized previously. Could there have been additional requirements? Nevertheless, the most significant revelation she has gained is the understanding that her ice-fire fusion can yield tremendous offensive power. As for the method of fusion, she is determined not to repeat her past mistakes. Zuo Wei recalled the martial arts technique in his mind, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. The guide to breaking through the ice and fire barrier. Dina observed Zuo Wei, who sat on the bed with a beaming grin, a mix of annoyance and amusement filling her. "Really, how can you always be so utterly unique?" she remarked. I wonder how long you plan to keep laughing. Don't you sense that peculiar odor? Zuo Wei paused, suddenly aware that he was in a remarkably classic and luxurious room. Dina stood nearby, watching him with an exasperated expression. Then, a pungent, sour smell wafted toward him, prompting Zuo Wei, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, to leap from the bed. He scanned the surroundings and, spotting the bath, his eyes lit up. Without a second thought for Dina's presence, he shed his clothes and stepped into the bath. Dina approached the edge of the bath, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Zuo Wei, you little weirdo, at just 8 years old. You're already at the junior soldier level with dual attributes of ice and fire. Hee hee, you're in for a rough time now. Normally, your peculiarities only provoke me. But this time, you've managed to rattle everyone in Stargazing City. And among them are representatives of the top forces in the Klai province. Soon, your infamous reputation will echo throughout the entire province. Zuo Wei paused, and then responded calmly, it's of no consequence. What has happened. Since it cannot be avoided, I shall accept it with grace. Dina rolled her eyes. Well, you have quite the mindset. You may be indifferent, but I'm the one who is really suffering. By the way, Dina, why did I not receive the recognition of heaven and earth when I advanced to the rank of an initiator, yet this time, upon reaching the soldier level, I was acknowledged? Isn't there supposed to be a beam of light that descends? Zuo Wei inquired, puzzled. Oh, that is because. What? Have you just received the recognition of heaven and earth? Did a space manifest in your mind, accompanied by a voice? Moreover, do you also possess a beam of light? Dina's expression stiffened as she leaped into the pool, hastening to Zuo Wei's side, urgently inquiring, yes, and do keep your distance. Zuo Wei's face flushed crimson. After all, she was unclothed. Auntie, please do not come so close. All cultivators begin to receive beams of light from heaven and earth only upon breaking through the soldier level. And it is only upon reaching the general level that one earns the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. Naturally, the bestowal received is contingent upon one's innate talent, which then grants eligibility to partake in the celestial rankings. Zuo Wei, you must absolutely refrain from disclosing this matter to others. I fear they may lack the fortitude to withstand it as I have, for I have already grown accustomed to it. Dina lamented, wondering if she could live a long life, constantly terrified. Zuo Wei nodded, pondering whether she had indeed broken the mold. Perhaps it was best not to speak of the rewards she had obtained, considering Dina's potential inability to bear it. While the two conversed in the bath, a large crowd gathered outside. 3 elderly men stood at the threshold, with Lanz, Yuziluo, Yuchen, and Lei Chenxi behind them. They exchanged glances with a dozen women adorned in white robes, each cinched at the waist with a shimmering icy blue ribbon. Each possessed a graceful countenance and elegant form, among whom one woman, with long icy blue hair cascading to her waist, wore a flowing white robe that subtly revealed her tall, alluring figure. Her exquisite features were painted with indifference as she regarded the figures of Lan Ao and the others blocking her path. Lan Ao's expression turned serious as he regarded the frosty woman before him, speaking in a measured tone, I am unaware of your identities. If you could kindly inform us of your presence in the Lake Province, it would allow us to extend our humble hospitality. His gaze was icy, and as her delicate lips parted, her voice resonated with an enchanting chill. My visit here is neither a mere coincidence nor a deliberate endeavor. However, I believe my purpose aligns with your concerns. Whether you can thwart it depends on your capabilities. A tense silence enveloped the group, as the enigmatic women before them concealed their true powers, particularly the leader, who appeared like a spectral mist, cold and inscrutable. Just then, the door swung open. Oh, you're still here, Dina remarked, rolling her eyes at the throng gathered, wondering if they had forgotten their original intentions, now so leisurely in demeanor. The crowd turned their gaze towards Zuo Wei, standing behind Dina, their expressions a mix of astonishment. So young, could it be? Already a knight? Some whispered among themselves. Glancing at Lanz and Yuziluo, recalling that Lanz, the prodigy of the Klai province, had achieved the rank of knight at the age of 14, and ascended to commander by 23. Yuziluo had also reached knight at 14 and, now at 19, had already attained mid-level knight status. They pondered if she could surpass Lanz, yet this child before them truly seemed incomparable. Zuo Wei, how fare you? A gentle, crystalline voice chimed in. Zuo Wei, standing behind Dina, met Lanz's gaze and reminisced about the figure who had once shielded her, warmth blooming within her heart. Her expression softened, transforming into a radiant smile as she replied, I am well, thank you. As for last time and the time before that. Amidst the crowd, confusion, indifference, and astonishment prevailed. All eyes turned to the woman, once cold as ice, who suddenly brightened at the sight of Zuo Wei. Observing this, Lan Ao, gripping his beard, trembled slightly, his eyes darting as he swiftly approached Zuo Wei. In the gaze of the onlookers, he spoke with a benevolent tone. My dear nephew, Lan Si, is remarkably handsome, a paragon of talent, excelling in both the arts and martial pursuits. Moreover, he is quite adept in the kitchen, handles his own laundry, adores children, and is dutifully respectful to his elders. Young lady, what are your thoughts on my esteemed nephew? The crowd erupted in laughter. Who are you referring to? Your nephew, Lan Si, the renowned cold-faced deity of the Lan family, who never engages with women or children, the most affluent young master of the Kailai province? You claim he cooks and does laundry? Do you take us for fools? Lan Si's charming smile froze as he internally lamented. Is this what it means to be forcefully marketed? He pondered how he would navigate the world or face Zuo Wei in the future. Dina's eyes sparked with fury as she contemplated her attack strategy. Fire burst? Fiery python? Fire whip? Which to choose? Perhaps, for this lecherous and shameless old man, a combination of them all would suffice. Zuo Wei, momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, old man, with such commendations. How could I possibly criticize your esteemed nephew? After a brief silence, Zuo Wei uttered a line that brought secret delight to Dina and exasperation to Lan Si, leaving the crowd in stitches. Are you suggesting I should bear Lan Si's children? A man who cooks, does laundry, and adores children? Lan Si, oh Lan Si, how tragic your fate seems to be. Chapter 23. The frigid blue snow and the King's Zephyr. The enchanting Yuezi Luo could not suppress a laugh. Is this the legendary prodigy, whose brilliance is said to have summoned a 100-meter beam of light from the heavens? At merely 7 or 8 years of age, he has already attained the rank of a low-level warrior. It is said he hails from an ordinary family, surpassing me by leaps and bounds. Truly terrifying, yet undeniably amusing. Surely, he understands the implications of Lan Ao's words. Hello, little sister. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Songhai Mingyu. The woman with an icy demeanor astonished everyone with her unexpectedly gentle tone. Such an amiable manner seemed excessive given the circumstances. Nevertheless, this child indeed deserves such treatment. At 8 years old, a low-level warrior, and possessing the rare dual attributes of ice and fire, he is truly a remarkable talent on the continent. Greetings, I am Zuo Wei. It seems we are alike, Zuo Wei remarked, gazing at the enchanting ice beauty before her. She sensed that the other girl also possessed an affinity for ice, which instilled a certain fondness within her. It is said that one's elemental affinity can influence their character. It appears this wisdom holds true. After a considerable time, the crowd dispersed. Those who had initially sought to befriend Zuo Wei reconsidered upon encountering the formidable woman, Dina, and promptly abandoned their intentions. After all, she commanded an aerial beast, which certainly deterred any further interest. Only the elder Lan Ao remained undeterred, leisurely circling around Zuo Wei despite Dina's frigid glare. Zuo Wei bore no ill will towards him. This old man, though somewhat shameless, did not harbor malicious thoughts. Lan Si had mysteriously vanished for a day, only to reappear the following day, engaging Zuo Wei in conversation with an air of nonchalance. No one could decipher his true thoughts. In the quietude of night, Zuo Wei sat upon her bed, meticulously examining the spoils from the recent plunder of Zalk's treasures and golden cards. The medicinal herbs and materials from mystical beasts, along with the golden cards, were estimated to be worth over 1 million. Zuo Wei felt a sense of resurgence, akin to a salted fish turning over. Alas, only a mere 10 or so boxes of elixirs remained, and the thought of the countless elixirs she had consumed sent a pang of regret through her. How many pounds of gold coins had she devoured? Dina, observing Zuo Wei's avarice, could only shake her head in disbelief. This child was utterly consumed by the allure of wealth. Zuo Wei, are you truly intent on witnessing the clash of Ice Li and Hanpa? With so many factions and powerful experts vying for dominance, it is perilous. The emergence of monarch-level masters is inevitable, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Dina spoke with palpable concern. Yes, I wish to go. The battles between monarch-level experts will undoubtedly have a significant impact, and I fear our home may suffer. I cannot bear the thought. Zuo Wei replied earnestly, that place still holds my mother. Indeed. Well then, if that old man arrives, we shall be safe. Dina gently reassured her. 3 days later, the forces within Starry Sky City departed in waves, their destination set for Baiyun Peak. Zuo Wei and Dina soared through the skies on Ling Air, flying for half a day until a colossal iceberg emerged on the horizon. As if everything had been frozen in time. From afar, they felt an icy chill penetrating their very bones. The once bustling Baiyun town now lay desolate, shrouded in silence. Save for the howling cold winds that accompanied the forsaken settlement. As they descended before Zuo Wei's home, both Dina and Zuo Wei were taken aback. The courtyard appeared unchanged, devoid of any signs of frost. The verdant trees thrived amidst the snow, their vibrancy strikingly beautiful in this wintry expanse. It is indeed a peculiar matter. Yet she refrained from inquiring further. In her eyes, Zuo Jinxian is an enigmatic woman, and this situation likely pertains to her. Zuo Wei caressed the trunk of the entwined lotus, unchanged and resolute. Though the reason eluded her, it felt just right. At this moment, a number of individuals from various factions had already arrived in the town. The peculiarities of the Zuo family had certainly drawn attention, yet others merely regarded it with curiosity. Their focus was directed towards the icy pinnacle above, where the Ice Li Han resided. In the distance, Song Hai Ming Yu gazed quizzically at the verdant hue in the courtyard. What manner of tree is this? She had never encountered such flora, and the courtyard itself appeared rather strange. Soon after, only Zuo Wei and her companion remained at the base of the peak, while the others hastened towards the summit. Let us depart. Dina, Zuo Wei cast a final glance at her home. Upon leaving the peak, the landscape was devoid of any snow. Save for a swirling vortex that seemed to be frozen in time, yet it continued to spin. When Zuo Wei and her companion reached the summit, they found it teeming with people, eliciting a wry smile as they sought a place to stand. Zuo Wei, come here. A melodious voice rang out, and both Zuo Wei and Dina turned to see a group of women, resplendent in flowing white garments, atop a massive ice formation, with Song Hai Mingyu leading them. Zuo Wei exchanged glances with Dina before making her way towards Song Hai Mingyu. Do exercise caution. What unfolds may astonish you, Song Hai Mingyu remarked lightly. Her gaze towards Zuo Wei seemingly imbued with benevolence. Dina's expression grew tense, a sense of foreboding washing over her, as she harbored a suspicion that this woman might have ulterior motives regarding Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei gazed at the swirling vortex, softly murmuring that he had witnessed its formation and yearned to see how it would conclude. Moreover, he pondered the azure snow-cold steed, the ice-leaving cold soul. Everyone believed it could forge a master of the monarch level or even elevate one to the rank of king. Yet, who could fathom that it possessed a soul of its own? The vast sea and bright moon spoke softly, as if lamenting, or perhaps expressing sorrow. Elder Lanao, it seems your monarch-level expert is well concealed, yet to make an appearance. If they do not emerge soon, the ice-leaving cold soul may be relinquished to others. Chuckled the fourth elder of the Hao family, Hao Qi, his demeanor seemingly amiable. Such is the nature of the ice-leaving cold soul, it shall yield to those worthy. Until the final moment, no one can claim certainty, can they? Although your family's monarch-level expert may be somewhat lacking and weaker, it appears that the Nie and Wang families, who hold greater power, have not participated this time. Thus, your chances of success are marginally higher, albeit still exceedingly slim. Yet, in the realm of possibility, anything can happen. Elder Lan Ao earnestly advised. Hao Qi's expression shifted dramatically, his lips quivering, yet he could not utter a word. Standing behind him, the young master of the Hao family, Hao Jian, wore a grim countenance, unable to meet Lan Ao's gaze, yet directing a gaze filled with animosity towards Lan Si among the Lan family members. Lei Chenxi observed this scene, lowering his eyelids, a glint of cunning evident in his eyes. The onlookers regarded Lan Ao with deep respect when it came to verbal prowess. Elder Lan Ao was indeed regarded as the foremost among the 5 great families. Lan Haoyan, the 7th elder of the Lan family, is the most exceptional among all the elders in terms of cultivation talent. At 88 years of age, he appears to be in his prime, possessing a mid-tier monarch level of cultivation. It is noteworthy that the average lifespan of ordinary individuals in the Taiyuan world is 200 years, let alone that of cultivators. Those who reach the level of monarch can extend their lifespan to 300 years, while he, as a monarch, boasts an impressive lifespan of 800 years, making him remarkably youthful among his peers and the highest in cultivation among them. Lan Haotian surveyed the crowd, his gaze pausing on Song Hai Mingwei and Zuo Wei, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He found himself unable to perceive this woman fully. And that girl, had she reached the scholar level? Lans, come here. Lan Haotian quietly inquired of Lan Ao. After grasping the situation, he summoned Lan's over. Seventh uncle, Lan's addressed him respectfully. A hint of resignation flashed across Lan's icy visage. His fate seemed precarious indeed. Everyone present fixated on the enormous vortex, awaiting developments. At last, the vortex ceased its tumult, and all immediately assumed battle stances. However, the vortex remained eerily still. 10 minutes passed, and it felt as if an entire year had elapsed. Suddenly, the exterior of the vortex, resembling a shell forged from ice, began to crack and shatter completely. Then, they beheld a magnificent bird, standing 10 meters tall, its back turned towards the distant sun. With wings spread wide as if to shroud the heavens, it resembled a being of solidified ice crystals, glimmering with an icy blue radiance. At first glance, Zuo Wei believed he had encountered a sapphire, its resplendent and regal hue igniting a blue flame that enveloped its form, as if it were ablaze. Its pupils shone with a dazzling golden light. However, all present felt an all-consuming chill, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of sovereignty that loomed above them. The elite warriors were left in astonishment, pondering the identity of this beast. They could not discern its rank, which only indicated that it surpassed their own. Dina's expression shifted drastically as she shouted to Zuo Wei, "Flee. This is a king-level beast. If we do not escape, we shall perish." The majority of the crowd surged towards the base of the mountain, their speed magnified tenfold compared to their ascent. The icy blue avian surveyed all gathered, and upon spotting a diminutive figure in the throng, a glimmer of what seemed like familiarity appeared in its eyes. A piercing cry echoed through the air, followed by a cascade of ice blades, each a meter wide, descending with a swift, slicing sound. As Chapter 24 unfolds, titled Blood of Ice, Sovereign of the Polar Realm. Dina was on the verge of conjuring a fiery shield above, only to discover a massive ice shield already floating overhead. Yet, it appeared that this ice shield would serve no purpose, for there was not a single ice blade in sight. Zuo Wei's gaze flickered towards the composed Song Hai Mingyu, and he couldn't help but mutter, "This woman can read the winds? Is she selecting a site of auspicious fortune?" As the vast sea and bright moon perceived Zuo Wei's peculiar gaze, she was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a gentle smile, certainly not due to her own doing. Lan Si, amidst the struggle, glanced at Zuo Wei, his expression easing slightly, relieved that she was unharmed. While the group valiantly defended against the descending blades of ice from the sky, moving towards the base of the peak, Lan Shuihan Wu, with golden pupils radiating a dazzling light, swiftly conjured massive blocks of ice in the air. The entire summit appeared as if sealed within these colossal ice structures, resembling a prison. Lan Hao Tian exerted himself to protect the members of the Lan family from the relentless onslaught of ice blades, his complexion pale. "Damn it. The force of these ice blades is overwhelming, compounded by the looming threat of the royal beast." Observing the encirclement of ice blocks, his expression darkened. Were they intent on annihilating us? With unwavering resolve, Lan Hao Tian gazed at the enormous ice block ahead, arms outstretched. He called out, "Radiant light spear, shatter." A spear, shimmering with radiance, materialized in his hands in an instant, and the next moment, it shot forth like a beam of light toward the massive ice block. Lan Shuihan Wu hovered silently in the air, her golden pupils seemingly filled with disdain. A crisp sound rang out as the light spear shattered, leaving the enormous ice block unscathed. The other four monarch-level experts, initially filled with hope, now sensed the grim specter of death beckoning them. With a solemn expression, Lan Hao Tian shouted to his fellow monarchs, "We have but one choice: to unite our strength to break through the ice blades, or to eliminate it." He pointed at the colossal figure in the sky. Yu Jia and Yu Jun, Hao Jia and Hao Qi, as well as Yu Min and Yu Jingcheng, exchanged resolute glances, understanding that they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Even for the sake of the family's few heirs, they must fight with all their might. Except for Hao Qi, the other four summoned their contracted demon beasts, instantly comprising a collective of 9 formidable beings of sovereign rank. In an instant, a barrage of powerful assaults surged toward the ice, snow-cold beast, leading to a fierce struggle between sovereigns and kings, a battle for survival. At that moment, Zuo Wei and Dina found themselves unhurried about fleeing. Escape was futile. The icy barrier, impervious even to the mightiest of sovereigns, would likely render their attacks negligible. "Zuo Wei, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Dina inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. "A draw," Zuo Wei replied nonchalantly. Dina raised an eyebrow in surprise. while Song Hai Mingyu regarded Zuo Wei with a mix of intrigue and skepticism. A draw? You sound so certain. Zuo Wei continued. I do not wish for the blue snow-cold beast to prevail, for it may spell our demise, yet I equally do not desire its downfall. Thus, a draw would be most preferable. As Zuo Wei gazed at the resplendent and awe-inspiring battlefield before them, a calmness enveloped him. Dina rolled her eyes, anticipating another of his astonishing remarks. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Song Hai Mingyu's eyes. Indeed, Zuo Wei was remarkably unique. Under the relentless onslaught, the ice feathers of the blue snow-cold beast began to shed, transforming into glistening ice crystals midair. Nevertheless, its imposing presence remained undiminished. With a resounding cry, the beast's blue flames surged, and a volley of ice-blue fire arrows erupted forth, aimed directly at the 5 sovereign-level experts and their contracted demon beasts besieging it. Oh! Hao-Chi was caught off guard and hurriedly raised the large sword in his hand to defend himself. In an instant, this weapon, a mid-grade mystical item he had acquired for 5 million gold coins, was frozen solid and shattered into fragments. Then, an ice-blue arrow, reminiscent of flames, struck his right arm, causing it to freeze within moments. Acting decisively, he swiftly broke his right arm with his left hand and discarded it on the ground, the excruciating pain eliciting a cry of anguish from him. Blue Haotian and the others exchanged horrified glances, tinged with a sense of relief, thankfully. They had evaded the attack just in time. As they beheld the seemingly unscathed ice, snow-cold steed hovering above, despair washed over them. Could this truly be their day of reckoning? Suddenly, a sound like an explosion echoed through the air, and they noticed that a massive block of ice, previously sealed off, had shattered. Before them stood a strikingly handsome man adorned in azure garments, his snow-white hair adorned with a blue headband, exuding an aura of wicked charm. The ice snow-cold steed, he began, his gaze fixed upon the creature above. Originally merely a superior beast of the sect, it has now transformed into a royal-level beast. One might wonder what you have consumed. Perhaps the ice spirit's heart? The arrival of this handsome figure, brimming with confidence and arrogance, left the crowd in shock. Upon reflection, the possibility seemed quite plausible, prompting everyone to turn their gazes toward the ice, snow-cold steed. You are quite clever, he remarked. Yet it is the clever who lack strength that meet their demise. His voice, though somewhat unrefined, resonated with an enchanting clarity. The crowd was taken aback, glancing at one another in disbelief. You didn't speak, right? Neither did I, none of us did. So, was it that monstrous beast, the blue snow-cold ice steed, that spoke? Huh. You are the first beast to address me in such a manner. The others have long perished, and today you shall meet the same fate. The sinister man remarked with a smile, extending his palm, where runes flickered into existence. Before him, a hexagram emerged, from which a colossal ice dragon crawled forth. Song Hai Mingyue was astonished. How could such a powerful being exist in this small realm of Ally Kingdom? This being had even contracted a superior grade ice extreme hell dragon. A dragon, a phoenix, the sovereign of all beasts, a creature of sufficient strength to rival the blue snow-cold ice steed. The ice dragon, appearing as if sculpted from a block of ice, spread its immense icy wings and soared into the sky, howling as it charged towards the blue snow-cold ice steed. With a resounding crash, the impact resonated as ice scales and feathers fell like rain. A frigid gust swept over the onlookers, sending chills through their bones. The blue snow-cold ice steed was violently hurled away, and in the wake of that, a massive ice orb spewed forth from the dragon's mouth, hurtling towards it. A flicker of gravitas crossed the blue snow-cold ice steed's eyes as it conjured an ice shield, shattering alongside the orb. It retaliated with a blue flame arrow shot from its mouth. The ice dragon, bracing its wings, let out a thunderous roar, as its icy wings ignited in flames. With a fierce breath, the blue flames were extinguished in an instant. Zuo Wei watched the fierce combat between the two beasts above, her heart swelling with emotion. When would she possess such formidable power? Gazing at the ice dragon, I murmured to myself, it is rather corpulent. The Chinese dragon possesses a more graceful curvature. A resounding crash echoed as the blue snow-cold beast ultimately succumbed to the ice dragon, being violently struck and hurled to the ground, leaving a colossal dent in the earth. The ice dragon descended, its massive talons crashing heavily upon the blue snow-cold beast. The sinister man, with an elegant stride, approached the blue snow-cold beast and revealed a smile that was otherworldly, arrogantly proclaiming, "Die, or surrender the ice departure, cold soul, and bow to me." The blue snow-cold beast cast a disdainful glance at the man who held its fate in his hands, a flicker of contempt gleaming in its eyes, before shifting its gaze to the left, where Zuo Wei stood. Zuo Wei, upon meeting the gaze of those golden pupils, was momentarily taken aback, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of compassion. The previously smiling visage of the sinister man darkened instantly, his expression turning to one of disdain. You? Then I shall kill you. I can still obtain what I desire from your corpse. The expressions of Lan Haoyan and his companions turned grim. This individual was undeniably not from their Klai province, possessing such formidable strength that it rivaled that of a king, a force that was difficult to contend with. However, the treasures of their Klai province were brazenly claimed by a stranger, a sheer disgrace. Lei Qinzi regarded the sinister man with a gleam of triumph in his eyes. The Ice Lord of the Polar Realm was a concealed, formidable power within the proud empire, the leader of the Polar Realm, of superior lordly rank. Yet his combat prowess reached that of a king. This was due to his possession of the Ice Extreme Purgatory Dragon. Convey to him the news of the impending emergence of the Ice Departure Cold Spirit in Klai Province, and by submitting to him, one may attain the rank of a monarch with his assistance. Thereafter, the Moon Xilo, lands, Yi Chun, and the 5 great families, along with the Moon Sect, shall fall before him. Just as the Arctic Ice Monarch was poised to command the Ice Dragon to annihilate the Frosty Blue, a sudden, youthful voice interrupted. Wait. Chapter 25. The Ice Departure Cold Spirit. Everyone was taken aback, and the Arctic Ice Monarch stared in astonishment at the source of the voice, questioning, whose child is this? Lan Ao and Moon Xilo exchanged glances of surprise and then concern as they looked at Zuo Wei. Offending this immensely powerful man was undoubtedly a perilous choice. Zuo Wei, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Oh, just a child? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? The Arctic Ice Monarch regarded Zuo Wei with a mocking expression. You cannot be certain that by killing it, you will obtain the Ice Departure Cold Spirit, can you? Even if the spirit resides within its body, if it takes any action before its demise, can you guarantee that you will acquire what you desire? Give me a chance. I shall persuade it to surrender the Ice Departure Cold Spirit, and in return, you shall spare its life. How does that sound? This transaction holds no loss for you. Zuo Wei, under the murderous gaze of Dina, spoke calmly as she regarded the Arctic Ice Monarch, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Zuo Wei. The Arctic Ice Monarch's expression grew increasingly grim. Provide me with a reason and another justification. Why should you save it? What grounds do I have to trust you? Zuo Wei tilted her head, gazing at the blue snow-cold ice beast, and softly remarked, It saved my life, yet it also ensnared me. And you, being a wise individual, understand how to make choices that are most beneficial to yourself. The crowd held their breath, sensing that Zuo Wei's situation was dire. Dina, initially consumed by anxiety, observed Zuo Wei's serene demeanor and recalled their first encounter, when she had said, You only need to believe, whether you believe or not. Suddenly, she felt a wave of calm. Zuo Wei had always been remarkably resilient. Zuo Wei leaped off the ice block, her steps steady as she approached the blue, snow-cold ice beast. Song Hai Mingyu watched her, unable to suppress a smile so enchanting it could captivate a nation. As Zuo Wei drew closer to the beast, she crouched down without uttering a word to it. Instead, turning to the Arctic Ice Monarch and calmly asked, May I request that esteemed dragon brother remove his foot from the body of this condemned soul, who stands at the precipice of humiliation and may resort to a decision of mutual destruction. The Arctic Ice Monarch regarded Zuo Wei intently, then waved his hand, lifting the immense paw of the ice dragon from the blue snow-cold ice beast. Zuo Wei beheld the gratitude reflected in its golden eyes and gently said, There is no need for your thanks. I merely express my respect for a strong individual of integrity. I know you comprehend my words. So listen closely. I do not know what Ice Li Han signifies for you, but our lives now hinge upon it. If you deem it more precious than your own existence, I shall not compel you. After all, death is merely an end. Conversely, if you are merely a fool who clings to fleeting power and forsakes life, then I shall regard you as such. In the midst of the icy chill, the expression in Bingxue Hanbing's eyes grew intricate as it slowly lowered its eyelids. Just when the onlookers presumed it would decline, it parted its lips, and gradually, a spectral blue light emerged from its mouth. It resembled a luminous orb, flowing with a liquid azure essence, radiating a captivating cerulean aura, pure as the sea under the sunlight. The Arctic Ice Sovereign's face lit up with astonishment, and in a swift motion, he lunged toward the ethereal blue entity. Yet, it was merely air, That blue silhouette vanished in an instant from his grasp, drifting serenely in the atmosphere. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by such speed, as if it had materialized from thin air. Bingley Hampa, akin to a mischievous child, floated from one person to another. Some, unable to restrain themselves, reached out, only to grasp nothing but air, as if it were selecting its companions or toying with the spectators. Then, it glided before Song Hai Mingwe, emitting a sound reminiscent of silver bells and laughter. The Arctic Ice Sovereign's countenance darkened. Among those present, the child had astonished him the most. Yet it was the woman before him that eluded his understanding. Could it be that Bingley Hampa would choose her? However, in the next moment, it soared past Song Hai Mingwe, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. No matter who would ultimately claim the Bingley Hampa, they would undoubtedly feel an unsettling weight in their hearts. Gliding past the indifferent Dina, it finally came to rest before Zuo Wei. With an expression devoid of emotion, Zuo Wei gazed quietly at the Bingley Hampa, as if engaged in a silent exchange. The Bingley Hampa remained still, while the Arctic Ice Sovereign and all others watched with bated breath, captivated by this surreal tableau. Suddenly, the ice-cold spirit collided forcefully with Zuo Wei, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. As she sat up, her left hand pressed against her chest in distress. This entity appeared liquid, yet struck her like a solid block of ice, inflicting a sharp pain. To her astonishment, her hand became wet. Upon inspection, she discovered blood. The fabric of her shirt gradually soaked through with a crimson hue. Dina, alarmed, was about to rush forward when she felt a hand restraining her. Turning her head, she found Song Hai Mingyu shaking her head in silent admonition. The warmth in Song Hai Mingyu's gaze dispelled the earlier chill, as if it could speak and compel understanding, prompting Dina to halt her advance and instead focus on Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei furrowed her brow, directing her gaze toward the ice-cold spirit hovering ominously above her. Anger flickered in her eyes as she prepared to rise, only to be startled by its advance once more. Surely, it cannot be that you are addicted to such assaults? She mused, feeling no immediate sting. Tentatively, she touched her chest, realizing that the ice-cold spirit seemed to have vanished, absorbed into her very being. Dina's expression shifted drastically as she swiftly positioned herself before Zuo Wei, her vigilance heightened by the anger and greed reflected in the eyes of those surrounding them. Lanao, rarely one to express earnestness, nodded gravely. His gaze then fell upon the unconscious Lands, and he sighed deeply. As the certain heir of the Lan family, Lands must not squander his life for someone destined to remain unattainable. Zuo Wei rose to his feet, forcefully pulling Dina behind him. His voice calm, yet resolute as he uttered, "Dina, I cannot bear to witness once more the demise of someone I hold dear." A flicker of sorrow crossed Dina's eyes as she gently replied, "If you perish today, then I shall accompany you." A piercing cry of a bird echoed through the air, as Lan Shui, struggling against the chill, attempted to rise, slowly dragging her body towards Zuo Wei. "Do not move, you are injured. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm her." His voice, cold and distant, resonated within the hearts of those present. Suddenly, like a phantom, a woman appeared beside him, an ethereal beauty, as captivating as the sea and moonlight combined. Song Hai Mingyu cast a wary gaze at the Ice King, who now felt an ominous aura emanating from her. Even the ice dragon beside him regarded her with trepidation, as if she were an ancient leviathan. "Let it be so for today. Everyone disperse," Song Hai Mingyu declared softly, invoking a wave of intense pressure within the hearts of all present. No one lingered. Those of various factions fled down the mountain, their faces etched with terror, exclaiming, "Heavens, this woman is formidable." Just moments ago, it seemed as though she were on the brink of death, struggling even to breathe. Truly a powerhouse far surpassing that sinister man. Yuzi Luo's complexion paled as he cast a glance back at the peak. This encounter truly marked a wondrous and extraordinary experience. Such a powerful beast, such an imposing figure of darkness, such a mysteriously formidable beauty, and not to forget, such a unique girl. Then, Ainley leaped onto the back of the ice dragon, casting one last lingering gaze at Zuo Wei before turning to depart. Watching Ainley depart, Dina felt a sense of relief wash over her. Turning to tease Zuo Wei, she was about to flirt with a charming gentleman when she noticed Zuo Wei's body seemingly covered by ice crystals, slowly spreading from his chest and freezing him in place. "Zuo Wei, what has happened to you?" Dina exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Upon contact, she was met with an icy chill that penetrated to her bones. Zuo Wei longed to speak, yet before he could utter a word, he realized that the freezing cold had already reached his throat. Do not touch her, or you will be frozen as well. Song Haiming, you commanded, channeling her energy. A wave of blue power enveloped Dina, forcefully pulling her away from Zuo Wei's side. As Dina beheld Zuo Wei, now a complete ice sculpture, her heart raced with a surge of impulsive determination, and she struggled to rush toward him. However, Song Haiming Yu's strength far surpassed her own, making it impossible for her to break free. Lying on the ground, severely injured and unable to move, the blue snow ice beast gazed with anxious eyes, yearning to rise. Song Haiming Yu cast a calm glance at it. Her gaze was soothing and serene. After a moment, the blue snow ice beast suppressed its inner turmoil, settling quietly on the ground, its eyes soft as it looked upon Zuo Wei's frozen form. Meeting Dina's furious gaze, Song Haiming Yu replied with tranquil assurance, "Rest assured, the ice spirit is a treasure of the heavens and earth, and it has already recognized Zuo Wei as its master. It will never harm him. This situation arises because Zuo Wei has absorbed the ice spirit, resulting in an imbalance of his inherent ice and fire attributes, causing the ice energy to spiral out of control." Upon hearing this, Dina found herself somewhat convinced. However, she had harbored a sense of discontent towards this woman, feeling that she might usurp Zuo Wei. Additionally, the woman always exuded an air of mystery. Although she appeared to be of a similar age, it felt as though she regarded Dina as a junior. It seemed that those who had reached the monarch level in their cultivation could indeed significantly delay the aging process. This woman's rank was undoubtedly no less than that of a king. Thus, it was entirely plausible she could be an ancient sorceress. Dina secretly scoffed at this thought but voiced, "How can I ascertain the truth of your words? Moreover, it is an undeniable fact that Zuo Wei has transformed into an ice sculpture. Surely, she cannot remain in this state indefinitely." Songhai Mingyue gazed at Dina with a knowing look, speaking gently, "I hold great affection for this child, not solely due to her innate talent, but rather an instinctual connection. She is fated to be with me, and I wish to take her to my sect. Her future should not be confined to this small locale, but should flourish in a broader expanse." "Absolutely not. I knew your intentions would not be so innocent," Dina exclaimed vehemently, her anxiety escalating. "I knew this woman was not to be trusted. See, her true motives are now revealed." With a chuckle, she continued, "I understand your regard for Zuo Wei. However, given her current predicament, the duration of this freezing state remains uncertain. There is but one solution to this dilemma: to seek an emperor-level fire elementalist who possesses the extraordinary control over fire elements to melt this ice without causing harm to Zuo Wei. Subsequently, she should be administered a fire-based treasure equivalent to the ice departure cold spirit, allowing her body to achieve a balance between ice and fire. The conditions here are inadequate, and I am not a fire elementalist, thus unable to assist her. However, bringing her to my sect would effortlessly resolve her issues and provide her with a broader space for growth, rather than remaining in this confined place." Song Haimingyu remarked slowly. At this moment, Dina was profoundly stunned by the woman's background. A royal-level fire elementalist? Equivalent to the celestial treasure of Ice Li Hanpa? Yet, she spoke of it so casually. What, then, was her true identity? Remembering the two conditions that must be fulfilled, Dina felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. What could she do? With her current abilities, it was utterly impossible. Royal level? Such a being did not exist in this continent, especially not one of the fire element. How could she possibly seek one out? And how could she persuade the other party to agree? Furthermore, a treasure akin to Ice Li Hanpa? Such artifacts are elusive and can only be obtained through extraordinary encounters. They are inherently priceless yet seldom available. What should she do? Should she simply allow this woman to take Zuo Wei away? After a long silence, Dina's expression fell, and she murmured, "It is not that I do not wish for you to take Zuo Wei. Although I am reluctant, if it ensures her salvation, I could acquiesce. However, Zuo Wei has always been strong-willed. There are those she must protect here. Whether or not she should depart is a decision I cannot make for her. Are there truly no other alternatives?" By the end of her lament, Dina felt a deep sense of despair. Other methods? Even if they existed, they would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Song Haimingyu cast her gaze towards the foot of the peak and softly inquired, "Is that the courtyard? Her home? She has someone very important here, right?" Dina nodded, her eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow as she spoke of Zuo Wei's mother, who is buried there. Zuo Wei. She has only her mother as her relative, and she loves her dearly. Song Haimingyu closed her eyes, delicately touching her brow with her slender fingers. A shimmering blue aura gradually emerged between her brows, causing the accompanying women in white to gaze at her in astonishment. They exclaimed, "Master." With a swift motion of her right hand, Song Hai Mingyu silenced them in an instant. They ceased to speak, their eyes still wide with shock as they watched the blue aura intensify, transforming into a sphere the size of a marble, which slowly drifted towards Zuo Wei. Guided by Song Hai Mingyu's finger, Dina was uncertain of Song Hai Mingyu's actions, but from the previous words and the reactions of the women in white, she understood that she was undoubtedly attempting to save Zuo Wei, though the cost would not be insignificant. As the blue light floated to the icy center of Zuo Wei's brow, the crystalline ice seemed to recoil from the blue light, dissipating to reveal the only spot that remained unfrozen. The blue light slowly merged into Zuo Wei's brow. In mere seconds, it vanished, and the ice crystals gradually reappeared on her brow, restoring it to its original state. Song Hai Mingyu opened her eyes, her complexion somewhat haggard and her expression tinged with shock. She turned to Dina, who looked at her with eager anticipation, and spoke softly, 3 years. At least 3 years for Zuo Wei to gain control over the surging ice elemental power within her. For now, this is all I can do. I entrust you to protect her well during these 3 years. The vast sea and the bright moon cast a melancholic gaze towards the distant horizon. With a soft sigh, it mused, how can the affairs of the world ever align with human desires? Although I yearn to see her again, my surroundings remain perilously treacherous for her, and I would never wish for her to face such dangers. Dina, observing the melancholic figure, was about to speak when a thunderous howl from a monstrous beast echoed through the skies. Her expression shifted, filled with a menacing resolve as she turned towards the source of the sound. That old fool has finally arrived. Chapter 27. Lu Buxiu, the Unrepentant Elder. Upon hearing the resounding howl of the beast, Song Hai Mingyu noticed that the white-clad women behind her showed no sign of alarm. However, as the silhouette of the approaching flying beast drew near, their expressions became decidedly peculiar. Before them soared an enormous pig, yes, a gigantic swine gliding through the sky. Despite its robust, fleshy wings, it remained unmistakably a pig, an extraordinarily corpulent one at that. This massive creature, measuring approximately 8 meters in length, descended like a bomb upon the icy surface, creating a vast crater. It was a low-grade royal beast, a flying pig, a remarkably rare species. Then, from atop this creature, an old man leapt down. His hair was tied with a red cloth, and he donned a vibrant, patterned long robe, his feet clad in red boots. His long gray hair gleamed with an oily sheen, and his beard was as white as snow. To be frank, it is unkind to speak ill of the elderly, but his appearance was rather unremarkable. One might even describe it as somewhat disheveled. Overall, he was an eccentric old man, or perhaps more accurately, a rather startlingly eccentric elder. One could only wonder how many innocent beasts had been terrified by the sight of this flying pig as it soared through the skies, fearing it might plummet due to its sheer weight. If one truly cannot shed any weight, dear sister, I would not mind taking on the task myself. Moreover, which enchanting lady did you escort to the room at such a late hour? Dina remarked ominously. On another note, under the clear skies and amidst the endless expanse of clouds, that swine, Aosai, unexpectedly fell head over hooves for a beautiful pig during its journey. The two swine were deeply enamored, and though I felt a pang of sympathy, I could not afford to linger, as my most beloved apprentice was in dire straits. How could I possibly delay? Thus, I ruthlessly separated the two pigs. The lovely pig bid farewell, with tears streaming down her face, while the old man bore a sorrowful expression, lamenting silence. Dina barked coldly, causing the old man to immediately stifle his sobs. Turning to the oceanic moon, whose eyes twinkled with a hint of mirth, Dina apologized. I am sorry. This old man can be quite embarrassing, and I regret that you had to witness it. Please share your sect with me, so I can inform Zuo Wei. Otherwise, she may become upset, and I would be the one to suffer the consequences. The oceanic moon cast a glance at the old man behind Dina, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. With a swift motion of his right hand, he tore through the air, causing a rift in space to open, revealing a dazzling portal of blinding white light. The oceanic moon gazed deeply at Zuo Wei, silently musing. This child possesses both the terrifying attributes of nirvana fire and profound cold ice. No wonder my icy heart struggles to contain the ice essence within her. Such opposing forces are formidable. Thankfully, this continent lacks the means to detect the attributes within Zuo Wei. In the future, she is bound to make a name for herself throughout the Taiyuan realm. However, I shall ensure her protection. As Song Hai Mingyu and the woman in white stepped into the cave, Dina was just about to utter a greeting when the entrance slowly began to close. Ultimately, only a faint whisper lingered in the air. In the land of Tian, amidst the icy and profound sea, in the realm of Xianbing, I await her return to normalcy. All that remained was the chilling wind and the desolate expanse of snow, enveloped in silence. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful and fiercely formidable. A murmured self-reflection escaped. Lu Buxiu, you incorrigible old man. Even at this moment, you lament her beauty? To tear apart the fabric of space. What a concept. She is no ordinary person. With a mere flick of her finger, she could snuff out your life. Just like I could. Dina seized the old man's ear, twisting it with a menacing tone. Ah, I realize my folly. Dear Nana, I should not have remarked on another woman's beauty in your presence. Release me, please. Lu Buxiu pleaded pitifully. Beside them, the portly Osai pig extended its massive trotters, attempting to shield its round, bulging eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Indeed, it found this human tragedy too heart-wrenching. Lan Xuehanbing stared vacantly at the scene before her, witnessing Dina's various acts of torment and Lu Buxiu's suffering. Feeling a wave of revulsion. Were humans truly this perverse? Turning to glance at Zuo Wei, she sighed. In comparison, she found Zuo Wei far more endearing. Lu Buxiu gazed at the ice sculpture that was Zuo Wei, his eyes betraying a sense of gravity. Is this the child you mentioned, Zuo Wei? Truly extraordinary. Since the enigmatic Song Haiming you stated it would take at least 3 years, it must undoubtedly be true. Will you accompany me to the capital with Zuo Wei? It is unwise to linger in this frigid land. As a fire elementalist, it poses significant harm to your well-being. Dina hesitated, acknowledging the truth. However, she knew that Zuo Wei would certainly be reluctant to leave this place, for it harbors the remains of her mother. How can I express my disappointment in you? Are you, like Osei, devoid of reason? From your description, it is evident that Zuo Wei is a child deeply attuned to her emotions. But have you considered that if you inflict harm upon yourself for this reason, the sorrow and guilt she would experience would be immeasurable? Lu Buxiu exclaimed, prodding Dina's forehead with her finger. Dina, upon hearing this, remained somewhat uncertain. Lu Buxiu, her gaze filled with helplessness, sighed inwardly. Ever since that incident, only Zuo Wei could breathe life back into her. It is precisely this deep concern that perhaps leads her to neglect her own well-being. Moreover, traveling to the imperial capital does not mean venturing to the realm of that woman. Yet, the realm is one that only the pinnacle of kings may enter. Should I wish to step inside, it seems I must await the day I am laid to rest. Furthermore, that woman is undeniably a formidable presence. Zuo Wei, alas, has missed a tremendous opportunity. Lu Buxiu stroked her beard, lamenting, ah, she is indifferent to such matters. She has always been unlike others. And her future may very well lie within the realm. Dina's eyes gleamed with pride. What is there to be proud of? Accompany her with me. Remaining in this small locality guarantees no prospects for advancement. The imperial capital, at the very least, offers a grand stage and abundant resources. With her potential, those so-called geniuses of the imperial capital are but trifles. Lu Buxiu disdainfully remarked that the blue snow-cold ice beast was indeed a source of frustration. This woman and the elder were treating a majestic beast of royal caliber, one with the potential to ascend to imperial rank, as if it were mere air. Believing themselves to be invisible, Dina approached the blue snow-cold ice beast, raising an eyebrow, and inquired, do you wish to accompany Zuo Wei? If so, reassure me. For you are a royal beast, and I cannot allow you to remain by her side without concern. A flicker of determination shone in the eyes of the blue snow-cold ice beast, its golden light intensifying as a hexagram formation materialized beneath it, radiating a brilliant glow. A drop of vibrant red blood gradually oozed from its forehead, transforming into a streak of crimson light that, in an instant, flew towards Zuo Wei. The blood contract transcended all barriers, piercing through the thick layers of crystal ice to penetrate Zuo Wei's mind. Chapter 28. The Contract, Imperial Capital. Lionheart City in the blink of an eye. The crimson droplet vanished, and the blue snow-cold ice beast gradually morphed into a beam of light, merging seamlessly with Zuo Wei's brow. Only through the blood contract could Zuo Wei, a low-tier elemental master, forge a pact with a low-tier royal beast. Dina and Lu Buxiu exchanged astonished glances, their mouths agape in disbelief. At that moment, Dina felt a sense of absurdity. Her earlier implication was simply for the beast to utter a word, to affirm its intention to follow Zuo Wei. Was it not capable of speech? Unexpectedly, This naive blue snow-frosted steed has directly initiated a blood pact with the entangled one. How utterly innocent you are. However, Dina's lips curled into a smile. This is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. Lefty, it seems your allure transcends mere humanity. Very well, in the future. Do not hesitate to engage with a few handsome demon beasts. With a heart full of indignation, the unrepentant Lu Bushio, accompanied by Dina and the frozen Lefty, embarked on their journey to the imperial capital. Naturally, the flora, fauna, and the populace below were engulfed in fear. In the skies above, one might wonder if that colossal, rotund pig would come crashing down. In the Owleye Empire, the imperial capital, Lionheart City. At the Bylai Dock, a vast square expanse stretching 1,000 meters, was paved with smooth azure stones. Not far away lay the cerulean Bylai Sea, where dark specks of various sizes and shapes, representing ships of all kinds, bobbed on the undulating waves, alongside numerous flying demon beasts. For those traveling to the imperial capital, entry via the city gates was customary for ground routes, while maritime or aerial travelers were required to enter through the docks, registering their specific information to gain entry. Failure to comply would be deemed an affront to the Owleye Kingdom. The Bylai Dock is merely one of the 18 docks within the imperial capital. Amidst rows of square tables and chairs, a middle-aged man dressed in an austere manner, the Registrar Ma Lai, sat expressionless. He coldly addressed a martial artist of superior rank before him. Withdraw your flying cloud sparrow, take this registration card, and remember this. In the imperial capital, fighting is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the Imperial Guard will execute you on the spot. The inferior martial artist of the lower ranks was a robust and formidable man. His expression tinged with dissatisfaction, which rendered him even more menacing. Having established his dominance within his own county, he could not fathom the audacity of a mere gatekeeper to look down upon him. The registration officer stood with 10 guards behind him, their fingers lightly pressing against the hilts of their blades, which gleamed ominously as they were drawn, shimmering with an evident aura of martial prowess characteristic of lower-tier warriors. The registration officer curled his lips in disdain, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. How could a mere inferior martial artist dare to flaunt his power in the imperial capital? Was he courting death? In front of him, the crowd waiting in line wore expressions of shock. Indeed, the imperial capital lived up to its reputation. Only a select few, adorned in fine garments and exuding an air of distinction, bore slight smirks of pride. They were either seasoned visitors of the imperial capital or its native inhabitants, naturally feeling a sense of superiority over the naive newcomers. Initially calm and collected, the registration officer intended to reprimand the merchant before him for attempting to enter the imperial capital with excessive goods. However, he suddenly caught sight of a vague silhouette on the horizon, prompting his countenance to shift dramatically. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Everyone, rise to welcome our esteemed guest." With that, rows of chairs toppled, and the registration officer stood erect, while the guards behind him assumed a disciplined posture. Those waiting to register into the imperial capital looked on in bewilderment, questioning whether a significant figure had arrived, turning their gazes towards the horizon. Soon, some could no longer contain their laughter. Silence. Rectify your demeanor. The imperial capital is not as simple as you perceive. As Malay observed the crowd, he noticed some individuals mocking him, prompting him to shout in anger. Approaching closer, it was no surprise that laughter erupted, for there before them stood an exceedingly plump pig. However, had they known that the creature they derided was a royal demon pig, they would likely have bowed their noble heads and cried out for mercy. Silence enveloped the crowd as they realized the pig exuded an extraordinary presence, and the demeanor of the registrars made it clear that this was not a creature to be mocked. The demon pig did not descend, but rather spread its wings, hovering 10 meters above the platform. "Well, I shall not register today. I shall take my leave, and you may proceed as you wish." A composed voice resonated from the air, and then the colossal demon pig took flight, vanishing from their sight. Some individuals could not restrain their whispers, seemingly astonished that the person and the enormous pig had brazenly entered the imperial capital. Was it not said that demonic beasts must be subdued and registered? The registrars paid them no mind. Soon enough, these individuals would comprehend that true strength is never bound by rules. Nevertheless, some had caught wind of Malay's earlier proclamation regarding the dean. It was said that there were many academies in the imperial capital, but only the dean of the empire's Owleye Academy seemed worthy of such a title. Owleye Academy, a prestigious institution in the capital, was bustling with activity, as it invariably was each day. After all, schools tend to attract crowds. Clad in blue and white robes, individuals traversed the grand entrance. With the uniform attire of Aolai Academy being predominantly blue and white, though the styles varied among different professions, the plump pig of the Olympiad soared into the academy, landing upon a vast platform atop a mountain peak, a platform constructed specifically for its presence, ample and fitting. Dina leaped down with Zuo Wei in her embrace, gazing ahead at the grand estate-like edifice. Not bad, she chuckled. The old fellow has certainly managed to secure himself the position of dean. What do you mean secured? The former dean, wishing to seclude himself in pursuit of the mid-tier royal realm, felt the time would be too prolonged and could not afford to delay the academy. Hence he requested my assistance. If it weren't for our cordial relationship, I would have little interest in taking on such a burdensome task. Lu Bushio replied with a languid demeanor. Dina, standing atop the peak, surveyed the entire academy's exterior, murmuring, Zuo Wei, do you see this? This is the foremost academy of the Aolai Kingdom. In the future, you shall undoubtedly conquer the elite of this place. Awaken soon. I await that day. Chapter 29. Awakening 3 years later, within the residence of the dean, nestled in the verdant Lu Manor, in a spacious and luminous luxurious chamber. A grand bed lay devoid of blankets, only the ancient, fragrant sandalwood boards exuding a soothing aroma. A large block of ice emanated an intense chill, saturating the room with a biting coldness. At the entrance, Lu Bushio strained to restrain Dina, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You cannot enter that room. 3 years ago, I could hardly endure it myself. It's been 3 years since I've dared to enter. Why must you do so today? Did that woman not say it would require at least 3 years, and that Zuo Wei can only rely on herself? What purpose would your entry serve? Dina seized his beard with fervor, exclaiming in anger, How could you? 3 years ago, you barred my entry, and to this day, I remain in the dark about Zuo Wei's condition. She mentioned a minimum of 3 years, yet she never stipulated that 3 years would be absolute. I must see her. I cannot wait any longer. Lu Bushio remained silent, yet resolutely refused to release his grip, internally musing, You express concern for Zuo Wei. Does that mean I cannot care for you? If Zuo Wei is akin to your daughter, then I shall consider myself your father. As the two engaged in their tug-of-war, they suddenly froze, and Dina stammered, Why you? Who are you? Ah, Aunt Dina, it seems time has not been kind to you. Have you forgotten even me? The voice that emerged was exquisitely melodious, cold yet imbued with an alluring independence. Dina's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the girl before her, rendered momentarily speechless. The girl possessed short hair as dark as ink, with eyes that sparkled like distant stars, shimmering with a gentle luminescence. Her features were exquisitely delicate, finely arched brows, a regal nose, and lips as red as ripe cherries, pressed tightly together. Her neck, slender and graceful like that of a swan, stood at approximately 165 centimeters, complemented by long, straight legs. She was enveloped in a thin, silky quilt, her exquisite shoulders half exposed, revealing a beautiful collarbone. Her dainty feet, resembling jade, rested upon the smooth black floor, and her aura of cool detachment only served to accentuate her enchanting figure, which radiated clarity and charm. Dina, momentarily entranced, was abruptly jolted by a strange sound from behind her. Turning around in a fit of rage, she exclaimed, That old fool. He even started to bleed from his nose. With a swift kick, Dina sent him tumbling down the stairs. His presence was simply intolerable. This lecherous old man dared to insult Zuo Wei. He deserved to be kicked. You are Zuo Wei. In a flash, Dina dashed forward, tightly embracing Zuo Wei. Her face streaked with tears and snot, yet she found herself at a loss for words. 20 minutes later, Zuo Wei donned the martial arts attire of Aolai Academy, a white base adorned with blue trim, complemented by an elegant blue sash at his waist and black warrior boots at his feet. His slender figure and long, straight legs exuded the grace of a refined young gentleman. Seated in the living room with Dina, Lu Bushio observed Zuo Wei, who was resplendent in his blue and white martial uniform. The exquisite beauty radiated a cool charisma. His tousled short hair lifted slightly, and his piercing gaze conveyed an air of unmatched nobility that captivated both men and women alike. At that moment, Dina felt a sense of transformation, akin to witnessing a beloved daughter blossoming into maturity, albeit Zuo Wei was merely 12 years old. Lu Bushio, the old man, scrutinized Zuo Wei with eyes filled with admiration. How long have I been frozen? Breaking the silence, Zuo Wei inquired softly, 3 years. Song Haiming, you said you would need at least 3 years to awaken. I had feared it might take even longer. I didn't expect you to be so reliable, arriving right on time. Dina chuckled. Song Haimingyu? Has she departed? Zuo Wei asked, puzzled. He had lost touch with subsequent events. Song Haimingyu's demeanor was distinctly different from her indifference towards others. She was gentle and kind to him, and he held a fondness for her in return. Zuo Wei nodded, affirming that he would never forget those who treated him well. He vowed to visit the Central Sky continent one day. There is no need for haste. You are still young. Currently, you are merely at the lower tier of the scholar rank. With 3 decades of diligent cultivation, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the king rank and enter the Central Heaven continent. Lu Buxiu gently caressed the cup in his hand. Taking a delicate sip of water, he held great expectations for Zuo Wei, an 8-year-old at the lower tier of the scholar rank. Although he had been frozen for 3 years, his solid foundation and immense potential were undeniable, surpassing the record of 15-year-old Mo Xiuyu. The most gifted talent of the Ao Lai Kingdom was not a mere dream. I am not at the lower tier of the scholar rank. I am at the middle tier, came a cold voice. Suddenly, the cup shattered with a loud crash, sending Lu Buxiu tumbling to the ground. Dina cast a disdainful glance at Lu Buxiu, silently pondering his lack of mental fortitude. While she remained composed, if it were not for the freezing, Zuo Wei would have undoubtedly advanced. Who, besides her, knew that Zuo Wei had only begun his cultivation at the age of 8. However, the very next moment, the composed demeanor he had maintained shattered, for Dina remarked that his character was akin to his virginity, broken long ago, 90 years prior. A smile involuntarily crept into Zuo Wei's eyes. It seemed that even in his absence, Dina could find joy. This old man truly possessed a charming quality. As night fell, Zuo Wei reclined upon a soft cotton quilt, closing his eyes to attune himself to his internal state. Having just awakened, he had not yet tended to his condition, and upon hearing Dina and the others, he had rushed outside. Within him flowed a substantial amount of ice elemental energy, while a smaller quantity of fire elemental energy remained coiled in his dantian. The strength of his energy at the upper tier of the scholar rank was nearly 20 times more potent than when he was at the lower tier. And his mental acuity had surged significantly, with his range of influence extending over 80 meters. In the recesses of her mind, the art of soul refinement had ascended to the second level, the formed soul, wherein the power of the soul could be gradually condensed into a liquid state, granting access to the third level. However, this required reaching a certain tier of mastery. The second level bestowed the ability of refinement, allowing one to directly refine the souls of living beings and absorb them for personal gain. Zuo Wei was ecstatic, although the act of soul refinement bore a sinister connotation. She believed in a differentiated approach towards enemies, for she had never been one to show mercy. Beside the soul refinement technique floated another manual, the guide to breaking the ice and fire barrier. The modernity of its title evoked a sense of nostalgia for Zuo Wei, reminiscent of her life on Earth and, of course, of him. According to the guide, ice and fire represented opposing attributes that manifested within an individual, signifying an extraordinary potential. However, the heavens would concurrently impose barriers, and cultivating ice and fire elemental energy could lead to catastrophic explosions due to their inherent conflict, let alone achieving a harmonious fusion. Yet, her unique soul allowed her to control the elemental forces without conflict, maintaining a delicate balance that prevented any issues from arising. The manual meticulously outlined that in order to breach the ice and fire barrier, one must completely unravel the 7 layers of its seal. It appeared that she had managed to unlock the first layer, enabling her to merge a modicum of ice and fire elemental energy. Remarkably, this initial layer had empowered her, a low-tier warrior, to gravely injure a high-tier ferocious bear, proving to be quite effective. To unlock the second layer, however, she needed to attain a higher level of mastery. Zuo Wei forced a bitter smile, pondering the impending ascension to the next level. However, even if she were to reach that level, the cultivation of both ice and fire would remain unattainable. The overwhelming presence of ice elemental power had completely suppressed the fire elemental force. As she gazed at her martial attire, a sudden recollection of her indestructible sword cannon surfaced. It seemed that upon her initial entry into the foundational stage, she had already attained the first layer of the foundational chapter. Now, having advanced to the intermediate level, she wondered how many layers she could potentially reach. Alas, it was not that she underestimated these techniques. It was merely that her progress had been astonishingly rapid, leaving her little time to acclimate. Clearly, she needed to solidify her foundation, for an unstable base could lead to the collapse of the upper structures. Diving into her techniques, she discovered that she was already capable of practicing the second and third layers. A wave of delight washed over her, but upon inspecting the requirements for cultivation, her brows furrowed. The second layer necessitated the concoction of a medicinal elixir using night flower, emolin grass, and the roots of the violent armor vine, while the third layer demanded the operation of her techniques under a gravity 300 times greater than normal, alongside executing 100,000 sword strikes. Zuo Wei rolled her eyes, contemplating the arduous journey ahead. The road is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge far and wide. Having committed to the study of the sword canon, she resolved to begin earning money and practicing swordsmanship the very next day. Chapter 30. Ally Academy. After a lengthy conversation with Dina and the elder Lu Buxiu the previous night, Zuo Wei learned that Lu Buxiu was the head of Ally Academy. Additionally, Dina was dispatched to the third-year elemental master class at the academy under the guise of not wanting to receive anything for free. Ally Academy stood as the most prestigious institution in the empire, admitting the most exceptional talents nationwide, with the exception of those nurtured by their own families or accepted by various sections. The Ally Academy comprises 6 grades, with the first grade consisting of apprentice-level cultivators, the second grade representing practitioners, the third grade for scholars, and the fourth grade designated for generals. Each cultivation profession is further divided into distinct classes, and the student population diminishes as one ascends the grades. There are 200,000 students in the first grade, while only 3,000 remain in the fourth grade, illustrating the scarcity of high-level cultivators. Zuo Wei stood in the expansive garden, gazing up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, her heart heavy with unexpressed thoughts. She had initially intended to seek information from the old recluse, yet the old man had mysteriously vanished, leaving her no choice but to search for Dina within the academy. However, she found herself lost. This was the central garden of the academy, bustling with students, the throng resembling that of a busy marketplace. Each student paused momentarily, and amidst the vibrant blossoms and lush greenery, everything seemed to pale in comparison to the striking youth before them. He was an extraordinarily handsome young man, slender and tall, exuding an air of unmatched nobility, yet radiating an aloofness that made him seem both inviting and distant. As Zuo Wei surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a group of students gathered nearby. Her brow furrowed when she spotted a playful girl with short red hair, whose charming and delicate features caught her eye. With a spark of hope, Zuo Wei approached the girl and gently inquired, "Hello, may I ask where I might find Dina, the head instructor of the third-grade elementalist class?" Hong Ling, a second-year student at Ally Academy, is a 17-year-old, low-tier fire elementalist, regarded as a modest talent within the institution. In the past, she had been the object of admiration among the noble youths. Today, she was supposed to accompany her friends to the technique pavilion to select techniques, but unexpectedly, she encountered an exceptionally handsome young man. To her astonishment, the young man approached her. Feeling somewhat flustered, Hong Ling gazed at the boy before her, Zuo Wei, momentarily entranced by his beauty. Noticing her dazed expression, Zuo Wei inquired once more, Dina? Oh, I see. May I take you there? Hong Ling finally snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed as she shyly replied. Zuo Wei nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hong Ling's companions watched in disbelief as she departed with the striking young man, murmuring amongst themselves, "This girl has truly forgotten her friends for the sake of beauty." However, the beauty was undeniably captivating. One girl wholeheartedly agreed, her eyes glimmering with infatuation as she engaged in animated discussions about Zuo Wei with her friends. The boys, equally captivated yet envious, scoffed, "Just a pretty face. We've never seen him at school. He must be an unknown. Perhaps he is still in the apprentice ranks, unnoticed." With a tinge of jealousy, one remarked, "You wish to be a pretty boy, yet cannot. Moreover, that handsome young man clearly appears quite young. What grade were you in at his age, old man? Surely, you weren't still outside the academy." A girl jested, "Those who bully handsome young men are never good people." In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around them, Zuo Wei and Hong Ling strolled slowly along a quaint path, enveloped in a serene silence. Hong Ling continually urged herself forward, whispering, "Come on, Hong Ling, remember who you are, the reigning beauty of the second grade. Have you ever feared anyone? Be bold. This is a truly exceptional and handsome young man. You cannot let this opportunity slip away." Hello, my name is Hong Ling. I am a student in the second grade elemental master class, specializing in fire elements. What about you? Which class do you belong to? Finally, she mustered the courage to speak, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect of forging a connection. I am not a student at your academy, Zuo Wei replied with a gentle smile, observing the blush that graced Hong Ling's cheeks. What? But you are wearing our academy's martial arts uniform, Hong Ling exclaimed, unable to suppress her surprise. This outfit. Someone lent it to me, Zuo Wei said, his gaze drifting to the beautiful scenery nearby, his tone amicable. Oh, so you are not a student here. By the way, where are you from, and how old are you? Hong Ling's heart sank slightly at the realization that he was not an academy student. It was not disdain for Zuo Wei that troubled her, but rather the disappointment of potentially losing touch with him. As Zuo Wei navigated through her barrage of questions, they gradually approached a magnificent white building. Inside a spacious classroom, exquisite lanterns adorned the ceiling, while sumptuous blue curtains crafted from the finest silk framed the windows. Sunlight streamed in, casting a dreamlike glow throughout the room. Dina sat gracefully in front of the podium, imparting some attack techniques of elemental masters and addressing various challenges associated with different levels. Below her, hundreds of students sat upright, seemingly engrossed in taking notes. As Dina surveyed the classroom, she couldn't help but nod approvingly. As students of the First Academy, these individuals possessed remarkable talent and ambition. Of course, there had been some privileged youths in the class, inept and arrogant, who once dared to provoke her. She had dealt with them decisively, rendering them incapacitated and expelling them from the school. Naturally, their influential backgrounds were displeased, leading them to lodge complaints with Lu Buxiu. However, a single dismissive remark from him had silenced their grievances. If you cannot dispatch a monarch-level combatant, spare yourselves the embarrassment. Should you send someone of that caliber to seek revenge, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Thus, her class boasted the finest atmosphere in the entire academy. Suddenly, a subtle stir arose among the students below. Dina's eyes narrowed with a hint of menace as she scanned the room before shifting her gaze toward the entrance, curious about what had unsettled the students. It was Zuo Wei. What brings you here to seek your sister? Miss me, perhaps? Upon spotting the strikingly handsome youth standing at the door, Dina's attention momentarily bypassed the red-haired girl behind him. Zuo Wei was the sort who felt out of sorts if he went a day without charming a few individuals. A dazzling smile graced her face, her voice flowing with an alluring cadence. Most of the individuals below shuddered one by one. Goodness, is this truly the same female tyrant, speaking so gently to a young man? Although, the youth is indeed quite charming. Your audacity remains as unwavering as ever. Please, proceed with your class. I shall await you outside. Zuo Wei cast a fleeting glance her way before turning to stride down the corridor. Meanwhile, Hong Ling, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush, bent slightly towards Dina, exclaiming, "Greetings, Mentor Dina." Only after Dina acknowledged her with a nod did she dash to take her place behind Zuo Wei. Dina regarded the students below, who craned their necks to peer out the window, her tone gentle yet firm. All right, let us continue. Should anyone fail to pay attention, I shall ensure they receive my utmost care. I assume none of you wish to lose face before that young boy outside. Within this classroom, predominantly occupied by those aged 15 to 25, the thought of embarrassment in front of others was unappealing, especially upon hearing Dina's dangerously enticing words. Their expressions grew solemn, and their gazes became fixed. They had not forgotten how a few unruly youths had been left incapacitated after receiving her tender care. In a corner of the classroom, a young man with short black hair, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, wore a stoic expression. His gaze was directed towards the faint figure outside the window, revealing a hint of astonishment. It appeared he had sensed an air of danger emanating from that young man. Chapter 31, The Bet Zuo Wei. Do you know Mentor Dina? Hong Ling inquired, puzzled as she addressed Zuo Wei, who was seated on a bench in the corridor. Yes, I suppose I am somewhat of a relative to her. Zuo Wei replied, momentarily contemplative. Really? She is incredibly impressive, a paragon for us fire element practitioners. I aspire to be like her one day. Hong Ling raised her fists towards the sky, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile, reminiscent of Dina. Dina was a formidable figure, akin to the Tyrannosaurus rex among prehistoric creatures, a veritable embodiment of ferocity. Little sister, are you certain you can handle this? Upon witnessing Zuo Wei's smile, Hong Ling found herself momentarily entranced. It was a smile that blossomed like a red plum in the snow, exuding a cool, ethereal beauty akin to the first ray of sunlight on a winter's day, warm and enchanting. After a prolonged pause, Hong Ling regained her composure and, with genuine regret, addressed Zuo Wei. I truly apologize, but I must take my leave now. It was a pleasure meeting you today, and I hope we can cross paths again in the future. Thank you for guiding me today. I too am delighted to have met you. By the way, I am Zuo Wei, she replied gently, observing the innocent young girl before her. Reluctantly, Hong Ling cast one last glance at Zuo Wei before turning to depart. It was essential not to linger too long in one place. Moderation was key to avoid becoming irksome. Besides, knowing that she was acquainted with the formidable mentor, Dina, suggested that their paths might intertwine once more. 20 minutes later, as Dina concluded her class, the female students swiftly tidied their desks, brimming with anticipation as they awaited her. Dina, sensing their eagerness, cast a fleeting glance at them before exiting the classroom. The students exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues playfully, before rushing out into the bustling corridor, now teeming with activity. Such was the nature of the end of a lesson. Yet, amidst the throng, everyone's gaze was inevitably drawn to Zuo Wei, who reclined gracefully on a chair, her legs crossed elegantly. Her long, straight limbs, though seemingly an unrefined posture, radiated an aura of sophistication and nonchalance. She rested her right hand against her head, gazing dreamily at the scenery beyond the railing. Her eyes appeared hazy, illuminated by the sunlight from behind, as her short, fragmented hair shimmered with a soft glow. Indifference faded away, leaving only a trace of melancholy. Everyone was entranced, unwilling to disrupt this exquisite tableau. Zuo Wei, Dina called out, shattering the reverie of the onlookers. Zuo Wei turned her head to regard Dina, her eyes regaining their previous sparkle as she smiled gently. Is class over? I have a few things I wish to inquire about. Dina sat beside her, gazing intently. Amid Zuo Wei's slightly puzzled expression, Dina suddenly embraced her, exclaiming with feigned indignation, You rascal! Have you ensnared yet another beautiful girl? Do you find me too aged and unattractive, wishing to cast me aside? As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. Zuo Wei gently pried Dina's hands away, observing the petrified expressions of the surrounding students. She pressed her temples, exclaiming, Good heavens, what has gotten into this woman? Her reputation, I would never disdain you. Your age matters not, nor does your appearance. As long as you refrain from public view, you can still handle the chores of laundry, cooking, and cleaning, Zuo Wei replied softly, sincerity shining in her eyes. Go to hell. Now, what business do you have with your sister? Dina's expression shifted, reverting to that of the enchanting and poised mentor she usually was. Zuo Wei distinctly heard the collective intake of breath from the students, indicating that Dina had left quite an impression on them. Where might one find a specialized establishment devoted to the crafting of heavy armor? It seems that such places are abundant in schools, particularly in the capital city. I am aware of a certain shop, known as the Ba Wu Workshop, located near the school, which possesses commendable skills, albeit the proprietor exhibits rather peculiar behavior. I find it somewhat strange that Zuo Wei is intent on forging armor, but I suppose the reason will become clear in due time. Zuo Wei nodded and stood to depart, only to encounter a young man approaching. He appeared to be in his 30s, his countenance shrouded in an unsettling gloom. Upon noticing Dina's presence, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted, and he gracefully remarked, Dina, what a coincidence to find you here. The onlookers exchanged exasperated glances, muttering, Mentor Minluan, your intentions are an open secret throughout the school. You seem to fortuitously encounter Mentor Dina several times a day. Dina, disinterested, shrugged Zuo Wei's shoulder and prepared to leave. May I inquire as to who this is? Minluan maintained his composed demeanor. Yet Zuo Wei discerned a flicker of malevolence in his gaze. Extending his mental prowess, he gauged the energy fluctuations within Minluan's being, noting, a low-grade martial artist at the sect level. It appears he is unworthy of pursuing Dina. Thank you for your concern, Dina, Minluan continued with a polite tone. This time, we shall not accept defeat. How about a friendly competition between our two classes? If I emerge victorious, perhaps Dina could join me in a celebration? Though his words were eloquent, Zuo Wei could not ignore the repugnant lewdness that lingered in his gaze. The students behind Dina were incensed, clamoring for her to acquiesce. It was quite audacious for the martial artist class, who had consistently been their subordinates, to act so brazenly today. Dina exchanged a glance with Zuo Wei, noticing the cunning glimmer in his eyes. She turned her head and spoke nonchalantly. Celebration, you say? It is not entirely out of the question. However, in gambling, there must be some stakes involved. If I am to bear the cost, you should at least present something to demonstrate your sincerity, don't you think? Minluan was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly replied, Of course. How about this? If I lose, I shall forfeit 1 million gold coins. What do you think? 1 million? That is quite a sum, Dina. Perhaps I should consider getting you a new outfit, she mused. Since it is a gamble, why not include me as well? However, I find myself lacking in funds. Dina, could you lend me 10 million? I wish to partake in the fun. Min Luan. I trust you won't mind my joining the fray, will you? Zuo Wei regarded Min Luan, speaking in a calm tone. Min Luan's breath hitched at the mention of 10 million, while it was not an insignificant amount for him. The sight of Zuo Wei's intimate demeanor with Dina ignited a fury within him. Dina, that enchanting creature, had captivated him since her arrival at the academy. Yet she remained aloof, granting no man the privilege of her closeness. Thus, upon witnessing her affectionate behavior towards a young man, he could hardly contain himself. 10 million? Ha! Little brother, if you wish to play, our stakes must be raised. How about 100 million gold coins? What say you? Min Luan suggested with a casual tone. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what are the conditions? Surely, you do not mean to enter the fray yourself? Oh, I wish to add another contender to the selection of participants. Him, Zuo Wei. Dina declared, pointing at Zuo Wei. The students were taken aback, though a select few displayed glimmers of excitement in their eyes. Min Luan was certainly not like those students. He cast a sidelong glance at Zuo Wei, failing to perceive any fluctuations of primordial energy or martial prowess. An ordinary individual? How audacious of a mere mortal to presume to be a master. Very well. Let us set the date for 1 week hence, a contest of 5 against 5, Min Luan declared coldly, his gaze fixed on Zuo Wei. Little did he know that since absorbing the heart of ice from the Tsang Hai Mingyu, Zuo Wei's cultivation had become exceedingly challenging to discern. Yet, it seemed even Zuo Wei herself was unaware of this transformation. As for Lu Buxiu and Dina, they had grown accustomed to her peculiarities and had no inclination to investigate further. Observing Min Luan's air of confidence, Zuo Wei felt a flicker of unease. It appeared this fellow had some tricks up his sleeve. After Min Luan departed, the students erupted in indignation. Teacher, that scoundrel is insufferable. We must teach them a lesson, so that the martial masters class understands our strength. They clamored in unison. Dina turned to survey the assembly of students, her gaze lingering on a select few before she spoke coolly. This match was originally arranged due to my involvement. I will now name 4 individuals. Those willing to participate may step forward, and those unwilling, I shall replace. The martial masters class will undoubtedly come prepared, so I implore you not to underestimate them. Pausing for effect, she designated the 4 participants, Qian Luan, Dan Mozu, Mu Qing, and Qin Yu. If any of you are unwilling, feel free to express your concerns. If you choose to accept, I expect you to prepare diligently over the next 7 days. Min or Dina, I am willing to participate, but I must inquire why a spot would be granted to someone not from our class, such as Zuo Wei. I am quite curious as to what qualifications he possesses to merit this opportunity. A cold voice resonated from the corner. Chapter 32. I stand here. A black-haired youth stood by the window, arms crossed, with striking features and a slight smirk that betrayed his disdain for Zuo Wei. Beside him stood 3 others, one of whom was an exceptionally handsome young man with an icy demeanor, gazing at Zuo Wei with evident wariness. With a subtle smile, Zuo Wei replied, I stand here. If you can strike me, I shall relinquish this spot. What say you? The students were taken aback. Goodness. Zuo Wei was merely 5 meters away from the aloof Muzi, who happened to be an elemental master of the wind. It appeared that Zuo Wei was destined to lose, prompting some girls to cast worried glances at him. Haha, I have never witnessed someone so audacious. Very well. Let me see just how formidable you truly are, Muzi. With that, Muzi waved his hand, conjuring a blade of azure wind that swiftly advanced towards Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei tilted his head, narrowly evading the wind blade, which instead struck the pristine white wall behind him. Dina smiled faintly. You little rascals. Prepare to be thoroughly stimulated by Zuo Wei. Could it be? He dodged it effortlessly. Was it sheer luck or something more? At this moment, Qian Luan wore a grave expression. Indeed, his instincts were correct. This Zuo Wei was far from ordinary. To evade a wind blade at such close range was no mere stroke of fortune. Standing at the doorway was a young girl with flowing azure hair, cradling a book in her arms. Her delicate, beautiful face bore a trace of astonishment upon hearing the exclamation of the red-haired girl beside her. Mu Qing. Is this person a martial artist? He is clad in martial artist attire. How perceptive he is to directly sense the trajectory of the attack. Mu Qing shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied. Qin Yu, Regardless of the circumstances, his strength is advantageous for us. I find myself anticipating that this martial artist might deliver a resounding slap to the martial arts class. Qin Yu pouted, her charming visage adorned with a hint of petulance. Murmuring, "You cannot possibly place your hopes on this fellow. I refuse to believe he surpasses you, Mu Qing. Though, I must admit, he is quite handsome." Duan Moziyu, undeterred, unleashed several blades of wind, all of which, predictably, missed their mark. The pristine white wall behind Zuo Wei was now a grotesque sight, utterly defaced. "Enough. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not indulge you any longer. This ends here." Zuo Wei evaded a blade of wind, addressing the pallid Duan Moziyu with a dispassionate tone. Ignoring his reaction, Zuo Wei approached Dina and stated, "Dina, may I borrow your spirit for a while? The imperial city is vast, and it would be inconvenient for me to traverse certain areas." Dina rolled her eyes, dragging Zuo Wei into a corner, exclaiming in exasperation, "Are you provoking me? Aren't you bonded with the royal-level blue snow-ice steed? Why do you need my spirit? Moreover, flying beasts are prohibited in the imperial city unless one possesses a special status." Zuo Wei was taken aback. "I am bonded with the blue snow-ice steed? When did that happen? Could it be after I was frozen? Concentrate your spiritual energy at your brow, and you will naturally sense the beast realm," Dina advised Zuo Wei. Immediately, Zuo Wei focused her spiritual energy at her brow, only to discover not only a compelling entrance calling to her at that spot, but also a blue orb the size of a marble. Surrounding it were the icy remnants she had absorbed, known as the ice spirit. The ice spirit continuously exuded blue elemental ice energy, which the blue orb eagerly absorbed, creating a symbiotic exchange that caused the orb to swell slightly. Could this blue orb be the gift left for her by Songhai Mingyu? It seemed that this orb was suppressing the ice spirit's freezing effects on her, although the true nature of the blue orb remained a mystery. Zuo Wei reasoned that Songhai Mingyu would not wish her harm, and thus she decided to let it be. As her spiritual energy probed the entrance, she was suddenly transported to a spacious and luminous realm, where a colossal blue snow ice beast lay quietly on the ground. As if sensing her presence, it opened its eyes and spoke hesitantly, "Master? You have come?" Zuo Wei sent a gentle thought to inquire about its condition, leaving behind an intention for it to recuperate fully before withdrawing from the beast realm. Upon opening her eyes, she found Dina gazing at her with eager anticipation. Zuo Wei smirked, feeling a pang of disappointment for the blue snow beast, who was currently injured and unable to leave the beast realm to recover. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as the imperial capital forbade the flight of beasts. "By the way, where will you procure that 100 million gold coins?" "Of course, it 1 TB from my purse. Just take that old man's secret stash. He is wealthy enough." Dina giggled. "All right then, I shall take my leave, and you may continue your role as a caretaker." Upon finishing his words, Zuo Wei turned, waved his hand, and departed. After a brief moment, a delicate voice called out from behind, "You are the nanny." The volume was such that it captured the attention of everyone in the corridor. Qianluan, Dan Mozu, Mu Qing, and Qin Yu were left in a state of astonishment, quickly followed by a mix of laughter and helplessness. "Nanny? Surely, they cannot be implying that Dina serves as the nanny for our class." Dan Mozu seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. "This Zuo Wei will pay dearly next time. How dare he suggest we are mere children?" Qin Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lost in her thoughts, eventually murmuring, "But can Mentor Dina possibly care for all of us?" No sooner had the words escaped her lips than an eerie chill wafted through the corner where Qin Yu and her companion stood, a palpable aura of menace swirling around them. Mu Qing grasped Qin Yu's hand tightly, urging her to flee downstairs. This foolish girl. Can't she see that Mentor Dina is nearby? Meanwhile, Qianluan and Dan Mozu overheard an alluring voice, sweet yet commanding. Dan Mozu, "Your performance today was commendable. However, with the walls in such disarray, you two shall have to endure a bit and assist the teacher in repairing them." Hee. The teacher will express his gratitude appropriately. Thus, under the shadow of Mentor Dina, the two handsome young men found themselves thoroughly indulged. Zuo Wei's intended destination was the auction house, where he aimed to sell some materials he possessed and subsequently procure night flowers, lingrass, and violent armor vine roots, to cultivate the second layer of the Foundation Establishment chapter. Students within the school stood transfixed, gazing at the slender figure as he gracefully maneuvered past numerous obstacles, his movements both carefree and exquisitely stylish. The short, tousled hair sparkled under the radiant sun, a testament to the vigorous movements of the young martial artist. whose heart was a tempest of emotions. Where did this dashing brother learn such graceful and swift maneuvers? He pondered. The girls clad in elemental mage robes gazed at the striking figure, their faces tinted with a delicate blush, their eyes betraying a hint of enchantment. The expansive campus offered ample opportunity for physical exercise, and fortunate for Zuo Wei, who had undergone 3 rounds of purification and achieved the first layer of foundation establishment. She sprinted from the teaching building to the school gate, a staggering distance of over 50,000 meters, in a mere 20 minutes, albeit with a hint of breathlessness. Upon reaching the school gate, Zuo Wei paused to catch her breath. Unlike the red feathered horse of Starry Sky City, the mode of transport in the imperial capital was the illustrious Qianliju, capable of covering 500,000 meters in an hour. However, it came at a steep price, 100 gold coins per hour. Gritting her teeth, Zuo Wei decided to purchase the Qianliju outright, spending a hefty 100,000 gold coins. Given her recent need for frequent outings, this was the most convenient option. As a once great business prodigy, she was well aware of the significant difference in benefits between renting and outright ownership. At the school gate, she purchased a comprehensive map of the entire imperial capital, yet another expenditure of 100 gold coins. Indeed, the imperial capital was a veritable gold sink. Without wealth, one could hardly move an inch. 10 minutes later, Zuo Wei arrived at the renowned apothecary in the capital, King Siyuan. The chestnut-brown door swung open, adorned with intricate carvings. While an ancient wooden plaque inscribed with the characters for King Siyuan graced the entrance, its elegant strokes exuding a subtle, refined fragrance. Upon stepping inside, Zuo Wei observed numerous drawers in wooden cabinets, each containing a variety of medicinal herbs. Presumably protected from the dissipating effects of the air by transparent stone slabs placed atop each compartment. The nature of these stones remained a mystery to her. Although the culture of this world bore resemblance to ancient China, many of its objects were distinctly different. A few individuals were engaged in selecting herbs within the shop. Yet the proprietor was conspicuously absent. Zuo Wei furrowed her brow slightly as she approached the cabinet, meticulously examining the herbs. She recognized the appearances of Zuo Molienko and Bao Jiaotingen, making her selection process relatively straightforward. She spotted Zuo and Bao Jiaotingen, which together amounted to 250,000 gold coins. A pang of distress gripped her heart as she silently recited, "Wealth may be squandered, yet it shall return." Not finding Bao Jiaotingen left her somewhat disappointed. It was one thing for the prices to be high, but the fear of being unable to procure what she needed was far worse. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted several elegantly dressed middle-aged individuals accompanied by their attendants, but there was no sign of the shopkeeper, rendering the establishment rather peculiar certainly. They had no fear of others absconding with their herbs. Just as Zuo Wei was contemplating this, a soft sound of footsteps emerged from the doorway of the inner chamber, and she turned to see a slender woman in palace attire, her graceful movements captivating as she stepped into view. Her visage faintly revealed the beauty of her youth. Though time had etched its marks upon her, the elegance and composure she exuded endeared her to Zuo Wei. Upon the sight of the woman clad in imperial attire, the group of middle-aged men immediately ceased their activities. One particularly resplendent and authoritative figure approached Lady Wanxi with a smug smile, sneering, "Li Wanxi, have you contemplated the matter I previously mentioned? Allow me to remind you that not everyone possesses my benevolence. I offer a handsome sum for your establishment, along with the means to support you and your daughter. Prolonging this will only lead to dire consequences, of which you are well aware." Lady Wanxi's previously serene countenance transformed as she coldly replied, "Li Qin, spare me your feigned concern. This establishment was bequeathed to me by my husband, and I shall never part with it. As for my daughter and me, we require no assistance from you." A ferocious glint ignited in Li Qin's eyes as he scoffed. "Your husband? That deceased wretch, what has he left you aside from a dilapidated shop? It is truly a pity for a woman of your beauty. With me, you would lack for nothing, and your daughter could enjoy a better life. Otherwise, in this chaotic world, one cannot guarantee she will escape unforeseen misfortunes." Madame Wanxi's eyes betrayed a blend of terror and sorrow, her face adorned with traces of weariness. Words eluded her, and upon witnessing her demeanor, Li Qin recognized he had unearthed her vulnerability. He gently remarked, "What do you have to worry about? I am not a villain, am I? Is my kindness not sufficient? By following me, I can offer you everything." Others selecting medicinal herbs cast sympathetic glances at Madame Wanxi, lamenting her unfortunate entanglement with such a beast as Li Qin. It would be a wonder if she emerged unscathed. for she was truly a remarkable individual. "Madam Wansi, could you assist me in selecting some herbs?" A melodious voice, tinged with a hint of magnetism, resonated within the shop. From a corner, Zuo Wei quietly observed Li Wansi. Momentarily taken aback by the glimmer of kindness in Zuo Wei's eyes, Li Wansi's expression softened. She bypassed Li Qin and approached Zuo Wei, softly inquiring, "May I ask what herbs you wish to purchase? Do you have any violent armor vine roots?" Zuo Wei scanned the sullen visage of Li Qin and replied coolly, "Yes. Please follow me to the inner hall." Eager to distance herself from Li Qin, Madame Wansi seized the opportunity to leave. In a flash, Zuo Wei's eyes sparkled with determination as he lunged in front of Li Qin, delivering a swift kick that shattered his right leg. The audible crack of bone echoed as Li Qin fell to his knees in anguish. Zuo Wei then pressed his foot firmly on Li Qin's head, driving it into the ground with a thud, blood splattering across the floor. The astonished followers behind Li Qin quickly harnessed their martial prowess, drawing their weapons as tensions escalated within the shop, the atmosphere charged with impending conflict. As Zuo Wei's crimson aura flickered, a fireball, roughly the size of a basketball, paused in her hand. With a light chuckle, she mused whether a few mid-tier martial artists could thwart her from eliminating this worthless fool. As she spoke, she gradually positioned the fireball above Li Qin's head. The searing flames emitted a high temperature, singeing his hair with a crackling sound, swiftly transforming a thick mane of black locks into frizzy curls. Li Wansi and the others stood in astonishment. This youthful lad was, astonishingly, a mid-tier elemental master. Moreover, he had brazenly offended the second young master of the Li family. Anxiously, Li Wansi stepped forward, wishing to utter something, but was rendered immobile by a mere glance from Zuo Wei. No, you fools, retreat. This gentleman has something to discuss. I am the second son of the Li family from the imperial capital. I can grant you anything you desire. Just spare me. Li Qin, stripped of his former arrogance, cowered on the ground, pleading in terror. Zuo Wei, discerning a flicker of malicious resentment in Li Qin's eyes, smiled gently and said, "Ah, so you are the second young master of the Li family. I am no murderer. I merely believe that you, young master Li Qin, are a good person, and I find myself in a bit of financial straits. Perhaps you could assist me?" "Ah." Zuo Wei elevated the fireball slightly above him. The sound of sizzling meat filled the air alongside a waft of charred aroma, causing the onlookers' faces to drain of color. "I despise being treated like a fool. In 1 minute, I demand your spatial bags, silver cards, medicinal herbs, everything of value you possess. Hand it over," Zuo Wei declared coldly. "Hurry up, you imbeciles. Empty your pockets." Li Qin's right palm had been charred to a crisp, and in this moment, drenched in sweat and weakened, he exclaimed, "If we don't depart soon, I shall be reduced to ashes. And you, do not tell me you are penniless, or I will have no choice but to turn you to cinders and search for a few coins amidst the remains, for I am dreadfully impoverished." With that, Zuo Wei placed the fireball upon Li Qin's left palm. Li Qin's attendants, lacking space bags, had to discard their valuable possessions onto the ground. A disheveled array of gold cards, elixirs, and other treasures strewn about. "Very well, you may leave. Be cautious on your journey," Zuo Wei remarked coolly, removing his foot from Li Qin's body. The attendants, wearing expressions of vigilance, approached, and, sensing that Zuo Wei posed no further threat, hastily lifted the pallid Li Qin and fled. Zuo Wei collected all the items from the ground into Li Qin's space bag, then transferred Li Qin's space bag into one he had previously acquired from Dali, a clever ruse to obscure the space ring, rendering it less conspicuous. The remaining patrons in the shop exchanged glances. Perplexed by this youth's audacity, was he wealthy beyond measure, or merely a foolhardy brigand daring to rob the second young master of the Li family? The outcome for him would surely be grim. "My dear sir, you have landed yourself in a predicament. You have offended the second young master of the Li family. Though the Li family is merely a moderate clan in the capital, they boast an elemental master of mid-tier monarch rank, with dozens of subordinates at the sect level, and countless others at the rank of knight and soldier. You ought to flee for your life." Li Wansi urged anxiously. "No worries. Please fetch me the violent armor vine roots." Zuo Wei chuckled lightly, feeling no trepidation within. If the Li family truly wielded such power, yet Li Qin, the second young master, lacked a competent guardian, and his own martial prowess was merely that of a low-tier warrior. It was evident he was a lowly scion of the Li family, lacking in both talent and favor. Her decision not to eliminate him stemmed from the consideration that the Li family would not offend a highly promising yet unidentified individual over such a trivial matter. Li Qin could only resort to sending someone to assassinate her. However, without a master of at least sect level, she was not in peril. Yet, should she brazenly take Li Qin's life, the situation would be drastically different. Li Wanxi observed Zuo Wei's unburdened and composed demeanor, surmising that her status must be significant. Otherwise, she would not exude such confidence. Thus, she felt reassured and entered the inner hall. Zuo Wei found a chair, leisurely seated herself, and began to examine the spoils within her spatial pouch. Meanwhile, the middle-aged men wore expressions of trepidation, casting wary glances at Zuo Wei before hastily vacating the Qingxi courtyard. This young individual was destined to be an object of reverence for ordinary merchants like themselves, and they pondered whether members of the Li family would harbor animosity towards them as well, deciding it prudent to depart. At that moment, Zuo Wei's heart brimmed with joy. Chapter 34, Mu Qing. Noticing the store was deserted, Zuo Wei stored Li Qin's spatial pouch within her ring, stroked her chin, and a smile graced her face. Indeed, these families were quite affluent. Even a neglected scion possessed over 50 million gold coins, along with 100 yellow-grade elixirs and some precious herbs, accumulating to more than 55 million. Zuo Wei exhaled a sigh of relief, finally liberated from her financial woes. At that moment, a light footstep echoed at the entrance of the shop. Zuo Wei looked up to find a graceful young lady, her beauty striking, with her arms crossed and a book titled An Overview of Elemental Essence cradled in her hands, exuding an air of intellect. Li Wanxi gently stroked the girl's hair and said, "Qinger, the meal is ready inside. Hurry in. I will attend to this customer and join you shortly." Turning her gaze back to Zuo Wei, she noticed him enveloped in a profound sadness, his eyes clouded, as if he were reminiscing or grappling with some inner turmoil. "It's nothing. You need not pay for these herbs. I am grateful for your timely assistance earlier. Without you, I would have been unable to extricate myself today." Li Wanxi expressed her gratitude. Zuo Wei did not accept the thick, gnarled root of the baojia vine that Li Wanxi had wrapped in silk cloth. Instead, he replied coolly, "I merely found him displeasing and, coincidentally, was in need of money, so I took it without a second thought. As for the money, I shall repay it. Otherwise, I would not have taken it at all." Li Wanxi was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed, finding the youth's character quite admirable, albeit somewhat awkward. "Mother, is that scoundrel Li Qin here again?" Mu Qing, upon hearing Zuo Wei's words, immediately recognized that Li Qin was once again harassing her mother. "It's nothing to worry about, Qinger. I have grown accustomed to it. You need not concern yourself. Focus on your studies at Ally Academy. I will handle it." Li Wanxi regretted bringing up the matter, knowing it would only cause her daughter further anxiety. Zuo Wei gazed in astonishment at the young girl before him. Was she truly a student of the Ally Academy? A brief probe of his mental faculties revealed that this girl, named Qinger, had astonishingly reached the peak of the scholar rank at merely 17 or 18 years of age, surpassing even Lan Si's innate talent. Oh, she had called out his name earlier. Did she truly recognize him? "Zuo Wei, I am grateful to you today. My name is Mu Qing. Without your intervention, my mother might have encountered grave danger. Mother, we must relocate, leaving the imperial capital for a distant place. No matter how formidable the Li family's influence, they cannot reach us there." Mu Qing's demeanor had shifted from her previous calmness to a somber tone as she addressed Li Wanxi. Li Wanxi's lips turned pale, her expression laced with bitterness. "To leave? How simple it sounds. But the moment we step outside the city gates, I fear we shall be intercepted by Li Qin's lackeys. Yet, it seems we have no choice. Otherwise, my daughter will inevitably face peril. That wretch Li Qin harbors malicious intentions toward her. Mu Qing, you are the student from Dina's class, the one slated to participate in the competition next week, correct?" Zuo Wei inquired softly, marveling at the fortuitous encounter. "Yes, Zuo Wei, but I may not be able to participate after all. I wish to leave the imperial capital with my mother. If not, Li Qin will not relent." Mu Qing replied apologetically. "What is the worth of your establishment?" Zuo Wei suddenly posed the question after a moment of contemplation. "Do you wish to purchase it? This shop has long been under Li Qin's shadow, and no patrons have graced us. Business has been dismal this past year. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Li Wanxi exclaimed in surprise. Zuo Wei nodded affirmatively. "If you truly wish to manage this establishment, there is no need to purchase it. I shall gift it to you." "With the hope that you will care for it well," lamented Li Wanxi sorrowfully. Mu Qing nodded in agreement, for in her eyes, her father's hard work was of utmost importance, while wealth held little significance. "Zuo Wei, she will indeed take good care of this shop." Zuo Wei was taken aback. realizing that his mother was indeed a person of genuine sentiment. Very well, I shall offer 20 million for the purchase of this store. As for you, there is no need for you to leave. Should that fellow Li Qin arrive, simply inform him that it was Lu Buxiu from Aolai Academy who made the purchase, and that you are merely assisting in managing the establishment. Zuo Wei brought forth the name of that old scoundrel. As the old man had once claimed that they could rely on his name in times of need, Mu Qing's face lit up with astonished joy as she exclaimed, Really? Oh, I nearly forgot that you are acquainted with Mentor Dina, which means you surely know the esteemed Dean. Mother, we are saved. The Li family would never dare to touch the Dean's possessions. Upon hearing this, Li Wanxi was overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes brimming with tears, and she almost fell to her knees. Zuo Wei quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming helplessly, Auntie, there is no need for such gestures. Mu Qing is a student of Dina. Assisting her is only a matter of course, a mere act of kindness. If he comes seeking you, strive to appear unyielding. This will instill a sense of caution in him. Moreover, invoking Lu Buxiu's name will deter him from acting recklessly. He is merely an unappreciated scion of the Li family, not one to overstep his bounds. Your excessive meekness will only embolden him. Mu Qing and her mother nodded repeatedly, well aware that unrelenting weakness would only serve to encourage Li Qin's arrogance. Yet, lamentably, they had previously lacked a strong backing. By the way, take these medicinal herbs and sell them in your shop. I will frequently bring items here to sell in the future, Zuo Wei remarked, as she poured forth a mound of herbs from her spatial bag. Wow, this is Qingxin grass, Mayun vine, Baigan, and Liafeiwa. Mu Qing exclaimed with delight, picking up each herb to identify them. Li Wanxi gently addressed the somewhat astonished Zuo Wei. Qinger has always had a keen interest in pharmacology. She recognizes most of the herbs. I initially thought she would never have the chance to encounter them again. Thank you, Zuo Wei. I will make sure to visit often. After all, this shop belongs to you. Zuo Wei nodded, her gaze fixed on Mu Qing, an idea seemingly blossoming in her mind. Ignoring the protests of the two, she insisted on giving over 20 million gold coins. After concluding the transaction with Mu Qing and her mother, Zuo Wei tucked away 3 types of herbs and rode off on her swift steed, heading straight for the Ba Wu workshop. Mu Qing's calm demeanor flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully chided, Mother, what are you saying? I merely feel that she is a rather exceptional person. It's difficult to articulate the sensation. Chapter 35. Ba Wu Workshop, 2 brothers on the bustling streets of the imperial capital. Shops were abundant and throngs of people flowed continuously. Elemental masters donned in resplendent robes exuded an air of authority, while martial artists stood tall and imposing, and young students clad in various uniforms filled the scene. Zuo Wei even observed numerous individuals whose ranks were obscured to her, thus far. Only those of sect-level mastery and above had eluded her perception. It seemed the depths of the imperial capital were indeed profound. The streets of the capital are remarkably wide, primarily because the real estate in this realm is not as fiercely contested as it is on Earth, and also because the labor force here surpasses the mechanical might found on our planet. From a distance, Zuo Wei could hear the resounding clang of metal striking metal. Before long, he beheld a spacious and towering edifice standing on a vast expanse of flat land, with surrounding structures positioned at a considerable distance. Zuo Wei chuckled softly, realizing that even in this world, there exists a concern for noise pollution. Upon entering the building, he was greeted by a wave of warm air and the acrid scent of molten ore. Above the entrance, several characters were inscribed in a somewhat crooked manner. Fortunately, he could still discern the words Ba Wu Workshop, albeit the lettering was rather unattractive. Is anyone there? He called out, but the heavy door remained firmly shut. With no other recourse, he raised his voice, and with a sudden crash, the door swung open. What Zuo Wei encountered nearly made him leap back in astonishment. Good heavens! What manner of individual stood before him? The figure almost completely obstructed the entrance, which was an impressive 8 meters wide and 5 meters tall. The man's arms were as thick as a tree trunk, with veins protruding like the roots of a great banyan. His muscles were prominent, and one could only imagine how the weightlifters of Earth would weep at the sight of such a physique. Zuo Wei gazed up to behold the man's smooth, shining bald head and boyish features, exuding an air of innocence. This peculiar combination was striking, with his robust legs resembling 2 mighty pillars supporting the giant. Feeling a dryness in his throat, Zuo Wei made an effort to tilt his head back and spoke softly. Hello, I am seeking the person in charge. I wish to place an order for weapons and armor. The giant fixed his gaze upon Zuo Wei, his bright eyes shimmering with brilliance. Just as Zuo Wei could no longer endure the intensity of his stare, the giant turned and bellowed, "Brother, we have business. Rise and shine." Shaking his head to dispel the cacophony swirling in his mind, Zuo Wei finally comprehended why the surrounding structures stood at such a distance. Indeed, it was quite noisy. Shortly thereafter, Zuo Wei heard a clamor of sounds emanating from within the house, yet the giant remained steadfastly blocking the entrance. Striving to soften his tone, Zuo Wei implored, Sir, could you please allow me to enter?" "Oh, I forgot. My apologies." The giant grumbled, scratching his bald head with his enormous palm. The sound of his arm colliding with the doorframe reverberated, causing Zuo Wei to dodge the falling splinters and dust. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. What kind of introduction is this, Dina? Surely this isn't a shady establishment. After the giant stepped back a few paces, Zuo Wei finally crossed the threshold into the dwelling. The house was a single story, devoid of any partitioning walls, with a ceiling soaring 20 meters high. However, upon seeing the giant, Zuo Wei began to understand the rationale behind such a design. The floor was cluttered with an array of items: a hearth, stone tables, water basins, and various ores. In summary, the space was expansive, filled with numerous objects, and appeared quite chaotic. "Brother, is this the business you brought? A mere child?" A small figure emerged from a corner, and upon Zuo Wei's glance, he felt that genetics had been completely upended by these two siblings. This elder brother was considerably shorter than Zuo Wei, standing at merely 140 centimeters, with a thin, pale face adorned with two wispy strands of facial hair and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Greetings, I am Zuo Wei, and I wish to commission you to forge a long sword along with some armor." Zuo Wei surveyed the ores strewn across the ground and spoke slowly. "The forging is certainly feasible, but dear girl, do you possess the funds?" The short man chuckled, his beard twitching with mirth. Zuo Wei cast a fleeting glance at him, surprised that this diminutive fellow could discern her gender. "Brother, she is a young man. Did you not say that if one's chest is flat, they are akin to me, a male?" he exclaimed, pointing out the flatness of his own chest. The towering man, perplexed, shouted, "Ha! Brother, you are truly adorable. But, dear brother, such comments are inappropriate in the presence of such a lovely young lady. It merely appears flat for now. The time has yet to come." The short man erupted in laughter, but suddenly sensed a chilling aura of menace emanating from the impassive Zuo Wei. He promptly stifled his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor to impart a lesson. Judging by appearances is a grave mistake for a businessman. Moreover, can you craft items that meet my specifications? Zuo Wei, unfazed, dismissed his remarks. After all, she had accepted her flatness, being merely 12 years of age. "Now, please articulate your requirements." The diminutive brother stroked his beard and asked with pride, "I desire this style. Look, I have already completed the design, and the armor will follow suit. However, I require the vest, and the longsword must weigh 1,000 pounds, while the combined weight of the bracers, boots, and trousers should be at least 2,500 pounds. What do you think? Can it be accomplished?" As the diminutive brother took the blueprint from Zuo Wei's hands, he was taken aback. The depiction of the longsword and armor was exquisitely detailed, with curves that were particularly perfect. Even after 20 years as a blacksmith, he could not have rendered such a design. However, regarding her demands, "I can create the style, yet the weapon is too slender, and the armor is quite delicate. To meet your weight requirements, I would need to utilize precious minerals like Dayu stone, and smelting such materials would require a substantial amount of fuel. As for the cost," the diminutive brother's eyes sparkled, his thumb rubbing against his index finger. "Dayu stone? Might I see it?" Zuo Wei inquired, puzzled. The diminutive brother approached a pile of various ores on the ground, picked up a fist-sized black stone, and walked back to Zuo Wei. "This piece of Dayu stone, of this size, would fetch 100,000 gold coins in the market. It weighs 500 pounds and is highly resistant to heat. Ordinary flames cannot melt it." Zuo Wei stared in astonishment at the sizable black stone, equally amazed that this small fellow could effortlessly lift a 500-pound rock. At that moment, Zuo Wei felt a pang of regret. His fire elemental power was currently unusable, as its activation would result in an imbalance of ice and fire. Otherwise, with the temperature generated by his fire element, he could surely melt the Dayu stone. Thus, the price is set at 10 million. At that moment, a cunning glint flickered in the eyes of the diminutive brother as he said, 5 million. "I will sketch the designs, and I shall procure the ore and fuel myself. What you contribute is merely the labor of crafting. For such a small number of items, the ore will undoubtedly be less than 2 million. And as for the fuel, I trust that in this world, it cannot be expensive. Therefore, I shall allocate 500,000 for fuel costs and 250,000 as your crafting fee. If you refuse, I will seek another buyer. I am certain many would be eager to undertake this business." Zuo Wei chuckled, thinking this fellow truly considers himself an easy mark, ripe for the taking. "No, it must remain at 10 million. My craftsmanship is undoubtedly the finest in the imperial capital," his elder brother shouted. Then farewell. Zuo Wei turned to leave. After a moment, a shout echoed, 8 million. Zuo Wei remained indifferent, continuing on his path. All right. 500,000. Come here, and I will strive to complete it today," the diminutive brother implored, feeling disheartened. "Truly, I have never encountered such a cunning child." A smirk crossed Zuo Wei's lips as he turned back towards the small brother, standing before the warm furnace. The elder brother of the diminutive sibling called out to the giant, "Brother, bring me 15 pieces of Diu stone." Zuo Wei gazed in astonishment as the giant grasped a large handful of black stones. He counted slowly, 1, 2, 3, yet after a lengthy duration, he was unable to arrive at a total. This left the short brother, his mustache twitching in irritation. However, witnessing the anxious and despondent expression on the giant's face sparked a flicker of tenderness within Zuo Wei. He approached and called out, "Why not take them one by one? Once you have gathered 15 pieces, I shall inform you." The giant brother cast a cautious glance at his sibling, and upon noticing the absence of dissent, he joyfully nodded and replied, "All right." Zuo Wei smiled, and as he turned away, a sudden thought struck him. He realized he did not yet know their names. Thus, he inquired, "What is your name, and what is your brother's name?" I don't know. No one has ever called me by name," the giant replied, his face a mask of confusion. He then turned to his shorter brother and asked, "Hey, what is my name?" The giant, in a subdued tone, admitted, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know my name." He then picked up a large yew stone from the ground and made his way toward the furnace. Zuo Wei observed his retreating figure, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Chapter 36. The elite pavilion. Zuo Wei approached the furnace, where the giant had just placed a large yew stone into a pot-like container. Upon inspecting the structure of the furnace, Zuo Wei discovered that this container was to be pushed into an immense firebox for high-temperature calcination. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself utterly astonished as he beheld the short brother conjuring a fireball the size of a basketball, which he then maneuvered above the yew stone. A wisp of delicate white smoke curled upwards from the yew stone, which melted at a visible pace, transforming into a small stream of black liquid that flowed to the bottom of the container. Left with a sense of astonishment, Zuo Wei realized the formidable nature of this elemental force and immediately reached out with his spiritual energy to sense its level, only to find himself unable to discern it. He was taken aback. This individual must be at least a sect-level elemental master, yet it seemed he possessed considerable strength as well. Recalling the earlier conversation about the cost of fuel, Zuo Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes at this fellow's relentless pursuit of money. 10 minutes later, the container brimmed with a glossy black liquid resembling high-quality ink, prompting the shorter brother to call out to his taller sibling for another piece. The giant brother, scratching his forehead, responded with a soft agreement, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Zuo Wei found amusement in the stark contrast between the two brothers, both in physique and temperament. After approximately 3 hours, the entire pot-shaped container was filled with the flowing black liquid. Just as Zuo Wei intended to closely observe how the shorter brother crafted weapons, an ear-piercing and peculiar sound echoed through the air. Without a glance at the two, he turned and departed. The shorter brother, his face flushed with embarrassment, huffed at his taller sibling, casting a curious glance at Zuo Wei's retreating figure. Once outside the building, Zuo Wei mounted the steed tied outside and sped away. Unfamiliar with the capital city and unaware of where to find delectable cuisine, he relied on the simple wisdom that where there are crowds, there are restaurants, and in bustling eateries, one is sure to find delicious fare. Upon arriving at a grand, ancient Chinese-style restaurant resembling a vast pavilion, Zuo Wei halted his steed, the 1,000-mile horse, and dismounted. Immediately, a sprightly young attendant rushed to the entrance, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, welcome to the Epine Pavilion. Allow me to secure your noble steed. Please, step inside." With that, he grasped the reins of the magnificent horse and gracefully gestured for Zuo Wei to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zuo Wei followed the flow of patrons into the grand hall. The spacious hall was suffused with an alluring aroma, which even tempted the discerning palate of Zuo Wei, arousing his appetite. Numerous tables and chairs adorned the expansive area. Yet the arrangement possessed a thoughtful design that maintained a sense of leisure rather than crowding. Many diners noticed Zuo Wei, for his striking appearance was undeniably remarkable. Wang Lin, a young attendant of Yiping Pavilion, paused momentarily upon seeing Zuo Wei enter. The latter's extraordinary beauty, ethereal demeanor, and regal bearing unmistakably signaled that he was an exceptional guest. Wang Lin quickly approached with a warm smile, inquiring, "Would you prefer a private room or dining in the hall? As for our pricing, may I ask if you would like to take a look at a menu?" Perplexed, Zuo Wei glanced around the walls but found no visible menu. "A menu? I regret to inform you, esteemed sir, that we do not possess one. However, I would be delighted to recommend dishes if you have specific cravings," Wang Lin explained apologetically. Zuo Wei, taken aback for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Very well, please do share your recommendations." Upon witnessing this, Wang Lin promptly spoke up, declaring that their signature dishes included stir-fried bear liver and gallbladder, boiled Qing River crabs, roasted pig trotters, purple mist vegetable soup, and stir-fried shredded meat with double powders. Subsequently listing 20 dishes. The young attendant gazed expectantly at Zuo Wei, feeling a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether this noble young master would be satisfied. Zuo Wei pondered for a moment, finding the nomenclature of culinary delights in this world rather uninspired, clear and straightforward, yet lacking in creativity. "I would like 10 portions of all the meat dishes you mentioned, and just 2 selections of vegetable dishes will suffice," Zuo Wei stated nonchalantly. However, he soon heard a collective gasp from the hall. It seemed he had perhaps ordered a rather intimidating quantity. Wang Lin, equally astonished, glanced at Zuo Wei's slender frame, struggling to fathom that this delicate figure would consume such a feast. It was more likely intended for others, yet given the extravagant nature of Zuo Wei's order, he appeared to be quite generous. "Very well, young master, that is quite a substantial order, and it may take some time. Would you mind waiting?" Wang Lin carefully chose his words, speaking with utmost consideration. "Yes, I shall wait, but please do not take too long. It is much appreciated," Zuo Wei responded. Although he had held a high status on Earth, he had never used his position to subjugate the less fortunate. This was both his nature and a reflection of his noble upbringing, which forbade him from losing his composure. Thus, he treated the young attendant with utmost courtesy. Wang Lin, taken aback, quickly bowed in respect before turning and hurrying away, his expression peculiar. Could it be that he had misheard? This esteemed young man had just said thank you to him? Zuo Wei, uninterested in standing idly by, casually selected an unoccupied chair and settled down, extracting a tome titled Overview of Elemental Mastery from his spatial pouch to peruse. This book had been thrust into his hands by the elderly hermit, who, in his estimation, believed that Zuo Wei lacked not talent or insight, but rather foundational knowledge. Thus, the old man had hastily penned a compendium of insights regarding the cultivation of an elemental master, the musings of a mid-tier royal elementalist, which, if auctioned, could indeed provoke a stir throughout the empire. Zuo Wei was acutely aware of the elder's intentions and felt no reluctance to accept the gift. Strengthening himself was the greatest way to repay such kindness. However, he couldn't help but smirk at the hermit's handwriting, which was truly an eyesore. In the grand hall, numerous diners were discreetly glancing at the noble-looking youth, who appeared utterly absorbed in his book, seemingly impervious to the surrounding clamor. It was as though he existed in a world apart from the bustling crowd. The second floor housed the VIP rooms, accessible only to those of significant prowess or noble lineage. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase leading to the upper level. "Exiner, let us ascend. This first floor is unsuitable for individuals of our stature. It is filled with those unworthy of our presence, who would tarnish our dignity." A haughty voice resonated from the stairs, drifting down to the first floor. Most of those present were martial artists, and they could not help but hear the disdainful words. Their expressions seething with indignation, yet none dared to respond, for the individuals descending from above were not to be trifled with. "Silence, Li Yufeng. Do not call me Exiner. Are we that familiar?" A charming yet somewhat irate voice emerged, and soon, those downstairs finally beheld the full figure of the person descending from the second floor. A youthful maiden, with a delicate visage and a pair of clever, mischievous eyes, donned a pink dress adorned at the hem with embroidered golden butterflies. Seemingly poised to take flight, a snow-white ribbon cinched her waist, and as she moved gracefully, she exuded an ethereal and lively aura. Accompanying her was a handsome young man clad in resplendent golden attire. Though he appeared haughty, The slant of his eyes and the subservient humility reflected in them elicited not a shred of goodwill from others. Exioner, do refrain from being so brusque. Be wary of mother's punishment, admonished the white-clad youth who had stepped forth behind the maiden, his refined features suggesting he was around 18. His expression a mix of amusement and reproach directed at the young man in golden garb. Li Yufeng, such words are unwarranted. It is my utmost honor to accompany Exioner in indulging in culinary delights, retorted Li Yufeng, clenching his fists, his expression shifting slightly. The white-clad youth scoffed softly. Recognizing the audacity of Li Yufeng, who had long sought to ingratiate himself with their family, were it not for his elder brother's instruction to refrain from acting rashly due to the Li family's potential utility, he would have dealt with him already. Wow, second brother. Let us sit here. Before he could interject, Exioner's gaze fell upon Zuo Wei, who sat peacefully in a chair. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed to the seat beside him, plopping down eagerly. Chapter 38. I will remember you. The white-clad youth initially intended to deter the maiden, yet upon seeing Zuo Wei, he paused, pondering to himself how unexpected it was to encounter such a remarkable individual on the first floor. Then, she approached the table occupied by Zuo Wei. Observing Exioner's radiant smile as she sat beside Zuo Wei, Li Yufeng's eyes darkened momentarily. Yet he quelled the rising resentment within him and gradually made his way over. The hall, at that moment, was enveloped in silence. Be it the martial artists or the wealthy merchants, they all shared a voyeuristic anticipation. What sort of spectacle would this illustrious table of individuals conjure? Zuo Wei had long sensed their stirrings, but chose to remain indifferent, pondering her own lack of authority to judge the hierarchy dictated by their disparate statuses. However, the fact that Exioner, the young girl, had taken the initiative to sit beside her did surprise her. There were plenty of vacant seats in the expansive hall, and she found herself puzzled as to why these three evidently esteemed individuals would select a table already occupied. The fervent glimmer in the girl's eyes was undeniably captivating. Hello. My name is Erlan Xian, and this is my brother, Erlan Qing. May we join you? Erlan Xian gazed at Zuo Wei with eager anticipation. Erlan Qing, noting that Zuo Wei's attention had not lingered on them, felt a twinge of surprise yet maintained a composed demeanor. He lifted the teacup from the table, took a sip, and noted its mild astringency, furrowing his brow as he addressed Zuo Wei. Our encounter is indeed fortuitous. Why not allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal? I presume you have yet to dine. He glanced at the empty space in front of Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei arched an eyebrow, casting a fleeting look at Li Yufeng. The Li family? Surely, it could not be the same Li family associated with Li Qin? Young master, the meal is prepared. Would you prefer we deliver it to your designated location, or would you like to retrieve it yourself? Wang Lin emerged from the kitchen and entered the hall, immediately spotting Zuo Wei seated in a chair, along with three individuals of unmistakable nobility. No need. I can manage myself, Zuo Wei said, rising directly and turning to Li Yufeng with a casual inquiry. So you are the heir of the Li family? I shall remember that. With that, he followed Wang Lin into the inner chamber. Li Yufeng and the others were momentarily taken aback. What did that remark imply? Could it be that this young man harbored intentions of revenge in the future? Erlan Qing cast a knowing glance at Li Yufeng and drained the tea from her cup. It appeared that Li Yufeng had indeed provoked someone formidable. Li Yufeng's expression darkened. He realized he had acted irrationally, mistakenly believing there were no individuals of high status on the first floor. Although he could not discern the youth's rank, he had presumed it was not particularly formidable. Yet, the young man's demeanor was one of unyielding confidence. Had he truly offended an extraordinary presence? As he departed with a hint of anxiety, Erlan's heart blossomed with a joyful smile. After a moment, however, she expressed her disappointment. Elder brother, we finally rid ourselves of that insufferable pest. But it is a shame about that young man. He must think we are associated with that annoying fellow, as he would not even share his name. Erlan Qing playfully pinched Erlan's delicate nose, teasing, You silly girl. Did you not notice his school uniform? We attend the same school, for goodness sake. How foolish you are. In the grand hall, the young girl was filled with joy, while Zuo Wei followed Wang Lin into a clean and tidy room. Upon a long table were laid out hundreds of exquisite dishes, and Zuo Wei, upon witnessing this feast, finally understood why so many were astonished. The culinary creations in this world were not merely small servings as on earth. Each dish was as large as a basin, overflowing with abundant delicacies. Zuo Wei's lips twitched as she inquired about the cost. Presenting a card for the transaction, she maintained a calm demeanor, though internally relieved. For had she not previously pilfered a treasure, she would have hesitated to part with 200,000 gold coins. After collecting all the dishes, Zuo Wei expressed her gratitude to Wang Lin, commending his excellent service and assuring him that she would return for future purchases. However, she offered a suggestion to bestow elegant and distinctive names upon the dishes to cater to the pretentious tastes of the nobility, and to create a beautifully crafted menu detailing each dish for guests to peruse. A touch of melodious entertainment could draw in even more patrons. Having said this, she disregarded the astonished Wang Lin and turned to leave. How intriguing this youth is. A soft voice floated through the air. Wang Lin turned to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her stunning visage adorned with a hint of crimson at her brow, exuding an enchanting allure. Leaning against the doorframe, her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a faint smile played on her lips as she observed Zuo Wei's departing figure, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of curiosity. Wang Lin immediately bent down, respectfully exclaiming, "I have met the master." This was his first encounter with the owner of Yipinju. Yet every employee had heard the steward describe her beauty. Such a woman would never be mistaken. "What is your name? Do you remember what that young man just said? From now on, this establishment is under your care. I expect to see you implement his suggestion and achieve remarkable results. Moreover, bring that young man to Qingzhou Yuan to meet me." With those words, the enchanting figure drifted away. The employees of Yipinju around him gazed at Wang Lin with a mix of envy and trepidation, leaving him momentarily stunned. Had he truly heard correctly? The Supreme Master had just declared him the steward of Yipinju. Remembering the slender, ethereal young man and his heartfelt thank you, a glimmer of tears welled in Wang Lin's eyes. How long had it been since the impoverished, unremarkable boy, who was once at the mercy of others, received such gratitude from an extraordinary youth? It was precisely this young man who had bestowed upon him a future so distinct from his past. Chapter 39. Half-full Zuo Wei galloped swiftly towards Ba Wu workshop, her heart racing with concern. She wondered if the giant brother and the little brother had fainted from hunger. Bursting through the door, she found the room even warmer than when she had left. She summoned her ice elemental energy to alleviate the oppressive heat and stepped further inside. The sound of Zuo Wei entering the room had long been noticed by the two brothers. However, at this moment, the shorter brother was fully engrossed in crafting weapons, while the giant brother lay sprawled on the ground, his complexion pale. As Zuo Wei approached the giant, she felt a pang of guilt upon seeing his wan expression. Her delay had inadvertently caused the brothers to go hungry. The giant, upon noticing Zuo Wei before him, was filled with surprise and quickly scrambled to his feet, eyes brimming with anticipation. With a smile, Zuo Wei waved her hand, and a radiant glow enveloped the space, revealing hundreds of plates of food laid out before them. The giant brother let out a joyous cheer and reached for the food, but halted abruptly as he heard his brother cough. "How much did all this food cost? I'll deduct it from your wages," the shorter brother remarked nonchalantly, continuing his work without missing a beat. Zuo Wei replied, "I bought so much food merely to ensure you both are well fed and that my orders are not delayed. It is not a gift without strings attached." Initially taken aback by the shorter brother's relentless pursuit of money, she soon realized how to respond. Charity is often unappreciated, so it is better to maintain a distance and lighten others' burdens. The shorter brother glanced at Zuo Wei, his mustache twitching, and casually remarked, "You two eat first. I'll wait." Zuo Wei chose not to partake in the meal, instead watching the giant enjoy his food, feeling a semblance of joy herself. Meanwhile, the shorter brother continued to wield a massive hammer, and Zuo Wei estimated its weight to be several thousand pounds. While the stone platform remained intact, the ground trembled with each resounding strike. After a considerable time, a sword and several pieces of armor lay upon the table, resembling closely the designs provided by Zuo Wei. However, Zuo Wei suspected that further processes were yet to be completed, for the dwarf brother had not ceased his labor. "Let us wait a moment. There is no rush. If you do not eat soon, there will be nothing left," Zuo Wei remarked, gesturing towards the chaotic ground. There remained only a few intact dishes of meat. And at that moment, the giant paused his work and called out to his dwarf brother, "Brother, I am full. Now it is your turn to eat." Perhaps sensing Zuo Wei's gaze, the giant's face flushed as he rubbed his bald head, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the dwarf brother, seated on the ground, picked up a dish of food and declared, "I have eaten enough. You can have the rest. You know you should only eat until you are half full." Upon hearing this, Zuo Wei nearly stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. "Goodness! After consuming hundreds of dishes of meat, you are still only half full." Zuo Wei observed the dwarf brother, who was engrossed in his meal, and remarked, Now I understand why you are so desperate for money. You are a good brother, yet not a competent merchant. Taken aback by this statement, the dwarf brother turned to Zuo Wei. Ignoring the dust scattered across the ground, Zuo Wei gracefully sat cross-legged. This approach is inadequate. This hardly qualifies as a complete shop. You merely wait for others to place orders. With so many ready-made weapons available outside, who would willingly travel such a distance to your establishment? Though you appear astute, a person with a little insight could easily deceive you with mere words. Just as I did before, I surmise that you are not particularly skilled in social interactions, which is why you have not opened a shop, Zuo Wei remarked, drawing this conclusion from her observations. In truth, these two brothers are quite innocent. One is genuinely naive, while the other is merely a facade of shrewdness. The younger brother, of shorter stature, silently sifted through the food on his plate, while the elder brother, resembling a giant, seemed to sense the awkwardness in the atmosphere and buried his head deeply into his legs, appearing much like a sorrowful child. After a considerable silence, Zuo Wei heard the younger brother's voice. My brother and I have been without parents or relatives since birth, not even knowing our names. Even now, I fail to comprehend how we managed to survive in our childhood. My elder brother, 3 years my senior, has always possessed a childlike innocence. Yet, it is this very simplicity that nurtured my tender self. There were numerous occasions when we nearly succumbed to starvation, but eventually, we discovered that our strength surpassed that of many. Moreover, I awakened to the fire elemental energy within me. However, my affection for my brother held me back, leading me to choose the profession of a blacksmith. We both lack social finesse and can only scrape by through sporadic orders. Indeed, as you have said, the meager sums I request from others merely suffice to sustain our existence. I am immensely grateful to you for bringing such joy to my brother today. It has been far too long since I witnessed his happiness. It is nothing, truly. I merely acted in accordance with my own inclinations. I harbor my own aspirations as well. Your craftsmanship is remarkable, and I would like you to forge some weapons and equipment based on the designs I have sketched, which I intend to sell in my shop. I would share 1/10 of the earnings with you. Should you agree to this proposition? Zuo Wei stood up, gazing gently at the swords and armor displayed on the table. No, 1/10 is far too little. You should receive at least half. I have no desire to take advantage of you. I am well aware of who treats us kindly, and I wish to maintain a sense of peace within myself. My brother has always held a fondness for you, and even if he were to acquire an abundance of delectable treats with this money, it would not bring him joy. The diminutive brother turned to the giant, firmly opposing the notion. Making money is not a challenge for me. It merely requires some ingenuity. However, I wish to forge a friendship with both of you, a proposition you cannot possibly refuse. Zuo Wei chuckled lightly. Regardless of the world she found herself in, the pursuit of wealth had never been a source of concern for her. It was merely a matter of whether she was willing to invest her time and energy. A mere 10% was simply unacceptable. Since you claim we are friends, we cannot engage in such transactions. Let it be 50%. With that, we, as brothers, would already be quite fortunate. Any additional funds hold little significance for us. If you refuse, so be it. Zuo Wei now found herself at a loss for words due to her younger brother's stubbornness, ultimately conceding with a nod, resolving to assist them more in the future. After all, if she purchased items for them, how could they possibly refuse? Oh, how wonderful. Brother, we shall no longer have to endure hunger, and we have friends now. Brother, did you hear that? The younger brother leaped with joy, lifting the giant brother's head from between his legs while exclaiming. At that moment, the giant brother's eyes brimmed with tears, yet his face radiated a joyous smile, pure and beautiful. Zuo Wei gazed at the two childlike brothers, shaking her head in exasperation. Perhaps she was the one who had matured too soon. What a tragedy. By the way, I am Zuo Wei. You two ought to give me a name to call you, don't you think? The brothers paused momentarily before nodding earnestly. Previously, names had seemed unnecessary to them, as they had only each other. Let us call the elder brother Chiga and the younger brother Chidi. After all, you are accustomed to calling each other brother. As for the surname Chi, it sounds similar to the character for tool, which is fitting since you both are blacksmiths. What do you think? Zuo Wei contemplated briefly before selecting the two names for them. Certainly. My name is Zig, and my younger brother is named Zidi, a name I truly admire. Thank you, Zuo Wei. From this day forth, you shall be the dearest friend of our two brothers. Zig and Zidi exclaimed in unison, expressing their gratitude towards Zuo Wei. Zidi promptly finished the meal in his bowl and dashed to the forge, eager to resume the unfinished work. After a considerable time, Zuo Wei's table was adorned with dozens of blueprints depicting an array of exquisite weapons and armor. For an heir of a grand family, the knowledge to be mastered is vast. Both art and science are skills deeply ingrained in her essence on Earth. Creating these blueprints is indeed a trivial task for her. However, she meticulously considers costs and the feasibility of energy circulation, ensuring that the designs are invariably optimal. At that moment, Ziti had completed the long sword and armor. Marveling at the blueprints laid out on the table, Zuo Wei, it would be a pity for you not to pursue a career as a blacksmith. With your talent in drafting blueprints and constructing models, if only you were a fire elementalist, you would be a genius blacksmith. Zuo Wei felt a stirring within her. Indeed, her prowess in fire elemental attributes is remarkable, and her innate talent in this regard is not insignificant. She contemplated the possibility of becoming a blacksmith in the future, though for now, it remains unfeasible as she can only wield ice elemental energy. With a light laugh, she replied, "We'll discuss that later. By the way, how much do these weapons weigh in total?" The long sword weighs 1,000 pounds, while the combined weight of the other armors amounts to 2,500 pounds. I deliberately increased the weight to ensure it meets your requirements. Furthermore, I doubt you will be able to utilize this equipment, Qi Di remarked as he observed Zuo Wei's petite frame. At present, I indeed cannot wield it. However, the future remains uncertain, he chuckled. Here, I shall take the items. And here are 10 million gold coins. Additionally, take 5 million to procure forging materials. By the way, make sure to purchase a variety of ores and experiment with melting them together to see if you can forge a more resilient substance. Utilize this material to craft weapons and armor. Do not decline just yet. This is also for the benefit of my own enterprise. With that, upon noticing Qi Di and Qi Gu hesitating to speak, Zuo Wei swiftly gathered the long sword and armor, tossed down a card, and vanished without a trace, leaving Qi Gu and Qi Di exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 40. The elixir. The Ao Lai Academy does not prohibit the entry of beasts into the school grounds. Thus Zuo Wei hastened towards the Green Willow Manor. Though the night had deepened, the academy remained brilliantly illuminated, and one could occasionally witness the dazzling lights emitted from martial arts practice, indicating that the academic atmosphere at Ao Lai Academy is quite commendable. In truth, Zuo Wei was mistaken. It was not the commendable ethos of Ao Lai Academy, but rather the pursuit of power ingrained within the very essence of every individual in the Taiyuan world. The instinct to seek formidable strength is their innate drive. As she pushed open the door, a delightful aroma wafted towards her. Zuo Wei, now truly famished, felt a warmth in her heart upon seeing the steaming dishes on the table and the enchanting figure bustling about in the kitchen. When Dina emerged and spotted the old man already digging in, she rolled her eyes. It seemed as though he had been starving for centuries. After a hearty meal, Zuo Wei briefly recounted her plans for the day. Upon hearing that she had connections with the Li family and had purchased the Qing Si Yuan, the old man finally lifted his head from his bowl. The Li family? There seems to be only one in the imperial capital, a family of moderate standing, though it does possess a few esteemed individuals of the Jun rank and several at the Zong level. You must be cautious. While their overt actions may not pose a threat, their covert maneuvers are notorious for being treacherous. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, I'll just raid their lair. Well, I can't do it alone, old man. You must accompany me. By the way, lend me 100 million gold coins. I'm off to seek my fortune, Dina exclaimed, nearly forgetting that she was to participate in that competition. Indeed, 100 million gold coins is a necessity. Dream on. That is my life savings. The old man retorted. Dina, do you truly wish for me to end up as carrion in the wilderness? How could I be so unfilial? I could always reduce you to ashes instead, she quipped. Enough of this chatter. Hand it over. Is it in your spatial ring or somewhere else? Just give it to me. With a smile, Zuo Wei walked into the kitchen, observing the lively exchange between the two over the 100 million gold coins. She retrieved 3 medicinal herbs from her spatial storage and tossed them into the pot, finding the instructions in the Jian Dian to simply boil them down into a juice without any elaborate requirements, thus sparing her the trouble of overthinking. Outside the kitchen, amidst the commotion of 2 individuals quarreling, a pungent medicinal scent wafted through the air. Exchanging a glance, they hurriedly dashed towards the kitchen, only to find Zuo Wei continuously adding firewood beneath the stove, his face smudged with dark soot, a stark contrast to his previously refined and elegant demeanor. Evoking a chuckle from the onlookers, Zuo Wei rolled his eyes, lamenting the hardships of a life devoid of fire elemental power, feeling quite distressed. It was preferable for Dina to assist in boiling the medicinal concoction with her fire elemental prowess. Zuo Wei emerged with a bowl of thick, dark medicinal liquid, bubbling ominously, resembling the murky sludge of a swamp. He swallowed hard, feeling a spasm in his stomach, and, confronted by the inquiring gazes of Lao Buxiu and Dina, he nodded solemnly. While both sought to dissuade Zuo Wei, cautioning that herbs should not be consumed recklessly, a fundamental principle in the Taiyuan world, Zuo Wei remained resolute, asserting that this method was handed down from his mother. Thus, they found it difficult to intervene further. Based on Dina's understanding of Zui Xian, a figure shrouded in mystery, she deemed it unlikely that any errors would arise. Under their insistence, Zuo Wei reluctantly prepared to consume the potion in the living room, under the vigilant supervision of the two, bracing against the wave of nausea rising in his stomach. Zuo Wei held his breath and downed the bowl of viscous black liquid in one go, his face steeled in a grim determination. The sight evoked a visceral reaction in Dina and Lao Buxiu, as even in the absence of side effects, the act of swallowing such a concoction was undoubtedly daunting, leaving a profound psychological impact. Time was of the essence, and left with no opportunity to inspect the black substance lingering on her lips. Zuo Wei immediately activated the second layer of her foundational cultivation technique. A fiery warmth began to rise from her abdomen, gradually intensifying, as though something within her was igniting. Before long, her skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling that of a burn. The searing heat radiating from her body was palpable, even to Dina and her companions, who could not help but murmur in astonishment at the potency of the herb that elicited such a vigorous reaction. Zuo Wei felt as if she were being forged in a furnace, the pain indescribable, yet she stifled her cries, fearing that it would cause concern for Dina and the others. It felt as though an eternity passed before the scorching sensation began to dissipate, replaced by a refreshing coolness that enveloped her chest, evoking the feeling of much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed that Dina and her companions had retreated a considerable distance. Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback as she realized that a thick layer of dark, ashen substance clung to her skin, resembling a black exoskeleton. A shiver coursed through her, prompting her to dash toward her room. Dina and her companions recognized it as marrow cleansing, yet it seemed that such a process typically occurred only during ascension within a beam of light. How was it that Zuo Wei had experienced it? They simultaneously concluded that she was indeed extraordinary. Her speed appeared to have increased several-fold, nearly rivaling Dina's own swiftness. It was a perplexing dilemma. Was she a martial artist or an elemental master? Zuo Wei hurried into the bathing area, where the tub was perpetually filled with water. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the depths, clothes and all, unable to endure the discomfort any longer. After numerous attempts to cleanse herself, she finally succeeded in washing away the layer of grime clinging to her body. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld a figure whose skin was as smooth and pristine as a freshly shelled egg, radiating a soft, lustrous glow akin to that of jade. Zuo Wei was momentarily speechless. This transformation might lead others to question her true gender. Testing her newfound speed, she discovered that her agility had increased to nearly 4 times its previous measure. A wave of joy washed over her, regardless of the profession one pursued. Speed was paramount, be it for attacking or fleeing. It was the essence of survival. Moreover, she aspired to become a swordswoman, making speed even more critical. However, as she flexed her delicate, slender fingers, she sensed a surge of strength coursing through her, as if a vast reservoir of energy yearned to be unleashed. With a sudden impulse, Zuo Wei unleashed a punch against the wall, only to be met with astonishment as a basketball-sized dent appeared, accompanied by cracks spidering across the surface. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Surely, the old repairman wouldn't demand compensation for this. Oh well, she mused. Dina, please fetch me a change of clothes. My attire is sullied. She glanced at the black martial artist uniform lying beside the bathing area, feeling a pang of regret for neglecting to procure new garments for herself. Moments later, Dina knocked on the door, having successfully ushered the old repairman downstairs. When the door opened, Zuo Wei emerged, wrapped tightly in a bathrobe. Accepting the fresh set of martial artist attire from Dina, she hastily retreated to the bathroom to change. Dina was momentarily taken aback, stroking her chin and pondering. It seemed that the skin recently revealed on Zuo Wei's face appeared significantly smoother and more radiant than before, prompting her to feel an urge to touch it. Alas, time indeed ages one. How? In her youth, she was once an enchanting flower at 18. Now, well, she still considered herself a flower, with unwavering certainty. Dressed and ready, Zuo Wei emerged from her room to find Dina gazing at her with envy. She was well aware of Dina's thoughts, observing Dina's still fair and supple skin. She smiled gently. Is it really so? Your skin remains quite lovely. Ah, Zuo Wei, you finally uttered something sensible. Well then, it brings solace to my heart. Dina's eyes sparkled as she rushed to embrace Zuo Wei, exclaiming in delight. After freeing herself from the overly exuberant Dina, Zuo Wei descended the stairs and encountered the leisurely elderly gentleman enjoying his tea. She greeted him briefly before making her way to the expansive courtyard outside. In the sky, only the luminous moonlight illuminated the scene, casting a serene silence over everything. As she stepped onto the soft grass, Zuo Wei brandished a slender, elegantly designed black sword. Its glossy blade adorned with intricate patterns, simple yet enigmatic. In the hazy moonlight, it radiated an air of grace. With a thud, the sword fell heavily onto the grass, creating a noticeable dent in the ground. Zuo Wei shook her slightly numb hand, muttering, I nearly forgot. This sword weighs 1,000 pounds. One moment of inattention, and it slipped from my grip. Chapter 41. Unity of Body and Mind, the Sword Technique of Lightness. Bending down, Zuo Wei extended her hands with great difficulty to lift the long sword, her body swaying as she struggled to maintain her balance. Oh heavens! When would she be able to wield the sword, let alone swing it 100,000 times? It seemed that she would also have to don that exceedingly heavy armor. Contemplating this, Zuo Wei felt an overwhelming desire to lament the darkening of the world. In the following 3 days, Dina and the old reprobate often spotted Zuo Wei concealed in the courtyard, clutching a remarkably exquisite black longsword, seemingly laboring to swing it. With each motion, the air appeared to tremble, and afterward, Zuo Wei would collapse in exhaustion, gasping for breath while leaning on the sword. Concerned that Zuo Wei's health might be failing, Dina and the old reprobate approached her, only to discover that her feet had sunk deep into a hollowed-out pit. After observing for a while, Dina ventured, Zuo Wei, have you put on some weight? However, the old reprobate, possessing keen insight, immediately recognized that Zuo Wei was encumbered by the weight of her heavy armor. Otherwise, the ground would not have been so deeply indented. Moreover, the sword itself appeared to be quite hefty. Attempting to lift the long sword from Zuo Wei's grasp, he stumbled as the sword clattered to the ground, causing him to fall backward. Good grief, despite being an elemental master of the royal level, having undergone 5 purifications and possessing a strength of 700 to 800 pounds, he had not anticipated that the sword would be beyond his capability to lift. Gazing at Zuo Wei, the old reprobate regarded her as one might view an ancient behemoth. Zuo Wei shrugged her shoulders, a look of helplessness crossing her face. She too was at a loss for words. She had undergone the process of marrow washing several times, and Dina and the others were well aware of this. Perhaps the only distinction lay in the unique technique she practiced. Each time she grasped her sword, she would channel her energy, as if an inexplicable force surged within her. Dina exchanged a glance with the old mentor, ultimately deciding to relinquish the effort. Zuo Wei was an enigma far beyond their capacity to instruct. In truth, many of the formidable sovereigns of the Tai-Yuan world had cultivated their paths through personal exploration, with others merely providing references at best. They believed in Zuo Wei's latent potential. For the next 3 days, she bore the weight without respite, her long sword rarely leaving her grasp. She had named her sword Black Feather, for it was indeed the first weapon she had painstakingly acquired, deserving of a rightful name. In her heart, she silently counted from 1001 to 1050, continuously wielding Black Feather. Her body and the sword seemed to merge into one, her mind enveloped in the trajectory she had followed over 1,000 times. The gleaming tip of the sword resembled the most exquisite brush, tracing the most enchanting lines. At that moment, Zuo Wei's heart was filled with the essence of the sword, and the Black Feather was not a weighty blade of 1,000 pounds, but rather an extension of her hand, wholly under her command, unfettered and free. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her mind, as if a door had swung open. The sword in her hand felt infinitely lighter, and with a flick of her wrist, Black Feather danced gracefully, reminiscent of the swordplay she had once seen on television. In her imagination, ethereal figures began to materialize, their intricate movements embodying the profound elegance of martial arts techniques. In a harmonious fusion of body and mind, Zuo Wei's form mirrored the silhouette in his mind, soaring, darting, leaping, kicking, thrusting, cleaving, and sweeping with unparalleled precision. He embodied both the sharpness of the most formidable swordsman and the grace of the most elegant dancer, his movements ethereal, his swordplay a fleeting shadow. Seated in the living room, the elderly recluse, sipping tea, turned his gaze towards the courtyard and, with a sudden spray of tea, found himself utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly human? He mused. It appeared that Zuo Wei's greatest talent lay not in elemental mastery, but in swordsmanship. What a splendid and illustrious vocation the swordmaster is. 2 decades prior, he had traversed the eastern Hao continent, where he had the fortune to encounter a swordmaster, merely a sect-level practitioner of superior rank. Yet, this swordmaster had matched his own superior rank wind element elemental prowess in a draw. The ferocity and commanding presence of his attacks, coupled with a speed that eclipsed his wind-based strikes, left the recluse acutely aware that, had it not been for the numerous defensive techniques available to elementalists, he might very well have lost his trousers to that swordsman. That swordsman was scarcely in his 30s, which imparted a profound understanding to the recluse of the multitude of skilled individuals that populated the outside world. Thus, he chose to cultivate his spirit and reside within the confines of the academy as its headmaster. As he observed the fleeting figure outside, a broad smile graced his face. If Dina, who was hastily heading to class, were present, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "How scandalous!" Time slipped away unnoticed, and Zuo Wei, his body collapsing to the ground, leaned against the black feather, breathing heavily, yet his face radiated a luminous smile. He had not anticipated such results after merely executing over 1,000 movements. This technique was indeed extraordinary. What he did not realize was that the second level was fundamentally about establishing a solid foundation for practitioners and fostering familiarity with the sword. Yet this fellow was simply exceptional, having achieved enlightenment, the unity of body and mind, as well as the ability to commune with the sword, serve as the primary indicators of a swordsman's innate talent for swordsmanship. In the vast expanse of the Taiyuan world, countless individuals remain trapped at this initial threshold, destined to be forever estranged from the path of the sword. 3 days later, Zuo Wei had tirelessly executed 100,000 strokes with the black feather sword. At this moment, she sat cross-legged upon the uneven grass, her body exuding a thin layer of grayish liquid. Meanwhile, in the hall, Dina and the old master were leisurely enjoying their meal, unwilling to wait for Zuo Wei any longer lest the dishes grow cold. Dina had long since adopted a calm demeanor, while the old master, reflecting on his advanced age, resolved to maintain his composure as well. Alas, he would need to cultivate this tranquility more often in the future. On the 7th day, Zuo Wei accompanied Dina to the previously agreed-upon venue for their duel, the training ground. Clad in a blue and white martial artist's robe, Zuo Wei appeared strikingly ethereal following her 2 rounds of purification. Her slender figure, enveloped by the voluminous robe, emanated an otherworldly grace. Under the sun's radiant glow, her skin resembled exquisite jade porcelain, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. Her finely sculpted features conveyed an air of cool elegance, evoking a chorus of wolf howls from the hearts of many female onlookers. Even the male students were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering the enigma of Zuo Wei's gender, for she captivated the gaze far beyond that of any woman. The vast training ground, comparable in size to 5 football fields, was teeming with spectators. The news of this duel had spread throughout the school, primarily due to Dina's established reputation and the staggering wager of 100 million gold coins, an amount certainly not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, the imminent martial arts competition within the school served as a prelude, drawing numerous influential factions from the imperial capital to witness the spectacle. In a corner beneath the stands, the 3rd-grade elemental masters had already gathered in full force. Qian Luan, Dan Moziyu, Qin Yu, and Mu Qing were all assembled, and upon catching sight of Zuo Wei and Dina, the classmates surged forward. Dan Moziyu provocatively addressed Zuo Wei, stating, "Most of the martial artists are incredibly swift. Unlike us elemental masters, you'd best be cautious not to suffer defeat." Her smile, radiant and enchanting like sunlight after a rain, caused the other girls in the class to blush furiously. Qin Yu's eyes darted around, and with a gentle nudge to Mu Qing, she whispered, "Sister Qing, I sense a whiff of intrigue." Mu Qing's face flushed slightly, and she retorted with righteous indignation, "You little girl, it seems you are merely infatuated. Your thoughts are quite unhealthy." Qin Yu, taken aback, replied, "What's wrong? Why such a strong reaction? I was merely referring to those other girls fixated on Zuo Wei, not you. Or could it be?" Dina interjected, "It appears your class is in good spirits this time. Not only are the school leaders and the dean present, but also many influential figures from the capital. Do put forth your best effort, haha. Min Luan, accompanied by several imposing martial artists from the academy, approached Dina with a challenging gaze directed at Qian Luan and the others. Naturally, we have triumphed resoundingly in the past. If this time is not decisive, it would be a waste of their presence. Dina, with a charming smile, replied. I do hope your students possess the same confidence as you, Dina. With a cold remark, Min Luan led his tall and robust companions away, leaving a lingering tension in the air. Zuo Wei gazed intently at the retreating figures of the students, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Have the trump cards been concealed? Ultimately, they must be revealed. As the sound of a bell resonated throughout the martial arts arena, a hush fell over the audience, filled to capacity, while the tens of thousands of students scattered across the campus found their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my esteemed honor to welcome the distinguished guest from the capital to witness the competition between our academy's third-year martial artists and third-year elemental mages. Without further ado, lest you find my words tedious, allow me to explain the format of this contest. It will be a 5-on-5 battle, conducted in a round-robin style. The team that loses all its members shall be deemed the vanquished. I trust this is clear to everyone. For those who are uncertain, feel free to consult me for further clarification. Director Chu Yun's humorous opening remarks elicited smiles from many in attendance. However, none dared underestimate this diminutive elder, a mid-tier king-level wood elemental mage, who was far from being a mere ornament. Now, let both teams designate their first combatant. Initially, the members of Dina's class assumed Zuo Wei would take the stage first, as his swiftness alone seemed suitable for gauging the opponent's strength. However, Dina's words left them perplexed. Qin, you shall be the first to step forward. Do not concern yourself with Zuo Wei. Whether she participates depends on your own performance. Chapter 42. That is not a shame. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, while Qin cast a defiant glance at Zuo Wei. Just as she was about to voice her protest, she felt Mu Qin tug at her sleeve and shake his head. Qin wrinkled her nose, pouted slightly, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance as she leapt onto the stage. Zuo Wei, witnessing her adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, only to find an angry gaze fixed upon her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Dan Moziyu, glaring furiously in her direction. Zuo Wei remained unfazed, pondering whether Dan Moziyu was merely being protective of delicate flowers. Min Luan, upon seeing Qin, a mid-tier scholar, ascend the stage, paused momentarily. In his view, it should have been the utterly unremarkable Zuo Wei who took the stage first as cannon fodder, or perhaps another student altogether, rather than the fourth-ranked Qin. Oren, it's your turn. Seize them all in one sweep. Min Luan suppressed his inner confusion and glanced toward a tall figure cloaked in shadows in the corner. This individual was someone he had fortuitously encountered. Without Oren, he would have hesitated to pit his class's warriors against the pampered prodigies of the elemental class. As the words left his lips, the shadowy figure stepped forward, a tall and upright young man, his face rather ordinary, yet his deliberate arrogance was unmistakable. He regarded the privileged young ladies and gentlemen of the elemental class with an expression that betrayed a deep-seated animosity. Had Min Luan caught sight of that look, he would have never dared to let Oren take the stage. Qin felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she observed Oren approaching the stage. His gaze was utterly detestable, as if he wished to devour her whole. The competition begins. With a grave expression, Chu Feng cast a glance at Oren, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from him. Nevertheless, he announced the commencement of the match. In an instant, a slender fire whip materialized in the hands of Qin. A technique she admired and had long sought after, the fire whip technique, a treasure her father had procured after considerable effort. However, before she could unleash her whip, she felt the towering figure before her vanish. In the next moment, a searing pain erupted in her lower abdomen, blood surging to her throat. With a resounding thud, Qin petite form collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth, plunging her into unconsciousness. Oren, with a heavy foot, stomped down upon her still grasping hand, sending blood splattering everywhere. On the stage, a rotund man, his face a mask of fury, exclaimed, "Brother Qin, this grudge must not go unavenged. That competitor clearly aimed to inflict fatal harm. Yuer is my designated fiancée, and Ziyu holds her dear. If you do not take action, I shall." Beside him, a formidable-looking middle-aged man crushed his teacup in a fit of rage, ominously declaring, "Investigate the competitor who grievously injured Yuer. Also, look into that instructor from the martial arts class. Leave no stone unturned." Oren, reveling in the triumph of injuring Qin Yu, felt a sense of satisfaction. Even the pampered offspring of nobility could be subdued by someone of his humble origins. Yet, the icy gaze of Dina from earlier still haunted him, instilling a sense of dread. Hatred flickered in his eyes as he thought, soon, I shall be the pride of this academy, and I will trample all of them beneath my feet. That stunningly beautiful female instructor will one day be at my mercy. At this moment, Min Lun harbored an intense desire to consume Aoluan alive. This contemptible commoner truly believed himself to be a paragon of virtue. How dare he treat the only daughter of the esteemed Qin family in such a manner? After the competition, both of them would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The Qin family boasts 2 monarch-level elemental masters. As Zuo Wei observed the throng of students surrounding the bloodied Qin Yu, her once charming visage no longer bore the delightful smile it was known for. Instead, her complexion had turned as pale as that of a dying person. In the stands, the academy's leaders engaged in fervent discussions. This year, Min Lun had indeed stumbled upon a remarkable talent, a 20-year-old superior soldier-level practitioner whose speed was astonishing. He had managed to defeat an intermediate soldier-level elemental master, bringing glory to our martial arts class. The head instructor of the second-year martial arts class felt a sense of elation. Surely, this would obliterate the rumor that elemental masters of the same rank invariably surpassed martial artists. Humph. Is a person of unknown origins truly worthy of such accolades? Furthermore, his lack of camaraderie, displaying such brutality against a fellow student, reveals a flawed character. Qian Yumo, the head instructor of the 4th-year Elemental Masters, tapped his fingers on the desk and remarked coolly. Upon hearing his words, the other instructors fell silent. Who among them did not know that Qian Yumo's son was in the 3rd-year Elemental Masters class? It would be prudent to avoid provoking this formidable figure. The aloof vice president glanced at Qian Yumo's expression, unable to decipher the thoughts of the esteemed headmaster. It was common knowledge that Instructor Dino was his favored protege, and they were all aware of the wager that had been made. Zuo Wei's face bore no expression, yet a surge of murderous intent welled up within her. Qin Yu was a student whom Dina held in great affection. He was one of her own kin. How could others dare to bully him so brazenly? Just as she contemplated ascending the stage, a striking figure swiftly approached and pulled her back. Zuo, his head bowed in solemnity. I understand you are formidable, but this time I must confront this myself. I cannot let Xiaoyu's grievances go unavenged. Even if I cannot triumph, that individual has caused him great pain, and thus, I shall ensure he suffers even more. The vehement words of hatred compelled Zuo Wei to halt her advance. Meanwhile, Qian Luan, Mu Qing, and other students expressed their dissent vehemently. Come on. We are well aware of Muzi's strength, but he is merely slightly superior to Qin Yu. Charging forth would be tantamount to courting death. No, Dina interjected forcefully. I have already allowed one of my students to be injured. I cannot permit another to suffer. That fellow is peculiar, and Zuo Wei, you are not permitted to engage. If it comes to it, I shall concede defeat. Min Lun, that good-for-nothing, dares to take advantage of me? If he truly does, I shall ensure he never benefits from the company of women for the rest of his life. Dina's teeth clenched in anger as she cast a sinister glance towards Min Lun, who stood pallid beneath the stage. This time, I shall not let you off the hook. Her fervent declarations left many students wincing. Mentor, please consider your image. Well said, Mentor Dina. We appreciate your loyalty to my son, but you must allow him to act. Witnessing his beloved girl being grievously harmed while he remains powerless will only breed unhappiness for him throughout his life. I have faith in my son. He is a man. A stout man entered, trailed by a middle-aged gentleman wearing an anxious expression. Father, Uncle Qin, I am truly sorry. It was my fault that Xiaoyu got hurt. I am so useless. Upon seeing the two newcomers, the delicate and sorrowful expression on Damu Ziyu's face deepened. Go on, Ziyu. As your father, while it pains me to see you injured, remember this. A man's bloodshed for the woman he loves is no disgrace. The stout man made an effort to rise on tiptoe, firmly patting his son on the shoulder with weighty conviction. It was a scene that, while somewhat humorous, stirred a profound emotion within the hearts of the onlookers. Zuo Wei observed the stout man and Damu Ziyu, her heart swelling with a bittersweet sensation. Turning her gaze away, she thought to herself, Father, in this lifetime, I shall never have a father like that. The imposing middle-aged man behind the stout figure approached Qin Yu, who lay upon a recliner, tears glistening in his eyes. He bellowed, do not worry. I shall not spare anyone who harms my daughter. Just wait. I will ensure they do not see the light of another day. Ziyu, go ahead. Come down the same way you went up. Your father and I will be waiting for you." Zuo nodded solemnly, casting a lingering glance at Qin Yu before turning to ascend the stage. "Patriarch Qin, Patriarch Damo. I deeply apologize for the injuries inflicted upon Qin Yu due to this competition. I have just examined her, and her injuries are quite severe, with significant internal damage. I have already summoned the dean, and I trust he will provide the best care possible. I hope you can find some comfort in this," said Dina with sincere regret. "Dina, please do not blame yourself. Such occurrences are unforeseen. We can only blame the opponents for their ruthlessness. I am grateful for your invitation to the esteemed director. I firmly believe that a person of such caliber will surely heal my daughter." Upon witnessing the genuine remorse in Dina's eyes, Qin Tian, the head of the Qin family, felt a slight alleviation of his sorrow. With the director's presence, he felt a measure of reassurance. "Let the match commence." A cold voice resonated in the ears of those present. Chapter 43. Death must bring you exquisite pain. My sincerest apologies for the delay. I lost track of time while bathing and regretfully missed half an hour for the upload. I kindly ask for your understanding. Once again, I must raise the banner of requests for your support through collections, recommendations, and clicks. As Dan Mosiu ascended the stage, he noticed the disdainful expression on Oren's face, fueling a surge of animosity within him. Suddenly, 5 blades of azure wind materialized in the air, taking flight toward Oren along varied trajectories, reaching him in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Dan Mosiu vanished, the wind blades striking the air in an empty space. A whip-like kick was unleashed towards Dan Mosiu, but a wind shield intercepted it. He leaped backward, crossing his arms, and shouted incantations for the wind-binding technique. For streams of azure energy abruptly manifested beside Oren. Just as Oren attempted to evade, he discovered that the air beside him had coalesced into a binding force, ensnaring him. Seeing Oren trapped, Dan Mosiu did not express joy. Instead, his countenance grew grave as he clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations. A flickering azure light emanated from his eyes, and runes began to materialize on his palms. Oren, now confined, soon perceived 4 whirlwinds emerging from the stage's blind spot, rapidly advancing towards him. The mid-tier skill, Wind Turn Absolute Kill, unleashed 4 swirling vortices that spun with ferocity, akin to the onset of a tempest, causing even the spectators below to feel the force of the gale. What an impressive mid-tier skill of the Xian level. Its attack power rivals that of an ordinary upper-tier Xian level skill, doesn't it? The crowd below exclaimed. Feiyun, is Wind Turn Absolute Kill the skill you purchased for a staggering 100 million gold coins? It is said that when cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, it can match the attacking prowess of the peak upper-tier Xian level skills. Qin Tian inquired of the proudly beaming Dan Mo Feiyun. Indeed, brother, Ziyu is quite diligent. Yet I never anticipated he could truly master Wind Turn Absolute Kill. Dan Mo Feiyun gazed with pride at Dan Mo Ziyu on the stage. Dina, aren't those attack skills supposed to be easily learned? Why is there such a notion? Zuo Wei had previously believed that the powers and skills in this world were akin to those in games, readily acquired. She herself had always found the lower-tier skills easily grasped, having learned 3 of them without difficulty. Now, observing the discourse between the two, it was evident that mastery required personal contemplation and practice, didn't it? Of course, some advanced and formidable skills necessitate dedicated effort to comprehend and master. Skill scrolls and techniques merely provide a pathway. How one traverses to the destination depends on oneself. By the way, do not tell me you learned them effortlessly. Dina rolled her eyes, genuinely unperturbed. If Zuo Wei were to claim such ease, it would hardly surprise her. Habit breeds familiarity. Zuo Wei remained silent, pondering that perhaps the attack skills she had learned were indeed only of the yellow tier. Having mastered merely 3, they were indeed simple and easily acquired. On the stage, Dan Mosiyu's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. As he witnessed the vortex poised to engulf Oren, he dared not underestimate the situation. This adversary was formidable. Suddenly, Oren let out a furious roar, his veins bulging as a crimson mist emanated from within him. With blood-red eyes wide open, he thrust his arms, shattering the azure restraints. However, at that moment, the vortex loomed before him. Oren did not retreat. Instead, he advanced a step, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in his gaze. Clenching his fists tightly, he struck at the vortex, creating a tremor in the air. The surge of his superior martial prowess, tinged with the crimson gas, transformed into a colossal fist that thundered towards the vortex. In an instant, the entire vortex was shattered, and the gale unleashed rushed wildly towards the audience below. Several successive punches obliterated the remaining azure whirlwinds, plunging the crowd into chaos. Most were disheveled, yet they had no time to adjust their attire. Staring in astonishment at Orin on stage. This youth could not be more than 20 years old, yet he had attained superior martial rank. While that was not terrifying in itself, what was alarming was that Dan Moseyou, standing opposite him, was a mid-tier elemental master, unleashing skills comparable to those of a top-tier mystic. He had managed to withstand the onslaught. The force was nearly overwhelming. Dan Moseyou gazed at Orin, who appeared unscathed, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. I shall ensure you endure excruciating pain. With a powerful push from his toes, Orin surged towards Dan Moseyou, intent on making this young noble plead for mercy before him. Underneath the feet of Dan Moseyou, a contract rune for a beast emerged, and from within the vast hexagram formation resounded the ferocious howl of a wild creature. A leopard-like demon beast with azure-spotted fur appeared, its body characterized by long, elegant lines, yet the bloodthirst in its eyes, its sharp fangs, and powerful limbs, alongside the swirling azure currents surrounding it, undeniably showcased its extraordinary nature. Behold, this is a mid-tier warrior-level demon beast, the Windripper Leopard. Legends say its speed rivals that of a master martial artist. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The Windripper Leopard transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging at Orin. With a sharp clash, both were forced to retreat a step, its claws digging fiercely into the ground. Gazing intently at Orin from a distance, the Windripper Leopard opened its massive jaws, unleashing a burst of azure energy that shot forth like a beam of light. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Orin, striking his chest. Orin was sent staggering back several steps, blood streaming from his chest. Wiping the blood from his chest with his middle finger, Orin brought it to his mouth, licking the crimson fluid clean, his red pupils glinting with an eerie intensity as he fixated on the demon beast and Dan Moseyou. His voice, hoarse yet menacing, echoed, "You've drawn my blood, so I shall ensure your blood flows in return." The onlookers shuddered at Orin's bizarre behavior, sensing that something was profoundly amiss. Left Wei observed Orin, his brow furrowed in concern. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Dan Moseyou commanded the Windripper Leopard to attack Orin, while he prepared for a decisive strike. Orin transformed into a fleeting shadow, engaging in a fierce battle with the wind-running Rift Leopard. The two exhibited nearly identical speed. However, Orin's attacks were vastly superior. Waves of crimson energy surged forth, relentlessly striking the beast until, with a mournful cry, the wind-running Rift Leopard was violently hurled to the ground, its body marred with numerous wounds. The blood stained the training platform beneath it a deep red. In the heart of Dan Moseyou, a profound pain surged, intensifying his resentment. As he beheld the original form of Orin, he bellowed, "Ascend, celestial wind dragon strike." With a resounding crash, Dan Moseyou unleashed an overwhelming current of energy, exponentially more powerful than his previous wind-transcending death strike, astonishing all present with its sheer force. What manner of attack is this? By heavens! Orin sensed the imminent peril and, with a flash of light from his hand, summoned a 2-meter-long greatsword, its silver blade glistening ominously as it sliced through the air towards Ziyu. A powerful gust coalesced into a wind dragon, its regal form flickering into view, exuding an aura of dominance as it roared towards Orin's shadow. A thunderous explosion erupted. The tremendous shockwave sent the spectators tumbling from their seats, the fierce winds stinging their cheeks as they beheld a tempestuous vortex before them. As the wind dragon dissipated, the platform was left with only the fallen figure of Dan Moseyou and a towering silhouette kneeling beside him. Orin, clutching his chest in agony, coughed up blood, his vitality surging ominously. With bloodthirsty eyes, he gazed upon the unconscious youth on the platform, consumed by a primal desire to tear him apart. As Orin stood up and approached Dan Moseyou, both Qin Tian and Dan Ma Feiyun in the audience were consumed with anxiety. They were already quite pleased with Ziyu and could not allow that detestable individual to harm him any further. With a peak skill of the Xin class, Dan Moseyou was a prodigy, having mastered such advanced abilities at the tender age of 18. He must not be injured. The mentors on stage were shaken in their eyes. A martial artist could never rival an elemental master, particularly one as gifted and youthful as this. Just as Dina was about to intervene, she witnessed Zuo Wei vanish in an instant. She grasped the hands of Qin Tian and the other, assuring them with unwavering conviction, "Do not worry. Soon enough, someone will make Orin wish he had never been born." With a heavy stomp, Oren unleashed a surge of red martial energy that surged toward Danma Ziyu. The force struck Ziyu, sending him hurtling into the air, blood spilling from his mouth. In his heart, he silently lamented, "Xiaoyu, forgive me. I cannot avenge you." Oren brandished his large blade, swinging it down with lethal intent, yet it cleaved through nothingness. Chapter 44. My apologies, I am an elemental master. The audience was momentarily stunned. They had braced themselves to witness Danma Ziyu's lifeless body on the ground, only to be astonished when he vanished. However, in the next heartbeat, they saw him reclining on a chair in the third-year elemental class, while among the students emerged an exceptionally young lad, standing at a height of 165 meters. His visage was strikingly handsome and refined, exuding an air of composure that seemed paradoxical yet irresistibly captivating. A red-haired girl in the audience exclaimed with delight, "Look, it's Zuo Wei, the very one I guided." This girl was none other than Hong Ling. "It truly is him. I can't be mistaken. What does he intend to do? That Aoluan is notoriously ruthless." Another girl, filled with astonishment, recognized Zuo Wei as well. Such a youth was unforgettable at first glance. "Huh, this guy has finally made it. Let that Aoluan witness what true genius looks like." Lu Buxiu drained the tea from the table in one gulp and scoffed. "Minluan, you worthless fool, do you really think my esteemed elder is your father-in-law? You even dare to harbor feelings for Dina. If the Qin family remains idle, I shall ensure your downfall myself." The multitude of instructors were taken aback. They had indeed witnessed Zuo Wei abducting Danmo Ziyu and were astonished by his speed. However, they had just assessed Zuo Wei as cultivation and found him to be no more than an ordinary person. Yet, the headmaster, who was notoriously haughty, had given such high praise to this youth, indicating he must be an extraordinary talent. Qian Yumo suddenly recalled what his son had previously mentioned about a remarkably swift young martial artist. It seemed this was indeed the individual. However, his son had never mentioned that this person possessed such unparalleled beauty. "You are the one who abducted that worthless fool? Humph, you elemental masters are truly shameless. Losing and then resorting to underhanded tactics to have someone rescue you, only to send another up next. But it matters not. Whether it's one or a multitude of worthless individuals, they are all the same." Aoluan sneered, inciting the ire of Qianluan and the other students in the audience. Their tempers flared at his audacity. Mu Qing's expression turned icy. The typically gentle woman could no longer restrain herself as she witnessed Oren's cruel treatment of Qin Yu. At this moment, had it not been for Zuo Wei already intervening, she would have relished the opportunity to engage in battle. Even if defeat was inevitable, she would certainly not yield. "Take your medicine. I have never been one to take advantage of others, especially someone as unattractive as you," Zuo Wei remarked, surveying Oren as if appraising an object. This comment left the crowd momentarily stunned, followed by laughter. In truth, Oren was merely average-looking, not outright ugly. However, when juxtaposed with the strikingly handsome elemental masters, he appeared decidedly less appealing, especially when compared to Zuo Wei. A stark contrast indeed. Oren's face darkened. He detested those who possessed looks, lineage, and talent. His loathing was less about them and more a manifestation of his own indignation regarding his humble status. "You pretty boy. I shall soon tear that visage from your face and feed it to the pigs." His menacing tone sent a chill through the crowd. "Taking medicine? I have no time to waste on you. If you are truly confident, then abstain. For me, it makes no difference whether you consume it or not." Zuo Wei crossed his arms, exuding an air of icy indifference. Oren, seething with anger, felt compelled to utter a few curses. Yet, upon meeting Zuo Wei's starry black eyes, filled with a profound coldness, he sensed an ominous danger. Without hesitation, he retrieved a crimson pill from his spatial pouch, swallowed it, and glared at Zuo Wei with a sinister intensity. A mentor observing this displayed discontent towards Zuo Wei, muttering, "What is the name of this arrogant youth? He is far too proud," granting his adversary a moment to breathe. Such hubris. Who truly knows the light-hearted laughter of Qian Yumo? However, as long as one is not a fool, such actions would not be taken. Those who dare to do so are either imbeciles or extraordinary beings. After speaking, he cast a glance at Lu Buxiu, adding silently in his heart, "Could someone favored by the dean possibly be a fool?" In less than a quarter of an hour, Oren absorbed the medicinal pill, restoring his vitality and martial prowess. In a flash, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Zuo Wei. With a mere flick of his toes, Zuo Wei gracefully evaded, delivering a flying kick that struck Oren's waist. The towering figure was propelled backwards like a cannonball, crashing over 8 meters away. Blood spewed from Oren's mouth, just as he attempted to rise. He felt a searing pain in his palm. A shadow flickered, and Zuo Wei floated beside Oren, his heavy boots, weighing several hundred pounds, mercilessly crushed down upon Oren's hand. The sound of shattering bones echoed, flesh and blood mingling and flowing across the surface. In a frenzy, Oren enveloped his large blade with crimson energy, swinging it fiercely towards Zuo Wei. But with a swift kick, the blade was sent flying, embedding itself heavily into the surface. Witnessing this, all present fell silent. Zuo Wei's actions appeared strikingly similar to how Oren had dealt with Qin Yu, save for the fact that Oren's hand bones lay completely shattered. The mentors, who had previously harbored dissatisfaction towards Zuo Wei, now realized that they themselves were the true fools. Does it hurt? Then take some medicine, and once you're done, we shall continue. Zuo Wei spoke with the warmth of a benevolent youth, his gentle tone sending chills down Oren's spine. It seemed that Zuo Wei had no intention of striking again. Oren hastily consumed another medicinal pill, feeling the wounds on his hand begin to heal significantly. Rising to his feet, his entire being radiated with bloodlust, as if sensing the mockery from the audience above. His heart brimming with fury. As shadows flitted by, the two figures transformed into ephemeral silhouettes, engaging in a relentless duel upon the vast stage. Except for those of the rank of Dina and above, none could discern the movements of these two combatants. They merely observed the fleeting specters in the resounding clash of weapons, accompanied by the swirling crimson aura of martial energy. Each time Oren's blood-red blade sliced through the air towards Zuo Wei, it was either deftly evaded or repelled by a swift kick from Zuo Wei, whose boots were forged from the immensely durable Dayu stone, weighing several hundred pounds. With every strike, Oren's blade was sent spiraling from his grasp. Consumed by rage, Oren's eyes glistened with fury, nearly brimming with blood. He gripped his blade tightly and bellowed crimson blood slash. Leaping forward, he unleashed a massive arc of crimson energy. A 2-meter-long crescent that surged forth from the blade's tip like a beam of light, aimed directly at Zuo Wei. Wherever the arc passed, the stone surface of the stage shattered, the unleashed martial energy unmistakably indicating that this attack possessed the might of a martial master. Mingling amongst the onlookers, Mu Qin's expression turned grave, unable to contain his alarm as he shouted for Zuo Wei to evade. Yet, Zuo Wei remained steadfast, confronting the blood-red arc head-on. Suddenly, a massive, formidable blue ice shield materialized before him. The crimson arc collided with the ice shield, leaving only a shallow dent and scattering a few crystalline shards of ice. Apart from Dina and Lu Buxiu, the faces of the spectators mirrored expressions of disbelief. Was Zuo Wei not a martial artist? Observing Oren's pallid visage, Zuo Wei offered an apologetic smile. My apologies. I am an elementalist. Qian Yumo forced a bitter smile, realizing that the young man indeed wielded some precious equipment to conceal his true abilities. Oren hastily extended his left hand, attempting to retrieve a potion from his spatial pouch. But with a resounding clap, his palm was encased in ice that swiftly spread throughout his body. Zuo Wei snatched the large blade from Oren's right hand and, with a swift and decisive swing, severed his left arm, which fell to the ground, shattering into crimson ice fragments, interspersed with stark white bones, emanating a chilling aura. Oren, racked with excruciating pain, comprehended that this terrifying prodigy before him was far beyond his capacity to confront, and he opened his mouth to concede defeat. Suddenly, a powerful strike from the broad blade landed upon Oren's mouth, sending teeth and blood flying in all directions. When does it end? Is it up to you to decide? No, it is I who dictates the terms. Zuo Wei kicked Oren to the position of the third-grade elemental class and turned to Chu Feng, inquiring, Master, does this count as my victory? If not, I could invite him for another round. Observing Zuo Wei's seemingly innocent demeanor, Chu Feng swallowed hard and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Yes, it certainly counts. Oh, since it counts, let us invite the other students from the martial arts class to join in for some exchanges. With the school's martial arts competition approaching, such interactions will foster our collective advancement. Will they not, Mentor Min Luan? Zuo Wei's cold gaze swept over the martial arts class. The students behind Min Luan recoiled several steps, bewildered by the notion that this prodigy could be anything but invincible against them. Even without employing elemental force, his sheer strength and speed could obliterate them effortlessly. Zuo Wei's attention shifted to Dina, where Qian Luan and Mu Qin's eyes shimmered with intensity, stirring something within him. Mentor Min Luan, the competition has not yet concluded. I hope your class performs admirably, for many distinguished figures are observing. Zuo Wei cast a cold glance at Min Luan, then swiftly leaped off the martial arts stage. The once human form of Oren, battered and bruised, was dragged away by two formidable men, Qin Tian and another. As for his fate, the school would remain indifferent. The internal martial arts competitions strictly prohibited lethal force. However, Oren, a Navi youth, had disregarded this cardinal rule, provoking Zuo Wei's subsequent ruthless actions, which drew no dissent. In short, one must eventually pay for their transgressions in life. Chapter 45. By what right can you deny us? Zuo Wei descended from the martial arts platform and approached the area where the third-year elementalists were gathered. The students gazed at her with admiration, leaving her momentarily taken aback. She had presumed they would perceive her as cruel. Although such opinions did not typically concern her, the feeling of being unacknowledged was disheartening. Dina's stunning visage radiated with joy, akin to the most resplendent rose, captivating all in her presence. While Zuo Wei was momentarily dazed, Dina seized her, and with a soft kiss, left a provocative mark upon Zuo Wei's delicate face. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their gazes shifting to the heavens or the corners of the room. Qianlun turned his head, striving to suppress an unusual stirring within him, his expression remaining impassive. Mu Qing stared blankly, and upon seeing the vivid imprint upon Zuo Wei's face, felt an unexpected tingling sensation in his chest, gripping the compendium of plants in his hands with an uneasy tension. Ah, Zuo Wei, you have saved my sister's virtue. Allow me to bestow upon you a kiss as a token of my gratitude, Dina said with a charming smile, her slender fingers grazing her rosy lips. Zuo Wei, maintaining his composure, produced a piece of white silk to wipe away any traces on his face. Responding with a calm smile, what I have rescued is not your virtue, but rather that of Min Lun. Suddenly, the crowded space erupted with suppressed laughter. Dina raised her brows, her gaze freezing those it fell upon. She lightly tapped Zuo Wei's smooth forehead, a flicker of exasperation in her eyes. Qianlun and Mu Qing exchanged glances, a hint of amusement gracing their lips. To the martial artists across from them, apart from Oren, Zuo Wei and his companion were mere trifles. Zuo Wei watched Qianlun elegantly leap onto the martial arts stage and casually inquired, Dina, how are Qinyu and Danimoziyu faring? The old man has intervened. Qinyu is no longer in serious trouble. He merely requires some medicinal elixirs to recuperate and regulate his blood flow. As for Ziyu, that lad is in a worse state than Qinyu. He had to forcibly employ a high-level skill, which backfired on his mental faculties, and has already been taken away by the medical staff for treatment. Nevertheless, the old man assured me that it is not a grave matter, so you need not worry, Dina replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zuo Wei, finding amusement in his awkwardness. Zuo Wei pressed his lips together, acutely aware of the teasing glint in Dina's eyes, feeling a slight discomfort in his heart. On the stage, Qianlun's cold gaze swept over the students of the martial arts class, who appeared timid and evasive, and his heart seethed with resentment as he recalled the grievous injuries sustained by his dear brother, Dan Moziyu, and Qinyu, the girl his brother cherished. Today, in this very place, they had suffered serious harm. I have never believed that martial artists are inherently inferior to elementalists. After a moment of contemplative silence, Qianlun suddenly spoke, leaving everyone in the audience, both on the ground and in the stands, stunned. His father, Chen Yuemo, felt a tremor in his fingers as he struck the table, staring at the upright figure of his son below, suddenly feeling as if he scarcely recognized him. Even the members of the martial arts class found it difficult to comprehend, while Zuo Wei observed Qianlun's still stern visage, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Yet, upon witnessing the demeanor of the third-year martial arts class, I could not help but feel that this statement aptly described them. A martial artist devoid of the heart of a warrior. A group of martial artists lacking the spirit of combat, in my view, are nothing but worthless. This pronouncement fell heavily, inciting a flurry of commotion. How outrageous. This Qianlun truly disregards us martial artists. Such audacity. A burly middle-aged man shattered the teacup in his grasp, slamming it onto the table with a thunderous sound, his countenance darkening. Most martial artists harbored animosity towards elementalists, believing that the world itself favored the latter. It was a well-known truth in the Taiyuan realm that a martial artist of the same rank would inevitably fall to an elementalist. As a high-ranking martial artist of the sect, he could not help but feel envy and resentment. At this moment, he found himself belittled by a mere junior martial artist. Master Wang Qi, remember your identity as a mentor. Where is your grace and poise? Qian Yumo cast a fleeting glance, responding with indifference. He is your son, so naturally you show him favoritism. Humph. You elemental masters have always looked down upon us martial artists. Wang Qi, known for his fiery temperament, was filled with resentment. Disregarding the fact that Qian Yumo was a top-tier elemental master, far superior to him, the other martial artists present could hardly conceal their frustration, finding themselves at odds with the group of elemental masters led by Qian Yumo. The tension in the air was palpable, sparks flying. Humph. Lu Buxiu let out a cold hum, and in that instant, all the mentors felt a chill in their hearts, the atmosphere of confrontation dissipating. They all bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of their dean. You are all grown adults. The youngest among you is over 70. Yet you cannot even comprehend the words of a child? This child, Qian Luan, is not wrong. Martial artists are not necessarily inferior to elemental masters. However, a martial artist lacking the courage to fight is but a worthless being, and this sentiment applies to any practitioner. Decades ago, I was merely a mid-tier June-level master, fortunate enough to witness a battle between a low-tier Wang-level martial artist and a mid-tier Wang-level elemental master. Do you know the outcome? The elemental master lost. Believe it or not, I have witnessed it. The indomitable spirit of a true warrior is something I shall never forget. The mentors remained silent, while Wang Qi gazed blankly at the third-year martial arts class, where not a single student dared to step forward, standing like statues alongside the dazed Minlun. Feeling a deep sense of despair, with a swift motion, Wang Qi arrived at the location of the third-year martial arts class, amid the astonished gazes of other instructors. A flurry of slaps resonated, sending several martial arts students sprawling to the ground. How disgraceful! You have brought shame upon martial practitioners. Is it truly so terrifying to step onto the stage? Is it so daunting to be unable to win? Is it so fearful to be beaten? The students from the elemental class, fully aware of their inferiority, still ascended the platform. If they can do it, why can't you? Why? Just because they are elementalists and you are martial artists? What humiliation could possibly surpass the disgrace you currently endure? Wang Qi's furious roar echoed throughout the demonstration arena. Disregarding the students he had knocked down, Wang Qi called out to the audience. Is there any student from the second-year martial arts class willing to step forward and engage with a senior? Fear not the pain of injury. A true practitioner must endure suffering to grow. Teacher, what should we do, Minlun? Do we really have to go up? That Qianluan will kill us. One student, pale-faced, tugged at Minluan's sleeve, speechless with dread. Go? Go to hell. I won't survive today. Who cares about you? Minluan's countenance was dark as he waved his hand, sending this student crashing against the wall. His gaze shifted to Dina and the others, glinting with madness. Since we are all doomed, I might as well drag someone down with me. Qianlun, huh? You, the so-called prodigy. Chapter 46. You? Yes, you get up there. Minlun pointed at a timid boy among the frightened group of students. Upon catching sight of Minluan's finger, the youth's countenance paled in fear. Yet he dared not utter a word. Why? For he hailed from a humble background. Despite possessing commendable martial prowess, he remained merely an ordinary student within the vast confines of Ao Lai Academy. How could he possibly contend with Minluan, a martial artist of the low-grade sect? Observing the expressions of relief on his classmates' faces, the boy was engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow. The bonds of camaraderie felt so distant and indifferent. Choosing to avert his gaze from them, he took a few strides forward, then with a determined leap, ascended the martial platform, calling out to Qianluan, "Let us begin." Qianluan fixed his gaze on the refined youth before him, whose eyes reflected despair and resolve, stirring something within Qianluan's heart, suppressing a flicker of compassion. His expression gradually turned steely. He summoned his inner energy. In an instant, a piercing aura surged from Qianluan's being, enveloping him in a resplendent golden radiance, causing the very air around him to tremble. He was an elemental master renowned for his unparalleled offensive capabilities, a master of the gold element. Truly, like father, like son, Qian Yumo had birthed a prodigious child. Observing this formidable presence, one could surmise that he was not far from the level of a general, an 18-year-old gold elemental master. A talent of celestial proportions. Several instructors could not help but express their admiration. Within Ao Lai Academy, Qianluan undeniably lived up to the title of genius. In the future, he might even stand shoulder to shoulder with the extraordinary students of the 5th grade. When it comes to talent, I believe everyone has developed a more profound understanding by now. Reflecting on the powerful youth who had previously stood upon the stage, Qian Yumo could not help but shake his head with a faint smile. with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He helplessly turned to gaze at Qianluan on the stage. Under the formidable assault of the golden energy, the young man from the martial arts class proved to be no coward. Despite being gravely injured, he did not falter, perhaps driven by a final surge of defiance. However, Zuo Wei keenly sensed a gaze filled with intense malice. Was it him? In Qianluan's hand, a golden orb crackled ominously, resembling a ferocious beast poised to obliterate its prey. Observing the boy who had succumbed to his knees on the platform, he appeared strikingly different from the previous martial arts students. At the very least, he was no longer timid. Go ahead, unleash your fury and spare the others in our class. They never intended to oppose you deliberately. This entire debacle was orchestrated by that scoundrel Minluan. We are not like you. We lack a formidable backing. Our martial talents are not exceptional. And we have not encountered a mentor as admirable as Dina or Wang Qi for 3 years. We have learned nothing but the art of weakness and ineptitude. The greatest regret of my life is leaving my hometown to become a student in the third-year martial arts class. A coward. As the boy spoke, a blend of sorrow and laughter colored his voice, the laughter tinged with desolation. In a final fit of madness, he shouted, Minlun, just wait. Even in death, not a single student will shed a tear for you. After a moment of silence, gazing at the frenzied youth, the golden orb in Qianluan's hand vanished as he turned to leap off the martial arts platform. He had never contemplated killing those students of the martial arts class. His heart was simply aflame with indignation, wishing to impart a lesson upon them. He was well aware that these students were not the true instigators. Fire ignited in Minluan's eyes. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly weak student would dare to treat him with such disdain. Very well, I shall slay Qianluan. And then you. Caution, Qianluan. Look out. The shrieks rang out, and Qianluan felt an overwhelming sense of danger surging from behind him. Just as he turned, he found his body thrust away by an unseen force, hurtling downwards with a thud. Boom. As the thick smoke cleared, Qianluan stood in a daze, staring at the massive, heavy ice shield that had shattered above him, translucent blue ice crystals swirling in the air. The graceful figure standing elegantly amidst the chaos lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Zuo Wei stumbled back several paces, a strong metallic taste of blood surging in her throat. Fortunately, she had sensed that Minluan was not to be trifled with and had taken precautions. Otherwise, there may not have been anyone in time to save Qianluan. Nevertheless, the prowess of a sect-level martial artist was formidable. Minluan, astonished and resentful to see his full-force attack thwarted by Zuo Wei, seethed with indignation. Why should this young man, so exceptionally gifted, have such close ties with a woman like Dina? It was he who had disrupted my plans. You are the most detestable of all. Explosive palm. Minluan bellowed, his hands radiating a brilliant light akin to the blinding rays of the sun. Before Zuo Wei, an enormous hand materialized, exuding a formidable and chilling aura of menace, swiftly descending upon her. Blast it! A melodious voice rang out, as a fiery and graceful figure emerged beside Zuo Wei. In an instant, a colossal wall of flames, ablaze with fierce fire, stood resolutely before them. Boom! Dazzling light erupted in all directions, yet the wall of fire remained steadfast, while the gigantic hand dissipated into thin air. Zuo Wei's lips twitched as she recalled her previous utterance of that phrase in front of Dina, feeling conflicted. Did this tarnish the culture of this world? Qianluan and the other mentors, initially taken aback by Minluan's sudden assault and concerned for Qianluan's safety, were astonished to see that strikingly handsome youth dash forward first. His speed was nothing short of impressive, and to their astonishment, he even managed to thwart Minluan's attack. Such a freak, such a prodigy. Qianluan, witnessing her son nearly embroiled in peril, breathed a sigh of relief upon Zuo Wei's timely appearance. However, Minluan, obstinate and furious, sought to eliminate Zuo Wei. Enraged, he prepared to leap down and confront Minluan, only to see Dina had already charged forward, leaving him with a wry smile. It seemed he was rendered utterly ineffective. The other mentors shared similar sentiments of indignation. How could Minluan, a mere incompetent, dare to be so audacious? It was one thing to remain stagnant in his own cultivation, another to indulge in frivolous pursuits, and even to neglect the education of his own students. But to openly threaten the life of a talented student from the academy was simply intolerable. Who was Qianluan, the sole descendant of the prestigious Qian family? Who was that young man, so favored by the dean, with such a profound bond with Dina? One might wonder if he deserves such a fate. Dina, with her striking prowess, has managed to bring comfort to them both. The crowd remained speechless, still recovering from Dina's exclamation, "Curse your sister." Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from her hand, and a colossal fire python appeared on stage. Its body as thick as the waist of a burly man, twice over. The immense jaws of the serpent flicked its fiery tongue, radiating with a dazzling glow. A fierce glint flashed in Min Lun's eyes as a long spear materialized in his grasp, exuding an overwhelming force. In an instant, he lunged at the fire python. A chilling roar erupted from the serpent, its cavernous mouth wide open, releasing fireballs the size of basins. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts platform was dotted with enormous, fiery craters. Min Lun, caught off guard, was struck by one of the fireballs, the searing flames eliciting a wretched scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered as he desperately attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Yet, in the next moment, the gaping maw of the fire python loomed before him, its fiery abyss swallowing him whole. His piercing cries lingered in the ears of the onlookers for but a fleeting second before vanishing, leaving behind an unsettling chill in their hearts. Good heavens! This typically enchanting beauty now revealed such terrifying might. A martial artist of the lower tier of the sect, reduced to naught in mere moments. Qin Yuemo and the others stood in stunned silence, not merely astonished by Dina's ability to slay Min Lun, but rather by the nature of her attack. Just moments ago, the fiery python she summoned appeared to possess a spark of sentience, indicating that Dina, this enchanting 35-year-old beauty, had indeed begun to grasp the second tier of elemental manipulation, the transformation of elements. Observing the expressions on their faces, akin to those afflicted by constipation, Lu Buxiu felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. "Look at you men, so full of yourselves. Behold, my beloved disciple Dina surpasses you old fellows by leaps and bounds." He chuckled. "Wait until Zuo Wei's daughter is revealed, and considering her tender age of 12, I wonder who among you will dare to claim that women are inferior to men." In this moment of unrestrained glee, the elderly man forgot that he, too, was a man, albeit an aged one. The scene was enveloped in an almost tangible silence, save for a slender figure approaching the dissipating fiery python. He bent down, seemingly to retrieve something. As he did so, a breathtakingly handsome young man, previously wearing a frigid expression, broke into a smile so captivating it could enchant the masses. Perhaps that was a slight exaggeration, but indeed, the majority of women present were utterly entranced, a fact confirmed by the men around them. "Ha, Dina, you've struck gold," Zuo Wei exclaimed as he examined Min Lun's spatial pouch, calling out to the nearby Dina, leaving the crowd speechless. The image of the graceful young man, the aloof noble, and the unparalleled genius crumbled like wisps of clouds, dissipating into nothingness. "Look at your pitiful state. How much could it possibly be worth? I can't believe this fellow is a gilded piece of excrement. Though he may be a waste, he is undeniably affluent. Aha, Zuo Wei, we have struck gold." Dina's discovery of the spatial pouch brought forth an overwhelming joy upon her face. Within this pouch lie 5 or 6 golden cards, collectively amounting to over 100 million coins, not to mention the scattered elixirs and materials. Indeed, we have hit the jackpot. Lu Buxiu could not help but cover his face, exclaiming, "Goodness, could you two not consider your image? And Dina, could you not choose a different descriptor? Gilded excrement?" Alas, he felt compelled to cover his face once more. Perhaps sensing Qian Luan's gaze, Mu Qing subtly shifted her eyes. Yet the inexplicable feelings within her remained her own secret. "Dean, the Academy's martial arts competition is set to commence in 10 days. And today we received word from the royal family regarding the elite challenge in the imperial capital, scheduled for a month hence. All academies in the capital must participate. And the selection of our Academy's representatives requires your personal touch." The Vice-Dean bowed his head, reporting this news to Lu Buxiu. "Oh, it seems the royal family is quite serious this time, having kept everything under wraps until now. I understand. I will remain vigilant." Lu Buxiu stroked his beard, responding with nonchalance. "Dean, that young man from earlier is not a student of our academy. After today, other academies and factions will undoubtedly seek to recruit him. Perhaps." Just as the Vice-Dean was about to elaborate, Lu Buxiu waved his hand, silencing him. "Rest assured, she will not depart. However, whether she joins our academy is of little consequence to her." "Very well, I shall speak with her tonight. There is no need for you to pursue anyone further." Lu Buxiu gazed at Zuo Wei, who was with Dina, and began to devise a plan in his mind. Chapter 47. Earthlings, barbecuing is instinct. Such a carefree and joyful smile, in Dina's eyes, was synonymous with lewdness, and it was utterly displeasing. She huffed, "Zuo Wei, what time is it?" "Oh, it seems the sun is about to set. It must be time for dinner." Zuo Wei, fully aware of Dina's intent, immediately joined in the banter. "Let me take a look. Indeed, your waist has swollen to the size of a fire python." Zuo Wei pretended to inspect Dina's slender waist, exclaiming in astonishment. Lu Buxiu cast a sidelong glance at the two who were merely playing around, raising an eyebrow. "Humph, Zuo Wei, you are mistaken. Dina's waist has always been that thick. The fire python is indeed slimmer than her." "What did you say? Old man, are you going to cook or not?" Upon hearing this, Dina became furious. Hands on her hips, resembling a shrew. "Hey, I certainly cannot cook. The meals I prepare could poison a python. If you don't believe me, you two should give it a try." At that moment, Lu Buxiu remained unperturbed. Whether he cooked or not, it was the two girls who would bear the brunt. "Go ahead. I am eager to see how you will poison us." Dina, who loathed being threatened, stiffened her brow, and a decision was made. 10 minutes later, Dina and Zuo Wei profoundly regretted their earlier decision. What was that incessantly wafting black smoke from the kitchen? They were horrified to witness a small insect fly to the kitchen door, only to plummet from the air, lifeless. Exchanging a knowing glance, they pinched their noses and, with all their might, dashed to the backyard in an instant. At this moment, the two individuals were enveloped by a profound sense of having survived a catastrophe. Shortly after they dashed out of the hall, a resounding explosion echoed behind them. Amidst the swirling smoke, a diminutive figure emerged, his once snow-white beard now tainted with soot, his face obscured by darkness, and his flamboyant attire now in tatters, resembling that of a beggar. Alas, could this be none other than the old rascal? "You two young ladies, I told you I cannot cook," he exclaimed, his voice betraying a lingering sense of trepidation. It seemed that his culinary mishaps had wreaked more havoc than his combat prowess. "Old man, after all these years, you finally uttered something sensible. You could even poison a python." Dina retorted fiercely, lamenting the loss of her kitchen. What would she eat now? With the kitchen in ruins, it would take days to repair, leaving her without sustenance. Left with a roll of her eyes, Zuo Wei gazed at the encroaching night, sighing, "What a tragedy! What a tragedy! I am famished." With a swift motion, Zuo Wei produced a pot, a wire mesh, a fork, a stand, bowls, and chopsticks, leaving Dina and the old man bewildered. Zuo Wei instructed Dina and the old rascal to gather firewood, before turning her attention to the items in her hands. Even the dullest minds could grasp that Zuo Wei was intent on preparing a meal. In an instant, they transformed into fleeting shadows, racing towards the nearby woods. Before long, a mound of timber appeared before Zuo Wei. Seated upon the verdant grass, she set up the stand and arranged the wire mesh. With a graceful flick of her wrist, an array of fish, meat, and vegetables materialized on the grassy expanse. Dina and the old man gazed in awe, their eyes alight with the promise of food. "Now, cut the fish and meat into small pieces and skewer them onto forks just as I am doing." Zuo Wei demonstrated for the two, encouraging their participation. Dina and the old rascal were no fools. Within minutes, they had prepared dozens of skewers laden with fish and vegetables. Zuo Wei then produced several small bottles, which were not the typical seasonings found on Earth, but rather concoctions derived from plants and spices native to this world, tailored to her personal palate. Blending the essence of Earth with that of the Taiyuan realm, she instructed Dina to ignite the firewood stored beneath the rack, and Zuo Wei arranged the skewers on the iron grill, embarking on her barbecue journey. Although Dina and her companions were familiar with grilling, they had never witnessed Zuo Wei's unique approach. Traditionally, they would simply place the meat directly over the flames, charring the exterior and allowing the interior to cook through, rendering it ready for consumption. "Wow, it smells amazing." The old rascal licked his lips, stroking his beard as he observed Zuo Wei applying a sprinkling of powder and a drizzle of liquid from the bottles onto the skewers. The meat and vegetables on the forks released an irresistible aroma that wafted through the air. Such a glutton, utterly shameless. Dina scoffed, though she couldn't help but inhale the fragrant scent, murmuring, "Indeed, it is delightful." When Zuo Wei signaled that a skewer was ready to eat, the two eagerly lunged forward, hands outstretched towards the delectable treat. Naturally, only one skewer was available, prompting a spirited contest between them. 10 seconds later, Dina feigned elegance as she devoured a piece of succulent meat, her eyes sparkling with delight. With swift motions, she stuffed several more pieces into her mouth, prompting the old man to exclaim, slow down. No one is competing with you." The food was irresistible. In an instant, the two were engaged in another contest for the remaining morsels. Director? Oh, director? A voice rang out, but the door was ajar, and the director was nowhere to be found. What on earth happened in the kitchen? It smells divine. An elegant voice resonated through the hall, and at that moment, both Dina and the old man felt an ominous premonition. Someone was coming for the meat. Qian Moyu and Qian Luan, drawn by the enticing aroma, arrived at the courtyard and were greeted by a stunning scene. Such a picturesque tableau, infused with an alluring fragrance. How marvelous it was. Old man, you've already consumed 4 skewers. That one is mine. 4? At most 3.5. You snatched half a skewer from me. Well, I did catch more earlier. Dina, you ought to consider dieting. Meat does not suit you. Excluding the 2 individuals fiercely vying for a skewer, the atmosphere remained quite delightful. Director. I brought Qian Luan to express our gratitude to Zuo Wei and Mentor Dina. Qian Muyu hesitated momentarily before speaking. Initially hoping to dispatch Qian Luan and Qian Muyu quickly to avoid them competing for food, he was caught off guard. Zuo Wei, I am Qian Luan. Thank you for saving me before. Qian Luan approached Zuo Wei, contemplated for a moment, then sat cross-legged beside him. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. It's nothing. It was the least I could do. Zuo Wei turned to glance at Qian Luan, sensing an unusual bashfulness in the usually aloof fellow, his face slightly flushed. Was it the firelight? Qian Luan found himself at a loss for words, staring at Zuo Wei, feeling rather flustered. However, upon noticing the skewers of meat on the rack and the food and forks laid out on the grass, his eyes sparkled with interest. Zuo Wei raised an eyebrow at Qian Luan, who was engrossed in skewering the barbecue. This fellow was far more reliable than the 2 gluttonous pigs over there. Qian Umo, previously rattled by the unrefined antics of Dina and the esteemed principal, was taken aback to witness his cold son busily engaging in the preparations. He approached Zuo Wei and Qian Luan, and the enticing aroma wafting in the air stirred even the ever-ascetic head of the Qian family's appetite. Are you also an instructor at the academy? Zuo Wei felt a flicker of familiarity with this person, not merely due to the resemblance to Qian Luan, but as if they had truly met before. Oh, Qian instructor, do give it a try. Pay no heed to those 2 gluttons over there. As for expressing gratitude, Qian Luan's assistance in serving them is the best form of thanks. Zuo Wei offered a skewer of barbecue to Qian Umo. Surprised by Zuo Wei's earlier reference to the 2 as pigs, Qian Umo numbly accepted the skewer. As he took a bite of the tender meat, he understood why the strikingly beautiful Dina and the lofty principal had momentarily transformed into gluttons. Was this fit for pigs? No, that was a misjudgment. Was this fit for humans? No, he had erred again. He could only conclude that this was the most delectable fare he had ever tasted in his lifetime. 5 individuals, having satisfied their hunger, sat serenely upon the verdant grass beneath the gentle glow of the moonlight. A soft radiance cascaded upon the earth, while, not far off, the distant call of an unknown insect resonated through the tranquil woods. In this moment, the 5 felt an overwhelming sense of peace enveloping their hearts. Qian Luan gazed at the exquisite profile beside him, as if it had been rendered by the hand of a deity. Those deep, lustrous eyes, akin to the vast night sky, seemed to absorb the twinkling stars above, shimmering with an ethereal light. The delicate, pinkish lips appeared so close, as if within reach. Qian Luan suddenly felt a tumultuous heartbeat within his chest, warmth flushing his face, as he struggled to suppress the inappropriate thoughts invading his mind. With a slightly hoarse voice, he remarked, Zuo Wei, why is your barbecue so delicious? Chapter 48. Wang Lin. Zuo Wei, after a moment of contemplation, realized he had no desire to join other academies or factions. The best choice for him was indeed the Owleye Academy. Zuo Wei, come. Let me hear you call me teacher. Dina teased, playing with the tips of her hair, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zuo Wei raised an eyebrow, got up, and strode confidently into the inner courtyard. Dina pouted, murmuring, honestly, you're becoming less charming as you grow up. With Qian Luan and the others present in the courtyard, it was not an opportune moment to practice swordplay. Upon entering her room, Zuo Wei was greeted by the sight of a newly replaced large bed, eliciting a wry smile from her. She had grown accustomed to carrying heavy burdens, yet it seemed that other items could not withstand her weight. Just days prior, she had forgotten that she was bearing an additional load of over 3,000 pounds, and had inadvertently collapsed the bed while attempting to sleep. Under the watchful gaze of Dina and the old reprobate, she felt utterly mortified. In her home, the shattered cups, chairs, and bowls were countless. Yet only in recent days had she gradually learned to master the gravity that enveloped her, preventing a recurrence of previous mishaps. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Zuo Wei retrieved Oren's spatial pouch. Post-battle reflections were indispensable, and the first step was to sort through the spoils. Upon inspection, Zuo Wei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Oren, this unfortunate child, who indeed was quite impoverished. The scattered coins amounted to merely a few thousand, and there were only a handful of yellow-grade elixirs. Zuo Wei regretted having previously allowed Oren to consume those 2 elixirs. Such a waste, such a waste. As she rummaged through the disordered items, Zuo Wei's gaze landed upon a palm-sized blood-red crystal nestled in one corner of the 2 cubic meter space. She swiftly extracted it from the pouch and held it in her hand for closer examination. This crystal resembled a token, devoid of any engravings or inscriptions. Its surface impeccably smooth, sparkling with a radiance akin to the most exquisite rubies on earth. Although it appeared small, it bore considerable weight, radiating a sensation akin to plunging one's hand into molten lava. For reasons unknown, this crystal exuded a disquieting aura that unsettled Zuo Wei, as if it emanated a sense of danger reminiscent of the red gas that accompanied Oren's martial prowess. Oren's origins had been scrutinized by Qin Tian and his companions, revealing that he was previously a brutish warrior of exceedingly low aptitude who had vanished without a trace. His reappearance on the martial stage today was marked by an ascent from a low-tier martial artist to a top-tier one, his strength rivaling that of advanced warriors. It appears to be related to this crystal token. Zuo Wei gently caressed the smooth surface of the crystal, ultimately deciding to place it within her ring space, as her intuition suggested that now was not the opportune moment for exploration. Suppressing a flicker of doubt, Zuo Wei devoted herself to cultivating elemental energy. She had now reached the mid-tier of the scholar level, subtly approaching its pinnacle, yet she understood that ascending to the upper tier was essential first. 3 hours later, Zuo Wei ceased her training and, accompanied by the ethereal moonlight, drifted into slumber. As dawn painted the sky with a delicate hue of fishbelly white, a gentle beam of sunlight streamed through the window. The billowing curtains were drawn aside, and Zuo Wei stretched languidly before gazing outside. After a moment of contemplation, she turned and rose from her bed. Descending the stairs, Zuo Wei discovered a note left on the table, inscribed with the words, "Dear Zuo Wei, considering the kitchen is in ruins, the future happiness of your father and me now rests upon your shoulders. Our demands are modest. We only hope you can replicate the delectable barbecue from last night. Of course, consuming barbecue daily is not ideal, so a refreshing meal every now and then would be splendid. It would be even better if you could rise early to prepare breakfast for us." The flimsy note crumpled into a frozen state, shattering into crystalline fragments upon hitting the floor. Zuo Wei rolled her eyes, realizing why these 2 had fled so hastily. It seemed they preferred to express their impolite request through a more subtle written note rather than face her directly. The kitchen was damaged, but could it not be repaired? Was last night's barbecue truly that exceptional? Zuo Wei closed the door, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within her mind. Indeed, the condiments she had crafted could easily be sold to others. Currently, I possess an ample supply of elixirs, yet I find myself lacking in the skills and techniques, particularly those pertaining to the ice element. Thus, the acquisition of substantial wealth becomes imperative. Indeed, earning money is of utmost importance. I lead the swift steed tethered before the courtyard, mount with grace, and promptly set off towards the esteemed Yipin Pavilion. Upon arriving at the bustling entrance of the Yipin Pavilion, I dismount and am greeted by an enthusiastic call. "Young master, you have returned. Welcome, welcome." A young attendant, upon spotting my figure, brightens with excitement and rushes to meet me. I can't help but notice his heightened enthusiasm compared to our last encounter, prompting a moment of suspicion as I hand over the reins and step inside the pavilion. Once inside, my gaze is immediately drawn to a magnificent silk scroll adorning the wall, showcasing a variety of dishes. The names of the dishes have taken on a more refined elegance than before. Although they lack the profound charm of traditional Chinese culinary culture, I refrain from imposing my expectations, acknowledging the beauty of diverse cultural backgrounds. The attendants and maidservants present within the Yipin Pavilion recognize me as the young man designated by their superiors for close observation. Without delay, one of them hastens into the inner hall. As I contemplate which attendant to approach for communication with the manager, I spot a slender young man dressed in a blue robe, cinched at the waist with a wide black silk sash. His long hair is tied back, and though his appearance is unremarkable, his dignified demeanor imbues him with an air of clarity. "Young master, come here." Upon hearing his voice and scrutinizing the features of this young man, a flicker of recognition ignites within me. You are the one who attended to me during my last visit, aren't you? I almost failed to recognize you. Zuo Wei observed him closely as he spoke. Noting how much he had changed, it was no wonder she hardly recognized him. After all, a man is often judged by his attire. You jest, my good sir. I am Wang Lin, and it is indeed thanks to your fortune that I find myself in this fortunate position. Just as Wang Lin was about to say more, he sensed inquisitive gazes drifting towards them in the hall. He then turned to Zuo Wei. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please, allow me to escort you inside. Zuo Wei, not one to be overly sentimental, followed him into the inner chamber, navigating through a series of twists and turns until they arrived in a room steeped in antiquity and charm. Upon hearing Wang Lin's previous remark, Zuo Wei felt a flicker of confusion. Thanks to my fortune? Could it be that her earlier suggestions had led to this? Lost in thought, she was suddenly taken aback when Wang Lin knelt before her. What are you doing? Zuo Wei exclaimed, quickly grasping his arm, her brow furrowed. Even though she had aided him, it was but a trivial matter. To receive such reverence felt undeserved. I am Wang Lin, and this opportunity one have is all due to you, noble sir. Kneeling before you is only fitting. Wang Lin explained, seeing the surprise etched upon Zuo Wei's face. I am not concerned with such gestures. Ah, never mind, since you have already knelt, rise. From this moment forth, let us consider this matter settled. Zuo Wei sighed, conceding to his insistence. She hoped that in the future, he would refrain from such displays of gratitude. She could hardly bear it. In her past, even when displaying a stern demeanor, she had never trampled upon the dignity of her subordinates. Wang Lin, I have come to seek your superior, as I wish to discuss a mutually beneficial transaction. Zuo Wei pondered for a moment before deciding to clearly express his purpose to Wang Lin, as they were already acquainted, making it a more suitable choice. Wang Lin was taken aback. He had yet to act on the advice Zuo Wei had given him previously. Upon seeing Zuo Wei, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, but observing Zuo Wei's serious demeanor suggested that this matter was of considerable significance. My lord, I am currently the steward of this establishment. Yet it does not belong to me, it is the property of another, my master. She expressed a desire to meet you last time, and I surmise your dealings must be quite substantial. You may converse with her in detail. Wang Lin offered Zuo Wei a suggestion, recalling that his master had already indicated a wish to meet this gentleman, who coincidentally harbored intentions of collaboration. He had previously lamented over how to invite this gentleman to meet his master, but now fortune seemed to favor him. Master? Well, then, please take me to meet her. Zuo Wei reflected that he had nothing particularly covetable, and meeting the innkeeper posed no harm. In business, one must be bold. Very well, please follow me, Wang Lin replied, leading Zuo Wei out of the room, taking a different path than the one they had entered. Chapter 49. The Verdant Bamboo Sea. Rippling waters. After following Wang Lin into a beautifully landscaped garden, they meandered through pavilions for over 20 minutes before passing through a small gate. Zuo Wei was astonished as the scenery before him abruptly transformed, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Before me stood a verdant grove of bamboo, its vibrant green leaves swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. A modest lake sprawled before me, its azure surface mirroring the lush bamboo surrounding it. Leaves drifted down, creating rippling patterns of twisted green upon the tranquil water, while the air was imbued with a refreshing and delicate fragrance. My lord, I can escort you no further. Upon entering, you shall naturally meet my master, Wang Lin stated respectfully, before turning to exit through the door. Left in contemplation, Zuo Wei observed Wang Lin's retreating figure, struck by the evident reverence he held for his master. Amidst such enchanting scenery, Zuo Wei felt no urgency to seek out the proprietor. Instead, he leisurely wandered through the courtyard. The architectural style here bore a resemblance to traditional Chinese gardens, invoking a sense of stepping into a noble estate. Upon entering a pavilion that graced the lakeshore, he admired the lush greenery along the bank. The lake lay still, its crystalline waters home to unknown fish gliding serenely. Leaning back in a chair, Zuo Wei found himself relaxing considerably. Indeed, this master possessed a true appreciation for life's pleasures. Is it beautiful? A voice, as melodious as a nightingale's song, disrupted his tranquil reverie. Turning, Zuo Wei beheld a woman clad in a flowing azure gown that brushed the ground, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Elegantly leaning against a pillar, her slender hand lightly graced the railing, and within her translucent azure eyes danced a hint of mirth, though she exuded an air of serene elegance. A touch of crimson at her brow rendered her extraordinarily captivating. Are you inquiring about the scenery or the person before you? With a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Zuo Wei fixed his gaze upon the woman before him. She appeared momentarily taken aback, yet quickly composed herself, returning his look with a serene smile. In comparison to the breathtaking scenery, how could one not be captivated by the person standing right in front of them? While the landscape may not intoxicate, it is the presence of a beautiful individual that enchants. Zuo Wei found himself contemplating this woman, a playful notion stirring within him, his tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile graced the woman's face as she sauntered toward him, leaning slightly. Her luscious red lips nearly brushed against Zuo Wei's ear as she softly inquired, "So, are you intoxicated?" A 12-year-old girl. Zuo Wei's heart raced with caution. Though his expression remained inscrutable, silent, it was not surprising that she was recognized as a female. However, her age was a rarity known only to a select few. Dina, the old man, and those scattered souls from the town of Baiyun who had survived. For her to uncover her origins so swiftly, this woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. A 12-year-old intermediate elemental master, her attack prowess rivaling that of a junior martial artist. Who could have guessed that he, an 8-year-old junior elemental master of both ice and fire, had absorbed an ice-cold spirit? The title of Heavenly Chosen Maiden seemed almost an understatement for her. The girl's elegant tone, imbued with an enchanting fragrance, tightened Zuo Wei's chest. "Please don't call me little girl, or else I might have to address you as aunt, which I believe you would not appreciate." Zuo Wei met the woman's gaze directly. A young maiden and an exquisite beauty found themselves locked in a mutual stare amidst the verdant embrace of nature, the clouds veiling the sky, and the azure lake shimmering beneath the sun. "Hee, you are quite an amusing child." The stunning woman gazed at the seemingly mature 12-year-old girl before her and suddenly felt a sense of joy. Zuo Wei rolled her eyes. Indeed, a 12-year-old lowly is bound to be bullied by various mature women. In her youth, she too was a remarkable figure among the elite. "Since you have managed to uncover all my secrets, shouldn't you introduce yourself?" Zuo Wei, refusing to look at the woman, turned her gaze towards the lake. Finding solace in the scenery, beautiful women are often toxic. The woman smiled gently, seated in the chair opposite Zuo Wei, also looking out at the tranquil lake, and said softly, "You do not seem like a child. You may call me Lieni." "Lieni?" Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback. "What is it?" The woman seemed to sense Zuo Wei's surprise. "It is nothing. That name feels quite beautiful." Indeed, ripples on water are beautiful, yet fleeting. Lien Yi clasped her hands on the railing, resting her head upon them, gazing at the distant, serene landscape, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. The human heart is peculiar. Some people and events, even when fated, never truly depart. Zuo Wei lowered her left hand to her eyelids, and in her mind's eye, the plum grove reappeared, along with the grand wedding, the entwined hands of the bride and groom, her own brush with death, the blooming plum blossoms, and the melodious song. Lien Yi's beautiful gaze lingered on Zuo Wei's face, which bore a slightly youthful countenance. Why did her tone resonate with such desolation? "Last time, I heard what you said to Wang Lin. I found your thoughts quite intriguing. I instructed Wang Lin to act, and I believe you shall soon witness a transformed Yipin Go." The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive to Lien Yi, prompting her to change the subject. "Hee. My opinion holds little weight. It is the genuine reactions of the customers that truly matter. I have come to discuss a transaction with you." Zuo Wei opened his eyes and regarded Lien Yi, intrigued. "Oh, a transaction? That certainly piques my interest." Lien Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, realizing that she indeed felt a twinge of anticipation regarding the transaction this young man mentioned. Zuo Wei extended his hand, and a small vial materialized in his palm. "This vial contains a culinary seasoning. I am confident that the dishes from Yipin Pavilion will gain renown in the imperial capital because of it. Of course, this is contingent upon your willingness to utilize it. You may allow your staff to test it first." Lien Yi extended her hand, her slender fingers deftly opening the vial's cap. Inside, she beheld a fine green powder, exuding a subtle fragrance, delicate yet unforgettable. Gently tapping the railing with her middle finger, she seemed to murmur a word. In an instant, a figure appeared before her within the pavilion, a person clad in black, kneeling with a silver mask obscuring their face, save for their piercing eyes. "Take this vial to the kitchen staff and prepare a dish using it." Lien Yi commanded the figure before her. The masked individual nodded, maintaining unwavering focus as they accepted the vial and vanished silently. "Now, let us discuss the terms of the transaction," Lien Yi said, observing Zuo Wei, who appeared deep in thought. Zuo Wei suppressed his musings and looked at Lien Yi with a carefree smile. "Oh, Are you not curious to taste the dish before inquiring further? With a fleeting glance, Liani's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. I trust my judgment. Zuo Wei, taken aback, touched his nose and replied softly. I do not wish for you to outright purchase this ingredient. Rather, I hope to exchange the formula for this ingredient in return for 20% of the profits derived from dishes made with it. You seem quite confident in this ingredient. Zuo Wei remarked, however, 20% is no trivial amount. You propose to claim such a significant share for merely a small ingredient. Isn't that rather excessive? Liani's smile was radiant, yet her tone carried a subtle refusal. The extent of each party's contribution is not the crux of profit distribution. What truly matters is which party generates greater profitability. Zuo Wei remained unperturbed, understanding that discussions around profit sharing are as natural as the need for sustenance. If Liani had readily acquiesced, he would have harbored suspicions. Liani, suppressing her smile, gazed deeply into Zuo Wei's eyes. He, in turn, chose silence, contentedly admiring the scenery. Oh, Zuo Wei, were it not for your remarkable talent, I would genuinely consider pulling you into business management. Liani suddenly burst into laughter, her joy reminiscent of a blooming lily. Her fresh and natural smile softening Zuo Wei's heart. In her hand, a palm-sized transparent crystal materialized. Noticing Zuo Wei's confusion, she explained, this is a covenant crystal. As long as both parties pledge their oaths before this crystal, the heavens will witness the establishment of the covenant, binding both parties irrevocably. Should either party renege, they will face celestial retribution, regardless of their rank or prowess. Ultimately, they shall be reduced to ashes. As she spoke, Ripple confided in the crystal about the agreement made solely with Zuo Wei, concluding with a declaration of her commitment to uphold the pact, unwavering in her loyalty. The crystal, seemingly responsive, shimmered with a faint light, levitating from Ripple's grasp and drifting towards Zuo Wei. I, Zuo Wei, pledge to honor this agreement, steadfast in my fidelity. Zuo Wei also solemnly swore his oath. The crystal emanated a brilliant radiance, transforming into two beams of light that penetrated the chests of both individuals. Only with genuine intent from both parties could the covenant crystal manifest its power, merging within them. Observing Zuo Wei's astonishment, Ripple could not suppress a laugh. Zuo Wei sensed no unusual change within himself, merely marveling at the wonders of this world. Suddenly, a shadowy figure gracefully appeared, bearing a platter of delicacies, an enticing aroma wafting through the air. The figure placed the dish upon the stone table, arranging two sets of chopsticks and bowls. Before standing silently in a corner of the pavilion, Zuo Wei glanced at the dish, a medley of vegetables, the exact ingredients unknown, yet they appeared splendid, vibrant green. Arousing his appetite, Ripple inhaled the fragrant scent and remarked, just based on this aroma, I find the recent covenant to be most worthwhile. With that, she lifted her chopsticks and took a taste, joy blossoming in her eyes. Zuo Wei followed suit, sampling the dish, and could not help but acknowledge the exceptional quality of the ingredients. He even sensed a trace of energy within the food. Recalling what the old sage had said about extraordinary plants in nature, which, having absorbed the essence of the earth, contained energy highly beneficial for cultivators. However, only a masterful chef could preserve the spirit within. It appears that this chef is exclusively dedicated to Liani, which indeed signifies that Liani's status is undoubtedly exalted. Zuo Wei, are you not concerned that my chef might discern the recipe contained within that vial? It is important to note that his abilities are far from trivial. Our previous covenant merely stipulated that only dishes crafted from your recipe could yield shared benefits. However, if we were to concoct a recipe independently, what would you do then? Liani delicately pinched her chopsticks, her tone unremarkable, as if she were merely articulating commonplace words. Zuo Wei rose, and in the wake of Liani's astonished gaze, beamed brightly, declaring his confidence in both matters and individuals alike. Chapter 50. How dark it is, truly dark. As Zuo Wei's figure vanished amidst the lush bamboo grove, Liani stood silently in the pavilion, lost in thought. Master, Zhu Chun cannot discern the method behind the powder within the vial. A shadow behind her stated monotonously. There is no need. The extent of profit holds little significance for me, and besides, it is rare for her to be so generous. Liani's gaze fell upon the two small vials adorning the stone table, her mind drifting back to that moment of confident radiance. And she could not help but reveal a hint of admiration, smiling gently. Yet, a crimson hue bloomed between her brows, as vivid as blood. 3 minutes prior, Zuo Wei had placed two vials upon the table. Consider this a token of our meeting. Ah, This is rather uncharacteristic of you, the astute Zuo Wei. Even if it is merely for the sake of your beautiful name, Liani mused with a serene smile, her fingers lightly tracing the crimson mark between her brows. As a sigh of wonder floated softly within the pavilion. Zuo Wei, indeed a rare find. Departing from the Qingzhou villa, Zuo Wei proceeded to the Yiping pavilion, where he acquired food worth 300,000 gold coins, declining Wang Lin's generous offer. He directly transacted the coins and took the food before turning to leave. Brother, that's the boy from that day. I must go find him. Why are you pulling me? Erlan had been frequenting the first floor of Yiping Pavilion lately, hoping to catch another glimpse of Zuo Wei. After finally spotting him today, she was eager to approach, yet her insufferable brother was holding her back. His name is Zuo Wei. Haven't you heard of the young prodigy that has been the talk of the imperial capital? A top-tier genius with attack power comparable to that of a general, astonishing speed, and a mid-tier ice elementalist. He is backed by that formidable woman, Dina, and the esteemed director Lu Buxiu. Furthermore, he possesses a chillingly composed demeanor, making him quite an extraordinary youth. Our father has already advised us not to provoke him. Erlan's brother was exasperated, gripping his beloved sister tightly. Honestly, why must my brother and father constantly shove this troublesome sister onto my shoulders? Nonsense. I am not provoking him. I simply wish to befriend him. Erlan retorted, flustered. No foul language. Think about it. Last time, we were perceived as associates of Li Yufeng. Would he harbor any goodwill towards us? Moreover, our current ties with the Li family are inescapable. How do you suppose Zuo Wei would view our Erlan family? Erlan's brother's counsel caused Erlan to momentarily lose her train of thought, intensifying her disdain for the bothersome Li Yufeng. Meanwhile, Zuo Wei was acutely aware of the astonished gazes from those in the hall, surmising that his reputation had indeed spread. Nonetheless, he paid them little mind. Riding his steed, Zuo Wei hastened towards the Ba Wu workshop, where the clamor was unrelenting. Upon entering, he beheld Qin Di diligently crafting weapons, while Qin Gu sat cross-legged on the floor, accompanied by two individuals. The occupants had long since Zuo Wei's arrival. Qin Gu, with a joyful wave, exclaimed, Zuo Wei, you've come. I've missed you dearly. A faint smile graced Qin Di's face as well. The two individuals beside them regarded Zuo Wei with a look of astonishment. As Zuo Wei approached, he discerned that the two newcomers were extraordinary. One was a young man in his 20s, clad in a black outfit with short black hair, his facial features chiseled like a sculpted visage. His piercing gaze and tall, lean physique exuded an aura of sharpness reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. The elder in gray behind him appeared gaunt, yet his hands were remarkably fair and delicate, akin to those of a youth. His eyes were clouded, and he stood silently, resembling a stone statue. Ah, you two must be hungry. Here is some food, Zuo Wei proclaimed, producing provisions from his ring and gesturing for them to partake. However, perhaps due to the abundance of items presented, both the young man and the elder displayed a hint of surprise on their faces. Wonderful. I've been famished. But these two insisted on finishing their work today, leaving me without a meal. Qin Gu mumbled, hastily grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth. Although he muttered, his voice was loud enough for all present to hear. The young man and the elder remained impassive, merely observing Zuo Wei with keen interest. Meanwhile, Qin Di continued her work, calling out, Zuo Wei, I'm afraid I don't have time to entertain you right now. Those weapons over there are ready. Please take them with you. Zuo Wei nodded, casting a glance at the young man clad in black before turning and making her way to a secluded corner. On the table before her lay an array of exquisite weapons, long swords, broadswords, and various forms of armor, all elegantly crafted. She picked up a long sword, assessing its weight and sharpness. Although it could not rival her own black feather in terms of sharpness and durability, it surpassed the weapons wielded by the martial artists of Aolai Academy, barring the unfortunate class of Minlun. The martial artists there were predominantly of noble lineage, and naturally, their weapons were of a caliber befitting the imperial capital. As Zuo Wei examined the sword in her hand, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning her head, she noticed the young man in black advancing towards her. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. This presented a prime opportunity for promotion. The youth glanced at Zuo Wei without uttering a word, his attention fixed on the array of weapons laid out before him. His eyes sparkled with interest as they roamed across the table, eventually settling on a particular weapon. He reached out and seized a long knife. The knife measured 2 meters in length, featuring a short handle and an upward curving blade. It was narrow, adorned with the image of a majestic tiger. exuding an aura of power and dominance, its blade gleaming with a silvery sheen and radiating an imposing presence. Zuo Wei raised an eyebrow. This long knife had been conceived as her finest creation during its design. To her surprise, this individual possessed an astute appreciation for quality. With hands calloused from experience, the young man caressed the blade, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes. In an instant, his demeanor shifted as he swung the long knife with vigor. The force of the motion sent a cloud of dust spiraling into the air from the ground, causing nearby objects to sway precariously. Recently, Zuo Wei stood quietly, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding events, while the elder behind him gazed at Zuo Wei with astonishment, unable to discern the youth's level of cultivation. The young man in black sensed something amiss, his gaze shifting towards Zuo Wei, and in a blink, his long blade was drawn menacingly. Zuo Wei executed a powerful kick, the sound resonating sharply as he leapt away. In an instant, a silver blade light flashed towards him. With a forceful push from his toes, he created an afterimage, swiftly maneuvering behind the young man in black and delivering a horizontal kick. The clash of the long knife against his boots sent energy rippling through the air, causing both combatants to retreat a few steps. Suddenly, their forms flickered, two shadows launching at each other in a flurry of strikes. The sounds of their fierce battle echoed throughout the space, while Qin Gu had long ceased his eating, watching the elder before him with vigilance alongside Qin Di. "You are the villains. Why are you attacking Zuo Wei?" Qin Gu shouted, for in his eyes, only his brother and Zuo Wei mattered. To attack Zuo Wei was to be a foe. "If you continue to assault Zuo Wei, I shall refuse to forge weapons for you, even if you, old man, are far more powerful than I." Qin Di glared hatefully at the elder, speaking with indignation. As the energy settled, the two figures stood still, their garments billowing. The young man in black regarded Zuo Wei and after a moment remarked, "You are quite impressive. However, to wield my belongings and assault me, dear sir. Do you not find that rather impolite?" Zuo Wei met the young man's gaze with an icy demeanor. The youth paused, gripping his long knife. Biting his lip as he said, "I apologize, but I am rather fond of this blade. Might you consider parting with it? Price is no object." Zuo Wei cast a glance at Qin Di and remarked, "Have you not already entrusted Qin Di with the crafting of weapons?" Before the young man could respond, the elder rasped, "Esteemed sir, my young master has taken a great liking to this weapon. As for the previously commissioned pieces, we still desire them. I trust that Master Qin Di, capable of producing such exceptional arms, will undoubtedly deliver remarkable creations." The young man surveyed the extraordinary artifacts laid out upon the table, pondering for a moment before declaring, "It is not merely these two weapons. I shall procure all the arms and armor displayed here." Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such audacity from the youth. However, he quickly retorted, "It is impossible to sell everything to you. Some of these precious items, if bundled together, would lose their value. I shall part with only these two weapons and one piece of armor. The rest I must retain." As his words settled, Zuo Wei distinctly observed the astonishment and confusion etched upon the faces of the young man and the elder. Indeed, the youth had never encountered a seller who refused to part with their wares, not due to a lack of utility, but rather the intriguing notion that valuable items lose worth when sold as a bundle. Nevertheless, the reasoning held merit. "Very well, I shall take this armor. What is the total price?" The young man inquired as he approached the table and selected a set of inner armor. 200 million gold coins, Zuo Wei announced, leaving Qin Di visibly pale. The internal conflict was palpable. He had previously quoted the elder and the young man a price of 10 million gold coins for the weapons. The fact that these two had not haggled had already pleased him greatly, yet he had not anticipated Zuo Wei's exorbitant demand. Truly, what a shrewd negotiator Zuo Wei was. The aged man opened his clouded eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them as he rasped, "Young sir. The price of the weapon previously provided by Master Qin Di was indeed 10 million gold coins." Zuo Wei glanced at the unfinished weapon nearby, curling his lips slightly. "That weapon is crafted according to your specifications, but this long blade is of my own design. The or combination is optimal, ensuring both sharpness and durability. I believe, young sir, who cannot resist the urge to wield this blade against me, understands its true worth. It delivers a satisfying cut, exuding dominance, does it not?" Upon hearing this, the young man in black and the elder fell silent, acutely aware of their own shortcomings. Indeed, Zuo Wei's assertion held merit. Both recognized the extraordinary quality of this weapon, which was incomparable to those found in other shops. "Uncle Da, give her the 200 million. It is truly worth the price." The young man in black dismissed the sum, for to him, the mere possession of this weapon signified profit, not to mention the supple yet resilient inner armor he held. Uncle Da, without hesitation, proceeded to transact 200 million gold coins with Zuo Wei, his clouded gaze directed at her, filled with admiration for her skill, her ability to design such a weapon, and her remarkable demeanor. Do not wait for Master Qin Di to complete that weapon. Feel free to select one from here, Zuo Wei stated decisively, not forgetting that Master Qin Di had yet to have his meal. Excellent. The young man in black rejoiced, as he had anticipated that Qin Di would craft the weapon according to their order, never expecting Zuo Wei to allow him to choose directly from these finely crafted weapons. The elder's face was not devoid of a smile. Indeed, today they had not suffered a loss, not at all. The young man surveyed the array of exquisite weapons and, upon noticing a long sword previously lifted by Zuo Wei, felt a stir of excitement. He grasped the sword, admiring its intricate patterns and the slender, elegant blade. Sharp yet remarkably light. This one will do, he declared. Chapter 51. Passion is not a crime. Zuo Wei and Qin Di watched as the two departed. And once their figures faded from view, Qin Di turned to Zuo Wei with admiration, exclaiming, I am in awe of you. I would have never imagined that the two weapons and armor I crafted would fetch 200 million gold coins. Zuo Wei smirked slightly. Had those two not been somewhat agreeable, I would have priced them at 300 million. These individuals are steeped in wealth, for the sake of acquiring greater power. What is 300 million? However, I did not anticipate that you would be able to merge new materials so swiftly. That is no small feat. Qin Di paused, then replied, I don't believe it's particularly difficult. Rather, I was simply slow-witted before and had never considered such an approach. Ever since you instructed me last time, I began experimenting with different ores fused together. Initially, I wasted a great deal of materials. Either they resisted fusion or the results were subpar, leading to failure. Ultimately, it was thanks to my brother. I still cannot discern whether it was luck or not, but on one occasion, the three ores he selected surprisingly fused into a material of remarkable hardness. Behold, all these pieces of equipment are crafted from that very material. Zuo Wei, astonished, gazed at the gluttonous Qin Gu, pondering whether this fellow possessed an innate sensitivity to ores. The races in this world are indeed peculiar. Even among humans, various exceptional talents exist. Zuo Wei lowered his voice, instructing to remember the ore materials and advising both Qin Gu and himself to keep this matter confidential. There was no need for them to frequently forge weapons. Instead, they should focus on the amalgamation of ore materials and the intricacies of crafting. A single exquisite piece each week would suffice. If anyone approached with orders, they should tactfully decline. Should someone express a desire to purchase the current weapon, they were to claim it was destined for the grandest auction house in the imperial capital. Do you understand? Qin Di nodded, though he lacked shrewdness. He was not foolish and recognized the importance of maintaining a low profile. They did not urge their steed into a gallop, but rather ambled along the bustling streets, alive with the ebb and flow of people. Zuo Wei initially considered finding a shop for dedicated sales, but soon realized the endeavor would consume excessive energy and time. It would be far more advantageous to take the items directly to the auction house, thereby maximizing the financial yield from those affluent families. Amidst the throng, the sounds of shattering objects echoed continuously. Zuo Wei dismounted, tethering his steed outside a shop, then with a nimble leap, ascended to the second floor's railing, using the tips of his toes to spring onto the roof with grace and precision. The onlookers, evading the chaos of battle, watched in awe as a slender figure effortlessly vaulted onto the rooftop. Standing 5 meters above the ground, Zuo Wei surveyed the fierce skirmish unfolding below, momentarily taken aback. A long, thick vine shot upwards, striking fiercely towards a middle-aged man. With a resounding crack, a yellow shield manifested, successfully deflecting the vine's attack. The middle-aged man gestured with both hands, and suddenly a massive boulder materialized above the young girl, crashing down towards her. The girl extended her vine, grasping a nearby shop's pillar. As the vine retracted, she leaped aside, narrowly evading the descending boulder. The boulder struck the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a large crater in the street. Stop, you wretched servant. Who gave you the right to harm this little beauty? Capture her alive. Do you intend for me to play a game with a corpse? A boisterous shout erupted, drawing the gaze of the onlookers to a young man clad in luxurious golden attire, adorned with a silver and jade belt. His appearance was sinister, with a hint of anger in his brow, his complexion pale and his eyes clouded. Li Qin, you beast. Are you not afraid of Dean Lubushio finding out? A delicate voice rang out, captivating the audience's attention. Leaning weakly against the pillar was a girl in a green dress, her fair and beautiful face etched with disdain. Mu Qing, do not presume yourself to be formidable simply because you have the dean's backing. Besides, it is the fifth prince who has taken a liking to you. Can the dean truly prevent the blossoming love between young hearts? Li Qing's gaze fixated on Mu Qing's graceful curves, his eyes filled with lewd desire, his tone brimming with arrogance. Ha! Li Qing, you insolent servant, you speak well. Mu Qing, it is indeed a blessing that I, the prince, have taken notice of you. As for our romance, there is no need for the dean to intervene. It turns out that this young man is none other than the fifth prince, the son of the ruler of the Aolai Empire, which explains his audacious and domineering demeanor. The common folk and other cultivators could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the young girl. The fifth prince, Ao Qingyun, uttered lewd remarks that infuriated Mu Qing, who was reminded of her own plight, and her mother, who remained blissfully unaware of their circumstances. A wave of desolation washed over her, unexpectedly, while Li Qing, that wretched being, dared not harm the mother and daughter. He had become the fifth prince's minion, inciting him in such a manner. Having long heard of the fifth prince's extraordinary beauty and noble demeanor, the reality of meeting him today was truly disappointing. His clear, composed words floated into the ears of the onlookers. Ao Qingyun's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, he spotted a young man on the roof. His grand robe billowing, short hair tousled in an effortless manner, with an unparalleled handsome visage. He stood there, arms crossed, exuding an air of cool detachment. Mu Qing's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again, anxiously glancing at Zuo Wei and shaking her head. Zuo Wei, naturally aware of her distress, offered her a reassuring look. Upon noticing this, Li Qing's face turned pale. Was this not the same brigand who had robbed him last time? Hatred ignited in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, this man is utterly contemptuous of the law. He openly robbed me last time and even sought to take my life. I implore your Highness to uphold justice on my behalf." However, Ao Qingyun was not one to be easily manipulated by Li Qing's words. After all, he was merely a servant, seeking to exploit him. Yet, the young man's blatant disrespect in his words was tantamount to courting death. Knowing full well that he was the fifth prince, and still daring to be so irreverent, did he not fear for his life? Ao Qingyun spoke darkly, "Your Highness, this individual is none other than the renowned Zuo Wei, who has recently garnered much attention in the capital. She shares a close relationship with Dina and Lu Bushio, even residing together. Your Highness should tread carefully." An elderly man beside Ao Qingyun cautioned in a low voice. Ao Qingyun smiled gently and remarked, "Zuo Wei, is it? I have indeed heard of your prodigious reputation, and seeing you now, it is clear that your talents are not exaggerated. However, regarding today's incident, it appears to be a misunderstanding. I merely harbor admiration for Mu Qing. I had no intention of being frivolous or causing her harm. Perhaps we might simply let this matter pass, yes?" Zuo Wei was well aware of Ao Qingyun's ulterior motives. It was merely a matter of mutual retreat, allowing for a broader horizon. "I shall refrain from troubling Mu Qing, and you, in turn, shall not speak ill of me. Otherwise, it may lead to ruin for us both. That is only natural." It seems the fifth prince is overly infatuated, having succumbed to the machinations of deceitful individuals, nearly compromising his own dignity. Yet, it is evident that Prince Haitian possesses considerable grace, Zuo Wei replied earnestly, gazing at Ao Qingyun. Ao Qingyun shot a cold glance at Li Qing before gesturing dismissively to Zuo Wei and turning to leave with his entourage. Li Qing, recalling Ao Qingyun's chilling gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. Upon noticing Zuo Wei's enigmatic smile, he was gripped by an inexplicable fear and hurried to follow Ao Qingyun. Zuo Wei leapt down from the building and, amidst the murmurs of onlookers, approached Mu Qing. Supporting her, she produced a pill and presented it before Mu Qing's delicate lips, urging her to consume it. Zuo Wei, confident in her femininity, felt no discomfort. However, the sentiments of those around her were far from similar. Mu Qing gazed at the youth before her, who stood at her height, and noticed the pill resting at the corner of her lips. She caught sight of the ambiguous expressions of the passers-by, their faces tinged with a hint of blush, leaving her uncertain about whether to consume the pill. Zuo Wei, taken aback, assumed she was reluctant to accept his generosity and urged her, "Go ahead, it is hardly worth much." Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, then found the situation amusing. A glance at the slender, graceful hand near her lips made her pause. How could such a beautiful hand belong to a boy? Hesitantly, she parted her lips and allowed the pill to rest within. The onlookers, hearing Zuo Wei's words, felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. How could he dismiss the pill, which exuded the aura of a low-grade, Xian-level elixir, as trivial? Their hearts ached. For such a treasure was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Fifth brother truly is a coward, scoffed a young man in crimson attire from a nearby tavern. Whether he is or not, someone must be aware, replied a refined gentleman in emerald attire across from him. His face was as flawless as jade, radiating an aura of clarity. He lifted his teacup, letting the delicate steam rise, and took a gentle sip, savoring its lingering essence. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes, revealing a depth of coldness within. Chapter 52. Where in life do we not encounter one another? How do you feel now? Zuo Wei inquired, observing Mu Qing's complexion. Much better, thank you, Zuo Wei. Mu Qing responded, her initial distress stemming from an overexertion of her energy, now alleviated. Zuo Wei noticed that the crowd of onlookers had yet to disperse and frowned, stating, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Follow me." As he spoke, Zuo Wei glanced at the array of shops nearby and noticed a tavern-like establishment adorned with a sign that read Drunken Pavilion. His eyes sparkled with interest as he led Mu Qing towards the tavern. The ground floor was already brimming with patrons, prompting Zuo Wei to guide Mu Qing to the second floor. Fortunately, this tavern did not adhere to the strict hierarchical divisions found in establishments like the Yipin Ge. The second floor was accessible to ordinary individuals as well. Despite their humble backgrounds, the exceptional cultivation talents of the two were enough to set them apart from the masses. The second floor was noticeably quieter. Although most tables and chairs were occupied, a few vacant seats remained. Zuo Wei directed Mu Qing to an empty table, where they took their seats. Their striking appearances and demeanor drew the attention of others as they ascended. "Young sir, young lady, may I take your order?" A young attendant approached them. Upon hearing this address, Zuo Wei felt a pang in his stomach. Young lady? Fortunately, she was dressed in male attire. Otherwise, she might have felt inclined to retaliate against the attendant's presumptuousness. However, the attendant was merely an ordinary person without any cultivation, which served as a stark contrast to the complexity of the Yipin Ge, where even the attendants were martial artists of at least the novice level. As midday approached, Zuo Wei began to feel a twinge of hunger. He turned to Mu Qing and inquired, "Well, would you like to eat?" Mu Qing was taken aback. She hadn't expected Zuo Wei to ask her. "I'm indifferent. Just order a few light dishes," she replied. Zuo Wei preferred lighter fare, and he assumed that a girl of Mu Qing's temperament would also favor more delicate cuisine. "Very well, please wait a moment," he said. After the servant withdrew, Zuo Wei turned to Mu Qing and inquired about the earlier events. Initially, the method you suggested indeed frightened Li Qin away. However, he was unaware of which path to take and instead ingratiated himself with the fifth prince. Today marked the first time he troubled me, and fortunately, you arrived just in time. Mu Qing, recalling the incidents that transpired, still felt a lingering sense of dread. Had it not been for Zuo Wei, she might have resorted to self-harm by now. Pouring a cup of tea for Mu Qing, Zuo Wei casually remarked, "Tell me about the imperial family in the capital. I am quite oblivious to how many princes the Aolai Empire possesses." Mu Qing, startled, nearly dropped the tea as she gazed incredulously at Zuo Wei, astonished that she was unaware of the number of princes in the empire. "Is that so strange? I hail from the countryside and have scarcely paid attention to such matters." Zuo Wei, observing Mu Qing's reaction, could discern her thoughts and couldn't help but curl her lips in amusement. For her, the royal family felt like a history from centuries past. Mu Qing, hearing Zuo Wei claim to be from the countryside, found it implausible. Someone from the countryside could not possibly possess such an ethereal demeanor. This was not out of disdain, but rather an acknowledgement that a person's aura is often cultivated by their environment and education. Zuo Wei, however, evidently exuded an aristocratic air, her demeanor surpassing even that of the nobility. In total, the empire boasted 12 princes. The first prince tragically met an early demise due to a mishap during his training, while the second prince succumbed to a strange illness shortly after birth. Currently, the third prince, Ao Qinglai, is the rightful heir, being the son of the empress. The only surviving princes besides him are the fourth prince, Ao Qinghan, the fifth prince, Ao Qingyun, the eighth prince, Ao Qingxian, and the 13th prince, Ao Qingyu. The fifth prince, Ao Yun, had previously been acquainted with Mu Qing, who had briefly informed him about the circumstances surrounding the royal offspring of the Zuo family. However, when it came to further details, she remained rather uninformed, for matters of the royal family are always shrouded in secrecy. Even if she were privy to such information, she could not divulge it here. After listening, Zuo Wei took a delicate sip of her tea, lowering her gaze, her eyes filled with uncertainty. A whisper escaped her lips, reflecting the notion that noble birth and supreme indulgence inevitably require a price, and life itself is merely one of its many costs. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing felt a stir within her and turned her gaze towards Zuo Wei, sensing an air of anguish enveloping her. In a corner by the window, a young gentleman clad in exquisite attire seemed to sense something amiss, fixing his gaze upon Zuo Wei. She became aware of his scrutiny and instinctively turned her head. Though she found nothing unusual, however, she did spot two individuals in the corner who appeared to be of considerable significance. At that moment, the servant arrived with a modest array of 4 vegetarian dishes. Although the flavors were rather unremarkable, Zuo Wei, feeling a pang of hunger, was not particular and savored her food slowly. Observing her manner of eating, Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief in Zuo Wei's humble origins deepening. Who could eat with such grace? It was as if she were not merely dining, but partaking in some sacred ritual. Not only Mu Qing, but even those at the adjacent table were momentarily stunned by Zuo Wei's elegance. Zuo Wei eventually set down her chopsticks, not because she was full, but because she truly could consume no more. They all stared at her, as if she were a curious spectacle. Was her manner of eating so peculiar? Dina and the old man had not remarked upon it. In truth, the dining habits of the two had always been less than refined, making it all the more difficult for them to address Zuo Wei's elegant manner of eating, lest she might ridicule them. Mu Qing, possessing a modest appetite, had only consumed 4 bowls of vegetarian dishes, leaving 2/3 untouched. Zuo Wei sighed in resignation. Surely, their excessive leftovers could be deemed wasteful. Nodding in agreement, Mu Qing rose alongside Zuo Wei to depart. However, as Zuo Wei exited, she cast a meaningful glance towards the corner table by the window. 4th brother. Does that young man perceive our presence? The handsome youth clad in ornate robes questioned the man before him, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. Perceive? Have we done anything noteworthy? The man, dressed in a blue garment, replied. 13th brother, one must remain composed in all matters. As he gazed upon the 2 figures departing the bustling street of the tavern, an inexplicable thought surfaced in his mind, recalling a phrase he had heard earlier regarding costs. Having already paid the price, one must surely anticipate a reward. Before parting, Zuo Wei had deliberately inquired about the location of the largest auction house in the imperial capital, the Zijing auction house, thereby sparing herself the hassle of asking for directions. Auction houses generally bore a similar appearance, differing primarily in size, and the building before her was likely, perhaps, arguably the largest of them all. Zuo Wei entered the grand edifice, which appeared exceedingly magnificent in her eyes, much like an ant traversing the entrance of a human dwelling. Observing the interior decor, she mused to herself that even the Great Hall of the People in China could not boast such opulence. However, this place was undeniably far more vibrant and lively, lacking the solemnity and gravitas. Behind rows of counters stood numerous stunningly beautiful women, most of whom were martial artists of the scholar rank, indicating that this auction house was indeed both formidable and affluent. As Zuo Wei was about to approach a woman, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting figure, causing him to pause momentarily before his smile blossomed, radiating brilliance. Li Qin trailed behind the 5th prince, hesitant to follow too closely, fearing that the prince might be influenced by Zuo Wei's earlier words and retaliate against him. However, the 5th prince, having endured humiliation, was unwilling to let Li Qin, the architect of his misfortune, escape unscathed. Consequently, he ordered a thorough beating for Li Qin. Although the injuries were not severe, the pain was excruciating, akin to having one's internal organs dislocated. Longing for medicinal elixirs to alleviate his suffering, he realized that he had previously been robbed of all his supplies. Approaching his family for assistance would only result in admonishment, as he had been stirring trouble and had offended a highly esteemed elemental master. In a pitiful state, he begrudgingly approached his closest nephew, Li Yufeng, to request 500,000 gold coins to procure the necessary elixirs at the auction house. Why didn't he directly ask Li Yufeng for the elixirs? It was simple. Li Yufeng would never comply, as the designated successor of the family. His elixirs were exclusively allocated by the clan, renowned for their exceptional efficacy, and he would never part with them for the sake of his neglected uncle. Despite their amicable relationship, accompanied by 4 or 5 attendants, Li Qin was just about to approach the woman in charge to purchase the elixirs when he heard a somewhat familiar voice. accompanied by a distinctive tone that made his heart skip a beat. Ah, Li Qin, young Master Lier. What a serendipitous encounter. Chapter 53, Discussing Finances Ruins Relationships. No money, no affection. With a warm smile, Zuo Wei strolled towards Li Qin, appearing to outsiders as a pure-hearted youth reuniting with a long-lost friend. Nonetheless, this so-called long-lost friend was anything but ordinary. The scene was indeed intriguing. Upon seeing Zuo Wei, Li Qin's countenance shifted dramatically, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, and he immediately turned to flee. In a flash, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zuo Wei's fleeting figure materialized before Li Qin, startling even the seasoned martial artists and elemental masters present with his remarkable speed. It was truly lamentable. While I was filled with joy at encountering you, your reaction was profoundly disheartening. The sorrowful tone and melancholic expression evoked complaints from the onlookers directed at Li Qin. Observing their responses, Li Qin felt a surge of despair, internally lamenting that they had all been deceived. This fellow was a master of theatrics. Ah, my dear sir, you jest. I, too, am delighted to see you. But I must hasten my departure due to pressing matters at home. Next time, I shall surely make time for a proper gathering. Li Qin chuckled awkwardly, yearning to expose this individual's thuggish behavior, yet he dared not. What urgent matter? Do you require funds? Last time, you claimed to have pressing issues at home and borrowed 200 million gold coins from me. I am aware of your financial struggles. Are you too embarrassed to admit your inability to repay? Fear not, for although I possess but a meager sum for purchasing elixirs, I am still willing to lend you more. Just say the word, and I shall oblige. Zuo Wei earnestly insisted, a sincere expression gracing his face. When did I ever borrow money from you? It was you who robbed me. Do not go too far. Li Qin's expression darkened rapidly, and he shouted in exasperation, Heavens! I cannot endure this. This demon dares to claim I owe him. Zuo Wei appeared momentarily startled, then sorrowfully retorted, Even if you cannot repay me, there is no need to slander me by accusing me of robbery. This individual, is he not Li Kun from the Li family? A man who indulges daily in debauchery, lacking any ambition, yet he has the audacity to swindle a young boy out of his money. How utterly despicable. Ah, upon your words, I indeed recognize him. It is truly the scoundrel. One wonders how many young women have fallen victim to his schemes. It is astonishing that he resorts to such deceit for financial gain. Has the Li family descended to such depths that their own young master must engage in trickery? Two middle-aged elementalists, adorned in refined attire, conversed nearby, occasionally joined by others in agreement, clearly indicating that Li Kun's reputation is quite tarnished. Li Kun's countenance darkened. There was no way to clarify today's events. And should the news spread, people would undoubtedly believe this man rather than him. Furthermore, this has severely tarnished the family's name. His father would not let him off lightly. Who exactly is this person? He appears to have a close relationship with Liu Buxiu and seems unperturbed even by the fifth prince. What is it that you truly desire? Li Kun clenched his teeth. Discussing money is indeed a sensitive matter. Yet, without funds, there can be no relationships. After all, I too must eat, drink, and cultivate. Zuo Wei wore a look of helplessness, as if truly coerced by financial matters. I have no money. Where am I to procure 200 million gold coins for you? Li Kun's face turned pale. Feeling as though he had encountered a string of misfortunes today, why does this person persistently haunt him? Who dares to speak ill of the Li family? Came a low exclamation, as a young man in splendid attire approached, accompanied by a throng of followers. Zuo Wei's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was this not Li Yufeng? Uncle, why are you here? What has transpired? Under the directive of his grandfather, Li Yufeng arrived at the auction house to procure certain resources. To his astonishment, upon entering, he overheard disparaging remarks regarding his family. Ah, Li Yufeng, how delightful it is to meet you so soon. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely that your esteemed family member, the second young master Li Qin, owes me 200 million gold coins and has failed to repay the debt. Initially, I had no desire to press him, but since you have arrived, surely you would not wish to see your family's reputation tarnished. Therefore, I shall reluctantly permit you to settle this matter on his behalf, remarked Zuo Wei, adjusting his attire nonchalantly. 200 million? Impossible. My uncle could not have borrowed such a sum. He has no need for any resources for cultivation, Li Yufeng retorted, his expression darkening as he shot a glare at Li Qin. How could you possibly know he requires no funds? Does one not spend money when visiting brothels? To indulge in the mischief of young men and women, to curry favor with certain individuals, to engage in significant undertakings for the sake of an important position. All these endeavors demand substantial financial resources. Is it not perplexing, Master Li Yufeng, that as the next head of the Li family, you remain oblivious to this? Zuo Wei's words initially painted Li Qin as a frivolous and inept individual. Yet the latter remarks prompted deeper reflection. Many onlookers discerned that she was undoubtedly seeking to provoke Li Qin. Yufeng, do not listen to her nonsense. I have no intention of contending for the position of family head. Li Qin exclaimed in terror, attempting to clarify to Li Yufeng. Silence. Li Yufeng, with a sharp rebuke, felt a twinge of doubt within, despite knowing that Zuo Wei harbored ill intentions. Although Li Qin was inept and lacked favor, in terms of bloodline, with his father deceased, only he and Li Qin remained as direct descendants. Li Qin was undoubtedly the most qualified contender for the position, if he were to receive support from influential figures. Or if misfortune were to befall Li Yufeng, Li Qin would certainly ascend to the role of family head. Well, if young Master Li Yufeng refuses to settle his debts, I shall seek out the fifth prince, for he shares a rather amicable relationship with Li Qin, does he not? Li Qin, I even saw you with the fifth prince at noon. Zuo Wei clapped his hands as if struck by a sudden revelation. There's no need for that. 200 million is a sum my family can still manage to repay. You needn't trouble the fifth prince. Upon hearing this, Li Yufeng's heart sank, and he hastily attempted to intervene, filled with an unspoken resentment. He had not anticipated that his comparatively amicable uncle would conspire in secret to curry favor with the fifth prince. This raised the possibility of Li Qin coveting his position as family head. Very well. Let us settle the matter here and now to avoid any misunderstandings regarding your Li family. Li Yufeng had initially intended to defer the repayment, claiming he lacked the funds at present, with plans to find an opportunity to eliminate Zuo Wei. However, Zuo Wei's words left him with no avenue for retreat. Li Yufeng's expression was rigid. He indeed possessed 500 million gold coins. However, 300 million of those were earmarked for resource procurement, while the remaining 200 million constituted his private wealth. It was inconceivable for him to expend his personal assets for someone like Li Qin. He would have to rely on the funds bestowed upon him by his grandfather. Ultimately, he could simply push Li Qin into the fray, claiming it was an act of familial devotion to his second uncle, who would undoubtedly face their grandfather's wrath. How fortunate you are. Compared to Li Qin, you possess far more audacity. 200 million gold coins. Haha, Zuo Wei remarked, his mocking tone inciting a fierce desire in Li Yufeng to rend the insolent figure before him to shreds. Humph, I hope you live long enough to spend it. The capital is fraught with peril. Tread carefully lest you squander your wealth and jeopardize those around you. Li Yufeng's face remained impassive, his voice icy. Li Yufeng, are you threatening me? Zuo Wei inquired with a faint smile, though his eyes gradually lost their warmth. Threatening? Not at all, merely offering a word of caution. After all, there are countless individuals in this world blissfully unaware of their impending doom, who have crossed paths with the wrong people and met a grim fate. At this moment, Li Yufeng was unperturbed by the prospect of Zuo Wei using that 200 million gold coins to slander his family. The sight of Zuo Wei's unrestrained joy only served to further unsettle him. Well, I must truly thank you for your concern. I've been impoverished for quite some time. It's rare to possess such a sum, and I ought to indulge myself. Come now, big guy, today you've spoken with commendable righteousness. You deserve a share of the spoils. Let us divide the bounty, Zuo Wei said with a nonchalant smile, turning to regard the middle-aged man beside him. Me? No need for that. I merely find certain individuals disagreeable. Furthermore, I have taken a liking to you, young man. The middle-aged man cast a meaningful glance at Zuo Wei before turning to depart. Zuo Wei watched as his robust figure vanished into the inner hall, stroking his chin, realizing that this fellow must have been aware from the outset of his deliberate extortion of Li Qin. It turns out that beneath his imposing stature lies considerable intelligence. Chapter 54, Rune Amplification. Dear friends, might I request your support? Please do not hesitate to recommend or collect. Your backing is crucial for the future of this book. Should the performance falter, the starting point will not grant recommendations, and it will be quite challenging for Kanglin. Zuo Wei certainly noticed Li Yufeng's gaze and comprehended that the Li family would soon dispatch someone to eliminate him. However, this also presented a splendid opportunity for self-improvement. Hello. I wish to speak with the manager regarding the auction of equipment. Zuo Wei addressed a young attendant at the counter. Excuse me, may I inquire about the level of the equipment? The attendant inquired gently. She had witnessed the events in the hall and, While she ultimately understood that Zuo Wei had been intentionally provoking trouble, the strikingly handsome, intelligent, and audacious young lad left a positive impression on her. Very well. Please follow me. The attendant managed a wry smile, bemused that anyone would attempt to auction equipment without knowing its level. Yet, she bore no significant disdain. Had a lecherous old man approached, the situation would have been entirely different. Upon entering a spacious room, they found an elderly man seated in a chair, holding a teacup, motionless and gazing downwards. The attendant respectfully announced, "Master Lu Yi, there is someone here to test the equipment level." After a prolonged silence, Left Wei furrowed his brow, pondering whether the old man had dozed off. "Master Lu Yi, master?" he called out, but received no response. The attendant, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, amplified her voice. Yet still, there was no reaction. Left Wei, observing the old man sleeping soundly, felt a wave of irritation. Such a work ethic was utterly unacceptable. With a flick of his wrist, and under the astonished gaze of the attendant, a diminutive ice sphere materialized at his fingertips. He gently flicked it, and with a sharp crack, the ice sphere struck the old man's neck, delivering a jolt of frigid cold that startled him awake with a startled shout. Who ambushed me?" The old man immediately reached to touch his neck, feeling only the icy sensation but finding nothing amiss. Left Wei discreetly winked at the attendant, signaling her to remain silent. She stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious demeanor as she announced, "Master Lu Yi, there is someone here in need of your equipment testing. Young sir, please present the equipment to the master. I shall take my leave." With that, the attendant turned and departed. Master Lu Yi regarded Left Wei with suspicion, his gaze laden with doubt. However, as a high-ranking fire elemental master, he could not discern Left Wei's true capabilities. Assuming her to be an ordinary individual with nothing of significance to offer, Left Wei then revealed a grand sword in his hand. Its bold design adorned with a golden tiger-shaped beast etched upon the blade, radiating a golden glow and exuding an aura of ferocity. A glint of excitement flashed in Master Lu Yi's eyes as he seized the sword. It was not overly heavy, yet he could feel its formidable power. Zuo Wei gazed curiously at the elderly man before him, observing his every move. Before long, the old man laid a large blade across his palms, closing his eyes as if engaged in some arcane ritual. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment gracing his features as he marveled at the composition of the blade. Its formidable presence, hardness, and sharpness were remarkable, even without the enhancement of runes. The flow of its martial prowess was exceptionally superior. The design was also quite innovative. Runes enhancement? This old man must be a genuine master blacksmith, exuding an air of professionalism, while Qin Di, on the other hand, was merely a self-taught blacksmith, lacking such specialized knowledge of rune enhancement. What then is the classification of such a weapon? Zuo Wei inquired. Upon consideration, it can be categorized as a high-grade weapon of the mysterious level, however, lacking the rune enhancement. It ultimately falls short of being a complete masterpiece. Why did the creator of this weapon not inscribe runes upon it? For a blacksmith, completing a piece is instinctual. Lu Yi regarded Zuo Wei with an expression of profound confusion. Zuo Wei furrowed his brows and replied nonchalantly, "How can one learn rune enhancement?" Lu Yi gasped in disbelief, questioning what? The creator of this weapon does not know rune enhancement? Has he not studied it? This seemed implausible. How could a craftsman of such exquisite skill remain unacquainted with runes? He is not a blacksmith, but a mere artisan. Zuo Wei fixed his gaze intently into Lu Yi's eyes and spoke slowly. Suddenly, Lu Yi lost his balance and tumbled off his chair. With a sudden movement, Lu Yi sprang up from the ground, gripping Zuo Wei's clothing tightly as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the individual who forged this weapon has not undergone formal training as a blacksmith, yet managed to create a top-grade mystical item?" Zuo Wei attempted to free himself, but found it impossible. The old man's strength was formidable. Reluctantly, he replied, "Indeed, he is self-taught. Then, is he a fire elementalist? If so, does he have a mentor? If not, might I have the privilege of being his master?" Lu Yi asked, filled with excitement yet tinged with anxiety. Zuo Wei's eyes brightened. It seemed this elder was a remarkably seasoned blacksmith. Having him mentor Qin Di would be nothing short of ideal, as blacksmithing offers far greater prospects than mere ironworking. Zuo Wei scrutinized Lu Yi's eyes, for one's gaze seldom deceives. Lu Yi's expression radiated fervor, devoid of any deceit. He appeared to be a passionate master of the craft. "Well, I must ascertain what skills you possess to impart to him," Zuo Wei inquired. I am the finest blacksmith in the Empire, a master-level craftsman capable of creating inferior-grade Earth-tier equipment, provided the necessary materials are at hand. My expertise in runes is unparalleled, Louis declared, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Master level? Is there a hierarchy among blacksmiths? Zuo Wei questioned, perplexed. It is evident you are a novice. Every profession has its tiers. Some are determined by cultivation, while others are based on one's professional capabilities. For instance, since I can forge inferior-grade Earth-tier equipment, I occupy the initial level of master. This applies to alchemists and array masters as well. The technician, master, and grandmaster, each representing distinct tiers of skill, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, left Zuo Wei in a state of astonishment, as this was her inaugural encounter with such concepts. Oh, I shall first inscribe runes upon the weapon. Afterwards, lead me to your friend. With a glint of inspiration, Louis contemplated showcasing his craftsmanship to persuade the youth to introduce him to the genius blacksmith. As such, he seated himself upon the ground. Resting the broadsword upon his lap, his expression solemn. With his middle fingers shimmering silver, he suddenly set his hands into motion, like a flowing river. The silver radiance resembled ethereal ribbons as he inscribed intricate silver runes upon the blade. Zuo Wei could not comprehend the symbols, but sensed a remarkable force coalescing upon the sword. With all her focus, Zuo Wei became entranced, feeling her spirit drawn into the dance of light, the patterns of the runes weaving through her mind as if taking root within it. Finished. An attack rune. Enhancing power by 20%. After a brief moment, Louis halted his movements, gazing with satisfaction at the broadsword in his grasp, now adorned with exquisite silver runes. The blade shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. What do you think? This weapon now bestows a 20% increase in attack power to its wielder. Zuo Wei was taken aback by Lu Yi's declaration. Within such a short span, he had inscribed runes that augmented the weapon's potency by 2 levels. How impressive! She must ensure Qin Di learns this. That is indeed remarkable. However, I wish to inquire how many times you can inscribe such runes in a day. These are considered intermediate runes. I can accomplish this 3 times a day. Yet, this achievement is already quite commendable. Louis is not one to boast, indeed. The achievements of other weaponsmiths pale in comparison to his. 3 times in a fortnight is quite remarkable. Some of them cannot even inscribe attack runes. Oh, it appears you are indeed a master of considerable talent. A friend of mine works at the Bawu workshop, located in the bustling area of the imperial capital. Anyone you ask there will surely know. However, before you depart, please assist me with these 2 weapons. With a clang, 2 long swords appeared on the ground, one of which was the black feather belonging to Zuo Wei. Louis's face turned pale. This young man certainly lacked manners. Chapter 55. I am not overweight, I apologize, dear readers. Last night, in a daze, I set a timed update but forgot to confirm it, resulting in no update this morning. My sincerest apologies. I am updating now, and there will be another update tonight at 8 p.m. After a considerable time, Louis inscribed runes onto the 2 long swords, sitting on the ground with a pallid expression. Zuo Wei watched closely, entering that realm of inspiration once more. She even felt an urge to have Louis inscribe runes again on her behalf. However, she thought to herself, oh, young brother, I must hurry to find your friend. Farewell. Upon hearing Zuo Wei speak, Louis sprang up from the ground and dashed towards the door, calling out as he ran. Wait, old man. I merely intended to suggest you bring plenty of food. It increases the success rate. Zuo Wei was perplexed. The old man appeared to be in a state of nervous energy, and before she could finish her thought, he seemed to be invigorated as if he had consumed a revitalizing tonic. Zuo Wei gathered the 3 weapons from the floor and exited the room, where the attendant immediately spotted her and rushed over. Young master, is everything ready? What grade is it? What? A top-grade Xian level. This was not the voice of the attendant, but rather a middle-aged man who happened to pass by Zuo Wei, shouting excitedly. Where? Where? Is it a weapon or a pill? Soon, several uncles surged forward. Perhaps it's armor. Young brother, what exactly is the grade of this top-tier Xian level? Are you willing to sell? Step aside. A top-tier Xian level. Can your small family afford it? Young master, I am from the Auric family in the imperial capital. We are quite sincere in our desire to purchase, whether it be pills or equipment. Zuo Wei was startled by the crowd that had gathered around him. These uncles and elderly gentlemen swarmed him like bees drawn to honey. The attendant who had initially stood before Zuo Wei had long been pushed to the periphery. Zuo Wei felt a headache coming on. Was a top-grade Xian level really that rare? Stop. I am selling a top-grade Xian level weapon. which will be entrusted to the auction house. As for the timing, it will depend on the auction house's arrangements. Everyone, I am not overweight, so you need not pressure me to lose weight, Zuo Wei exclaimed helplessly. Originally, the crowd had been extremely excited upon hearing Zuo Wei's words. But now they couldn't help but laugh at his final shout. This handsome young man certainly had a way with words. Young brother, you intend to auction the top-grade Xian-level weapon at our Zijing auction house, correct? An elderly man with a long beard, dressed in white robes, approached with a gentle smile, followed closely by the previously mentioned attendant. Upon noticing the attendant winking at her, Zuo Wei realized that she had sought out someone. It appeared that this elder was indeed a person of authority within the auction house, prompting Zuo Wei to smile gratefully at her. Indeed, Zuo Wei nodded. Come, please follow this old man inside to discuss. The elder's eyes gleamed with delight. An exquisite grade 10 weapon was a rare find. The crowd watched in disappointment as Zuo Wei entered the inner hall with the elder. However, they soon dashed out of the auction house. What were they doing? They were notifying their families. A grade 10 weapon could have a profound impact on a clan. Even for prestigious families, such a treasure was coveted. The power of the masses was formidable. Word spread like wildfire. And the news of a grade 10 weapon being auctioned at the Zijing auction house swept through the imperial capital like a tempest. Had they known that Zuo Wei possessed dozens of grade 10 pieces of equipment, she would undoubtedly find it impossible to leave the auction house. Following the elder into a room, Zuo Wei's hand shimmered with light, and a great sword appeared on the table. It was the very sword inscribed with runes. The elder's eyes sparkled upon seeing the sword, and he looked at Zuo Wei inquiringly. With a nod from her, he swiftly picked up the sword. It was indeed a grade 10 weapon, and its design was remarkably innovative. In every aspect, it was exceedingly superior, making it one of the finest among grade 10 weapons. And the runes were inscribed with exceptional skill, truly the mark of a master craftsman. The elder continuously caressed the sword, expressing his admiration. Zuo Wei quietly mused. Was this not the very rune work of your esteemed master, Louis? Young brother, should you choose to place this weapon at our Zijing auction house, we could set the starting price at 100 million. Our auction house retains 5% of the total amount. What do you think? The elder pondered briefly before proposing the price. A flicker of surprise crossed Zuo Wei's eyes. A starting price of 100 million indicated that he had indeed suffered a loss when he sold to that cloaked youth previously. No wonder they were so agreeable. However, the item he sold them lacked runes, and given their capabilities, they must have been aware of that. They likely remained silent because they could find a craftsman capable of inscribing runes themselves. Very well, but when is the auction? I would like to attend. By the way, does your auction house have any ice-type techniques? Zuo Wei had never participated in an auction in this world, though he often attended them on Earth. Thus, he was quite intrigued and wished to acquire an ice-type technique. Currently, he could only wield ice elemental power. Although the blue orb within him seemed to enhance his control over ice elements significantly, his ice attacks remained rather singular and insufficiently potent, an undeniable flaw. Ice type? You wouldn't happen to be the Zuo Wei recently spoken of throughout the imperial capital, the ice element prodigy, would you? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. Scanning Zuo Wei's appearance and attire, his conviction growing stronger. Indeed, Zuo Wei was not surprised that he recognized him. There happens to be a routine auction in 3 days. And you are most fortunate. Although ice-type techniques are rather rare, there will be one available for bidding this time. Given your status, you will be able to access the VIP section to observe the proceedings. Here is your exclusive invitation. The elder produced a purple invitation adorned with golden edges and handed it to Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei took the invitation, his expression blooming with joy. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand, and a long sword materialized on the table. Let us auction this weapon as well. The old man stood in shock. As dusk fell upon the capital, the Li family was engulfed in a cacophony of shouts and reprimands. You ungrateful wretch! It is bad enough that you are a failure yourself, but now you drag the family down with you. You are consumed by carnal pleasures, fixated solely on women. And now you have entangled yourself with Zuo Wei. Have you grown weary of life? A grim-faced elder struck Li Qin, sending him crashing to the ground. His eyes ablaze with fury. Li Yufeng stood silently nearby, his head bowed, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his gaze. Once the elder had vented his ire, Li Yufeng finally spoke. Grandfather, this matter cannot solely be blamed on my uncle. The primary culprit is that individual named Zuo Wei, who dares to provoke the Li family. Previously, at Yiping Pavilion, he spoke disrespectfully of us, boasting with arrogance. I suspect he is deliberately targeting our family. Li Ao, the head of the Li clan, slammed his hand down, shattering the table with a grim countenance. Zuo Wei, with Lu Buxiu at his back, we cannot confront him openly. Then let us resort to assassination. Lu Buxiu cannot find evidence, and thus we shall evade retribution. After all, in the Ally Empire, the emperor is the ultimate authority, and he does not permit the strong to act recklessly and harm families. With those words, both Li Yufeng and the battered Li Qin were filled with resentment and malice. Upon returning to the Green Willow Manor, Zuo Wei paused at the entrance, taken aback. The kitchen remained in disarray. So where did this enticing aroma originate? A scent of charred meat wafted through the living room. Outside the courtyard, a commotion erupted, and as Zuo Wei stepped outside to investigate, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 56. What have I done to deserve this? In the courtyard, the eighth figure sat cross-legged on the ground, accompanied by the ever-mischievous Lao Buxiu, Dina, Jianluan, Mu Qing, and a seemingly healed couple, Dan Mozi Yu and Qin Xian, along with their rather plump and slender, tall and short father, Qin Tian, and Dan Mo Feiyun. Before them lay an abundant array of dishes, an assortment of fruits, and, of course, various meats, similar to the utensils from the previous night with Zuo Wei. There were rows of barbecued items sizzling and crackling, with a hint of charred aroma wafting through the air. When Zuo Wei arrived in the courtyard, they were all busily engaged, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. A sudden spasm gripped Zuo Wei's stomach. Dina, have I wronged you in any way? Why must you be so cruel as to attempt my demise? Zuo Wei hastily pushed away the barbecued food before her, not wishing to meet her end upon a skewer. Ha ha, Zuo Wei, that was cooked by Dina herself, yet she dares not taste it. So she has chosen you as her scapegoat. Lao Buxiu roared with laughter from his spot on the grass. Oh, you old codger, I'll have my revenge. Dina exclaimed as she dashed towards him, intent on shoving the barbecued skewer into his mouth. Zuo Wei twitched at the corners of her mouth, bemused by the antics of the two, while the surrounding mentors, students, and parents looked on in disbelief. Come, my young brother Zuo Wei, I must thank you for saving my son last time, and avenging Ziyu and Xian Air. Dan Mo Feiyun exclaimed as he gathered the grilled meat and placed it in a bowl, presenting it with a beaming smile before Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei observed the presentation with approval, noting the delightful aroma as well. It appeared that a team comprising of Dan Mo Ziyu, Qin Xian, Qin Tian, and Dan Mo Feiyun had prepared the meal. He mused quietly to himself, pondering their reliability. With a smile, Zuo Wei picked up a slice of meat and savored it, exclaiming, Indeed, the flavor is quite commendable. Thank you, uncle. Ah, that is splendid. This is my wife's culinary skill. Neither of us roughnecks could achieve such a feat. Dan Mo Feiyun proclaimed proudly. Zuo Wei's expression became peculiar as he chuckled awkwardly. Inwardly questioning, is this meat seasoned with salt? Can she truly intend to swallow it? Uncle, I shall fetch a glass of water. Do enjoy yourselves. Zuo Wei managed to say, swiftly retreating into the living room. Zuo Wei's speed is truly remarkable. It seems he has made further progress. Dan Mo Feiyun couldn't help but exclaim, a sentiment echoed by Qin Tian and Dan Mo Ziyu. Ziyu, this bottle of seasoning is empty. Please bring another. Wait, this is salt. How could you have used it up so quickly? Ah, is this salt? I thought it was a spice. No wonder so much was poured without a hint of fragrance. I was beginning to think you had been deceived into purchasing a substandard product, Qin Xian said, her expression one of surprise. The group froze, and Xianluan, applying seasoning to the meat, faltered, glancing towards Mu Qing. Hesitantly, Mu Qing leaned in to sniff the bottle's opening, exhaling in relief as he declared, Indeed, it is a spice, not salt. The truth became evident. Dan Mo Feiyun and Qin Tian silently pushed the barbecue placed before them further away, reflecting, no wonder Zuo Wei's speed is so extraordinary. At this moment, Zuo Wei disregarded her image entirely, spitting out the morsel of meat from her mouth and hastily gulping down water. Her tongue felt as if it had gone numb. Stepping out of the courtyard once more, she dared not glance towards the direction of young Qin Xian, casting a fleeting look instead at Mu Qing and Qianluan, whose presence exuded a sense of security. As for the old lecher and Dina, they were inherently perilous entities. Today, Qin Xian and Ziyu, having recovered from their injuries, brought their father to school specifically to express their gratitude to you, Mentor Dina and the Dean. However, upon arrival, they found Mentor Dina and the Dean engaged in a barbecue in the courtyard, and before long, they all joined in the festivities. To be honest, no one could rival your culinary skills. Even now, We have yet to taste a decent barbecue. Qianluan, feeling helpless, reminisced about the barbecues Zuo Wei had prepared that fateful night, and he found himself increasingly disinterested in the barbecue before him. Despite the fact that the one he and Mu Qing had crafted was already considered the best among the group. I knew it was these two rascals. However, I must admit, your creations are indeed commendable. Just use these seasonings. My skills are quite mediocre, relying heavily on these ingredients. Zuo Wei pulled out several small bottles and placed them on the grass. Rising, she suddenly seemed to recall something, smiling softly as she remarked, "You two have great chemistry. I have high hopes for you." Qianluan and Mu Qing froze momentarily. Zuo Wei then approached Qin Xin, teasing her as she presented several small bottles, saying, "I've labeled these bottles, so don't use them carelessly. Not everyone is as fortunate as I am." Qin Xin's face flushed crimson, her lips pouting as she retorted, "I wouldn't. That was just a mistake. Ziyu, what is it that brings a smile to your face? You do not even give me a hint." As I placed a platter of barbecued delicacies before Ziyu, their complexion turned a shade of green. Meanwhile, Qi Tian and Dama Feiyan turned their gazes skyward, engaging in a discussion about the weather. Zuo Wei, speechless, mused about the old man's words, which were utterly genuine only due to the latter part of his statement. You two rascals could surely manage to fill your bellies on your own. The inns and restaurants outside are not devoid of flavor, with Yiping Pavilion being quite commendable. Zuo Wei took the brush from Dina's hand, retrieved the seasonings, and set to work. Yiping Pavilion? It is exorbitantly priced. As a humble teacher, I hardly possess the means. That avaricious, wretched old man refuses to pay me. Dina lamented, her grievances well-founded, for indeed, that obstinate old man withheld her wages. Were it not for a recent stroke of fortune, she would not even be able to afford undergarments. Do not look at me, old fellow, for I too am in dire straits, with no one to compensate me. Moreover, I have a tigress to feed at home, demanding meat daily. Where is the money to be found? My savings have dwindled. The old man stroked his beard, attempting to justify himself. You two shall have 10 minutes to resolve your wage disputes within, and upon your return, there shall be meat to satisfy your appetites. Zuo Wei sighed. These two would bicker from dawn till dusk, yet even a pig could discern the deep bond between father and daughter. Alas, I shall remain here. I shall not depart. At worst, I will simply refrain from arguing. Simultaneously, the two fell silent, for the prospect of meat was paramount to them. Qin Xin and the others were rendered speechless. The typically enchanting mentor Dina transformed into a childish and fiery version of herself in the presence of the dean, who, in her company, seemed to shed years and embody the spirit of a playful old rascal. Yet, when faced with Zuo Wei, they both exhibited remarkable decorum. How peculiar. I have never heard of a pig enduring hunger for an entire day. Chapter 57. That was not a robbery 3 days later, beside the Zijing auction house. A grand auction venue buzzed with a throng of people. A graceful young man and an alluring woman stood at the entrance, where the guards received their 2 golden invitations, perused them briefly, and then returned them with a respectful bow. Zuo Wei and Dina entered the bustling hall, where the air was thick with chatter and laughter. Groups of people exchanged pleasantries, and the pairing of Zuo Wei and Dina was indeed a distinctive sight. Some individuals, failing to recognize them, were ambiguous expressions, prompting a flicker of unease in Zuo Wei. Surely, they could not be imagining a romantic liaison between him and Dina. That would be utterly ridiculous. By the way, where did you acquire your invitation? Dina, insistent on accompanying him to the auction house, had caught Zuo Wei off guard, as he had teased her about her lack of an invitation. Yet, in a blink, she had procured an identical golden invitation. I acquired it from an old man. Dina replied with a seductive smile, leaving Zuo Wei to ponder which elderly gentleman had fallen victim to her charm. With the prestigious invitation in hand, Dina effortlessly guided Zuo Wei into the VIP room. Through the transparent window, Zuo Wei could clearly see the expansive venue below, where thousands of neatly arranged tables and chairs awaited, adorned with a display stage draped in crimson velvet. Comfortably seated in a plush armchair, Zuo Wei noticed a small table beside him, graced with the exquisite gonlin fruit. He picked one up and took a bite. The succulent juice burst forth, accompanied by a delightful fragrance, truly delightful. I've accompanied the old man here a few times, and it's always the same gonlin fruit. Can't they offer something different? Dina rolled her eyes, toying with the translucent, delicate fruit in her hand. As a pig, one should not be picky. Being finicky will only hinder growth. Zuo Wei, still savoring the fruit, couldn't help but retort. Dina shot him a playful glare, her smile blooming like a rose. Zuo Wei, a pig indeed does not choose. which is why it grows so quickly. At 12 years old, you have become a prince in the hearts of many beautiful girls. Zuo Wei's hand trembled slightly. It seemed he had encountered a rare moment of cleverness from Dina. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our monthly auction. The host, a seemingly earnest man, began. Though routine, I assure you, this month's event will undoubtedly be the most spectacular of the year. As for why, I trust you have an inkling. However, this auction will certainly bring unexpected delights. After a brief pause, a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding grace, swayed onto the stage, holding a tray draped with a vibrant red silk cloth. The audience's gaze shifted in unison, though the destination of their attention remained uncertain. Oh, this time the women are more beautiful than last, albeit a tad plumper. Dina plays with her red-tipped hair, commenting on the woman below. Zuo Wei observes that indeed, she is quite stout, particularly in the area below the neck and above the waist, possessing a certain finesse in her fullness. You are not any slimmer than her. Zuo Wei casts a glance at Dina, who, upon hearing this, beams with pride, her eyes sparkling with self-satisfaction. I was referring to your waist. On the stage, gazing at the fervent crowd below and then scanning the quiet VIP sections above. Ma Qi understands that only true treasures can stir the hearts of those in the exclusive seats. This first auction item, a low-grade mysterious weapon, is hardly worthy of their attention. Zuo Wei finds the auction process tedious, as it consists solely of low to mid-grade weapons and techniques, none of which pique her interest. Although the exorbitant final prices do cause her a pang of envy. However, a particular dish displayed on the table captures Zuo Wei's attention. As the red cloth is lifted, 5 fist-sized fruits, shimmering like dazzling crystals, are revealed to the crowd, radiating beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present for auction the iceling fruit, a specialty of the Northern Empire's Beichuan ice fields, known to enhance the elemental power for ice element practitioners. With remarkable efficacy, there are 5 in total, with a starting bid of 5 million. Now, let the auction commence. At Ma Qi's command, silence envelopes the room. He remains unfazed, for ice element practitioners are indeed rare, and it is no surprise that there are no initial bids. 5,500,000. Finally, someone from the VIP section speaks up. When the price reaches 8 million for the 6th million, the competition becomes less fierce. Instead, the increases are in the range of 100,000 or 200,000. Suddenly, a light, melodious voice announces, 10 million. Instantly, the price surges by over 100,000, leaving the crowd in astonishment. Who is this extravagant individual? After a moment of silence, Ma Qi calls out a few times, decisively hammering down the bid. Sold. Just as Ma Qi announces the commencement of the auction for the second ice fruit, another voice chimes in, 10 million. This time, the VIP section is stirred. Who could this be? The voice is clear and pleasant, certainly not that of an older gentleman, perhaps merely a naive child. Despite Ma Qi's repeated calls, no one bids. All right then, let's save our breath. Sold. With the third ice fruit at 10 million. The affluent patrons in the VIP section are incensed. You little brat, you're leaving no room for others. In the past, the ice fruit was hardly worth 10 million. 8 million was the maximum. Meanwhile, the ordinary spectators below are rendered speechless by this $10 million amateur. 15 million. A rough voice booms. Silence envelopes the room for a moment. Good heavens, whose child is this? A prodigal, indeed. If I had such a child, I would make him gnaw on tree roots daily. What a waste. Clearly, he does not value money. He must belong to a wealthy family. A clamor rises, not because they cannot afford the price, but because it is evident that the ice fruit does not warrant such a valuation. Their wealth was not simply acquired. In a private chamber, a robust man, filled with indignation, seized a fruit and shoved it into his mouth. Beside him, an elderly gentleman leisurely sipped his tea. The man, dissatisfied, exclaimed, Elder, why did you not permit me to bid for that fruit? We are not lacking in funds. Indeed, Elder, you are quite astute. The man realized with sudden clarity, his excitement prompting him to stuff another fruit into his mouth. The elder merely shook his head, a look of resignation upon his face. Subsequently, the 4th and 5th ice fruits were swiftly acquired by the extravagant young man at a price of 1,500 each, his lavishness bringing joy to Ma Qi, who found this buyer to be exceedingly considerate. I wonder, Zuo Wei, whom have you been robbing lately? Dina questioned, her skepticism evident. Zuo Wei seemed rather extravagant. The last time she attempted to redistribute Min Luan's wealth, he had refused. Where, then, did Zuo Wei acquire such wealth? For the family, 65 million gold coins were not a substantial sum. Yet Zuo Wei was but a solitary individual. While outsiders perceived him as reliant on the old guard, in reality, Zuo Wei had scarcely sought their assistance. Resources were mere illusions. That was not thievery. Those individuals acted of their own volition. If both parties were willing, it could be termed a friendship. Zuo Wei promptly corrected Dina's misguided notion. Dina fell silent. Isn't that extortion? Ma Qi struck the table, elevating his voice. Esteemed guests, what follows is the much-anticipated auction of a high-grade mystical weapon. Please direct your attention. With that, he unveiled a crimson cloth, revealing a magnificent sword, poised quietly on a small stand, adorned with golden lines and exuding the fierce aura of a tiger-like beast, while silver runes sparkled with brilliance. A sudden commotion arose below. They were not mistaken, for it was indeed a weapon of high-grade mystic quality, the aura unmistakable. Moreover, it was a blade, a weapon highly favored among its kind. Behold, this is the Tiger Leap Blade, of superior mystic grade, inscribed with attack runes that augment its power by 20%. Truly, a rare and exquisite sword. Enough of my ramblings. Whether it is worth purchasing, each of you knows in your heart. With words laden with profound implication, Ma Qi elevated the desires of the crowd to new heights. The starting bid was set at 100 million, and the auction commenced. As the words fell, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 58. Elder Mo San, majestic. In this stillness, Zuo Wei felt a tightening in her chest. Could it be that no one would bid? Logically, that seemed improbable. Yet, in the next moment, she was astonished. 110 million. Perhaps some from the mid-tier families in the audience. Noticing the absence of bids from the VIP section, took a chance and called out a price. However, 120 million. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the VIP area. Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback, vaguely recalling that she had heard of this family, Erlon. Was it not the surname of a man and woman associated with the first-class pavilion? Erlon Xin, Erlon Qing, indeed from the same lineage. Dina, what is the standing of the Erlon family? Zuo Wei harbored uncertainties. It seemed that the Erlon family had some connection with the Li family last time she observed, which could pose a threat. There are many low-tier families in the imperial capital, over 20 mid-tier families, yet only 4 high-tier families exist. The Erlon family is among them. The other 3 are the Mo family, the He family, and the Gongsun family, all possessing practitioners of royal-grade low-tier cultivation. However, the true strength of these families remains a mystery. They are notorious for concealing their trump cards. What? Do you harbor a grudge against them? Dina inquired, perplexed. For Zuo Wei had never shown interest in matters that did not concern him. Unless, of course, the Erlon family had previously interacted with her. It's nothing. I'm merely wary of inadvertently offending them in the future. Zuo Wei jested, though a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. It appeared that the Li family acted as mere lackeys for the Erlon family, who could predict whether the Erlon family might trouble her over a mere dog. 150 million. Gongsun Jiweiyu, the amount is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that my offer surpasses yours. Erlon Qing. The heir to the Erlon family not only possesses extraordinary talent, but has also been managing family affairs since 3 years ago. At the age of 21, he is already capable of representing the entire Erlon clan. Nevertheless, the 4 prominent families have long been at odds, and they spare no effort in suppressing the young master of the Erlon family. Erlon Jing has now grown accustomed to such verbal affronts and can respond with keen retorts. The Gongsun family and the Erlon family continued to bid against each other, inflating the price to 220 million. The Gongsun family and the Erlon family are so generous. We, the Mo family, cannot afford to be stingy. 300 million. An elder from the VIP section laughed heartily, throwing out a figure that left the crowd in astonishment. At this moment, Zuo Wei felt a considerable admiration for the Mo family. Splendid, quite formidable. She was enamored. Elder Mo San, how impressive. The Mo family's 3rd elder? I did not expect you to partake in this auction. Your family lacks formidable warriors. Why then? Would you seek to acquire this weapon? Is that not a waste? Gongsun Jiuyu's expression darkened, and his words were laced with sharpness. Erlon Jing sat silently in his chair, his slender middle finger gently tapping the tabletop. Ultimately, the staggering price of 300 million was enough for Elder Mo San to assert his dominance. Promptly securing the prized weapon, Ma Qi remained impassive as he announced the next auction item, the 2nd-grade mysterious weapon, the Qianyu sword. A wave of excitement surged through the audience. Even the esteemed guests were taken aback by the revelation of another exquisite weapon. As the red cloth was unveiled, The hilt of the sword revealed a vividly crafted avian beast, resembling the enchanting blue snow-cold ice steed, breathtakingly beautiful. With a slender blade adorned with elegant lines and shimmering silver runes, exuding an enchanting aura. Lanjing felt a stirring in his heart. This sword was indeed remarkable. 200 million. He boldly declared, determined to possess it. 250 million. Gongsun Jueyu, unwilling to concede, countered fiercely. 300 million. He proclaimed with the same commanding presence as Elder Emo-san. Lanjing, displaying utmost decisiveness, raised the bid sharply. 310 million. Not only was the weapon extraordinary, but Gongsun Jueyu was equally resolute in not allowing Lanjing to claim the sword effortlessly. Casting a brief glance towards Gongsun Jueyu's chamber, a glint of brilliance flickered in Lanjing's eyes. Without altering his tone, he confidently called out, 350 million. The sound of Elder Emo-san firmly placing the cup lid echoed in the air, his expression grave, while the burly man looked at the elder in confusion. Lanjing, the young master of the Lanjing family, was indeed extraordinary. Although his cultivation talent may not surpass that of his peers, his intellect and decisiveness were formidable and not to be underestimated. Elder Emo, with a hint of concern, sighed. The great Han paused for a moment, then, with an air of indifference, replied, I have heard the young master say that all conspiracies and schemes are mere trifles in the face of absolute strength. Therefore, Elder, there is no need for such worry. The future imperial capital will undoubtedly be dominated by the young master. Silence. How dare you utter such words here? Do not forget that above our four great families, there exists the royal family. The elder whispered sharply, his voice laced with anger, causing the great Han's complexion to pale. And he immediately fell silent. In contrast to the solemnity of the elder's chamber, the atmosphere around Zuo Wei was one of sheer joy. Dina, puzzled, wondered why the girl was so elated. Could it be that, Dina, I've struck it rich? Zuo Wei exclaimed. That weapon belongs to you? The two spoke simultaneously, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Well, it's not exactly mine. It was crafted by a friend of mine, and I am merely assisting him in selling it, Zuo Wei explained, suppressing her inner delight. In total, it amounts to 650 million. No wonder you were so extravagant when purchasing the ice spirit fruit earlier. Dina realized at that moment why Zuo Wei had attended the auction tonight. It was indeed for her own items being sold. By the way, Dina, martial artists can wield weapons inscribed with runes, which undoubtedly makes them immensely powerful. Yet, why is it that martial artists generally struggle against elemental masters? Zuo Wei was perplexed, while Dina, momentarily taken aback, soon found herself in a state of bemusement. With a light tap on Zuo Wei's forehead, she chided, How can you, a genius elemental master, not understand this? Elemental masters are the favored children of heaven and earth, cultivating the omnipresent elements that permeate the universe. In contrast, martial artists focus on honing their physical bodies and unlocking their potential, developing martial prowess. Naturally, in a confrontation, the elemental master, with the constant assistance of the elements, holds an advantage. However, one must not underestimate martial artists, especially those with formidable bloodlines or exceptional martial talents, whose ferocity in battle can rival that of elemental masters, akin to fearsome beasts. Furthermore, who says elemental masters cannot employ runes for enhancement? It is merely that their equipment is exceedingly rare. As she spoke, Dina adjusted the collar of her garment. Zuo Wei blinked in surprise as he noticed a striking crimson necklace adorning her neck, its ruby-like crystal exuding a faint luminescence, truly extraordinary. This is my enhancement equipment. Dina secured her collar, omitting any mention of the necklace's grade. Casting a glance at Zuo Wei, she then shifted her attention to the audience below. Yet, Zuo Wei sensed that the necklace was far from ordinary, undoubtedly more powerful than her own Xian-grade superior weapon, the Black Feather. Moreover, Dina's earlier demeanor struck him as peculiar, as if she were harboring some hidden reservations. Ladies and gentlemen, next we present the technique utilized by the Ice Elemental Master. A Xian-grade superior technique, the Art of Frostfall. The starting bid is 200 million. Let the auction commence. As the words left the auctioneer's lips, the spectators beheld an azure blue scroll resting quietly upon the pedestal. Ice type? What purpose would it serve for us? Indeed, it seemed of little use. Despite being a rare Xian-grade superior technique, they lacked an Ice Elemental Master among their ranks. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Gongsun Jueyu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Although he could not employ this technique himself, He surmised that someone within the royal palace would surely covet it. 250 million. Gongsun Juyu swiftly made his bid, elevating the price by 50 million. This technique was of paramount importance to him. He had to acquire it. 300 million. The declaration momentarily stole Gongsun Juyu's breath, and he cast a venomous glare towards the chamber occupied by Erlan Jing. 400 million. A chilling voice rang out, causing Gongsun Juyu to freeze in his tracks, while the audience below stood petrified. Chapter 59. The Fiery Hawk Scepter. Madness. Gongsun Ziyu, with a cold demeanor, disdainfully inquired about the identity of the child who lacked understanding, who decreed that youth precludes participation in bidding. The icy and languid tone momentarily stunned the crowd, revealing that this individual was undaunted by the Gongsun family's influence. Gongsun Ziyu smirked, asserting that while bidding was indeed permissible, what wealth could a mere child possess? This was no trivial game. He dared to mock the heir of the Erlan family and the imperial capital, let alone this pretentious child. My youth does not equate to poverty, retorted the uncle, Zuo Wei, who harbored a deep disdain for Gongsun Ziyu's constant reference to others, perceiving it as a form of ageism. Indeed, this young lady speaks wisely. Who says that youth implies an inability to purchase? The elderly may be commanding, yet the middle-aged often lack the audacity, leaving the mantle to us younger generations. Erlan Jing found Zuo Wei's words particularly agreeable, and the voice was so melodious that he almost mistook the speaker for a lady, leading to a suppressed chuckle. Dina spat out her tea in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, it seems that Erlan Jing possesses quite the discerning ear. While others fail to perceive your femininity, he recognized it merely by the sound of your voice." Zuo Wei was equally taken aback, not anticipating that he would identify her as a woman, and moreover, address her as Mississippi. On Earth, she had been referred to as young lady, Miss Zuo, or Lady Zuo, but never simply as Mississippi. How tragic. 400 million. Gongsun Ziyu realized that he could not contend against two opponents alone. Thus he ceased his entanglements and focused solely on the bidding, albeit in a rather ungenerous manner. 500 million. Zuo Wei boldly raised the price. Although she possessed only a little over 300 million in her own funds, she could muster an additional 300 million from her weapon sales, totaling nearly 700 million. Wealth was not a challenge for her to acquire, however. Obtaining the ice-based cultivation technique relied heavily on fate. It was not so easily encountered. Gongsun Juyu seemed equally reluctant to concede easily, rather than incrementally raising the bid. It would be more prudent to set 500 million as a baseline and see which party could endure to the end. Gongsun Ziyu's heart raced, with 500 million. The sum he brought amounted to 15 billion, provided by the family head for competing over the final mysterious auction item. Should he purchase this technique? The coveted auction item would be beyond his grasp. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that acquiring the technique was imperative, though purchasing it was not the only option. Everyone anticipated Gongsun Ziyu to place another bid, yet the room fell into a deafening silence. Zuo Wei felt a momentary release of tension, but quickly regained her alertness. Based on their brief previous encounters, Gongsun Ziyu was undoubtedly no benevolent character if he chose not to buy or could not afford it. There was a strong possibility he would resort to theft. As the auction reached its climax, Zuo Wei remained vigilant. Even as the crowd had cast aside thoughts of the previous items, eagerly anticipating the final piece. Ladies and gentlemen, the earlier auctioned items were indeed remarkable. Yet the anticipation for the last item is palpable. Without further ado, I present to you the final auction piece, a weapon of the profound tier, specifically designed for fire element practitioners. Behold, the Fire Phoenix Staff. It boasts a runic enhancement of 30% to attack power. The starting bid is set at 500 million. Let the auction commence. Machi, momentarily ignited with fervor, dramatically unveiled the silk cloth, revealing a slender staff measuring half a meter. Its golden shaft was adorned with the intricate design of a mythical beast, the esteemed Fire Phoenix, an exceptional creature of the highest order. Atop the staff rested a crystal core, the size of an egg, radiating a vibrant red reminiscent of a sunset, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. It is no wonder the auction house had solemnly informed us of this item. It is indeed a weapon for elemental practitioners. This staff must be acquired, for the young master is a fire element practitioner, and it would suit him perfectly. The elder's face glowed with excitement, a rosy hue illuminating his features. A fire element weapon, just what I need. It must be mine. Suddenly, Erlan Jing sprang from his seat, exclaiming with fervor. He was a mid-tier fire element practitioner, having previously wielded only a low-tier staff, painstakingly obtained by his family. This time, he was determined to secure the profound tier weapon. 600 million, declared Gongsun Juyu, the first to bid. 700 million. The onlookers in the common seats were left speechless. This was indeed a grand display of wealth, as the base price was merely 500 million, indicating that only the rarest of elemental practitioners could afford such a staff. Zuo Wei gazed in silent astonishment at the ever-escalating prices below, which had swiftly reached a staggering 1 billion. Observe, it is not that the elemental masters lack weaponry, but rather that such armaments are exceedingly scarce and exorbitantly priced, rendering them unaffordable. While others proclaim that alchemists reap the greatest rewards, I beg to differ. I firmly believe that weaponsmiths garner the most profit. Equipment, indeed, provides tangible assistance in times of battle. In contrast, potions merely serve as supplementary aids for cultivation and should not be overly relied upon. Dina languidly surveyed the fervent bidding from her vantage point, then turned her gaze to Zuo Wei, a thought stirring within her. 1,100 million. Her sudden interjection, with a voice both enchanting and alluring, captivated the attention of the entire assembly. Until now, it had been a contest of formidable men fighting tooth and nail. Never had they encountered such a melodious bidding call. It appeared to emanate from the very chamber where the purchase of the technique was being contested. Could it be that another woman resides within? Erlan Jing felt a flicker of intrigue. Indeed, there was another woman present? 1,200 million. At this moment, Gongsun Ziyu's heart raced with anxiety. He had not anticipated such a rapid escalation in price, now reaching 11 billion, compounded by the emergence of an unknown contender from the same chamber as the previous competitor for the technique. How troublesome. Zuo Wei regarded Dina with confusion. Did this woman truly require a scepter? Yet Dina remained silent, calling out once more, 1,300 million, 1,400 million. After announcing the price, the elder too felt perplexed, pondering the identity of Zuo Wei's companion. Such a beguiling voice, could it belong to Dina of the Ally Academy? The very same who, having dispatched Min Luan with a fire python, is the cherished disciple of Lu Buxiu and known as the Enchanting Serpent. It seemed highly probable that Dina was indeed a fire elemental master. Nevertheless, matters concerning the young master could not be delayed. 1,500 million. Gongsun Ziyu seemed to have exerted every ounce of his strength. After declaring the price, he collapsed onto the chair, drenched in sweat. He truly had given his all. Continuing to haggle was beyond his capabilities. Dina, still brimming with enthusiasm, intended to raise her bid, but was silenced by Zuo Wei, who covered her mouth. Enough, Dina. It's merely a weapon for an elementalist. I will certainly procure one for you in the future. At such an exorbitant price, you would actually purchase it? This figure is primarily a result of competition among our families, utterly disconnected from the item's true value. Why are you making a fuss? Zuo Wei remarked, exasperated. 15 billion? She couldn't fathom how this weapon could be worth such a sum. At most, it should be valued at 10 billion. At that moment, Zuo Wei had completely forgotten her earlier fierce bidding. Dina rolled her eyes and retorted, do you think crafting an elementalist weapon is an easy task? It is significantly more challenging than that of a martial artist. A refiner must reach the third tier of elemental control to resonate with the elements of the world. Very few refiners can achieve this level, which is why elementalist weapons are so rare and costly. Furthermore, I am not purchasing it for myself. It's for you. Do not forget that you are also of the fire element. Zuo Wei paused, then resolutely declared, I cannot utilize my fire elemental power at present. So buying it would be pointless and wasteful. I am even concerned about being robbed. That would be an even greater loss. You must not buy it. Dina was taken aback, suddenly recalling that this young girl seemed unable to wield her fire elemental power. Zuo Wei observed Dina's astonishment and mused to herself that even if her fire elemental power were functional, she would not accept Dina's offer to procure a weapon. The members of the Zuo family, by nature, possessed an instinct for self-reliance. However, below the stage, the price of 1.5 billion did not grant Gongsun Ziyu the scepter. In the next moment, a bid of 1.6 billion completely expelled him from this auction, severing his connection to the Li Shio's scepter. The elderly bidder, who had offered 1.6 billion, felt a sense of relief upon not hearing Dina's voice in response. Engaging with Dina meant contending with Lu Buxiu, which would be quite perilous. Erlan Jing, consumed by rage, shattered the table. Ultimately, he was not the head of the family and lacked the means to deploy additional funds, helplessly watching as the scepter fell into the hands of another, specifically the foremost prodigy of the imperial capital, Mo Outyan, the young master of the Mo family. Ha! 1. 6 billion, a gathering of the affluent indeed. Our hunting wind legion stands to gain significantly this time. A chilling voice suddenly emerged, its origin indiscernible. Akin to a specter that had crawled forth from the depths of hell, gripping the hearts of all present. Chapter 60, Hunting Wind Legion. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Such an elusive voice claimed to be from the Hunting Wind Legion. It was over. It was over. The most ruthless band of robbers, Hunting Wind, none of us shall escape. Gasps of alarm echoed throughout the room. Zuo Wei was taken aback, while Dina's expression darkened. She had not anticipated the presence of Hunting Wind. This was truly dire. All targets they had previously targeted were left without survivors, their activities within the empire shrouded in mystery, their strength formidable. It was rumored that even lower-tier royal martial artists had fallen to their hunts. Lower-tier royal? Zuo Wei now sensed the peril of their situation intensely. Suddenly, the main entrance of the venue swung open, and dozens of shadowy figures rushed in, swiftly occupying every corner and encircling all within the hall. As Ma Chi was speaking, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body, followed by a veil of darkness enveloping his vision. "It is not yet your turn to speak," echoed that eerie voice. All eyes were filled with terror as they beheld Ma Chi transform into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the air. "Now, I shall preside over this gathering. Do not harbor any illusions of rescue. All outside are dead. Heh. Allow me to conduct an auction." The sinister proclamation gradually froze the hearts of all present. "You are the leader of the Wind Hunter Legion, Amidst?" An elder from the VIP section suddenly inquired. "Oh, I did not expect my name to have reached the ears of the third elder of the Mo family. Should I feel honored?" "Indeed. Your name must be known throughout the entire Ally Empire. This only signifies that I have worked diligently over the years to ensure you remember me." As the words fell, a plume of black smoke began to materialize on the podium, slowly solidifying into a figure, a person adorned in a black mask. With long black hair tied back by a silver ribbon, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of a knight's attire from Earth, and a black longsword sheathed at his waist. Behind him appeared two more figures, clad in identical black knightly garb, their faces obscured by black masks. One was towering and bore a massive sword upon his back, while the other was slender, with two ornate daggers at his waist. "Now, my esteemed guests in the VIP section, please descend, otherwise I shall be compelled to invite you personally," remarked Amidst, his voice transforming from its previous eeriness to one of utmost politeness. It was precisely this demeanor that sent shivers down the spines of Zuo Wei and her companions. "Tucker, let us make our way down. I have no desire to experience Amidst's ferocity firsthand." Within the room, the elder swiftly finished his cup of tea, rose, and shook off the folds of his robe before departing. "Zuo Wei, that Amidst and the two individuals accompanying him are exceedingly dangerous. Exercise caution." Zuo Wei felt a tightening in her chest as she exchanged a knowing glance with Dina, stepping out of the room only to find their exit barred. At this moment, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce to Amidst's whims. As Zuo Wei and Dina descended, they observed several newcomers in the assembly below. An elder stood prominently, flanked by a robust man, while a handsome young man wore a stern expression, accompanied by several attendants. A stoic middle-aged man stood apart from the group. Upon sighting them, Zuo Wei immediately discerned their identities: Elder Mo San, Heir Lan Jing, and Gongsun Juyu, three individuals of considerable stature in the imperial capital. Alongside the others present, they too had become mere lambs to the slaughter, vulnerable and at the mercy of their captors. "Indeed, my fortune appears to be exceptional." Elder Mo San, the heir of the Heir Lan family, the second elder of the Gongsun clan. "Ah, and this enchanting lady must be Miss Dina, the cherished disciple of the illustrious director Lu Buxiu. And if I am not mistaken, this young man is the renowned ice prodigy of the imperial capital, Zuo Wei, is it not?" Amidst tapped the hilt of his sword with his middle finger, his tone remarkably refined. Heir Lan Jing, upon seeing Zuo Wei and Dina, felt a surge of surprise. Were they not merely two young women? Could it be that I have misjudged, mistaking that youth for a maiden? His finely arched brows furrowed in a deep frown as he coldly addressed Amidst. "You must have thoroughly investigated the identities of everyone here before your arrival." "Indeed. I too intend to host an auction this evening. Every individual present possesses the right to choose not to participate. However, I shall ensure that he remains here indefinitely." Upon uttering these words, the expressions of those seated in the ordinary section turned ashen, their hearts heavy with unease. What difference does it make if participation is compulsory? The elder's countenance remained unchanged as he stroked his beard and replied indifferently, "Then, what shall you auction? Speak plainly, let us not squander our time." "Very well. The items for auction are your lives. Each time, you must present me with a sum of wealth that meets my satisfaction, otherwise I shall be compelled to destroy the auction item out of disappointment." "Ah, then let us commence from that side. Strive to provide me with something worthy of my approval. And do not waste time. Should it linger too long, my patience will surely wane." A glimmer flickered in Hymus's hand, and a chair materialized as he took his seat, observing all those before him with keen interest, his auction items. "Let us begin from over there. Come forth, everyone." Hymus gestured with his slender finger, causing the faces of those nearby to pale in horror. Before they could react, several masked figures clad in black approached them, forcibly ushering them forward. Just as Zuo Wei attempted to extend his spiritual awareness to assess the cultivation levels of these black-clad subordinates, a wave of peril surged through his mind. Shifting his gaze, he beheld the dark pupils beneath Hymus's enigmatic mask, his expression a blend of amusement and inscrutability. Zuo Wei felt a chill run through him, prompting him to avert his eyes. A line of dozens of individuals was pushed forward to stand before Hymus. With a tap of his finger on the hilt of his sword, he coldly declared, "Begin." Gazing upon the glinting weapons of the men in black, the group gradually revealed their possessions, their expressions filled with trepidation as they looked at Hymus. "You are far too reckless with your lives. Do you truly deem your existence so insignificant?" Hymus remarked, his gaze never straying to the items strewn upon the ground. As his words echoed, a gaunt figure behind him coldly commanded, "Kill." In an instant, a flash of lethal force illuminated the scene, and the sound of bodies collapsing echoed as dozens fell, their heads severed from their bodies. The color drained from the faces of those in the ordinary ranks, leaving them pale with fear. Dina tightened her grip on Zuo Wei's arm, and he turned to meet her anxious gaze, both brimming with concern. "All of you, come here," Hymus pointed, causing the crowd of over 100 to tremble in fright. In a desperate fervor, they produced every possession they had. Nothing was left behind, neither from their bodies nor their spatial bags. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with an array of goods. Zuo Wei couldn't help but marvel at Hymus's expertise in robbery. He himself felt like a mere imitation. The approach was commendable, though the spoils were lacking. "But you have done your utmost. You may withdraw." With a wave of his hand, the crowd of over 100 surged back in elation. The remaining individuals, witnessing a glimmer of hope for survival, felt the pang of loss for their possessions, but recognized that nothing was more precious than their own lives. In the ensuing moments, everyone decisively seized all valuables. With a sweeping gaze from Zuo Wei, it was evident that these individuals held nothing back. A certain brother removed his boots, extracting a golden card from within, while an alluring woman produced a small spatial pouch from her bosom, observing the noticeably deflated side of her chest. Zuo Wei was taken aback, contemplating the wealth of this sister. In less than 15 minutes, over 1,000 items were auctioned off, leaving not a trace of possessions on the ground, all collected by Hymus. "Now, I eagerly anticipate what surprises the esteemed guests will bestow upon me." Hymus shifted his gaze towards Zuo Wei and the others. "I suspect you never considered letting us go, Hymus." The elder's eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded Hymus. Slowly rising, Hymus addressed Elder Imo-san, his tone laced with feigned sorrow. "Elder Imo-san, your lack of trust in me is truly disheartening. May I interpret this as your withdrawal from the auction? It is not a matter of distrust, but rather the unfortunate fate of those chosen by your hunters of the wind, all of whom have met with disaster," Elder Imo-san retorted, his demeanor shifting from gentle to piercing as he stared at Hymus. Hymus suddenly chuckled, his black mask resembling an abyss. The crowd could only hear him murmur, "It seems Elder Imo-san is quite familiar with our hunters of the wind. Given this understanding, we cannot tarnish our own reputation. Did you hear that, boys? Kill." Upon this declaration, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped everyone, akin to malevolent spirits clawing their way out of a chasm, cold and bloodthirsty. Chapter 61. Kill. Alas, it seems that despite the significant number of clicks, there is a conspicuous absence of votes, collections, and comments. This is the first attempt of Kanglin at writing, and it brings a certain melancholy. I can only humbly beseech the esteemed readers who find merit in this work to offer their support. Kanglin harbors a deep passion for writing. Yet the lack of recognition can be disheartening. Suddenly, from behind Hymus, a towering figure drew forth a massive sword, a mere shadow flitting to the forefront of Gongsun Juyu. The immense blade, imbued with formidable might, came crashing down. Gongsun Juyu, taken aback, hastily conjured a fire shield for defense. However, with a thunderous clang, the fire barrier was shattered, and the heavy sword descended with the weight of a mountain. Boom! Gongsun Juyu was violently hurled backward, colliding with the tables and chairs behind him. Simultaneously, the gaunt man flickered, his twin swords glinting like silver streaks, slicing towards Elder Imo-san's neck with an explosive force. Bang! The dual sword struck nothing but air as Elder Imo-san's figure vanished, reappearing a short distance away. With his left hand glowing a brilliant yellow, he pressed downwards and shouted, "Binding technique, cage." In an instant, thick vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the slender man tightly. Dozens of dark figures surged into the panicked throng like wolves among sheep, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Meanwhile, on the side of Zuo Wei, Dina, and Erlanjing, several black-clad subordinates came rushing forth. Inside the venue, the brilliance of elemental energy and martial prowess flickered incessantly. Blood splattered, and the air was filled with screams and wails, saturating the very atmosphere. Amidst this chaos, Haimu stood as if carved from stone, an enigmatic figure in a black mask, with deep, inscrutable eyes shimmering with a faint glow. Both eerie and mysterious, Dina found herself ensnared by several figures clad in black, all of whom were formidable opponents of the sect level. Among them were not only martial artists, but also elemental practitioners. With scant regard for Zuo Wei, who was engulfed in her own turmoil, Zuo Wei contemplated whether she should feel fortunate that her assailants were merely martial artists of the general rank. However, despair seeped in as she realized that there were two black-clad figures targeting her. After all, she was merely a practitioner of the middle tier of the scholar level. Such disdain was unwarranted. With a resounding crash, a thick ice shield shattered, and an assault imbued with the might of a general-rank martial artist surged forth in an instant. In a swift motion, Zuo Wei leapt backward, evading the strike. Her left hand aglow as the black feather appeared. The clash of weapons produced a fierce spark. Although the attack from the black-clad figures bore the weight of general-rank prowess, Zuo Wei's black feather weighed 1,000 pounds, causing both parties to stagger backwards several steps in a draw. Seizing the moment, Zuo Wei hurled a basketball-sized ice orb toward another attacking martial artist. With a decisive swing of his long sword, the general-rank martial artist cleaved the ice orb in two, but before he could resume his assault on Zuo Wei, he felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from his hand. His low-grade mysterious sword was already encased in ice. The frozen longsword clattered to the ground, shattering into crystalline fragments as the black-clad warrior clutched his right hand, desperately channeling his energy to dispel the encroaching chill. In the blink of an eye, another ice orb hurtled toward him. Witnessing his comrades swiftly encased in ice, the remaining black-clad figure felt a chill run down his spine. A fierce resolve ignited within him as his speed surged, leaving behind faint afterimages, the glint of his weapon akin to a specter as he charged towards Zuo Wei. Her expression shifted. This black-clad figure had considerably increased his velocity, and she was still encumbered by armor weighing 500 pounds. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have shed the weight before arriving. Unable to remove her clothing, she resolved to take off her shoes instead, just narrowly evading a fierce flash of sword light. Zuo Wei propelled herself with her toes, executing a graceful backflip, landing deftly upon the table, swiftly discarding her boots and casting them to the floor. The sound was resounding. The boots, weighing an impressive 500 pounds, struck the ground with a thunderous crash. The assailant in black, along with others, momentarily froze in astonishment. They were aware of the rumors surrounding the ice element genius in the imperial capital, known for her incredible speed. Yet they were utterly taken aback to discover that she was burdened by such weight. Zuo Wei felt a sudden lightness in her feet, a smirk gracing her lips as she sprang from the tabletop, transforming into a shadowy figure, darting towards the cloaked assailants. Dina, witnessing this, steadied her resolve, fully engaging the two low-grade martial artists and the low-grade fire element mage before her. With a flourish, her hands summoned runes, and in an instant, a fire python, alongside a formidable low-grade demon beast, Linger, emerged. The battle against the assailants intensified fiercely. Elder Imo-san managed to ensnare the gaunt man, but within mere seconds. The short sword in the black-clad man's grasp glimmered with a deadly silver light, slicing through the vine cage with precision, launching a surprise attack towards him. Elder Imo-san felt an overwhelming pressure. This adversary, akin to him in mid-tier royal strength, though a martial artist, exuded an aura of lethal intent and formidable combat prowess, resulting in a stalemate. Reluctantly, Elder Mo San summoned his own contracted demon beast, the giant spirit Treant, a low-grade royal beast. The gaunt man, observing the towering tree figure emerge from the summoning array, remained unfazed, his hands also glowing with runes. In the blink of an eye, a shadowy cloud leopard materialized before him, enveloped in an ominous mist. Erlon Jing radiated with the formidable essence of mid-level martial power, while beside him stood a blood-red furred lion, bearing its razor-sharp fangs, facing off against two martial masters ahead. With a swift motion, Heiyu, wielding immense force, sent the black-clad assailant's sword flying, and another flash of silver light sent the attacker crashing to the ground. Observing the fallen figure, Zuo Wei's heart raced as he activated the innate ability granted by the second layer of soul refinement in his mind, soul forging. Unbeknownst to anyone, a peculiar silver rune flowed within Zuo Wei's pitch-black pupils, his gaze fixed upon the corpse of the black-clad man. A luminous point the size of a marble emerged above it, shooting into Zuo Wei's forehead like a meteor. In an instant, a glimmer appeared in his mind, as several runes from the soul refinement technique entwined with the luminous point. Before long, the light dissipated like steam, and Zuo Wei felt a sudden surge in his mental prowess. According to soul refinement, martial artists seldom cultivate mental strength, thus their capacity for mental refinement is limited. Nonetheless, Zuo Wei was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this soul-forging ability. After dispatching his foe, Zuo Wei realized, to his horror, that all the ordinary spectators present had perished. The only ones remaining were Zuo Wei, Dina, Erlon Jing, Elder Mo San, Gongsun Juyu, and a robust man accompanying Elder Mo San. They were surrounded by a multitude of black-clad assailants, relentlessly attacking them. Amidst, what benefit could there possibly be in killing me? Spare my life, and I shall offer you all my riches. Once a lofty and esteemed elemental master of the noble rank, Gongsun Juyu now bore countless wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His garments tattered and torn, as he desperately resisted the onslaught of the dark-clad assailants. Release you? I shall slay you, and all your possessions will become mine, spoke Haimusi with a chilling indifference. Zuo Wei, disregarding all else, rushed towards Dina, who was besieged by 5 shadowy figures, despite the fact that 3 among them were of the esteemed rank. Suddenly, Zuo Wei noticed a dark silhouette appear before him. Haimusi, Zuo Wei, do you find yourself without an opponent? Then I shall keep you company. The eerie black mask seemed to grin with malevolence. Chapter 62. Zuo Wei, your shoes. Gazing at the imposing figure of Haimusi, Zuo Wei felt a pang of indignation. How audacious for someone of a rank above the sovereign to engage in combat with one of mere soldier status. I am but a humble soldier and require no assistance from the mightiest of the wind hunters, Zuo Wei replied with a tense demeanor. No sooner had Zuo Wei spoken than Haimusi vanished from sight, only to have a warm breath brush against his ear. A mere soldier, you say? Yet I witnessed you slay 2 of my commander-level subordinates. With such prowess, it won't be long before you can eliminate me as well, Haimusi whispered coldly. Looming behind Zuo Wei, a wave of imminent danger surged through Zuo Wei, rendering him immobile, as the imposing figure behind him exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Do you think I can spare those who pose a threat to me? With a tone that seemed almost inquiring, Haimusi's hand gradually tightened around Zuo Wei's throat. A true warrior is unafraid of threats. Are you contemplating my demise due to your own insecurity? Zuo Wei suppressed the fear swelling within and spoke slowly. Someone once told me that you are a sharp-tongued and cunning youth. I was skeptical, but it appears there is some truth to it. As Haimusi spoke, his fingertips grazed the delicate skin on Zuo Wei's slender neck, his gaze drifting to her bare feet. Flattery. Has someone mentioned this to you? It seems I have also been under scrutiny. What does it mean that there is some truth to it? Faced with the unpredictable Haimusi, Zuo Wei could only respond with indifference. The moment was drawing near. Just as Zuo Wei awaited the fatal blow from Haimusi, she suddenly heard a murmur. Is the time upon us? What does that mean? A wave of confusion washed over her. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems the capital has also taken notice. It appears we, the hunters of wind, must part ways with you, Haimusi uttered softly, yet his words resonated clearly in every ear. Suddenly, a black sphere appeared in the hands of all the men in black, which they forcefully smashed to the ground, enveloping the entire venue in a cloud of black smoke, plunging it into darkness. Zuo Wei found herself surrounded by pitch blackness, Yet she heard the ominous promise. Next time we meet, luck will not be on your side, Zuo Wei. The oppressive sensation that loomed behind her abruptly vanished. A shiver ran down Zuo Wei's spine. She could hardly withstand the thoughts of such a peculiar master. The hall echoed with Dina's cries, yet neither could discern the source of the distress. 10 minutes later, as the black smoke dissipated, Zuo Wei beheld Dina, feebly seated upon the ground, while Erlon Jing and Elder Emosen also appeared similarly weakened. Being besieged by such a multitude of formidable adversaries was no trivial ordeal. On several occasions, they had believed their lives were forfeit. Zuo Wei nodded in acknowledgement and approached Dina. However, a profound sense of unease lingered within him. The events of the day exuded an air of strangeness. Elder Emosan, seated in a chair, gazed at Zuo Wei in astonishment. He had witnessed Zuo Wei slay 2 general-level martial artists, albeit of the lower tier, yet the prowess of the Hunt-Win martial artists far surpassed that of their external counterparts. To vanquish 2 general-level martial artists amidst their assault was not merely a testament to extraordinary talent, but could only be described as terrifying. Even the young master of the Mo clan would pale in comparison, as the gathered individuals within the venue tended to their wounds. They were suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps, their nerves immediately tensing. A throng of individuals surged in. Upon seeing them, Zuo Wei and his companions exhaled in relief. Reinforcements had arrived, albeit rather late. Their son, the young master, and Elder San. Upon witnessing the corpses strewn about and the blood that drenched the ground, as well as the heavy scent of blood that permeated the air, wore expressions of alarm. Yet, upon spotting the few survivors, their faces lit up with unrestrained joy as they rushed toward them. Dina, how are you? The foremost among them, Lu Buxiu, quickly discerned Dina seated on the ground alongside Zuo Wei, and in a blur, he reached their side to assess her injuries. You nearly perished. Hunt Wind is utterly monstrous. Dina recalled the harrowing siege by the 3 formidable experts, her heart still trembling with trepidation. However, she was equally astonished that she had managed to survive. What a travesty. What an absolute travesty. What? It was the Wind Hunters? The head of the Erlin family engaged in conversation with Erlin Jing. Gasped in disbelief upon learning from his son that the attackers were the notorious Wind Hunter Legion, known for their ruthlessness and merciless slaughter. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. It was indeed the Wind Hunters, the infamous legion that left no survivors. Behind Lu Buxiu, a benevolent elder surveyed the grim scene, his expression deeply pained by the sight of the numerous corpses, yet he spoke with a tone of apology. Esteemed guests, I am the chief steward of the Zijing auction house. I sincerely apologize for the alarm caused by the Wind Hunters' assault on our establishment. The losses we have incurred are substantial, with so many nobles meeting their demise here. Our auction house bears its share of responsibility. However, it is fortunate that several key figures have survived. Thank goodness for that. Alas, discussing this is futile. One can only lament the Wind Hunters' enigmatic movements. Elder Emosan, having consumed a restorative elixir, regained some strength and spoke weakly. Zuo Wei and the others bore no ill will towards the auction house. After all, the infamous reputation of the Wind Hunters had long been established, and this attack was clearly premeditated. It was only natural that the auction house was caught off guard. Though in earthly terms, the fate of this auction house would be quite dismal. Before long, Dina's injuries had also begun to heal, allowing her to walk. Lu Buxiu intended to escort them away, but just as they reached the entrance, a voice called out, Zuo Wei, your shoe. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zuo Wei's feet. Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she was still barefoot. In the heat of battle, her mind had been so intensely focused that she had completely forgotten. Embarrassed by the attention on her small feet, she swiftly moved like a fleeting shadow, picking up her boots. However, she felt too shy to put them on in front of everyone, so she decided to embrace the situation, walking barefoot to Erlon Jing's side and softly expressing her gratitude. Before Erlon Jing could react, she vanished from the venue in a blur. Erlon Jing, puzzled, wondered why Zuo Wei's feet appeared so delicate. Was it her youth? Or something else? The thought made him chuckle, though he couldn't shake off the feeling of his significant losses, 650 million gone, along with the items he had acquired. Cursed be the Wind Hunter. Previously, Zuo Wei had felt a sense of relief after surviving. But upon arriving at the Green Willow courtyard, she was reminded of what she had sold and what she had lost, plunging her into deep frustration. You too, calm down. The fact that we survived the clutches of the Wind Hunter is already a blessing. Lu Buxiu interjected, reflecting on the terrifying nature of the Wind Hunter. an organization that had even taken down martial masters of the royal level. Such brutality left Lu Buxiu feeling a twisted sense of gratitude towards the Wind Hunter for allowing the two girls to survive. It was a perplexing conflict within him. By the way, how did you know something went awry at the auction? The Wind Hunter should have sealed off the event. Dina inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I believe their intentions were neither to rob nor to kill. Zuo Wei's words left Dina and the others momentarily stunned. If it were for wealth, Dina, we survivors are far wealthier than those who perished. And if it were to kill, then Blackwood's faction has not intervened at all. Zuo Wei articulated her inner judgment. Have you noticed that those who survive are akin to the elite in a VIP section? Regardless, I sense an insidious undertone to this matter. Zuo Wei recalled the last words spoken by Haimasi, further convinced that today's events are far from over. Never mind, there is no need to dwell on it. Even if they are scheming, it bears no relevance to the two of you. At times, not being entangled with intricate forces and families allows for a certain lightness. Lu Buxiu remarked coolly that even if they were indeed plotting something, it would likely be directed at him, not these two young ladies. Zuo Wei's identity was already quite clear, despite her peculiarities, and Dina's past was long buried, making it nearly impossible for anyone to uncover. In Chapter 63, titled The Bloodbath of Thousands, Undercurrents, a plea for support, collections, and votes, none collected, none recommended, feeling despondent, I humbly request your support, and I shall reciprocate with further updates if sufficiently encouraged. Zuo Wei sat cross-legged on her bed. Today, she had refined the soul of a mid-tier martial artist, hastening her absorption of the ice elements from the cosmos. She felt she was on the verge of breaking through to the superior tier of martial artists. If she could refine one more soul or obtain that ice spirit fruit, she could undoubtedly ascend to the superior rank. Yet, she thought, what is meant to be will be. The arduous path of cultivation is the true way forward. After a night of peaceful slumber for Zuo Wei and Dina, the next day, the nearly 1,000-person bloodbath at the Zijing auction house sent shockwaves through the imperial capital, leaving chaos in its wake. Most of the deceased hailed from small to mid-sized families, yet they constituted the very foundation of the empire. Furthermore, it implicated 3 noble families along with Lu Buxiu and the Hunting Wind Legion, showcasing a brutality unprecedented. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, the sovereign of the Aolai Empire, Out Xing, sat regally upon the dragon throne. His gaze swept across the assembly of courtiers gathered below, and he spoke with a measured tone. Yesterday, nearly 1,000 souls perished at the Zijing auction house. You are all aware of their identities, as well as those who were fortunate enough to survive. These individuals constitute the very foundation of our capital. Yet, the Imperial Guard failed to detect any of this. How did the Hunting Wind Legion infiltrate the capital, commit such a massacre, and depart unscathed, while our military remained oblivious to their presence? Who can elucidate this matter to me? His voice, though calm, resonated with the fierce authority of a ruler, rendering the courtiers speechless in their fear. Out Xing's heart burned with indignation as he regarded the silent ministers and princes, and he slammed his hand upon the armrest, rising to exclaim, "Shall we wait until they invade the palace and take my life before you notice? Bring forth the commander of the Imperial Guard, strip him of his rank, and cast him into the dungeons." The assembly gasped in shock, their eyes wide with horror as they witnessed the commander being dragged out of the hall, crying out in despair. What are your thoughts at this moment? I may not grasp your intentions, but I am well aware of the aspirations harbored by some among you. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow them to sow chaos within the empire. Lowering his voice, Out Xing's piercing gaze fell upon the 4 princes standing at the forefront. Now tell me, who among you is willing to assume the position of commander of the Imperial Guard? His chilling inquiry heightened the tension within the hall. The 5th prince, Out Xingyun, sensing the silence around him, felt a surge of determination. He promptly stepped forward and declared, "Father, I am willing to take on the role of commander of the Imperial Guard to safeguard your safety." "Oh, are you willing to safeguard the safety of the solitary prince?" The chilling tone of the inquiry sent a wave of anxiety through Ao Yun, particularly under the invasive gaze of Ao Tianqing, which seemed to dissect every thought within his mind. The other 3 princes exchanged knowing glances. How could a ruler as astute as Ao Tian allow his son to command the vital security of the imperial capital? Ao Qingyun was courting disaster. Just as Ao Yun trembled in trepidation, awaiting the unfolding drama, Ao Tianqing surveyed the room and broke into a smile, declaring, "Very well, you shall take on this role. From this moment forth, Ao Yun is the commander of the Imperial Guard." Ao Yun was momentarily taken aback, as were the others, astonished by the announcement. Ao Tianxing then turned to enter the inner palace, leaving behind a chilling warning. Should any error occur, even if you are the son of the solitary prince, I shall not hesitate to execute you. This ominous statement doused Ao Yun's exhilaration with a cold reality. Yet the thought of the immense power and significance that came with the position ignited a fervor within him once more. Fifth brother, congratulations. The commander of the Imperial Guard is a significant post. Your brother's safety will depend on you. Ao Qingyu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, addressing Ao Qingyun. 13th brother. You jest. Protecting you is merely my duty as your elder brother. Ao Qingyun humbly responded, though the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. The third brother is the heir to the empire, and his safety is of utmost importance. Father has already arranged for numerous skilled protectors. All you need to do, fifth brother, is deal with some lesser threats. Ao Qingyu said cheerfully. Indeed, 13th brother speaks wisely. Ao Qingyun quickly nodded in agreement. Aya Qingli cast a fleeting glance at Aya Qingjiu, her eyes dancing with an enigmatic smile before she turned to depart. Aya Qingjiu caught sight of a cerulean figure exiting the hall and bid farewell to Aya Qingjian as he followed suit, leaving Aya Qingjian to bask in the flattery of other officials. Aya Qingjia hastened to catch up with a man clad in blue, and they walked side by side. Fourth brother. It is rather peculiar that father would appoint that useless Aya Qingjian as the commander of the Imperial Guards. I would have preferred it if you were to take the position instead. Aya Qingjiu expressed his dissatisfaction. This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to gain entry into the heavily fortified heart of the empire. A faint voice, emanating from behind a black mask, shattered the stillness of the room. It is merely mutual benefit. This is only the beginning. Let chaos reign throughout the empire, for the greater the disorder, the closer we draw to our objectives. The voice was cool and detached. However, I did not foresee the king bestowing the role of commander of the Imperial Guards upon a fool. While it may facilitate our endeavors, it certainly raises eyebrows. It is merely a title. He would never entrust his life as thread to another's hand, especially not to his son. The statement resonated with an air of melancholy. How sorrowful it sounds, does it not? Sorrowful? We both exist amidst sorrow. Zuo Wei, in 5 days, the school's martial arts competition will commence. Do you intend to participate? Lu Buxiu inquired as he approached Zuo Wei, who was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. I shall not attend. Such sparring holds little significance for me. I wish to venture into the Demon Beast Mountains for trials. Zuo Wei replied, setting aside his black-feathered sword to wipe the sweat from his brow. Young friend Zuo Wei, it seems I have arrived just in time, finding you at home. The esteemed steward Jing Chufeng approached Zuo Wei with a radiant smile gracing his face. Zuo Wei, perplexed, wondered if this individual had business with him. Chufeng, what brings you here? He inquired. Upon hearing the commotion within the room, Lu Buxiu entered and greeted Jing Chufeng with a nod. Ah, it is due to the recent attack. My young friend Zuo Wei auctioned 2 weapons at our auction house, valued at 650 million, and procured 65 million worth of ice crystal fruits, along with the 500 million ice-based technique, Frostfall art. Although our auction house was besieged and treasures were plundered, the auction records remain intact. Naturally, we are obliged to provide compensation. Jing Chufeng explained his visit with sincerity in his tone. The treasures taken by the Wind Hunter were merely those within the auction venue. Our main auction house still possesses a stock of ice crystal fruits. Over the past few days, we have also located a superior grade technique, Sword of Ice, for you. We hope you will accept this. Along with the remaining 4,005 ice crystal fruits, he added, placing a golden card, a scroll, and the 5 ice crystal fruits upon the table. Thank you. Steward Jing, I am exceedingly pleased. Zuo Wei expressed his delight, a hint of joy evident in his voice. That is wonderful to hear. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell, old Lu. I take my leave. Jing Chufeng, well acquainted with Lu Buxiu, maintained a casual demeanor as he departed. Once Jing Chufeng was gone, Lu Buxiu regarded Zuo Wei with suspicion, pondering whether this girl had also taken up the art of crafting. Is she still allowed to live? It is not my creation. I am off to bathe. Zuo Wei, fully aware of the old man's thoughts, promptly gathered the items from the table and hastily ascended the stairs. The old man rambled on endlessly. Perhaps it was best to slip away for now. Chapter 64. Departure from the Imperial Capital. Upon entering the room, Zuo Wei did not rush into the bathroom, but instead settled down on the floor. He took out the ice crystal fruit, gazing at its beauty. Reminiscent of a dazzling diamond, At this moment, an inexplicable reluctance to consume it washed over him. Nonetheless, he resolved to eat it. After all, it would spoil if left uneaten, merely an excuse. After a few bites, Zuo Wei scarcely took the time to savor its flavor. A fierce wave of cold surged through his body. A torrent of frost coursed into his internal organs, intertwining with the icy elemental force, merging in an intricate dance. Zuo Wei felt the clarity of his upper-tier bottleneck becoming increasingly distinct. It seemed the cold had gradually transformed into icy elemental energy, yet he had yet to break through. With a steely resolve, he produced another ice crystal fruit and swallowed it whole. In a short while, he sensed all the icy elemental energy coalesce into a tremendous force, piercing towards the upper-tier seal. A sudden clarity enveloped his mind, and he felt a substantial increase in his icy elemental power, even accelerating the absorption of ice elements from the surrounding air. Zuo Wei mused that he could now easily dispatch the two martial masters he had previously encountered, relying solely on his ice-based attacks without invoking the black feather. As he reveled in his newfound prowess, he noticed that the blue orb in his forehead absorbed the ice spirit cold soul at an accelerated pace. What transformations would occur once the orb fully absorbed the ice spirit cold soul? Zuo Wei instinctively felt that this blue orb would not bring him harm. Rather, he was filled with anticipation for its future changes. Furthermore, there exists the Sword of Ice. I am eager to witness whether the prowess of the black feather surpasses that of your icy blade. Zuo Wei retrieved a cerulean scroll, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his countenance as he cautiously unfurled it. Blue characters danced into his mind, and in an instant, he acquired the techniques of the Sword of Ice. After a thorough examination, Zuo Wei calmed his thoughts, harnessing his mental energy to control the elemental force of ice. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a sudden chill enveloped the room. A slender ice sword, half a meter in length, materialized in Zuo Wei's delicate, fair hand. Its blade transparent as crystal, exuding an aura of frost. Zuo Wei frowned, finding it too short and somewhat slender. It appeared that mastering the techniques of high-grade mystical skills was not as effortless as he had hoped. Were other practitioners present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For was this not a feat of prodigious talent to wield such a technique upon mere acquisition? Although his execution remained somewhat unrefined, it was indeed the domain of the exceptionally gifted. After his training, Zuo Wei succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly unaware of the fervent thoughts directed towards him at that moment. In the capital, the Li family, his grandfather, Zuo Wei must be eliminated. Li Yufeng observed the hesitance etched upon his grandfather Li Ao's face and hastily exclaimed, "Eliminate her? How do you propose we do so? The capital is on high alert, and Zuo Wei is one of the survivors. Discussions about her abound. A mid-tier soldier could effortlessly slay two general-tier martial artists without sustaining harm. Should it be discovered that members of our Li family are behind her demise, not only would we be unable to withstand the wrath of Lu Buxiu, but the imperial court would also turn against us." Li Ao's expression darkened. Ever since receiving the news, he had been plagued with unease. To kill her posed an immense risk, yet to refrain felt like a thorn lodged in his throat. "Grandfather, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for us. Instead of involving our family members in a murder, why not hire an assassin to eliminate her? Moreover, we could conveniently shift the blame onto Sun Feng. Li Yufeng harbors both hatred and jealousy towards Zuo Wei. The thought of not killing her is intolerable." An idea sparked in his mind, providing him with a perfectly suitable rationale to persuade Li Ao. Li Yufeng's eyes gleamed with delight, yet his expression remained humble and courteous. Recently, he has been exerting himself to showcase his worthiness, all in hopes of drawing closer to the position of family head, while his useless second uncle can continue to languish in mediocrity. This is sleepwear, this is everyday attire, this is formal wear, this is training gear, this is undergarments. These are. Dina meticulously organized the array of garments on the table, simultaneously advising Zuo Wei. The old man, seated with a teacup in hand, shook his head in resignation and remarked, "Dina, if you continue to instruct her like this, Zuo Wei will have no choice but to postpone her departure until tomorrow." Zuo Wei, who had been nodding along, felt no inclination to complain. After all, no one offers unsolicited concern for your daily life without harboring genuine care. If they are concerned, it signifies that you hold a place in their hearts. If you insist, tomorrow would be preferable. The weather today does not seem favorable. Dina paused, her hand still busy, while she spoke. The old man turned to gaze outside and exclaimed, "Good heavens, the sun is shining brightly, and the sky is clear. Seeing Zuo Wei pack away the neatly arranged clothing, Dina could only pat her shoulder and say, "Very well, Zuo Wei, remember to take good care of yourself. Do not trust those who are not well acquainted with you, especially avoid conversing with elderly men who have a certain appearance. Such men often have a penchant for abducting beautiful young maidens. Do not let yourself be led astray by handsome young men. Very well, you may leave." With a huff, she spat out her tea, feeling as if Dina was addressing him. Dina waved her hand dismissively, turning her head away. Zuo Wei stepped forward and embraced Dina, whispering, "Though I find you rather verbose, I am grateful." In the next moment, he released her and turned to exit the house. What a nuisance. Why embrace her only to leave? Dina wiped her eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction. At that moment, the people of Ally Academy could only see Zuo Wei riding a swift steed, racing down the road. A few sharp-eyed individuals immediately recognized him, exclaiming in astonishment and eagerly discussing this rising star of the imperial capital. However, unbeknownst to them, this genius was headed towards the dreaded Beast Mountain, a place whispered of as the Land of Death, a destination both coveted and feared by all students. Has she left the imperial capital? She did not even come to say goodbye. How could she be so indifferent after her previous desperate pleas for money? Wang Lin, how are the matters I entrusted to you progressing? In a beautiful pavilion, a graceful figure stood quietly, while behind her knelt a man clad in green. Master, everything is in preparation and has reached completion by more than half. Wang Lin pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, afraid to gaze upon that enchanting silhouette. In a corner of the pavilion, a masked man, resembling a statue, instilled within him profound fear. Yes, my subordinate will undoubtedly fulfill this task. Wang Lin resolutely pressed his hands against the ground. At the city gate of the imperial capital, a shadow in the corner observed a young boy racing past on a swift steed, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Chapter 65, The Assassin. The polar region. Since the incident of the Wind Hunters' attack, the capital's defensive patrols have significantly intensified. When Zuo Wei arrived at the city gate, he observed a continuous stream of people passing through. However, stationed at the gate were rows of imposing and stately soldiers, meticulously inspecting each individual entering or leaving. Zuo Wei was no exception. The city guard officer, clad in formidable armor, upon noticing Zuo Wei's distinguished academy uniform and his strikingly youthful visage, dispelled his wariness and waved his hand, granting passage. Zuo Wei nodded slightly in acknowledgement and proceeded beyond the city gates. These soldiers were martial masters of a commendable rank, and the officer possessed an even higher cultivation level. Zuo Wei could not help but marvel at the capital's stringent defenses. However, he mused that such combat prowess was akin to mere paper against an organization like the Wind Hunters, easily pierced. He took out a map to scrutinize the location of the beast forest. It was not exceedingly distant, yet would require a day's journey, for this continent was vast beyond measure. As night fell, Zuo Wei spread a cloth upon a stone and sat down, adding firewood to the campfire. A pot was suspended above the flames, and a delicate aroma of vegetables wafted from beneath the lid. Gazing at the expansive starry sky and the gently curving crescent moon, the flickering red glow of the fire intertwined with the silvery moonlight, illuminating Zuo Wei's eyes with a luminous sheen. Such exquisite moonlight, one wonders if it graces the earth in the same manner. Suddenly, a piercing sense of danger surged through Zuo Wei's mind. In an instant, she leaped from her position as a crimson light streaked toward her from the depths of darkness. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted, leaving behind a gaping black crater that emitted flickers of embers. In a flash, a long serpent of fire, akin to a predator long poised for the hunt, lunged from the shadows, aiming for Zuo Wei. With a deft sidestep, she evaded the fiery assault, but the steed bound to the tree was struck by the flame and, with a single cry, was reduced to ashes almost instantaneously. Alarms blared in Zuo Wei's mind. This was undoubtedly a practitioner of elemental mastery at the general level or above. Fortunately, having shed her burdens after the Wind Hunters' attack, she narrowly escaped a dire fate this time. Clap! Clap! The sound of hands meeting echoed as a slender figure emerged from the darkness, clad in a black cloak. His gaunt visage was shadowed by ominous eyes, gleaming with a chilling smile as they fixed on Zuo Wei. Truly, a genius renowned in the imperial capital, moving with such astonishing speed. No wonder those two general-level martial artists fell to your hand. I have a particular fondness for geniuses. The thrill of extinguishing their lives is simply exhilarating. The man in black extended his tongue, licking his lips, his gaze laden with a bloodthirsty intent. Had she not ascended to the superior rank? Zuo Wei might have chosen to flee at this moment, for she had just discerned that this man was a practitioner of elemental mastery at the superior general level. Yet now, she was determined to test whether she could withstand the might of such an adept. The man clad in black launched the first attack. With a swift motion of his hand, a long blade of flame, infused with formidable fire essence, surged towards Zuo Wei. With a narrow escape, Zuo Wei barely managed to evade, realizing that the speed of a tiered elemental master was indeed significantly superior, as even her own agility was just sufficient to avoid the assault. The black-clad man, momentarily taken aback, did not anticipate that his assassination target would possess such extraordinary swiftness, far exceeding the description provided by the employer. With his hands crossed, a brilliant light flickered, and two fiery red whips, each extending over 5 meters, lashed towards Zuo Wei. She leapt backward, evading one whip, yet almost instantaneously, the other whip assailed her from a different direction, striking against a thick ice shield with a resounding crack, shattering it to pieces. Despite the significant reduction in force, the remnants of the fiery whips continued their onslaught towards Zuo Wei. However, she summoned a black feather, radiating immense energy, severing the fire whips with precision. The expression on the black-clad man's face soured. He expanded his hands once more, conjuring 2 fire whips, now more than twice as robust as the previous ones. They darted towards Zuo Wei from various angles with astonishing speed, as if intent on leaving her no avenue of escape. Employing the technique she had recently comprehended, Zuo Wei focused her mind intensely, perceiving the trajectories of the fiery whips as if they were moving in slow motion before her eyes. The black-clad man stood agape, watching in disbelief as Zuo Wei deftly evaded the fiery assaults, her figure flickering in and out of sight like a wraith. With a nimble sidestep, she evaded a whip, striking it with the black feather, dispersing it, and accurately targeting the man's position. In a sudden burst of motion, her right hand propelled a half-meter-long ice sword towards him with incredible speed, reaching the black-clad man in the blink of an eye. Alarmed, he conjured a fiery escape before him, and with a swift whoosh, the confrontation intensified. The icy sword pierced through the flaming shield in an instant, the chill it carried solidifying the shield into blocks of ice. With a resounding thud, the man in black was sent flying several meters, an ice sword embedded in his chest. Although his low-grade mystical armor partially deflected the blade, it nonetheless penetrated him slightly, the excruciating cold swiftly freezing the armor. The wound, too, began to spread icy crystals. With a swift motion, he extracted the ice sword and cast it aside, the biting chill still clinging to his hands. The man in black rapidly channeled his internal fire energy, his entire being glowing with a crimson radiance as he expelled the encroaching cold from his body. Zuo Wei was unwilling to leave any potential threats behind and swiftly pursued him. As the man in black struggled to suppress the chill within with his fire energy, he desperately raced forward. However, as merely an elemental master, he could not match Zuo Wei's speed. Within mere seconds, he sensed the sound of pursuit behind him. The youth was closing in. With a heavy thud, the man in black collapsed to the ground. Zuo Wei did not immediately strike him down. Instead, he stood a short distance away and inquired, "Who sent you to kill me?" The man in black remained silent, lying on the ground as if lifeless. Zuo Wei's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a sense of caution as he approached slowly. Suddenly, the man in black leaped from the ground, launching a massive fiery palm towards Zuo Wei's head. A colossal imprint of a burning palm was left on the ground, and at this moment, a black longsword was thrust into the man's back. Blood trickled down the black blade drop by drop. With an impassive demeanor, Zuo Wei withdrew the black feather, cleaned it with a handkerchief, and left the man in black motionless on the ground. Soul refinement. A luminous sphere, vastly larger than the previous point of light, floated above the corpse, and as it absorbed energy, Zuo Wei felt her mental prowess surge dramatically. The speed at which she absorbed elements accelerated several-fold. At this rate, it is likely that within 6 months, she would reach the pinnacle of the superior grade. Do not underestimate this time frame. Zuo Wei compared her progress to that of other so-called geniuses, such as Qianlun, who took 3 years to advance from the intermediate to the superior grade. The higher the level, the more arduous the ascension becomes, with increasingly challenging bottlenecks. Many individuals at the peak of the superior grade remain trapped, unable to elevate to the commander level. With her soul-refining abilities, Zuo Wei's mental strength far surpassed that of her peers, allowing her to absorb elements at a considerably quicker pace. She withdrew a small spatial pouch concealed within her sleeve and inspected its contents. Over 100 million gold coins and a few elixirs, indicating that she had fared well as an assassin. What is this? Zuo Wei extracted a black iron plate inscribed with a few words. Polar region, 351? She recited the inscription, tinged with curiosity. The polar region should refer to her organization, but what could 351 signify? Yet, who exactly sent you to eliminate me? It cannot be Lai Feng, for the aura emanating from him is entirely different. Could it be the Li family? Or perhaps that fifth prince, Ao Qingyun? Zuo Wei mused to herself. In the capital, within the confines of the fifth prince's residence, a masked man stood before Ao Qingyun. His emaciated form exuded an air of indifference, and his hoarse voice echoed, "Your Highness is now the commander of the Imperial Guards, capable of orchestrating certain matters. This position must not be squandered." Ao Qingyun's face brightened as he replied, "Indeed, sir. It is thanks to your guidance that I was able to display valor in the Grand Hall, thus earning my father's favor." The masked man rasped, "This is merely the beginning. If your Highness wishes to secure that position, meticulous planning is essential, for the third prince is currently the heir to the empire." "I understand. And as for the specific arrangements, I must rely on you, sir. Naturally, assisting the prince is tantamount to aiding myself, and I shall exert every effort." The masked man slightly bowed his head, concealing a flicker of calculation in his eyes. "By the way, arrange for a few individuals to eliminate that one named Zuo Wei. Send someone of the zone level. I wish to leave no future troubles. I have heard she has already fled the capital, making this an opportune moment for her demise. Recently, rumors have circulated that the scandal regarding my previous humiliation was spread by her. That wretched fellow, relying on that laughable talent, dares to seek a position above me." Ao Qingyun seethed with anger at the unpleasant rumors and harbored intense jealousy towards Zuo Wei. Among the princes, his cultivation talent was the lowest, having only reached the first level of the scholar rank at the age of 23, whereas the most gifted of the princes, Ao Qi Lai, had achieved the superior level of the general rank at the age of 28. The second individual is Ao Qingyu, aged 19, of superior rank, while the third is Ao Qinghan, aged 24, of inferior rank. In comparison to their exceptional talents, my own abilities seem to be worlds apart. As for the eighth prince, he has long been shrouded in mystery by Ao Tianxing, regarded as a taboo within the palace and a thorn in the side of all the princes. The masked man narrowed his eyes and replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Zuo Wei silently regarded the overcooked soup, at a loss for words. Chapter 66. Notice, esteemed readers, starting tomorrow, for the upcoming week, Kanglin will commence a new job. As it is the beginning of this endeavor, updates may be somewhat erratic. Thus, there will only be one update for now. However, once the work stabilizes, Kanglin will provide 2 updates, with occasional additional ones as well. I hope for your understanding. And rest assured, there will be no interruptions in updates. Your support would be greatly appreciated, as Kanglin earns a modest wage and hopes to earn a bit of pocket money from Zuo Wei. Chapter 67. No guests left for those who find the story enjoyable. Please consider casting a few complimentary recommendation votes or adding it to your collection, as it facilitates future reading and supports this book. Without the swift steed, Zuo Wei had no choice but to rely on her own 2 legs to race towards the forest of demonic beasts. Along the way, she could only catch fleeting glimpses of shadows darting past her on the path, thanks to a speed surpassing that of the steed, even with several stops along the way. She arrived at the outskirts of the forest of demonic beasts, known as Night One City, several hours ahead of schedule, despite appearing weary and travel-worn. The architecture of the Night City is strikingly austere, characterized by modest walls that neither tower nor encircle, with no guards in sight and the gate wide open, allowing a constant flow of practitioners. Among them are noble elementalists and formidable martial artists, elegantly dressed aristocrats alongside youthful scholars, some in tattered garments while others are impeccably attired. Here, they are all equal. Some are en route to the beast forest, while others have just emerged from its depths. Zuo Wei's slight dishevelment drew little attention, effectively concealing her remarkable beauty, although her poise remained unmistakable. Upon entering the city gate, Zuo Wei initially intended to venture directly into the beast forest, but upon reflection, she recognized the importance of gathering information first, better to be prepared. As she strolled along the street, she observed the numerous shops lining either side, contemplating her need to find an inn. After a while, her gaze caught a sign hanging from a 10-meter-high post, causing her to pause. No reservations? What kind of establishment is this? Approaching for a closer look, Zuo Wei couldn't help but smile at the intriguing nature of this and before stepping inside. The interior was nearly filled to capacity, buzzing with animated conversation. An elderly man, likely the innkeeper, was engrossed in recording something in a book. Zuo Wei lightly tapped the counter and requested, "Excuse me, could you please arrange a room for me?" The old man raised his gaze, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he calmly inquired, "What type of room would you prefer?" Zuo Wei hesitated, uncertain about the various room classifications in this unfamiliar place. The innkeeper, perceiving her confusion, pointed towards a wooden plaque hanging by the door. Above, it was inscribed, "Third-class rooms are available only for those of at least scholar-grade quality, at a daily rate of 100,000. Second-class rooms require at least a master-grade quality, priced at 500,000 per day. First-class rooms demand a sect-grade quality, costing 1 million a day. Those who do not meet the above criteria are forbidden to stay." Left with no words, Zuo Wei pondered the audacity of such an overtly unscrupulous establishment. Could it truly be the infamous Dragon Gate Inn? Stepping aside discreetly, Zuo Wei produced a card and placed it upon the table, calmly stating her desire for a third-class room. The elderly attendant cast a brief glance at her, but made no effort to verify her credentials. He accepted her gold card, deducting 100,000, and returned the card along with a wooden token, saying, "Your room is on the second floor, room 13, marked with the character Xian." Taking the card and token, Zuo Wei turned to leave. The burly man observed her retreating figure in astonishment, while the elderly man resumed his scribbles in a book. Clutching the wooden token engraved with the characters for Xian 13, Zuo Wei ascended to the second floor, located her room, and upon opening the door, felt that the expenditure of 100,000 was indeed worthwhile. The spacious bed was inviting, adorned with exquisite curtains, and a delicate vase held beautiful flowers that exuded a subtle fragrance. The opulent decor, coupled with a carpeted floor and a magnificent screen, created an atmosphere of luxury. The warm steam rising from the hot spring further enhanced the indulgent ambience of the inn, a place of decadence that she found absolutely delightful. As Zuo Wei immersed herself in the soothing waters of the hot spring, she sighed in relief. The dust of travel had weighed heavily upon her, and this moment of relaxation was precisely what she needed. Stepping out of the hot spring, Zuo Wei stowed away the martial arts attire of the Aolai Academy and retrieved a set of elegant white robes along with other intimate garments that Dina had prepared for her. Upon trying them on, she found them to fit perfectly, suggesting that Dina had indeed given considerable thought to her physique. This realization sent a shiver down Zuo Wei's spine. Dressed in her new attire, she did not linger but descended the stairs to gather information while also satisfying her hunger. As she made her way down, it was inevitable that she attracted the attention of many. Her snow-white garments were striking, her features handsomely refined, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Beneath the flowing moonlight-colored robe, her slender figure sparked curiosity, leaving some to ponder whether this youth was a boy or a girl. Zuo Wei surveyed her surroundings and chose an empty seat, promptly attracting the attention of a young man clad in gray who approached her and inquired, "May I ask what you would like to order?" "One meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, 1 soup, and a bottle of wine," Zuo Wei replied nonchalantly. A collective intake of breath echoed from several corners of the room, and Zuo Wei felt a flicker of surprise. Were the dishes truly expensive? Her gaze followed the retreating figure of the gray-clad youth, astonished to discover that he possessed a cultivation level of upper-tier scholar, despite appearing to be around 20 years of age. "Young brother, may I take a seat?" A robust voice boomed, prompting Zuo Wei to look up and find a tall figure standing beside her table. His rugged face bore an honest expression. It was none other than the burly man who had previously patted her shoulder. Zuo Wei nodded in acknowledgement and poured a cup of tea for him. The man was momentarily taken aback. From their earlier interaction, he could not discern her cultivation level, yet she exuded an air of profound aloofness. He hadn't anticipated that she would serve him tea. Zuo Wei did not ponder much on the matter. Although he had previously evaded the hefty man's slap, he sensed no malice in him. It was merely a personal aversion to the touch of strangers. Pouring him a cup of tea was simply an act of courtesy. "Thank you, young brother. I was rather rude earlier," chuckled the robust man, draining the cup in one swift motion, a hearty smile illuminating his face. "Not at all. It is my pleasure," replied Zuo Wei, who, despite being unable to discern Chun Yidao's cultivation level, found himself quite admiring the man's exuberant demeanor. He too poured himself a cup of tea and drank it down in one go. I am Chinny Dao. Since you have just arrived, I presume you wish to gather some information regarding the beast forest, am I right? I am at your service. With that, a gentle smile graced Chun Yidao's earnest face as he regarded Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei was taken aback. He had not expected this seemingly rugged man to possess such attentiveness. Without pretense, he directly inquired, I am Zuo Wei. It is a pleasure to meet you. I would like to know about the distribution of beasts within the beast forest, as well as the prevailing factions in this area. Chun Yidao's expression shifted, clearly surprised that Zuo Wei would associate this place with factions. After all, the human traffic here was usually quite erratic and unstable. However, there were indeed hidden forces in existence, known only to those who had resided here for long periods. It was remarkable that this newcomer would make such an astute connection. As Chun Yidao contemplated his response, a sudden commotion of footsteps interrupted him, and he noticed a bemused smile gracing Zuo Wei's face. Gentlemen, might we trouble you for a seat? Consider this a recompense. A bag of gold coins was tossed onto the table, producing a resonant clink. Chapter 68. Insufficient thickness of skin. Upon observing the scene, the individuals present appeared rather unimposing. Yet those who found it agreeable could simply toss a few complimentary recommendation tickets or perhaps save it for future reference, as a gesture of support for this book. Chun Yidao turned around and cast a glance at the newcomers. 5 young individuals clad in uniform white robes stood before him. 4 were male and 1 was female, all in their 20s, gazing at Chun Yidao and Zuo Wei with an air of arrogance. Chun Yidao quickly discerned that the 5 were of superior warrior rank. Although he was surprised by their exceptional aptitude, he felt an overwhelming aversion to their impudent demeanor. Initially, he intended to reprimand them, but suddenly recalled that Zuo Wei held the authority to make decisions. Thus, he suppressed his indignation and turned his gaze towards Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei regarded the 5 with a stoic expression and coolly replied, I'm afraid this position is not for sale. Do you find the offer insufficient? I shall provide you with 10,000 gold coins if you leave immediately. The leader, upon receiving rejection, instinctively assumed that the monetary sum was inadequate, having previously tossed only a few hundred coins. Realizing the usual pricing in this establishment, he quickly adjusted his offer. Brother Yidao, how much did the dishes I just ordered cost? Zuo Wei inquired, casting a glance at Chun Yidao. Roughly around 1 million, I would estimate, Chun Yidao replied. The 5 were momentarily taken aback, and even Zuo Wei was astonished, questioning how it could be so exorbitantly priced, far surpassing the cost of accommodation. Noticing the bewilderment in Zuo Wei's eyes, Chun Yidao mysteriously remarked, Zuo Wei, once the dishes arrive, you shall comprehend the reason behind this. Zuo Wei surveyed the surroundings, noticing that very few patrons were placing orders, with most contentedly sipping tea. 1 million? Could it be that these 2 are attempting to ensnare us? Such greed is certainly not a commendable trait. The leader cast a cold gaze upon the duo, and the 4 behind him bore equally grim expressions. Despite their distinguished backgrounds, demanding 1 million right off the bat is excessively avaricious. Left with nothing to say, Zuo Wei pondered whether he had ever expressed a desire to sell his seat. These individuals are rather self-absorbed, aren't they? Did they not hear my words? I have already placed my order. If I relinquish my seat, where shall I dine? Zuo Wei regarded the 5 with a bemused smile. Could you 2 not share a table with someone else? After all, there are no dishes laid out on their table. We are 5 in number, while you are merely 2. One of the women stepped forward, her delicate and alluring visage tinged with a hint of coyness. Her voice was exceedingly soft, as she gazed at Zuo Wei with an almost ethereal glimmer in her eyes. The sight of those seemingly luminescent eyes made Zuo Wei feel a twinge of nausea, even in the Tuan world. There exists a quintessential heroine, one who seems to believe she is the sole focal point in existence, as if others exist solely to serve her whims. I apologize, but I am of timid disposition, lacking the audacity to brazenly seize another's place. Zuo Wei's casually delivered remark caused Chun Yidao, who had been anxiously anticipating Zuo Wei's capitulation to the enchanting woman, to sputter his tea. This young brother of Zuo Wei possesses quite a sharp tongue. Is he not subtly mocking the 5 for their lack of shame? Many patrons within the inn had already turned their attention to this unfolding scene, initially expecting a confrontation, only to be treated to a delightful exchange of wits. The woman was indeed charming and captivating, yet Zuo Wei's retort elicited laughter from the onlookers. Noticing the mocking expressions of others, the woman's countenance shifted, a flash of resentment igniting in her eyes, soon replaced by a glimmer of tears, her face reflecting a sorrowful, tearful demeanor. She grasped the corner of the leading man's garment and implored, "Brother Wu Qi, let us depart. If they refuse, surely the five of us can find somewhere to sit." Her plaintive tone tugged at the hearts of the other four, evoking palpable discomfort. Even the other patrons were largely moved by her appearance, displaying expressions of sympathy. "Xiaolian, do not weep. I will ensure they relinquish their seats." Wu Yong hastily wiped her tears, his heart melting at the sight of the delicate, sorrowful beauty adorned with glistening droplets. With a scowl, he cast a resentful glance at Zuo Wei, who, along with the four others behind him, shared a similar sentiment. Zuo Wei, exasperated, thought to himself, "Oh heavens! Why must I be so unfortunate to encounter an Oscar-worthy tragic heroine upon my arrival, with tears flowing unbidden and without warning?" Chen Dao, equally bemused, found himself at a loss. This imposing man could hardly withstand the delicate charm of such a woman, as though he and Zuo Wei were the ones tormenting her. 1 million, just 1 million. "You two must vacate immediately," Wu Yong declared vehemently, his cold gaze fixed intently on Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead, his patience wearing thin. He detested such feigned fragility. 1 minute, he stated coolly. "I grant you 1 minute to vanish from my sight." Wu Yong and the four others were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into mocking laughter. "Ah, then I shall indeed wait for a full minute. I am eager to see what you intend to do." With that, he assisted the delicate woman into the vacant chairs, resolute in his defiance. Chen Dao glanced at Zuo Wei and then at Wu Yong and the others, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. These 5 individuals were all elite elementalists, and he wondered if the younger Zuo Wei could withstand their prowess. Zuo Wei gently tapped his fingers on the table, 1 beat per second, enveloping the inn in an eerie silence as everyone held their breath, seemingly anticipating something momentous. The solemn atmosphere unnerved Wu Yong, who turned to the expressionless Zuo Wei, the delicate cadence of his fingers echoing in his heart. However, reassured that the 5 of them were elite elementalists, he believed that this considerably younger boy could not possibly match them. As the final tap echoed in the air, Zuo Wei cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yong, remaining perfectly still. Just as everyone assumed Zuo Wei's earlier words were mere intimidation, a mocking smile crept onto Wu Yong's face, and the delicate woman beside him gleamed with triumph. Suddenly, Wu Yong felt a sharp pain in his right palm resting on the table, followed by a blood-curdling scream reverberating through the inn. Zuo Wei held the upper end of a chopstick in his left hand, the lower end penetrating Wu Yong's hand and piercing through the table. Blood began to ooze from the table, dripping onto the floor. Zuo Wei's left eye turned toward the woman sitting opposite him, named Bai Lian, as he calmly remarked, "Do you find this rather intriguing?" Bai Lian, gazing into his cold, unfeeling eyes, covered her mouth in terror, tears streaming down her face. This time, she was not merely acting. "What are you waiting for? Attack him." Wu Yong, in agony, pressed his right palm against the surface, reluctant to move, for his hand was impaled by a pair of chopsticks. He observed the 3 dazed men and shouted in fury. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he sensed something amiss. The pain from his injury dissipated, replaced by an unbearable chill. "Ah!" One of his companions behind him stared in horror as the wooden chopsticks blinked and instantaneously froze into ice. From Wu Yong's palm, his entire being was encased in a block of ice, emanating a chilling aura that compelled the 3 men to retreat several paces. Chen Dao, along with the other patrons in the inn, gazed in terror at Zuo Wei. This was an exceedingly rare ice attribute. Goodness, such terrifying power. They had never heard of any other ice elementalist wielding such formidable abilities. Zuo Wei lightly tapped the ice block with his fingertip, shattering it into crystalline fragments, leaving only a spatial pouch that fell to the ground. "What, do you still wish to remain here?" "Very well, sit as you please," Zuo Wei remarked indifferently, casting a cold glance at Bai Lian. "No, that's quite unnecessary." At that moment, the 4 had no thoughts of retaliating against Zuo Wei. His ghostly speed and terrifying ice attribute rendered him an unassailable prodigy. It would be wiser to flee. Bai Lian sprang from her chair, urging the others to hasten out of the inn. Chen Dao, with a look of admiration, addressed Zuo Wei, "Aren't you afraid of their allies seeking revenge on you?" Zuo Wei picked up the fallen spatial pouch, dusted it off, and, upon probing its contents with his mental energy, murmured to himself, "A mere 20 million gold coins. What a miser." With a faint smile, Zuo Wei tucked the pouch away and said, "One cannot go through life without offending a few powerful figures. I shall await the consequences. In this fleeting existence, one cannot afford to live in trepidation." Throughout her past and present, she has never once compromised, save for that singular occasion. The elder at the counter lifted his gaze towards Zuo Wei, a subtle smile gracing his features. The youth clad in gray, who had lingered by the doorway, finally stepped forward, bearing a tray laden with the 4 dishes she had ordered, along with a bottle of wine. He coldly declared, 1,000,000 gold coins, please settle the bill. Zuo Wei placed her card upon the table, her eyes scanning the visually appealing and aromatic dishes before her. Perplexed by the exorbitant price, what could possibly be so extraordinary about these dishes? Just take a bite, and you'll understand. Chun Yi-Dao observed Zuo Wei's bemusement and recognized her struggle to comprehend the steep cost. The gray-clad youth took the card and approached the elder, handing it over while casting a furtive glance in Zuo Wei's direction. The elder manipulated the device, withdrawing 1,000,000 coins, and remarked to the youth, "This young man is quite remarkable. What do you think? Are you interested?" The youth remained silent, offering a sidelong glance before accepting the card and turning back towards Zuo Wei. As she lifted a piece of meat with her chopsticks and tasted it, enlightenment dawned upon her. She understood precisely why these dishes commanded such a price and why they were sought after. This was undoubtedly an energetic dish, imbued with significant energy. Consuming this meal would equate to a half-day's worth of her rigorous training. It was worth noting that Zuo Wei's training speed was nothing short of astonishing, indicating that this establishment was indeed extraordinary. Chun Yi-Dao, witnessing Zuo Wei's epiphany, chuckled and remarked, "I dare say, in the entire Ally Empire, this is the only establishment where such an exceptional chef can craft dishes of this caliber." Zuo Wei mused inwardly, "Only here? I recall that there is someone equally talented at Liani's place. Brother Yi-Dao, please eat," Zuo Wei said, extending a pair of chopsticks towards Chun Yi-Dao. Chun Yi-Dao was taken aback. He had not expected Zuo Wei to invite him to share such an exquisite dish. With a gentle smile, Zuo Wei continued, "It's rather unusual for me to have someone watch me eat, and I would like you to enlighten me, as I am new to this place." Upon hearing this, Chun Yi-Dao felt a sense of warmth towards Zuo Wei. He was a commendable young man, devoid of any condescending tone. Such words made Chun Yi-Dao feel at ease. "Well then, my friend, I shall graciously accept your kindness. I will not be pretentious." Chun Yi-Dao chuckled heartily, picking up the chopsticks and enjoying the meal while sharing his insights with Zuo Wei. Chapter 69, Initial Entry. Crystal Core. The outskirts of the monster beast forest are predominantly inhabited by soldier-level beasts, while the central area is home to commander-level creatures, with occasional sightings of sect-level beasts. Deeper within, one encounters sect-level beasts, and there are even rumors of monarch-level beasts residing in the depths. A few years ago, whispers spoke of the existence of king-level beasts, but no one has ever returned from such depths to confirm their existence. As he spoke, Chun Yi-Dao couldn't help but let out a wry smile. After taking a sip of wine, she continued, "As for the factions, you have indeed asked the right person. Many believe that the population here is too transient for any entrenched powers to exist. However, the monster beast forest is a realm of boundless resources, and under the influence of immense profit, there are indeed clandestine forces at play, though only 3 factions prevail, as weaker forces cannot penetrate this domain. The first faction is comprised of hunters, not those who hunt monster beasts, but rather an organization that preys upon humans, committing murder and robbery, which proves far less laborious than slaying beasts. The second faction is the Merchant Alliance, which ensures that all transactions within this territory are conducted fairly, forbidding coercive practices. The Merchant Alliance serves as an intermediary, requiring both parties to pay a tithe of 1/10 of the transaction amount, thus endowing itself with substantial financial resources and formidable strength. As for the third faction, can you guess? Chun Yi-Dao observed that his words elicited no surprise from Zuo Wei, which left him feeling somewhat vexed, igniting a desire to tease her. Zuo Wei paused, realizing that Chun Yi-Dao's remarks provided her with crucial information. However, being new to this place, she was unaware of the intricacies of the third faction. After a moment's contemplation, she chuckled softly. "I believe I have already stepped into the realm of the third faction." Taking another sip of wine, the warmth ignited within her, mingled with a trace of energy. She smiled gently. "How did you know?" Chun Yi-Dao was taken aback, pondering whether Zuo Wei had received insider information prior to her arrival. Yet, that did not seem plausible. If she knew, she would not have inquired. Zuo Wei did not strike him as one prone to deceit. The establishment boasts 3 tiers of accommodations, each catering to cultivators of at least the distinguished grade or higher. Within the Grand Hall, one can find an assembly of practitioners ranging from the distinguished grade to the esteemed grade, and even the revered sect level. Warriors, elemental masters, and the enigmatic innkeeper are present, alongside a chef capable of crafting such exquisite dishes. If this and does not constitute a formidable force, I can only marvel at the hidden talents that dwell here. From the moment Zuo Wei entered her room, she sensed that the elderly gentleman was no ordinary figure. It was not merely his concealed prowess, but an instinctual awareness that prompted her suspicion. Moreover, the presence of Chun Yi-Dao before her, a master of the sect level or higher, only reinforced her impression. After dining, Zuo Wei ascended to rest, and as she climbed the stairs, she noticed several individuals whose cultivation levels were indiscernible, further solidifying her belief in the inn's extraordinary nature. With such formidable guests, this establishment undoubtedly possesses immense combat strength. It seems that within this sleepless city, it may well be the safest haven. On the following day, as dawn broke and a slight moisture lingered on the ground, Zuo Wei rose to descend. Like her, many others were departing the inn at this early hour, while the elderly man remained absorbed in his thoughts, indifferent to the throngs leaving the establishment. Standing before the vast and majestic forest, Zuo Wei couldn't help but reflect that the tropical rainforests on Earth pale in comparison to this realm, which boasts trees reaching heights of at least 10 meters. Not to mention the towering giants within. As she ventured into the forest, she was greeted by a verdant expanse of diverse flora. However, she did not tarry. Instead, she pressed onward, determined to reach the heart of the forest, the realm of formidable beasts at the esteemed grade. The slender palm was stained with thick, crimson blood. Zuo Wei deftly maneuvered the black feather embedded in the body of the low-grade magical beast, the saber-toothed porcupine, slicing it open entirely to retrieve the crystal core before turning away, leaving behind the blood-soaked carcass. Her agile form darted among the towering trees of the forest, the ample white robe billowing and rustling around her. Zuo Wei frowned, realizing her miscalculation. She should have donned tighter attire instead of the loose gown, for such noise could betray her presence. Swiftly, Zuo Wei sought refuge in a concealed cave, keenly surveying her surroundings before shedding the long robe and donning a fitted black combat suit. In this moment, she transformed from the elegant figure of a white-clad gentleman into the cold assassin clad in black. The expanse of the Beast Mountain was immense, with colossal trees standing sentinel and the ground blanketed in a lush tapestry of diverse flora, the passage of countless years etched into the very essence of the land. Navigating through the forest guided solely by instinct, Zuo Wei traversed areas that might have remained untouched for over a millennium. She narrowly evaded an ambush from a low-grade shadow leopard, leaping with precision to unleash a nearly meter-long ice sword that pierced the creature entirely. Fortunately, no one witnessed the act, and Zuo Wei felt a rush of relief as she approached the now-frozen leopard, murmuring to herself, "Why did you have to move? If you had remained still, my ice sword wouldn't have struck you there. Amen. This is not my fault. Rest in peace." As she collected the scattered crystal cores encased in ice, a thought crossed her mind. Could magical beasts also be used for soul refinement? However, when she employed her soul refining ability, she discovered a lack of luminous points surrounding her. Could it be that the corpse had been transformed into ice crystals, rendering it devoid of soul energy? In the silvery rune-illuminated depths of her eyes, Zuo Wei found no glimmers upon the frozen crystals of the leopard. Yet she did perceive her injured core emanating a radiant glow. What could this signify? A thought flickered in her mind as she utilized her soul-refining technique on the core. Indeed, a look of delight spread across Zuo Wei's face as the core vanished, simultaneously enhancing her mental prowess. Taking out the porcupine's core, Zuo Wei absorbed it directly, feeling her mental strength burgeon further. Gazing into the ominous depths of the forest, she resolved silently. She would continuously grow stronger, ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation, unlock the letters left by her mother, and journey to the central heaven continent to seek out her mother's family and uncover the truth behind her mother's demise. As the foliage rustled, a slender shadow alighted upon the ground. It gazed upon the 8 lifeless human bodies, their blood now congealed. Yet it was apparent that death had not claimed them for more than a day. No corpse could remain intact for a day after death, especially in the beast-infested forest where hunger plagued many creatures. Upon further inspection of the bodies, it became evident that each had suffered fatal blows to the chest, inflicted by weaponry, signs of human hunters. Casting one last glance at the corpses, Zuo Wei's wariness intensified. She could not afford to meet such a tragic fate as these 8 individuals. With a swift motion, she leaped into the thicket, advancing deeper into the forest. Cautiously evading the formidable aura that instilled a sense of crisis within Zuo Wei, he relentlessly hunted down numerous tiered beasts, low-grade, mid-grade, and a handful of high-grade ones. His body bore several wounds. Though not fatal, they were certainly not trivial either. As night deepened, Zuo Wei sought refuge in a secluded spot within the mountains, refraining from lighting a fire for fear of attracting the attention of both beasts and hunters. Under the faint moonlight, he tended to his injuries, casting a glance at the ghastly, bloodied gashes on his body. A bitter smile emerged. Fortunately, his physique possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, and these scars would soon heal. Otherwise, the thought of bearing such marks would be utterly disheartening, as no woman would desire to carry wounds, regardless of age or beauty. After changing into clean attire, Zuo Wei retrieved a dozen or so cores from the beast he had slain, a smile breaking upon his lips. His hunting prowess was commendable, and despite the cores appearing to signify great achievement when gathered together, he deemed it wiser to refine them for his own use. Upon refining all the cores, his mental fortitude surged considerably. Through comparison, he discerned that the spiritual energy of the beast was not superior to that of humans. The soul energy of these tiered beasts was on par with that of a tiered elemental master, likely due to the latter's cultivation of mental strength, whereas the beasts relied on their formidable physicality and bloodline prowess. The cores of tiered beasts held a market value of millions, meaning Zuo Wei had effectively expended tens of millions. What a lavish expenditure! Unable to kindle a fire, he could not prepare a warm meal. Thus, he resorted to consuming the stored sweet dew fruits to appease the rumblings of his hungry stomach. Half a month later, under the gentle glow of the moonlight, 3 shadowy figures stood over the fresh carcasses of the demonic beasts sprawled on the ground. Someone had recently slain them. The crystal cores had been taken. Along the way, several demonic beasts had met a similar fate. Some fell beneath the blade, while others remained encased in unmelting ice crystals. There were 2 assailants, 2 individuals. The sword-wielding attacker possessed only a mid-level prowess, yet their speed was astonishing, delivering swift, lethal strikes. As for the remaining ice elemental mage, their attack power was also merely at the low tier of mid-level, indicating that it must have been their cooperation that enabled them to take down the high-tier Crimson Blood Tiger. An ice elemental mage? This one undoubtedly hails from a noble lineage, their wealth likely overflowing. Brothers, this bounty must be seized. All 3 of us are high-tier warriors. And what is an elemental mage? This task is assuredly within our grasp. Once completed, the captain will undoubtedly reward us. After their conversation, guided by the moonlight, they managed to uncover a trace leading them in a specific direction towards Zuo Wei. Chapter 70. Hunters, Confrontation. Once again, Zuo Wei found himself dining on the Ghanaian fruit for dinner, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of aversion to its flavor. It had been half a month of the same meal at every dinner. Sigh. Had he known, he would have prepared more provisions. Suddenly, Zuo Wei recalled that she had 3 ice fruits remaining. Initially, she had intended to conserve them for a future ascension, believing them to be of utmost importance. However, upon reflection, she recognized the futility of this plan, as the energy required for such an elevation was far beyond what 3 ice fruits could provide. Thus, she resolved to consume them, hastening her journey to the pinnacle of her current tier. Just as she was about to retrieve the ice fruits, an acute sense of danger surged through her, compelling her to leap away from her position. In that instant, 3 dark figures erupted from the thicket, armed with razor-sharp blades and formidable fire-based attacks, charging towards her. With a swift maneuver to evade the onslaught, Zuo Wei turned and fled. Realizing that she faced 3 formidable opponents, 2 of whom were high-tier martial artists, and 1 an elemental mage, an encounter she deemed insurmountable. The prudent course of action was to escape. The 3 pursuers gave chase, but only 2 of the martial artists could match her speed, while the elemental mage lagged behind. With only 1 adversary remaining, they could certainly manage the situation. It appeared that the 3rd had not kept pace. Pursue. At this command, the 2 martial artists surged forward, their speed surpassing Zuo Wei's by a fraction. Feeling the imminent threat of the 2 martial artists closing in behind her, while the elemental mage remained distant, Zuo Wei's spirits lifted. Facing 2 high-tier martial artists was not an insurmountable challenge. Since they would eventually catch up, she decided to confront them head-on. With a sudden change of direction, Zuo Wei charged towards the 2 martial artists, the air thick with tension as battle loomed on the horizon. The clash of weapons resonated like a symphony as 2 elite martial artists engaged in combat, their prowess far surpassing that of the previous lower-tier warriors encountered. Their speed was markedly swifter, leaving Zuo Wei feeling increasingly overwhelmed. With a swift motion, he hurled a sphere of ice towards one of the martial artists. To his astonishment, the adversary miscalculated their previous assumptions. It was not two combatants, but rather a singular swordsman harnessing the power of ice elementals. With a decisive strike, the martial artist shattered the icy projectile, only to find his weapon ensnared by encroaching frost that threatened to corrode its blade. A look of shock crossed his face, but he quickly enveloped his weapon with his martial energy, dispelling the frost in a matter of moments. Zuo Wei found himself in a precarious situation. The combat skills and experience of these two warriors were formidable, rendering his ice-based assaults merely a minor nuisance. An ice sword shot towards one of the opponents, but with a resounding crack, it was met by a powerful blade, sending Zuo Wei reeling several meters back. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he felt his vitality waver. Confronting two elite martial artists proved to be a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, one of the warriors, pale and clutching his abdomen, withdrew the ice sword and desperately exerted his martial energy to repel the terrifying chill that gnawed at his wound. The other warrior, witnessing this, wore an expression of horror, his gaze fixed on Zuo Wei, filled with unmasked malice. This youth posed an undeniable threat that could not be allowed to persist. With a forceful sweep of his hand, he unleashed his blade, imbued with an overwhelming aura, akin to a roaring tiger, charging relentlessly towards Zuo Wei. A colossal half-meter-thick ice shield stood resolutely before her, clashing with the blade and emitting a sharp, piercing sound of friction. The martial artist wielded a formidable sword imbued with potent force, pressing it down against the ice barrier with fervor. Left with a pallid complexion, Zuo Wei gazed in horror as the shield before her threatened to shatter. Resolutely, she retrieved 3 ice fruit and swiftly consumed them. The surging ice elemental energy within her body felt as though it might rupture her meridians. The ice shield fractured, and the martial artist, wielding an overwhelmingly powerful sword, lunged toward her. In an instant, an ice sword, now thrice the thickness of its predecessor, shot forth like a beam of blue light, piercing through the martial artist's heart and propelling droplets of crimson blood into the air. The martial artist collapsed, swiftly encased in ice. Yet in her desperate attempt to expel the chilling energy from her body, she cast a look of sheer terror at Zuo Wei. Without hesitation, she ceased her efforts and charged at Zuo Wei, brandishing her weapon. Narrowly avoiding the previous blade strike, Zuo Wei found herself depleted of ice elemental energy, forced to grasp the ebony feather in her hand to shield against the oncoming assault. The impact sent Zuo Wei sprawling to the ground, the searing pain suggesting broken ribs. Cold sweat trickling from her forehead. As she beheld the martial artist advancing towards her, despair enveloped her heart. Was this to be her end? No, it could not be. Gritting her teeth, Zuo Wei desperately summoned the last remnants of her ice elemental energy. Yet, what could such a meager amount accomplish? Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped her brow, and in the blink of an eye, a blue orb emanated an overwhelming surge of ice elemental energy, rivaling that of high-grade resources. Enduring the agony of her meridians threatening to rupture, Zuo Wei raised her hand and unleashed an ice sword towards the martial artist, who was now merely 3 meters away. With a resounding crack, the swift ice sword struck the martial artist, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground as he collapsed. The skirmish lasted merely a few fleeting minutes, and Zuo Wei dared not remain prostrate on the ground, for a formidable high-ranking elemental master was in hot pursuit. He hastily consumed several healing pills, and after a few moments, the elemental master finally arrived at the scene of the battle. Gazing at the 2 frozen corpses on the ground, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that his comrades had been encased in ice? Was it possible that the young boy had been rescued by the ice elemental master? It seemed implausible, for even if the boy had allied with the ice elemental master, defeating and slaying 2 high-ranking martial artists was beyond reason. Approaching one of the frozen bodies, the elemental master examined it closely before casting a fireball to shatter the ice. Several gold cards tumbled to the ground, and a glimmer of surprise and greed flickered in the elemental master's eyes as he hastily bent down to collect them. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth from the dense underbrush. A black sword, imbued with a chilling blue aura, pierced the elemental master's back in an instant. Grasping the sharp blade protruding from his chest, confusion filled his gaze as he collapsed heavily, unaware of the identity of his assailant in his final moments. Zuo Wei lay sprawled on the ground, his breath weak, sensing his vision blurring increasingly until, at last, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. As the azure bead nestled between her brows whirled rapidly, the rate at which it absorbed the icy essence of the frozen soul surged tremendously. A torrent of ice-blue energy surged forth, enveloping Zuo Wei's entire being, relentlessly mending the ruptured meridians. Simultaneously, a dense, frigid aura manifested upon Zuo Wei's skin, giving rise to intricate blue runes that encased her. Such an intense chill resonated throughout the vicinity, prompting the myriad beasts within several thousand miles to flee as if sensing the presence of an ancient titan. Deep within the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, a massive pond lay still, its tranquil surface rippling as an enormous serpent head emerged from the water. Streams of water cascaded down its chilling scales, and its gaping maw appeared capable of swallowing an elephant whole. Its icy, blood-red eyes opened, casting a cold gaze towards Zuo Wei's direction, momentarily flickering with a hint of trepidation before sharply shifting towards the depths of the forest, its forked tongue flickering ominously. In the direction the serpent observed, a colossal lizard crouched low, shrouded in a dense, black mist that rolled like a dark tide. Suddenly, the immense reptile unveiled its chilling gaze, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered nearby trees and flora within a 100-meter radius. In an instant, the lizard's body swelled, its previously azure skin absorbing the surrounding black energy, transforming into robust, ebony scales. The formidable presence swept through the depths of the forest. Deep within the forest, all the practitioners were engulfed in terror, hastily fleeing outward. They were all sect-level and monarch-level cultivators, and the aura they had just sensed was unmistakably that of a king-level beast. Chapter 71. Announcement. My dear friends, my work has stabilized, and starting tomorrow, I shall resume posting twice daily. Furthermore, at 2 p.m. tomorrow, my work will be prominently featured on the homepage. I sincerely hope for your generous support in terms of collections, recommendations, evaluations, and clicks. I shall not shy away from accepting them wholeheartedly, as I am quite eager for more. Chapter 72. The Rescue. After reading, those who found it enjoyable, I kindly ask you to toss a few complimentary recommendation tickets my way, or perhaps consider a collection, as it facilitates future readings and serves as support for this book. A day later, the sun shone brightly above, yet the forest remained shrouded in an unusual gloom. The sound of boots crunching on fallen leaves echoed as a dozen mercenaries clad in their uniforms cautiously navigated through the shadowy thickets. One among them, gripping a longbow, scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes for any lurking beasts or humans. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Through the dense foliage of towering trees, glimpses of light filtered through, illuminating the moss-covered ground where a figure lay. He nudged the waist of his companion, gesturing toward the front. Instantly, the gazes of all the mercenaries shifted towards the prone figure ahead, while a few remained alert to their surroundings. The young man who had first spotted the figure on the ground bore a stern countenance, his mercenary attire stained with blood and dirt, his eyes glinting with sharpness. A slightly older, robust man, with chiseled features and a formidable physique, exuded an undeniable air of authority, clearly establishing himself as the leader of the group. As a dozen individuals approached, they were struck with astonishment at the sight before them. Due to the angle, they had previously only glimpsed a figure lying on the ground. But now they beheld a crystalline sculpture of ice in human form, fragments of shattered ice scattered about. Beside this figure lay another, pierced through the chest by a dark sword, the blood long since congealed. Their experience suggested he had been dead for nearly a day. Surrounding him were several gold cards, igniting a flicker of fervor in the eyes of a few onlookers. He's not dead yet, a voice called out. Balhin gazed at the frail body on the ground. Furrowing his brow, he secured his foot around the waist of the fallen figure and gently turned him over, finally revealing the full visage of the individual. What a strikingly handsome young gentleman. His exquisitely crafted face, though still hinting at youthful features, already radiated an extraordinary charm. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, his slight frame appeared even more delicate than that of an average girl, standing at a mere 165 meters, which undeniably indicated that this youth was no older than 16. Given that, barring exceptional races, the average height for a 15-year-old human boy is nearly 178 meters, and even girls typically reach around 160 meters. It was evident that this boy either suffered from a physical affliction or was indeed quite young. And who, if not Zuo Wei, could this boy be? Balhin leaned closer to Zuo Wei, checking for breath, and his expression relaxed. He was still alive. Baran cast a glance at him, his eyes revealing a hint of disapproval. Yet he chose silence, for he noticed that the other members were also gazing at him with eager anticipation. Apart from Chris, the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with dissent, clearly perceiving this as a bountiful opportunity. Why would the captain forsake such a prize? Captain, why not eliminate her and seize the spoils instead of complicating matters by carrying her along? The man with the beady eyes spoke with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Baran fixed him with a penetrating gaze and solemnly replied, Sherlock, do not forget that I am the captain. Is an explanation truly necessary? Sherlock's breath hitched, and he lowered his head in silence, though his eyes betrayed a simmering resentment, cursing inwardly. Baran, you are merely a mid-tier martial artist. What is there to boast about? I shall surpass you eventually. Upon receiving Baran's command, Chris's expression remained unchanged as he secured his longbow at his waist. He bent down, grasping Zuo Wei's arm, momentarily startled by the youth's lightness. He effortlessly hoisted Zuo Wei onto his back, his hands clasping the boy's slender legs, which felt delicate and supple. He could even sense the fragility of that smooth skin. The sensation of the boy's remarkably soft body against his back caused Chris to feel a twinge of discomfort. How could a youth be so? Baran's resolute visage softened as he caught sight of his sister, Yuna, a faint smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, the mercenaries behind him, including Sherlock, gazed at Yuna with fervent interest. Sherlock's eyes discreetly roamed over Yuna's budding, petite form, a glimmer of intrigue passing through them before he redirected his attention to a nearby stream. A woman, who had been playing with the young girls, stood by the stream, dressed in a simple blue garment. Her features were exceptionally delicate and elegant, and her clear eyes resembled a pristine spring, captivating all who gazed upon her, evoking a sense of tranquility. A gentle smile graced her face as she watched the group of girls dash towards their brother. Ah, brother Chris, who is this? Inquired Yuna, the younger sister of Zar, her large, watery eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded the figure being carried on Chris's back. Due to the way Zuo Wei's head was lowered against Chris's neck, she could not see his face. It's nothing. Captain, where should I place him? Chris felt the warmth of breath against his neck and the faint, enchanting fragrance that wafted from behind. His cheeks flushed slightly. Was it wrong of him to find the boy behind him so alluring? Perhaps you should lay him in your tent. Currently, you are the only one residing there. Is that acceptable? Balhan pondered for a moment before arriving at a decision. Although Yuna and Lingxi occupied the largest and emptiest tent, it was inappropriate to confine a boy within. Nonetheless, this boy appeared more beautiful than any girl. Even the typically composed Chris could not help but feel a surge of nervousness. Was it truly appropriate for this boy to share his living space? After all, he was a male. There was nothing inappropriate about it. Chris, do not let your thoughts stray, he admonished himself, striving to calm his racing heart before stepping directly into his tent. Balhan did not object, for Lingxi was the sole healer among their group of over 20, and it would be beneficial for her to examine the boy's injuries. Chris placed Zuo Wei on the thin blanket laid on the ground, hearing footsteps outside the tent. He glanced at Zuo Wei and then turned to exit. I'll take a stroll. You need not accompany me. Attend to Miss Lingxi. Unable to withstand Yuna's insistence, Chris hurriedly spoke as he dashed away. Humph, truly insufferable, such a blockhead, Yuna muttered, stamping her foot in frustration as she watched Chris flee. It was always like this, as if she were some terrifying beast. If you want tea, let me follow, then I shall, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yuna broke into a smile and set off in pursuit of Chris. Behind her, Lingxi observed Yuna's childish antics with amusement, shaking her head before retreating into the tent. Crouching on the blanket, Lingxi was taken aback by Zuo Wei's appearance. Although she typically paid little heed to looks, she found herself astonished by Zuo Wei's striking features, silently contemplating the extraordinary individual before her. As she examined Zuo Wei's head, she felt the delicate, almost fragile skin, and a sense of doubt crept into her mind. She was meticulous by nature, and even among the esteemed young men of her family, none possessed such an exquisite visage. It was almost disheartening for a woman to behold. Zuo Wei's slender hands exuded an alluring, subtle fragrance, and her fragile frame was unmistakably feminine. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Lingxi, and a smile graced her lips as she gently remarked, "This is not an impertinence on my part. I merely wish to inspect your injuries." With that, she stood to fasten the tent's opening before crouching down again, her hands reaching to part Zuo Wei's garment. Chapter 73. The inappropriateness of two men sharing a bed after a prolonged moment. A delicate blush adorned Ling Xi's fair complexion. She had indeed not misjudged. The figure before her was unmistakably that of a woman, though her bosom was modestly small. The sight of such a body stirred a sense of vulnerability within Ling Xi herself. With a mix of compassion, she gently brushed her fingers over the slender arm and the several wounds on the abdomen of Zuo Wei. Closing her eyes, she summoned a stream of soft, deep blue energy that gradually enveloped Zuo Wei's injuries. In no time, the wounds began to mend, leaving only faint scars behind. Having tended to Zuo Wei's wounds, Ling Xi contemplated for a moment before removing Zuo Wei's partially shed black outer garment. Blushing profusely, she retrieved a cerulean robe from her spatial pouch to drape over Zuo Wei. Outside, Yuna and Chris exchanged bewildered glances, merely observing the state of injuries without sealing the tent. Ling Xi, with an air of tranquility, pulled back the tent flap and stepped outside. Holding a set of soiled black clothing, she addressed Yuna with a calm demeanor. I have already treated her wounds. She should awaken shortly. Please refrain from disturbing her. With that, she made her way towards the stream, clutching the black garments. Yuna and Chris stood in stunned silence, grappling with the realization that the clothing Ling Xi held must belong to the young man. This implied that Ling Xi had just changed his attire. Heavens, Chris! You must tell me, is that young man handsome and charming? Otherwise, how could our sister Ling Xi, who usually shows no interest in men, have gone to such lengths for him? Yuna exclaimed, tugging at Chris's arm. Nearby, Sherlock, upon hearing these words, felt a shadow flicker across his gaze. Yuna was momentarily taken aback, pondering how one could describe a man as beautiful. Her curiosity piqued. She longed to rush into the tent to glimpse the youth's beauty, but was firmly restrained by Chris. Do not go, Yuna, he admonished gravely. Did not Miss Ling Xi say we must not disturb him? At this, Yuna nodded vigorously, her heart fluttering with joy. After all, it was the first time Chris had taken her hand. As dusk fell, a gathering of over 20 individuals sat together, feasting on the cooked meat of a beast while exchanging laughter and recounting the adventures of the past few days. You, young man, when the beasts abound, you tremble in fear, yet when they dwindle, you complain. Truly remarkable, teased an older mercenary, raising his chopsticks to point at the youth. Captain, today I encountered a master of the monarch level. He was quite amiable and shared a piece of news with me. A short, unremarkable mercenary declared, cradling his bowl, his chopsticks unmoving as he gazed solemnly at Balhan. Upon hearing this, the chatter ceased, and every eye turned toward the mercenary. What news? Balhan's heart raced. A master of the monarch level was exalted in their eyes, and the news he bore was undoubtedly of great significance. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sudden attention, the mercenary felt a twinge of nervousness but steadied his voice, stating, I just escaped from the depths of the jungle, where I sensed the aura of a king-level beast. Many human masters have already fled from within, yet only a few remain. A king-level beast. It is indeed a king-level. To my astonishment, the existence of a king-level beast within the beast forest is indeed real. The crowd erupted in animated discussion. Balhan furrowed his brow. The sudden revelation of a king-level beast in the forest posed an uncertain fate for them, whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Enough of the chatter. A king-level beast is far beyond our capabilities. Let us refrain from venturing deep into the forest and instead remain around the outskirts of Zhongdu. We cannot predict whether that beast might emerge from the depths. Balhan's voice rose above the clamor, and the crowd fell silent. Indeed, Captain, I believe Brother Xia is correct. Another chimed in. In this beast forest, it's commonplace to kill and seize treasures. Others do it, and if we acquire riches and depart, how carefree our lives would be. The mercenaries who had previously accompanied Balhan echoed their agreement, while those who had not joined their expedition looked on with eager anticipation. Balhan's expression darkened as he opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Yuna's furious outburst. What nonsense are you all spouting? He is not dead yet. To kill him for loot would make us no different from those hunters. Have you forgotten how our former companions met their demise? The previously boisterous individuals fell silent, for Yuna held a significant place in their hearts. She was charming and delightful, the object of their affections. Ling Xi cast a quiet glance at those demanding the death of Zuo Wei, her gaze lingering on the impassive Sherlock for a few moments. With a calm demeanor, she stated, she cannot be killed. In my eyes, she is just like you, my patient. Should you take her life, I would see no reason to save you in the future. Having said this, she rose and walked towards the tent where Zuo Wei resided. From that moment on, No one dared to utter another word about killing Zuo Wei, ignoring Ling Xi's importance to the group. It was evident that nearly everyone present had once been saved by her, and none wished to oppose her will. Sherlock observed the graceful figure with immense resentment, astonished that this lofty elemental master, who often disregarded him, would show such kindness to that young man, changing his clothes and shielding him so fervently. It was well known that while the customs in the Taiyuan world were relatively open regarding women, a woman dressing a man implied a certain intimacy. Chris entered his tent and was taken aback to find Ling Xi still there. He pondered silently. Could Miss Ling Xi truly have feelings for this boy? Clearing his throat, Chris remarked, I think it is somewhat inappropriate for two men to share a bed. Ling Xi, choosing her words carefully, replied with a hint of discomfort. But the one lying here is not a boy. She is a girl. I cannot allow my fellow woman to share a bed with a man without reason. Chris was momentarily stunned, questioning the logic of her statement. What does it matter if two men share a bed? Is it only appropriate when it involves a man and a woman? In her heart, she harbored resentment, yet spoke with feigned innocence, claiming there were no extra tents available. Could she possibly suggest that she share one with you and Yuna? Ling Xi paused, for she alone knew that Zuo Wei was female. However, she could not divulge Zuo Wei's true gender, as it would bring her trouble. A mysterious and exquisite young woman in this team, within the perilous beast forest, posed a significant threat. Revealing Zuo Wei's femininity could have dire consequences. It was unwise to let Zuo Wei share a tent with them. Yet the repercussions of such an arrangement could be severe. Very well, Miss Ling Xi, I shall not disturb the injured person. Is it not permissible for me to sleep a little farther away from him? You should leave quickly, lest others begin to gossip. Chris shot Ling Xi a meaningful glance. Ling Xi, feeling helpless, cast an apologetic look at Zuo Wei before exiting the tent. As she departed, Chris breathed a sigh of relief, floating towards Zuo Wei, and said with a hint of sarcasm, Did you truly believe I would devour you? Gazing at Zuo Wei's delicately cleansed profile, Chris took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and turned to sleep on the other side. Chapter 74. Greed Brother Chris, you are awake. A delicate figure bounced to Chris's side as he stepped out of the tent, calling out in a sweet voice. Chris's complexion appeared pale, with traces of bloodshot in his eyes, as he weakly nodded in response. What troubles you? You look unwell. Yuna expressed her concern. It's nothing. I didn't sleep well last night. I won't say more. Yuna, my back hurts a bit. I'm going to exercise, Chris remarked, swiftly striding towards the expansive training grounds by the creek, where the team often practiced during their leisure time. Is Chris injured? Yuna pondered, turning to Ling Xi. Hey, why do you look like that? As she intended to ask Ling Xi to check on Chris, she noticed the peculiar expression on Ling Xi's face. Oh, it's nothing. I'll check on him when I have the time. Or, Yuna, why don't you go take a look? If he really is hurt, come find me. Ling Xi replied earnestly, a playful glint in her eyes. All right, I shall go. With that, Yuna bounded toward the training area like a nimble deer. Ling Xi entered the tent and immediately spotted the well-dressed Zuo Wei, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, she then noticed the crumpled blanket in a corner, suggesting someone had nestled there. Ling Xi smiled softly, realizing she had misinterpreted the situation. It seemed Chris had curled up in that small corner to avoid disturbing Zuo Wei, which likely led to his back pain and restless night. Gradually regaining consciousness, Zuo Wei sensed a touch on his shoulder. Startled, he opened his eyes and, seizing the hand resting there, flipped the individual in front of him onto the blanket. A startled shout echoed, causing several nearby individuals to alertly grab their weapons and rush to the tent. Upon lifting the flap, they were met with the sight of a young man pinning their savior, Miss Ling Xi, beneath him. Stop, you scoundrel. Release Miss Ling Xi. Zuo Wei, observing the individual beneath her, was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find a fresh and beautiful young woman. However, she did not loosen her grip. Regarding Ling Xi with a calm inquiry, where am I? Who are you? It was members of this team who rescued you. This is the camp, and I am the one who has assisted in tending to your wounds. May I be released now? Ling Xi, initially startled, was indeed caught off guard by Zuo Wei's sudden actions, which elicited an involuntary exclamation. Zuo Wei furrowed her brow, sensing no malice from the girl. Wait, assisting with my wounds? That implies knowledge of my situation. Releasing her hold, Zuo Wei rose and extended her hand to help Ling Xi up. However, Ling Xi merely shot her a glare and stood up independently, calling out to those outside the tent. It's nothing. It was a misunderstanding. Raising an eyebrow, Zuo Wei exited the tent to find approximately 20 mercenary-like individuals gathered, all armed, with a burly middle-aged man at the forefront. You were the ones who saved me, correct? Zuo Wei inquired of Baohan. After a brief silence, Zuo Wei expressed her gratitude. Thank you for rescuing me. Humph. After saving you, you repay kindness with ingratitude. Attempting to harm Miss Ling Si. I see you are no virtuous individual. Captain, I believe she should not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, she may pose a threat to the team. Sherlock emerged from the crowd, casting a cold glare at Zuo Wei before turning to Baohan. Sherlock's words ignited discontent among the others, who echoed their agreement, urging Baohan to consider eliminating Zuo Wei. Baohan gazed silently at Zuo Wei, while Yuna and Chris stood beside him, acutely aware of the somber atmosphere, fraught with tension and an ominous intent to kill. Zuo Wei scanned the faces of the mercenaries around her, most of whom wore menacing expressions. Her gaze lingered on Sherlock for a few moments before settling on Baohan, and her gratitude towards this group gradually began to wane. Although she was reluctant to confront them, she would not passively accept death if it were to be demanded of her. Ling Si furrowed her brows, observing the quiet girl before her, a flicker of unease passing through her mind. She spoke. That was a misunderstanding. She meant no harm. Miss Ling Si, one cannot speak so lightly. While you may intend to shield her, her lack of gratitude towards us, her saviors, and her unfriendly demeanor clearly indicate her true nature. We cannot be certain she won't pose a threat to our group in the future, Sherlock remarked coldly as he regarded Zuo Wei. Enough. Silence. Baohan commanded. Young lady, now that you have recovered, please take your leave from our company. Zuo Wei looked at Baohan, nodding slightly, but the next moment, she frowned and asked, when you rescued me, did you happen to see a black longsword? It is my personal weapon, and I desperately need it. Baohan was taken aback, suddenly recalling that among the items they had collected, there was indeed a black longsword, a highly valuable weapon of superior grade, one that even he, a mid-tier martial artist, would covet. Baohan weighed his options, struggling internally, and finally replied, we did not see any longsword. I apologize. Upon witnessing this, Chris's expression darkened significantly. While Yuna beside her cast a puzzled glance at Chris, Zuo Wei's gaze turned frigid as he fixed a penetrating stare upon Baohan, inwardly scoffing. Even if these individuals had rescued him, the location where he had lost consciousness was indeed the territory of those three hunters, whose ill-gotten gains must have sufficed to satisfy their greed. Now, they audaciously sought to covet his weapons? Such avarice was astonishing. Zuo Wei swept his eyes over the crowd before turning to Ling Si, expressing, I extend my sincerest apologies for my previous impudence, and I am exceedingly grateful for your assistance in tending to my wounds. Additionally, there is another matter, one you are well aware of. Thank you. Farewell. With that, he vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. The air resonated with his faint parting words. You may take the possessions of those I have slain, along with my weapons, as a token of gratitude for rescuing me. From this moment forth, we are even. Moreover, that one with the beady eyes, should we meet again, I shall ensure your demise. Baohan was left in shock, unable to fathom the astonishing swiftness of the young man's departure, not to mention the fact that he single-handedly vanquished 3 formidable practitioners of the upper tier. Among them was an elemental master. How terrifying a prodigy he must be. Regret washed over Baohan. He had irrevocably offended that youth. Sherlock's complexion drained of color. As a practitioner of the upper tier himself, he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the 3 deceased. To think he had inadvertently crossed paths with such a formidable young man. What colossal power must have been required to nurture such a prodigy? Ling Si cast a fleeting glance, taking in the myriad of fearful faces surrounding her, alongside the regretful expressions of Baohan and Sherlock. Her gaze ultimately settled on Yuna and Chris, and she sighed inwardly, realizing that a resolute decision must be made. Chapter 75, Return My Meat. Zuo Wei swiftly departed from Baohan's camp, not out of indifference towards Heiyu, but rather due to her inability to exert force against those who had saved her. Moreover, that captain was a formidable cultivator of the zone level. As her left hand caressed her abdomen, Zuo Wei felt the gnawing hunger within her, concluding that mere fruits could not satiate such an intense craving. Meat was the only remedy. With a swift motion, she sought a direction and dashed into the dense woods. Soon, the chilling howl of a wolf echoed through the trees, and Zuo Wei, filled with delight, sensed the surge of elemental energy coursing through her body. To her astonishment, she realized she had reached the pinnacle of a grade 1 warrior. Her total energy nearly doubled from before. For Zuo Wei, whose ice attributes were exceedingly formidable, This increase in energy signified a substantial enhancement in her offensive capabilities. Was it possible that her cultivation had advanced so significantly after enduring such a harrowing battle? Ah, the blue orb. She probed her forehead and sensed that the blue orb was still absorbing the icy essence, its speed having increased several-fold compared to before. A smile graced Zuo Wei's lips. That blue orb had indeed saved her life. In the vast sea and bright moonlight, it seems I owe you yet again. She retrieved a long sword from her spatial ring. While it paled in comparison to Heiyu's weapon, it was more than sufficient for her needs. With deft precision, Zuo Wei sliced a piece of meat from the wolf's leg. She surveyed her surroundings. There was no water available for cleaning. Was she expected to roast the bloodied wolf meat directly? As she held the chunk of wolf meat in her hand, an idea sparked in her mind. Lacking water, she could utilize the juice from fruit as a substitute, which would also serve to mask the meat's pungent odor. Swiftly, she retrieved several gonlin fruits, aptly named for their juiciness and refreshing taste reminiscent of sweet nectar, making them ideal for cleansing fresh meat. She squeezed the juice from the gonlin fruits into a basin, immersing the wolf meat within, continuously rinsing it before replacing the juice with a fresh batch. Fortunately, Zuo Wei had stockpiled a considerable amount of gonlin fruits. Otherwise, such an extravagant use would have been untenable. While the wolf meat soaked, Zuo Wei prepared a roasting station. She was unable to use traditional fire methods, nor did she resort to the mundane practice of friction. Instead, she produced 2 small, black stones, firestarter stones she had purchased prior to entering the forest. These stones were highly sought after among adventurers navigating the perilous beast-laden woods, as fire element mages were rather scarce. Holding a stone in each hand, she brought them close to the dry twigs on the ground and gently struck them together. A flicker of red spark ignited upon contact, falling onto the dry twigs. And soon, a small flame began to flourish. Zuo Wei withdrew the wolf meat and unsheathed his long sword, skillfully slicing it into small cubes. If a martial artist were present, they would undoubtedly condemn Zuo Wei's actions. For a martial artist, their weapon embodies their very beliefs. Yet, it is only someone devoid of such convictions, like Zuo Wei, who would wield their weapon as a mere kitchen knife. Threading the meat cubes on his skewers, he placed them on the iron grill, diligently applying seasonings and squeezing a bit of juice from the gonlin fruit atop, causing a delightful sizzle as the meat began to roast, releasing a rich aroma intermingled with a subtle freshness. Starved, Zuo Wei eagerly reached for a skewer of perfectly grilled meat when suddenly, a tremendous gust of wind swept through, causing the towering trees to tremble violently. Quick as lightning, Zuo Wei shielded the grill. The roasted meat was essential to her survival, as she was on the brink of starvation. Once the tempest subsided, tranquility returned to the forest. Grasping the succulent skewer, Zuo Wei could not help but murmur her frustration. Was it truly possible for this world to experience such storms? Gazing at the fragrant, juice-dripping meat, she was poised to take a bite when, suddenly, the ground quaked violently. In the throes of such a tremor, Zuo Wei lost her grip on the skewer, which fell to the ground. Even one as composed as Zuo Wei could not suppress her exclamation. What on earth is going on? Can't one even enjoy a meal in peace? Rising with determination, she surveyed her surroundings, acutely sensing that the disturbance originated from deep within the forest. Could it be that powerful beings or ferocious beasts were locked in combat within? After a few minutes of silence, Zuo Wei suppressed his thoughts and suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Oh no, my meat. He turned around to see that the meat on the grill was slightly charred. Gazing at the somewhat burnt skewers, Zuo Wei felt helpless. His stomach was already growling with hunger. Well, I might as well make do with it. Just as he reached out to take some, a shadow swept by, and the meat on the grill had vanished entirely. Delicious, truly delectable. I have never tasted such exquisite barbecued meat. A ragged, red-haired old man sat on the ground without a care for his appearance, clutching several skewers of meat. He inhaled deeply, and in the blink of an eye, a skewer was devoured whole, his mouth chewing incessantly while he spoke, his 2 small black mustaches bobbing with each word. Zuo Wei stared at the old man with a scowl, dark amusement flickering in his eyes, and gently inquired, "How does it taste?" "Delicious, delicious, though a tad burnt, and a bit lacking in quantity," the old man mumbled with his mouth full, until only a few forks remained in his hands. It was only then that he noticed a handsome young man standing before him. "Ah, well, I couldn't help myself. Your grilled meat was simply too fragrant," he stammered, sensing the palpable aura of killing intent radiating from the youth. "Then is it my fault?" Zuo Wei replied coolly. With that, he seized his sword and, in a flash, charged at the old man. The sounds of battle erupted, dust and fallen leaves swirling around them. "Hey, young brother, I didn't mean any harm. Your meat is just too delicious." "What do you mean, my meat? You old fool. Do you not realize how hungry I am?" "All right, I concede, my young friend. Please cease your assault. My frail constitution cannot endure much longer. After such a prolonged period of hunger, I am at my limit. If you relinquish the meat, I shall refrain from striking you. It is impossible to regurgitate it now. I shall endeavor to expel it later tonight. Ah, young brother, do not prod my posterior with your sword." 20 minutes later, the old man, leaping with excitement, exclaimed to the seated Zuo Wei, "Young brother, your swordsmanship and agility are truly remarkable. Come, let us continue." Zuo Wei, pallid of complexion, cast a weary glance at the old man and weakly retorted, "You should just perish." The old man chuckled heartily, seated before Zuo Wei, and remarked, "Who would have imagined that someone so young could possess such prowess? When I was your age, I could scarcely contend with even a lower-tier warrior." Zuo Wei shot him a glare and replied coolly, "No matter how skilled, one can still starve." The old man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter upon observing the wolf carcass, the nearby barbecue stand, and the small bottles scattered on the ground. His eyes brightened as he said, "Ah, my clever little friend, very well, I shall prepare some sustenance for you, lest my presence cause a talented individual to perish from hunger." With that, the old man swiftly moved, his hands deftly slicing meat, skewering it, and grilling it all in one fluid motion. Before long, Zuo Wei found herself savoring the roasted meat in her hands, while the old man, stroking his beard with pride, proclaimed, "What do you think? My culinary skills are quite commendable, are they not?" Zuo Wei cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "One reaps the benefits of the trees planted by their predecessors." The old man was merely utilizing the provisions she had prepared. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could replicate it, yet he flaunted his achievements so shamelessly. It was too much to bear. After a moment of contemplation, the old man grasped the underlying meaning of Zuo Wei's words and chuckled, attributing his understanding to his profound foundation and keen insight. A profound foundation? Zuo Wei pondered. Indeed, it is quite substantial. This old man is undoubtedly a master. Not only could he not discern her cultivation level, but he also effortlessly evaded her attacks, as if he had anticipated them all along. Just as Zuo Wei contemplated the old man's prowess, a resounding explosion erupted near their ears. Alas! Could it be that those two monstrous beasts had already made their way here? The old man's exclamation caught Zuo Wei's attention, and soon after, she confirmed the validity of his words. Chapter 76. The black-armored giant lizard and the crimson-flamed demon python with a powerful leap. The old man swiftly ascended a towering tree, and Zuo Wei, unwilling to be outdone, utilized the trunk to propel herself upward, reaching the treetop in a few agile bounds. "What is that?" Zuo Wei exclaimed, for in her line of sight, several hundred meters away, two colossal beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Their tremendous attacks ravaged the surrounding forest, rendering it unrecognizable. The shockwaves from their intense confrontation even affected the massive trees hundreds of meters away, causing the branches beneath Zuo Wei's feet to sway violently. The black-armored giant lizard, towering as high as a two-story building, resembled the Komodo dragon of Earth, yet its skin was covered in a dark, armored hide. Its limbs were robust, akin to mighty pillars, and its tail, stretching 10 meters long, was as sturdy as alloy. With a sweeping motion, it effortlessly snapped a nearby giant tree in two. Before them lay a colossal python, its head immense and its body robust, reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex, coiling for an impressive span of over 20 meters, enveloped in an aura of crimson flames. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated as the great serpent unleashed a gigantic fireball from its cavernous maw. In response, the black-armored giant lizard struck fiercely with its tail, dispersing the fiery projectile, and charged towards the python. The two monstrous beasts engaged in a relentless battle. The black-armored giant lizard and the crimson flame python had indeed arrived in this vicinity. These were formidable beasts of the lower royal tier. "Young brother, we must flee swiftly, for if they reach us, it would spell disaster," the old man urgently urged Zuo Wei. Zuo Wei nodded cautiously, propelling himself towards the towering tree nearby. With agile grace, the two distanced themselves rapidly from the clutches of the beasts, dashing towards the edge of the forest. Along the way, they encountered other cultivators fleeing in a similar manner, their figures flitting like shadows among the trees. Kikek, young brother, your speed is remarkable. Even those martial artists of the upper tier cannot match you, the old man remarked, observing Zuo Wei's swift movements. Though he had slowed his pace, he was still astonished by the youth's agility. Could this young lad truly be a martial artist of the upper tier? He seemed far too young, certainly not even 16 years of age. Zuo Wei cast a glance at the martial artists nearby, who were similarly attired, and modestly replied, "You flatter me. Yet, there are indeed many formidable martial artists at the upper tier whose speed exceeds mine." The old man nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This young man possessed a commendable disposition and exceptional talent, yet remained humble, a true prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Thus, the once unrestrained old man felt a desire to forge a connection with him. "Young brother, it seems we are fated to meet. I am Ye Wu, an elder of the inner court of the Yuan sect. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback. She had speculated that this old man belonged to one of the powerful families, yet she was astonished to discover he was a member of a sect. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. She possessed a certain understanding of the sects within the empire. Although the Ally Empire could be deemed a mid-tier nation amidst the myriad of empires on the East Tao continent, its sects were formidable, teeming with powerful figures. The most powerful among them were the Yuan sect, located near the imperial capital at a Yuan mountain, the Ice and Snow sect in the northern snowfields, and the Blood Martial sect in the southern deserts, all boasting numerous king, lord, and sect-level experts. These three sects wielded considerable influence across the provinces of the imperial capital. While there were indeed large families vying for power, they were ultimately vassals of these three sections. Even many other sects within the empire were their subordinates. Thus, it could be said that these three sects were the most powerful within the empire. Of course, the royal family held the utmost authority, for without the most formidable military organization, it would be impossible to suppress countless sects and govern this nation for over 10,000 years. I am Zuo Wei, merely a student of the Ally Academy. Since Ye Wu had candidly revealed his identity, Zuo Wei felt no need to be coy and openly shared her own status. The Ally Academy had truly become a breeding ground for talent in recent years, producing prodigies such as Mo Tianyu and He Xiaoya, along with rising stars like Qianlun. Now, with the emergence of a brother possessing such extraordinary talent, it appeared that this year's Imperial Genius competition would indeed be a fierce clash, filled with excitement and fervor. This year, Ye Wu frequently lingered in the Beast Forest and had not heard of Zuo Wei's reputation. He was merely astonished to learn that another prodigy had emerged from the Ally Academy. The Imperial Genius Championship? I am only aware of the elite challenge of the Imperial capital taking place in 10 days, Zuo Wei mused, having only heard of this upcoming event. He chuckled, explaining that the elite challenge serves merely to select the numerous talents of the Imperial capital for participation in the Imperial Genius Championship 3 months hence. The Genius Championship is a national competition held every 5 years, while the Elite Challenge occurs annually. However, this year coincidentally aligns with the Genius Championship. Only cultivators under the age of 35 are eligible to participate. Prior to this, the 36 provinces of the Imperial capital will each hold a challenge to select the top 10 competitors, whereas the Imperial capital itself will choose 20 contestants. As it is the region that nurtures the greatest number of geniuses across the nation, our three sects will also select 20 competitors, with the intermediate sects choosing 5 and the ordinary sect selecting 1. Altogether, the participants in the Genius Championship will exceed 1,000. The elder felt a profound connection with Zuo Wei and took the time to elaborate on the details. Zuo Wei was taken aback. These 1,000 contestants nearly represented the pinnacle of talent in the Ally Empire, encompassing all factions, a truly formidable competition. Thus, the two continued their dialogue, encountering various beasts along the way, which posed no threat to them. After half a day, they emerged from the Beast Forest. As the other cultivators exited the Beast Forest, they eagerly disseminated the news of the fierce battle between two royal-level beasts within its depths. Of course, many chose to remain in the forest. Why? To play the role of the opportunist, it seems. However, they appear to have overlooked the fact that the Beast Forest is not solely inhabited by royal-level creatures. In an instant, as the two royal beasts clashed, the surrounding other king-level and sect-level beasts seemed to receive a command, launching into a frenzied hunt for those cultivators hiding in the shadows. Young brother, where do you reside? I would like to pay you a visit. Ye Wu chuckled, stroking his beard as he inquired of Zuo Wei. Waves of cultivators emerged from the Beast Forest, their astonishment evident, casting envious glances at the two. Those who could secure lodging at the inn of no guests were all cultivators of at least scholar rank and possessed of considerable wealth, a fact well known throughout the entirety of Night City. The inn was already bustling with life, and upon entering, Zuo Wei and Nie Wu were greeted by a throng of cultivators. "Ah, Zuo Wei, come over here." Chen Yidao, who monopolized a table, was drinking alone, feeling rather bored. Upon spotting Zuo Wei, he exclaimed in excitement, his voice resonating through the inn, causing nearly everyone within to pause in their activities. Senior Nie. Let us sit over there." Zuo Wei hesitated, unsure how to address Nie Wu, who, judging by his age, could easily be his grandfather. Yet, Zuo Wei felt uncomfortable with such an intimate form of address, so he opted for a more universally accepted title from the Tai Yuan world. "Come on. Just call me Brother Nie." Nie Wu's temperament is inherently wild and untamed. He could hardly tolerate such a formal address from Zuo Wei, promptly asserting himself as the elder brother. "Indeed, you speak true. I am Chen Yidao. We have crossed paths a few times at the inn, and thanks to Zuo Wei today, I shall not hesitate to call you Brother Nie." Chen Yidao approached and, upon hearing Nie Wu's words, echoed his sentiment with enthusiasm. You rascal, I admire your spirit," Nie Wu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, nodding in agreement. The three took their seats, and Zuo Wei, shedding his earlier formality, directly addressed Nie Wu as Brother Nie. "From your previous remarks, it seems you have already witnessed the battle between the black-armored giant lizard and the scarlet flame demon python. Indeed, while I was cultivating deep within the forest, I sensed the formidable auras of the two royal beasts and then beheld their clash. There was no time for hesitation. I fled from the depths and subsequently encountered Zuo Wei." Nie Wu could not help but express his astonishment, recalling how he had briefly contemplated remaining to reap the benefits of the chaos. However, he had keenly sensed the presence of other sovereign beasts nearby. Ever cautious of his own life, he would not allow fleeting greed to lead him into peril. Silence. Soon, the entire beast forest will be swarmed by countless cultivators. Nie Wu scoffed disdainfully. "The scarlet flame demon python is no ordinary royal beast," he declared emphatically. Chapter 77. The Pursuit of the Demon Core. Observing the astonishment on Zuo Wei and Chen Yidao's faces, Nie Wu's beard twitched as he proclaimed, "The crimson flame demon python, a cherished beast bearing the ancient bloodline of the blood dragon, was once known to no one. However, with so many witnesses now, none can escape its allure. The noble bloodline of the crimson flame demon python harbors a bloodline demon core. Consuming this core presents a chance to awaken one's innate bloodline talent. Even in the event of failure, the fire energy contained within is sufficient to propel a high-ranking monarch to the king level. For those at the king level, it is an unparalleled treasure that can enhance their cultivation and fortify their physique. Tell me, who would allow such a treasure to be claimed by that black-armored giant lizard? Moreover, these two beasts are bound to be severely injured. Who wouldn't he aspire to be the opportunist in this scenario?" Zuo Wei's heart stirred. Wasn't he in need of a fire-based treasure to reignite his fire elemental force and restore balance between ice and fire? Once he achieved that equilibrium, through the study of the guide to breaking the ice and fire barrier, he could harness the formidable combat power derived from the fusion of ice and fire. Even against a sect-level master, he would stand a fighting chance. Yet, he knew he was not the only one coveting the demon python's inner core. It was likely that king-level practitioners would soon arrive as well. Fortune favors the bold, and it seemed he needed to devise a well-thought-out plan. In the dead of night, a shadow silently emerged from the inn. With his mental energy concealed, Zuo Wei effortlessly eluded the probing senses of numerous experts and fled the inn, heading straight for the beast forest. In a chamber, the innkeeper sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing out at the serene moonlight. A mysterious smile gracing his features as he stroked his beard and murmured about the audacity of the young girl. Beneath the gentle luminescence of the moon, Zuo Wei swiftly dashed into the forest of demonic beasts, anticipating that a multitude of formidable experts would arrive by the morrow. Utilizing his unique mental prowess, Zuo Wei evaded countless cultivators and demonic creatures, reaching the heart of the forest, where he once witnessed a fierce battle between two demonic beasts. Upon surveying the scene, he found no trace of the two creatures. With his keen perception, he sensed the distant yet formidable presence of a powerful beast. Though it was not the two sovereign-level entities he sought, Zuo Wei smeared a generous amount of the forest's most common plant, the resin of the peak tree, upon his garments to mask his human scent. He extended his mental faculties to navigate past the lurking beasts, gradually approaching the site of the conflict. Before long, He stood amidst a vast expanse of devastation, where colossal trees lay shattered, and remnants of charred earth bore silent witness to the chaos. His gaze fell upon a long trail carved into the ground, revealing the path of a gigantic serpent. With a swift motion, Zuo Wei followed this trail into the depths of the forest. The pathway led deeper into the wilderness, where the thicket loomed ominously like a perilous abyss. Zuo Wei halted, steeling himself before taking a cautious step forward. A figure lay concealed within the underbrush, holding its breath, bright eyes fixated on a weary leopard-like demonic beast in the distance. Under the cold radiance of the moonlight, this creature emanated an aura of ruthless lethality, a king-level beast indeed. The demon leopard lifted its head, casting a glance around with its eyes wide open. Its nostrils twitched slightly before it succumbed to deeper drowsiness, closing its eyes and resting its head upon its paws. Before long, a series of snores emanated from it. Zuo Wei's forehead and hands were drenched in sweat, yet he dared not move recklessly. After approximately 10 minutes, the snores had settled into a rhythmic tranquility, allowing Zuo Wei to cautiously emerge from the thicket and dart forward. He advanced in a series of starts and stops, skillfully evading several formidable demon beasts, each step taken with the utmost caution. The passage of 2 to 3 hours left Zuo Wei with the peculiar sensation of having lived through a century. Fortunately, the demon beasts lacked the capacity to cultivate spiritual energy. Had a monarch-level elemental master been present, even Zuo Wei's unique spiritual energy would have been immediately detected. Within a mountain range, Zuo Wei distinctly felt he had reached the innermost depths of the forest, for along the way, encounters with monarch-level demon beasts had dwindled, and here, he sensed not a single one. The moonlight cast a cold glow, shimmering upon the vast water pool, its surface as reflective as a mirror, capturing the image of a crescent moon, a scene of exquisite beauty. However, at that moment, Zuo Wei had no mind to appreciate it. Observing the traces of crawling and the accompanying splatters of blood, it was evident that something had paused at the edge of the water pool. Could the demon python be inside the pool, healing its wounds, perhaps? That would spell disaster, as Zuo Wei had assumed the demon python was gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Standing a mere dozen steps from the water's edge, Zuo Wei dared not approach. Yet, he could not ignore the unsettling sensation that the surface of the water seemed to be shifting. A potent sense of danger surged through him. Without hesitation, Zuo Wei dashed behind the water pool to seek refuge. After running for several minutes, Zuo Wei couldn't help but curse under her breath. Before her lay an impassable barrier, a colossal cliff that abruptly severed the vast mountain range. The sparse trees around her offered no refuge, and only cold. Imposing boulders surrounded her. There was nowhere to hide. As if sensing a faint movement behind her, she heard the slithering sound of a snake. Where was that? A cave. A massive cavern gaped open like a mocking mouth, taunting Zuo Wei. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the cave. Having a place to take cover was better than having none at all. Inside, the cave was enveloped in darkness, yet the ground was surprisingly even, resembling a path of crushed stones. As Zuo Wei ventured deeper, the previously frigid air gradually became warm, even exuding a hint of heat. Could it be that there was another opening? After running for quite a while, she stumbled upon a spacious opening that emanated blinding flames, radiating searing heat. Stepping out of the cave, Zuo Wei was taken aback by the sight before her, as if she had entered another realm. The landscape was ablaze with fiery hues, dominated by a gigantic vent continuously spewing forth molten red lava. Countless ravines lay ahead, coursing with the scalding magma, and atop a massive black-red rock, 3 enormous eggs, nearly her height, rested ominously. Unlike the other two, one of the eggs was black. Had it mutated? How absurd. Frustrated and feeling cursed, she realized she had unwittingly stumbled into a serpent's lair. What terrible luck. Those 3 eggs must belong to the monstrous python. With a swift motion, Zuo Wei deftly avoided the lava, leaping onto the smaller stones, and in an instant, she found herself atop the enormous rock in the center. A resounding roar of a serpent echoed through the air as the monstrous python emerged from its lair, its gaze immediately falling upon Zuo Wei, who was hastening towards the center. With a sinuous motion, the colossal creature swept through the molten rock, unscathed, and charged towards Zuo Wei. Upon witnessing the onslaught of the python, Zuo Wei's heart quivered. Her petite frame seemed insufficient to withstand the beast's might. In a flurry, she dashed to the side of the colossal egg, drawing her sword and proclaiming loudly towards the alabaster orb, "Come closer. I know you can understand me." If you approach, I shall pierce this egg, and we shall perish together." Her heart was fraught with uncertainty. She was unsure if the python could comprehend her words. However, the previous blue snow had been quite astute, so surely this serpent was not devoid of intelligence. The python halted its advance, raising its immense head. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Zuo Wei, an aura of menace enveloping it as its forked tongue flickered ominously. Zuo Wei's palms grew clammy as she gripped her sword, steadfastly holding the python's gaze. A low, mournful howl escaped the python's lips, its crimson eyes locking onto Zuo Wei. She was momentarily taken aback. That gaze was unmistakably one of pleading. Could it be that such a fearsome creature, endowed with tremendous power, was beseeching her? It must be a mother python. "Fear not, for if you spare my life, I shall not harm your offspring. We shall not interfere with one another." Zuo Wei called out to the serpent, her grip on the sword unwavering, for she feared that should the python realize she posed no threat to the egg, it would strike her down without hesitation. The python, gazing at Zuo Wei with a flicker of sincerity in its eyes, gradually lowered its massive head, coiling its formidable body around itself. Zuo Wei felt a sense of relief. Until the final moment, she would not harm the 3 enormous eggs. A mother who cherishes her offspring is indeed magnificent. Observing the giant python coiled motionless, its blood-red eyes fixated on her, Zuo Wei remained unfazed. She seated herself cross-legged on the ground, unwilling to relax her grip on the sword in her hand. Its tip directed towards the white egg, while her back leaned against the black egg, thus facing the python. Zuo Wei dared not succumb to sleep, instead concentrating her spirit to remain vigilant against the serpent, which likewise showed no signs of easing its gaze upon her. "Dear serpent mother, might you refrain from staring at me so intently? I have declared that as long as you do not take my life, I shall spare your offspring. Let us each take a step back," Zuo Wei implored, feeling as though several hours had passed while the python continued to scrutinize her. Maintaining her position was exhausting. The python, indifferent to Zuo Wei's words, persisted in its unwavering gaze. After a considerable duration, she remarked, "Your relentless stare is causing me great anxiety. When I am anxious, my hands tremble, and should that happen, I might inadvertently harm your child. It would benefit neither of us, so please, do not fret. You ought to rest. Having just given birth and engaged in a conflict, your diligence as a mother is rather lacking." Feeling utterly bored, Zuo Wei began to chatter to herself. Why is one of these 3 eggs black? Do mythical beasts undergo genetic mutations? How long have these eggs been gestating? And where is their father? Perhaps finding Zuo Wei's incessant chatter tiresome, the python finally shifted its body slightly, turning its head away. The usually desolate Zuo Wei, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt an unusual urge to converse. Noticing that the serpent was ignoring her, she quickly called out, "Hey, don't turn away. I'm quite bored here. Would you listen to my tale? Given the high temperature in this place, do you think this egg might be cooking?" Suddenly, the colossal serpent stirred, its massive head rising, startling Zuo Wei. Had her previous words incited its ire? The serpent's gaze shifted towards the cave's entrance, its eyes reflecting profound concern, even a hint of lifelessness. As it regarded the 3 large eggs, a sense of reluctance emerged in its eyes, and Zuo Wei too felt that twinge of sorrow, reminiscent of the previous night's Zuo Xian. A low, husky voice, unmistakably feminine, reached Zuo Wei's ears. Chapter 78, A Solution. Dear readers, Zuo Wei's votes have yet to grace the recommendation list. I humbly ask for your support. Additionally, we are nearing 900 collections. It would be splendid to surpass 1,000. I shamelessly beseech you to grant my honor a little boost. Can you speak? Zuo Wei was momentarily taken aback, though not overly astonished, as she had previously heard Lan Shui converse. Indeed, the situation is dire. If things go awry, not only will I and my offspring perish, but you too shall face doom, for there are far too many formidable foes outside. I implore you to assist me in taking my children away. I promise to care for them well, the serpent implored, its tone imbued with a trace of desperation and sorrow. Though Zuo Wei could not perceive the external circumstances, he was acutely aware that the words of the demon python were undoubtedly true. Outside, not only did the black-armored giant lizard lurk with malevolent intent, but human cultivators were also poised to strike. The situation was undeniably dire. I understand, and I wish to assist you, but I am certain I cannot escape. Those individuals can sense my presence. Venturing out would mean certain death. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Zuo Wei exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. The predicament was exceedingly perilous. akin to being ensnared in a tenfold ambush. I pose this question. If you were to engage the black-armored giant lizard in combat, would you emerge victorious? Furthermore, how swift are you? Zuo Wei gazed intently at the demon python, his tone earnest. The black-armored giant lizard has just ascended to the lower ranks of the king level and is not my match. However, having recently given birth, my physical condition is weakened. A confrontation would likely result in a stalemate, leaving both of us severely injured. In terms of speed, I am indeed swifter. The demon python replied candidly. The giant lizard dared to act recklessly, seizing the opportunity while she was vulnerable, yearning to claim her demon core and territory. If you were to swallow me, how long would it take for you to digest me? My proposal is this. You enter into a blood pact with me. I will secure the 3 eggs. And then you should consume me. Avoid a direct clash with the black-armored giant lizard. Instead, seek an opportunity to flee. In a concealed location, expel me, and I shall transport you into the contract space where they will be unable to find you. Of course, the most crucial factor is how long I can survive within your belly. And do you trust me? Rest assured, once the crisis has abated, I shall dissolve the blood pact. The words spoken by Zuo Wei illuminated the eyes of the demon python. I trust you. This method is indeed commendable. However, I am uncertain how long you can survive within me. Being a fire-type demon beast, my body harbors intense fiery energy that can swiftly dissolve food. I surmise that you will not endure for long, the demon python lamented, a profound disappointment mirrored in Zuo Wei's expression. Wait, I have a solution, exclaimed the demon python. In an instant, it slithered rapidly towards the cave that continuously spewed molten lava. With a splashing sound, its entire form plunged into the depths. Zuo Wei, filled with curiosity, watched intently. Moments later, the demon python emerged from the cave, carrying with it a surge of searing lava, and made its way to Zuo Wei. With a thud, the python opened its jaws, dropping a blood-red sphere the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a scorching aura onto the ground. This is the heart of the fire vein. Consuming it will shield you from my internal fiery energy. Quickly, swallow it, and I shall form a blood pact with you. The demon python urged hastily. Without hesitation, Zuo Wei picked up the crimson sphere, placed it into her mouth, and swallowed with determination. An astonishing heat surged from her abdomen in an instant. Meanwhile, the tip of the python's head glimmered with brilliance, and before long, a contract symbol began to materialize slowly between them. A drop of crimson blood flowed from her forehead, merging into Zuo Wei's brow. In that moment, the blood pact was sealed. A warm connection blossomed in her mind with the demon python. Enduring the searing sensation within, Zuo Wei swiftly stored the 3 colossal eggs into her ring space, then turned to face the gaping maw of the demon python with a wry smile. Fate truly is wondrous. Mere hours ago, she had contemplated seizing the demon python's inner core. Yet now the python had formed a blood pact with her and even swallowed her. Following the serpentine creature's esophagus, Zuo Wei glided into its stomach, where a pungent scent of blood mingled with a strong acidity engulfed him. Surrounding him were undulating forms stained with copious amounts of serpent blood and saliva, while beneath him flowed a scalding liquid of vivid crimson. Yet, within Zuo Wei, a sanguine sphere emanated a crimson energy, rendering the liquid beneath him warm and devoid of threat. Master, how do you fare? The voice of the serpent resonated in Zuo Wei's mind. Nothing to worry about, just a bit odorous. Do exercise caution. Though humans of royal caliber lurked outside, they possessed an inherent cowardice, preferring to reap rewards without risking their own safety. Hence, as long as you and the black-armored giant lizard did not engage in a final confrontation, they would remain reluctant to intervene. Your objective is to flee, run swiftly, and do not linger in battle. Zuo Wei conveyed his thoughts to the serpent, anxious that it might engage in a deadly struggle with the black-armored giant lizard, consequently benefiting those aged men. The sanguine sphere incessantly overflowed with crimson energy, gradually counteracting his icy elemental power, which had long been suppressed. While the dormant fiery energy stirred in rebellion, the once repressed fiery energy surged forth like a withered tree blossoming in spring, rapidly gaining strength upon encountering the sanguine energy, persistently resisting the icy force. The icy energy at Zuo Wei's brow, unwilling to concede, also overflowed to join the fray, leaving Zuo Wei in a torment of conflicting elements within. Outside, the serpentine creature swiftly darted towards the beast forest, pursued fervently by the black-armored giant lizard, while 3 royal-level human experts maintained a distance, wary of provoking the lizard's wrath. Curiously, The crimson flame serpent chose to flee outright. At the pinnacle of a towering colossal tree, two silhouettes stood upon its robust trunk. It was rather peculiar. However, this time, it was only your Yuan sect and the imperial forces that arrived the swiftest, while other factions had yet to arrive. A middle-aged man, with sharp brows, raised an eyebrow and remarked to the elder beside him, "Haha, it is indeed thanks to my brother, who disregards the sect and chooses to linger in the beast forest. Yet, I suspect the greatest beneficiary of this occasion may very well be your royal family." The grand elder of the Yuan sect, Nie Yuan, stroked his beard, casting a meaningful glance at the imposing figure beside him. Nie Yuan shook his head, remaining silent, as he pondered who that illustrious and commanding king intended to bestow this demon core upon. The crown prince or the enigmatic eighth prince? Boom. The black-armored giant lizard glared furiously at the increasingly distant crimson flame demon python, unleashing a colossal black orb from its mouth, which soared through the air and collided with the giant tree, causing the entire trunk to corrode instantaneously. This left the observing human cultivators in awe, astonished by such a terrifying attack. Master, what troubles you? I was so close to shaking it off. Those human cultivators harbor no doubts. You must be prepared as well. The demon python, having not received Zuo Wei's thoughts for a lengthy duration, could not help but anxiously reach out to her. Zuo Wei, forcefully suppressing the surging icy and fiery elemental forces within her, managed to utter with great difficulty, "Find a lake and expel me. I am on the verge of a breakthrough and will inevitably attract their attention. Now, we can only rely on fate." The demon python, alarmed, recognized the change of plans and could only accelerate its pace. In the blink of an eye, the black-armored giant lizard witnessed the demon python's speed surge tremendously, and soon, it vanished from its sight. A thunderous roar erupted as the colossal black-armored lizard surged forward, its limbs enveloped in a dark mist, snapping ancient trees with a mere swipe of its paw. Such ferocity struck terror even into the hearts of concealed king-level practitioners and several lord-level cultivators. Were it not for the fierce clash between two monstrous beasts, even the king-level practitioners would hesitate to confront such a formidable foe. Except for a few exceptionally gifted prodigies, battles between humans and their equivalent beast counterparts invariably favored the latter, whose overwhelming physical prowess far surpassed that of humans. Many human cultivators instinctively distanced themselves from the black-armored lizard, fearful of becoming its target in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Zuo Wei found herself submerged in the depths of a vast lake, her surface grime long washed away, yet her skin shimmered in alternating hues of red and blue, creating an eerie spectacle in the shadowy depths. The serpent had been drawn into her contract space, while she faced the challenges of ascension and the perils that followed. Suddenly, as the human cultivators and the black-armored lizard rushed towards Zuo Wei, the clouds parted in the sky, forming a circular ring from which a beam of light descended, soaring to a staggering height of 10,000 meters. Chapter 79. The Mysterious Elder Heavens. Has someone ascended? By heavens, what manner of prodigy produces such a 10,000-meter beam? 10,000 meters. What a concept! When I ascended to Lord level, my light pillar hardly reached such heights. A burly man exclaimed, striking a giant tree with his palm, leaving a massive imprint. I should bring my wife here to witness this. Perhaps then she would stop calling my son a genius. He bellowed. Concealed among the surrounding human cultivators, most of whom were at the sovereign level, they now found themselves unable to maintain their secrecy, voicing their astonishment. It was not due to their lack of worldly experience, but rather the individual who had just ascended to a higher level was truly awe-inspiring. In that direction, he is from the proud nation of Ally. We must not allow the black-armored giant lizard to eliminate the Empire's genius. A look of joy flashed in Aluan's eyes, quickly followed by a drastic change in expression. In a swift motion, he darted towards the location of Zuo Wei. 10,000 meters. Even the most extraordinary among sects would only reach a 5,000-meter light beam upon ascending to the sect level. Nie Yuan couldn't help but murmur in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he followed closely behind Aluan, rushing forward. The 10,000-meter light beam extended deep into the lake, enveloping Zuo Wei within its radiance. Once again, we meet Zuo Wei, truly deserving of the world's attention as a prodigy at merely 12 years of age. He has already reached the low tier of the elemental level in both ice and fire, possessing both the heart of ice and the heart of fire. Alongside a mutated soul and a blood contract with two bloodline beasts, brimming with infinite potential. He has even comprehended the first layer of sword cultivation, sword enlightenment, sufficient to secure his place on the celestial prodigy ranking, positioned at 1,888. When you arrive at the central continent, you shall see your name shining on the revered list of the world. However, I hope that by then, your ranking has ascended. At present, the heavens bestow upon you a high-level cleansing of your marrow, along with a prestigious reward, the refining pill codex. I aspire for your future to be ever more resplendent. I eagerly await your journey ahead. Unlike the previous rigidness, this time the voice resonated with excitement and fervor. Its tone elevated, leaving Zuo Wei feeling increasingly frustrated within. This celestial announcer surely cannot be akin to the football commentators back on Earth, such as that Huang XX. A book seamlessly integrated into Zuo Wei's mind, distinct from the past experiences of words materializing. It took the form of a tome, its cover emblazoned with the 4 characters of Refining Artifacts Classic. A beam of light descended from the heavens, gradually contracting and merging with Zuo Wei's very being. The gray substance seeped from her flesh and even her bones, permeating through her skin and dispersing into the surroundings. Submerged in the depths of the water, Zuo Wei resembled a colossal silkworm ensconced in a myriad of gray threads. Nearby, the black-armored giant lizard had arrived. Observing the desolate expanse, it let out a furious roar, then fixated its gaze upon the placid water's surface. With its mouth agape, it unleashed a massive black sphere that crashed into the water, causing an explosive eruption that transformed the surface into a chaotic spray. The droplets, upon touching the ground, turned black, swiftly corroding the surrounding flora to nothingness. Alwyn and Elder Nie Yuan arrived, their hearts chilled at the sight of the rampaging giant lizard. In unison, they exclaimed, "Let us slay it." Boom. The two launched their attacks. Having previously battled a serpent, the lizard bore injuries and quickly found itself at a disadvantage against the combined might of 2 lower-tier elemental masters. "Oh, is that not General Alwyn of the Ally Empire and Elder Nie Yuan? Do you require our assistance?" A man, seemingly in his 40s, suddenly appeared atop a colossal tree. Younger than Alwyn, his countenance bore an unsettling demeanor, and his voice was laced with a sharp edge. Yet, it was this very figure that caused Alwyn and Nie Yuan to exchange wary glances. "Humph, it seems rather inappropriate for someone from the Absolute Realm Empire to be here." Yinling. A cold snort escaped Alwyn's lips as he intensified his efforts, aiming to swiftly vanquish the black-armored giant lizard. "What nonsense is this? I merely sensed my 2 old friends in peril, and thus journeyed across great distances to offer my assistance. Moreover, I find myself quite intrigued by that elusive genius," Yinling remarked, observing the 2 who were desperately battling the formidable beast, a calculating glint in his eyes. A chill ran down the spines of Nie Yuan and Alwyn. It was clear that Yinling harbored ulterior motives, likely intending to ambush them and eliminate the genius of the Empire. After all, the Empire of Absolute Desolation was irreconcilable with the Ally Empire. Yinling's gaze was not fixated on Alwyn and his companion, but rather on searching for other potential threats. Initially, having arrived at the borders of the Empire, an ally merely to seek misfortune for the Ally people and perhaps seize some monster cores, he was taken aback upon witnessing the terrifying 1,000-meter light pillar, such a formidable anomaly. Yet, it belonged to the Ally people. Thus, it could not be allowed to remain. It must be exterminated. Yinling scanned the surroundings and finally set his sights on a lake, his eyes sparkling with revelation. He sensed the presence of an individual within. In a swift motion, Yinling leaped beside the lake, preparing to plunge into its depths when, suddenly, a colossal rock plummeted from the sky, hurtling directly towards him. Barely evading the massive stone, Yinling glared at the elder emerging from the forest, a shadow of anger crossing his features. "I say, do you take me for a corpse? I have stood guard here for over a century and have yet to encounter such an arrogant young man." The elder spoke with a smile. Yet his words only served to amplify Yinling's fury. As the shadowy spirit prepared to take action, it suddenly recalled that the Ally Empire seemed to possess a formidable guardian who had long protected the beast forest, though no one had ever laid eyes upon him. Dismissing it as mere boasting from the Ally Empire, the spirit was taken aback to discover that such a being truly existed, one undeniably more powerful than himself. With a cold glance cast at the elder and Alwyn, he finally directed his gaze towards the lake, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave. The elder, observing the departing figure of the spirit, offered a faint smile before shifting his attention to Alwyn. Under the combined assault of Alwyn and his companion, The armored giant lizard was now in a precarious state, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a resounding crash, the black-armored giant lizard fell. Alwyn and Nie Yuan's faces turned pale. Even as two low-ranking elemental masters, their joint efforts had drained the formidable beast of its energy. "You may emerge now," the elder called softly towards the lake. His voice, though not loud, reached the ears of Zuo Wei beneath the water, who, with no other choice, surfaced. Alwyn and Nie Yuan had been too preoccupied to notice Zuo Wei's presence and were astonished to learn that someone had been hiding beneath the lake. Is this the one who had conjured the towering beam of light? As Zuo Wei broke the surface, Alwyn and Nie Yuan stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. Water droplets cascaded from her sleek, dark hair, her exquisitely delicate features exuding an ethereal chill. Her thin, ruby lips shimmered with a translucent sheen, while droplets clung to her petite nose. Clad in a fitted black suit, her slender form was unmistakably revealed, and in that moment, none of the three present could fathom that she was male. Although Zuo Wei's emergence was undeniably captivating and enchanting, what truly astonished Alwyn and Nie Yuan was her tender age. Zuo Wei emerged from the water's surface, gazing at the imposing figures of Alwyn, Nie Yuan, and the innkeeper. Clearing his throat, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your timely rescue. You are rather bold, aren't you? Have you not yet ascended beyond the upper tier of the foundational level? Here, any random beast could easily shatter your bones." The innkeeper scoffed, his tone laced with disapproval. "What? You've reached that level? A 10,000-meter light column? How old are you?" Alwyn stammered, grasping Zuo Wei's arms in urgency. Zuo Wei was taken aback by the elder's fervor. It was quite startling. Alwyn, no more questions. Today, both of you must forget everything you have witnessed. Understood? I need you to keep all you have seen to yourselves. As for anyone who inquires behind you, simply state that I permitted you to speak." The elder abruptly interrupted Zuo Wei, commanding Alwyn and Nie Yuan with an authoritative tone. "Let us depart, young lady. Surely, you do not intend to compromise yourself for the benefit of these two elderly gentlemen?" The elder cast a cold, yet teasing glance at Zuo Wei. Both Nie Yuan and Alwyn were momentarily stunned, their embarrassment palpable as they exchanged glances. Alwyn hastily stored away the corpse of the black-armored giant lizard and, alongside Nie Yuan, promptly made their exit. Given the elder's words, they had no choice but to leave. As for the lizard's remains, they were indeed a priceless treasure, to be divided equally between the two. Zuo Wei rolled her eyes. After all, was the elder not also an aging gentleman? Nevertheless, she retrieved a voluminous robe to cover her body. In the distance, although the eminent cultivators were unaware of the events transpiring, upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities, they yearned to rush towards that direction. "Come, little girl, this place is teeming with formidable masters. You cannot elude their scrutiny. Allow this old man to escort you," the elder proclaimed, grasping Zuo Wei's wrist. A surge of energy coursed into Zuo Wei's body, and in an instant, the two vanished from their original spot. Like arrows shot forth, the two shadows darted through the trees.